not answering?
What?
He's explaining why he thinks that this is your logic.
He's not explaining anything. No, he's not explaining anything.
He's making sure that this is the logic you're using. If
No, because he's asking me a question that explains nothing about his belief. Why would his belief have anything to do with something for me?
This is a logical law. This is a logical continuation from what you said.
Why would his belief have anything to do? Don't interrupt me. Why would his belief have anything to do with something that I think? They're separate. He's been asked a question about his belief and what's causing that motion of the sun that we see, and he seems unable to confirm what we all know, which is that his belief is that the ground is moving, and that is what is causing the sun to move. Now, we've actually regressed, because my question was following that premise, which is accepted by the globe, but not you globe believers here, apparently. You must have a different concept of the globe, apparently. But now we can't even get back. Now he can't even confirm that that is his understanding or his belief, because
I think what he's trying to say. I think what he's trying to say is that he didn't lay out his personal belief yet. He just explained how he believes that you can come to a different conclusion than you based off of the logic that he believes you laid out. So he's trying to confirm that that is in fact the logic that you are going by.
No, because that's disingenuous, because he's been here arguing for the globe. No. That's disingenuous, though, because he's been here arguing, as we've all heard, for an hour about the globe. Now when we ask him a question about the globe, which is one of the fundamental tenets of the globe, you're saying we don't know that that's his belief. That's not actually his belief. He wasn't actually claiming that belief. Yes, he was, because he was arguing for the globe.
His entire point in the last 10 minutes has been about how he believes there's a contradiction in the flat Earth logic.
No. This conversation's been like an hour about the sun and the sun's motion. And he's been saying, this is how it works on the globe. It's light here and dark here because we are on a globe. So now we're talking about the globe, and all of a sudden you guys are like, oh, well, we don't actually know that he's making a claim for the globe. Yes, he is. That's what he's been doing for the last hour. So,
I mean, if I'm wrong about what I think he's saying, then you can unmute Taffy and he can say it for himself.
Well, I just unmuted him like twice to answer the very simple question. Is he assuming the motion of the sun based on the assumed motion of the ground? And he, for some reason, thinks that his belief is somehow hinging on something that I think. Right? So we'll give him another chance. So
Can I just ask him a question first, just to clarify things?
Yeah,
Taffy,
I want to say something.
Is what I'm saying about what your point is true, or am I wrong? And then otherwise I'll shut up.
Okay, well, could you explain? Okay, well, then just to catch that, because you seem to think there's some utility in his belief being based on something I think. So how could his belief be dependent on something I think?
Well, he's trying to point out a contradiction in what your thinking is. If you have
but the question is about his belief, not about what he assumes I think.
Okay, then there's just a fundamental disagreement in the course of the conversation. I can't really speak on that.
No. It's that he is not able to tell us what he believes about his claim. That's what's occurring here.
Anyway, if Taffy's willing to just ignore the part that he was making earlier and just go back to what his personal belief and claim is without addressing your belief system, then sure, I guess.
Yeah, that would be good. So again,
of course. Okay, hold on. Look, you said my beliefs are hinging on yours. We're in a conversation, dude. It's a two-way thing. I have to address your logic to respond to it.
No, you don't. No, you don't. When I ask you, is this your belief? You don't have to say, I have to address your logic. It has nothing to do with my belief or logic. It's to do with your understanding or belief.
They're both trying to Socratic method each other. It's not really productive.
Well, this is a problem here. Here, Taffy, listen, okay? You asked me about the sun. I said the sun moves east to west. You say, I agree, the sun does move east to west. I say, you ask me, how does it do this? I go, I'm not really sure, it just does this. Then you say, that's stupid. That's stupid to say you don't know that. And I'm like, well, how does the sun move east to west then? and you tell me it doesn't. It's not doing that. I'm like, you just said it was. Inside your
Going
worldview,
off of your
you
logic,
told
yes.
me the sun is moving east to west. So
Going
then you
off of
said
your
that I'm
logic.
stupid for not knowing it. Then you double back and tell me it's not doing what we both see it doing.
Have you had a two-way conversation?
Yeah.
It's going off of your logic. If I was to use your logic,
okay, inside my logic, what does the sun do?
That's what I'm asking. You don't have an answer.
It moves. It moves.
Well, yes,
east
but
to
no,
west.
but so I've asked, what happens in that period of darkness?
That's where it's not.
So where is it?
It's not where the dark. When I see the sun, I call that daytime. When I
so where is it during nighttime?
When I don't see the sun, I call that nighttime.
Okay, so you're going off the axiom.
Do you disagree with that?
Well, you're going off the axiom that whatever we can perceive is only reality. Can you perceive your basement right now, or like somewhere beyond your walls? Of course not.
Okay,
but you can understand by assumption that it would most likely be there based upon a set of logical conclusions.
Is it wrong? What I said, is that wrong? If I don't see the sun, I call that nighttime. Is that wrong or is that right?
No.
It's wrong.
Yes, that's wrong.
Okay, how is that? What do you call it when you don't see the sun? What time of day is that? Is that nighttime or daytime or something else?
I call it there's no sun out right now, or I can't see the sun.
That's interesting. Why would you say that?
Because sometimes it could be daytime, but the sun is not directly perceivable.
So you could have daytime and not see the sun at the same time.
Yeah, clouds can obfuscate it, or I could be inside and not able to see the sun at that moment.
So light attenuates then.
What?
Yeah, so light attenuates. It can be things that block the sun. Like if you were to dive underwater and you go deep enough, it would turn into darkness.
How do you know the sun is making the light if you can't directly perceive it?
Who's that for?
You.
Okay, I have to rephrase the thing because it didn't make sense. You want to say, how do I know if light is coming from the sun?
How do you know if when you can't see the sun but perceive light that you believe comes from the sun, how do you know that the sun is emitting it when you can't see it?
The moon emits light too.
But the moon is not.
No, like in a cloudy day, you don't see the sun. You believe that the light that is that you see around you is from the sun, but you don't actually directly perceive the sun because the clouds are in the way. So how do you know for sure that something else is not creating that light?
Yeah, if the sun is up, I call that daytime.
No, you didn't answer his question.
How do you know the sun is up if you can't see it?
I didn't answer your question, okay? Use that. I didn't answer your question. So then how do you adjudicate the answer I didn't give? Let's go through that process.
What?
So I said when the sun is up, it's daytime. Then you said my answer wasn't an answer. Explain that worldview to me. How can an answer also not be an answer?
The question is based upon perception, correct? It is not based upon your categorization of world phenomena. It's literally based upon what you can objectively, physically see.
No, my worldview is, okay, I'll explain it again. When the sun is up, okay, the sun is in the sky, I'd label that time as daytime.
So how do you label a cloudy day?
When the sun is not up, that's called nighttime.
So how do you label a cloudy day where you can't see the sun?
Is the sun up or sun not up?
You don't know because you can't see it.
Yeah.
Okay, so is it dark or light?
Light.
It's light.
Okay, then you call it daytime.
Okay, so light can occur without the sun being perceived.
No, I think you're misunderstanding. You think clouds would
you literally just developed that logical conclusion.
This is retarded
try again. Let's run it back to the logic. Okay.
The Gloobies don't know it's daytime if there's clouds out, man.
Yeah, it's really odd.
Well,
it's
no,
really like
this is
somehow
off of
if there's
logic.
No, my logic is if the sun is up.
You guys are talking about our logic. You guys just make a retarded question or claim and then say this is your logic. No, this is all coming from your brain, not ours.
Well, yeah,
see,
because
this is the problem you find yourself in. As soon as you dive into my worldview, you have to understand it to make a conclusion about it. You don't understand daytime and nighttime.
Do you believe in the flat Earth model, like the popular one, or do you have a different view of it?
Oh, well, that depends on your logic. Wait. That depends on your logic.
No,
like the well-known flat Earth model.
Wait. No. We can't answer his question about Crit's belief until he tells us about his thoughts and logic.
That's not what a Socratic line is.
Oh, but that's what you just did. Like,
no,
for 10 minutes.
Do you know what a Socratic line of reasoning is? It would be, okay, let's establish your fundamentals and let's fill into conclusions from them.
When you were asked about your belief, you asked about our logic or my logic.
I joined this conversation and I asked, how would the sun work within your cosmology?
Do you remember? Well, do you remember when you were asked if the sun appears to be moving because the ground's moving?
I'm literally asking you the question. It's a Socratic line of reasoning based on your axiom.
I know because
and you're reestablishing the axiom to get at me.
Admit that you believe that the ground is moving.
Don't interrupt me. Please don't interrupt me. But these axioms that you're developing for me are not the ones you're putting forward. So you have a dual logic. Your question about the ground moving and the sun moving implies. Hold on. Your logic about the ground moving, right?
That's not my logic. That's your logic.
Hold on. That was you asking me a question. You asked me a question. No, because my statement was reliant on your axiom. Okay.
It's not my axiom. I don't think the ground's moving.
Wait. So, do you believe the Earth is flat?
I know you don't want to answer the question, bro. It's okay. I'll leave you alone.
That is literally your axiom. The Earth is flat, right? Okay. One.
No, I didn't. No, I mean that's not what I'm saying.
No, the Earth is not flat. You believe in a globe?
No, I don't believe in a globe. Obviously.
Okay,
that's your belief, which is what I'm asking the question about. If you believe it.
You're not answering my question.
Like you don't.
One, is the Earth flat?
Well, it was my question, bro. To be fair, 15 minutes ago, I had a question, and you refused to believe. You refused to answer it, even though you apparently do believe in the globe. So it is your answer.
He thinks he can falsify flat Earth inside flat Earth.
Yeah, he doesn't understand Socratic reasoning.
But you don't understand it to begin with.
Contradictions.
You don't understand it to begin with.
Can you falsify your assumption that the ground is moving?
I mean, I'm literally I'm asking you the question. Like, this is based on your reasoning.
So really, you don't like the idea that the ground is moving, do you?
There is no other conclusion other than around Earth.
You're starting to realize. So why can't you admit that you think the ground is moving, causing the sun's motion?
That's not the claim I'm making. Let's say hypothetically.
Yeah, I know. Well, it is the claim you're making.
Let's say
the claim you refuse to acknowledge for some reason. Why is it so hard to acknowledge that you think the ground is moving, please?
Let's say hypothetically.
The ground isn't moving. He's done both. He said it's moving and not moving at the same time. That's a contradiction in your worldview. Inside your worldview, you said the ground moves and it doesn't move at the same time. Inside your worldview, you said the sun moves and the sun doesn't move
I haven't even
at the same time.
Worldview yet.
Inside your worldview, you said daytime can also be nighttime.
It's based on your axioms.
Inside your worldview, you said daytime.
It's based off of your operating fundamentals. This is how you're operating to your line of reasoning from these fundamentals.
No, we're not saying anything about
there is no line of reasoning. Why are you lying on us?
You don't have a line of reasoning for your points?
What we're talking about your points. We didn't flip the table on me because you don't want to answer my questions. First of all, an axiom is something that's self-evident. You can't say our axioms are logical. That makes no fucking sense.
The thing is, you would need a self-evident axiom in order to give way to other fundamentals. You would need something to say this is true to lead to the next stage.
That was a complete non sequitur to what I just said, which is the words that are coming out of your mouth don't make any sense. Because how can we have a logical axiom that is illogical? None of that makes sense, but that came out of your mouth.
In a line of reasoning, what you would need is some type of operating point or some type of assumption to go off of.
Here we go again. I mean, we're not making any claims. You asked, what is the sun doing? And I said, what? Moving from east to west? That's it. There's no inference there. There's nothing but an observation. There's no inference there. There's no logical assumption there.
Why?
There's no induction there. There's just an observation.
Why?
What do you mean, why?
Why can't you develop an induction from that? Why can't you develop an inference?
Oh, you guys are classic.
Why does it stop
he
there?
doesn't know anything right now.
No, why does it stop there? What occurs to the sun? You're saying
Do you disagree the sun moves?
What occurs to the sun?
Is that not moving? Is the sun moving or is the sun not moving?
I'm literally asking what occurs to the sun. Just answer the fucking question.
Okay, is it moving or not moving?
Why can't you answer my question? Where does the sun go?
Because if your worldview is incompatible with mine, you're not able to have
Hey,
a conversation.
Crit. Wait. Crit, ask me that question.
Okay, hey, Cyclone, do you perceive the sun to move?
See the sun moving.
Yeah, me too. That's interesting, isn't it? I wonder how the sun moves.
I'm asking you where the sun goes during that period of time.
It goes west.
It goes west? Okay, and it disappears from our view, correct?
Yeah,
correct?
Obviously.
Otherwise, it would be all the time day.
And
Okay,
that
so
becomes,
so where does it go?
nighttime.
This is all I'm asking.
So yo, we had this conversation the other day. It doesn't matter if I give you an answer because you're just gonna say, you know what? It doesn't matter. I'll give it to you. So there are multiple reasons that we don't see the sun all the time when it goes to the west. One would be light attenuation. That's why it comes.
Yes.
Shut up. Shut up. That's
So
why.
you're a scientist?
Shut up. You
Oh
see
my
what I'm
God.
saying? I gave you the benefit of the doubt by not saying that.
Yeah,
even
but where
though
does
I'm gonna
that doubt
we're
coming?
gonna
Where's
yo.
that
He's
fact
not. He's
coming?
not. He's doing
Whoa.
it. He's doing it.
Just
So
stop.
I gave you the benefit of the doubt by not
But who
saying.
are you? Why
that
we
you-
should
Here
trust
we
you?
go again.
Oh
Here we
my
go
God.
again.
Who is this guy? What is this guy's name? Someone fucking mute him.
Yeah, I was tapped out. I didn't see who it was.
Hussein. Okay,
So
Shut the fuck up and let Elijah go.
Is that Cash?
He's been asking for the last hour. So I was gonna say you're not gonna accept it, but I didn't want to be a hypocrite and sound like the Globers. So I just decided to go ahead and tell him, and he started to interrupt me immediately.
I think it might have been another.
Immediately. I said
yes,
there's
because
a
your answer didn't actually answer me. You just
There's
gave
a
an I don't know.
I said there's a multitude of reasons.
Can you give one?
I wasn't even
Oh my.
10 seconds into the first
Okay, I
reason.
just want to hear an answer. That's literally all I've been asking. Can you give me one answer?
Listen, then. Shut the fuck up and listen. Holy shit.
He's winning.
He's swine. There's no reason to toss pearls.
Please stop fucking monologuing. Just give me an answer.
Taffy, 1 second, real quick question.
I've been begging for an answer.
Maybe the next
Taffy, can you hear
baller,
me?
maybe the next baller afflicted person deserves
Just
it.
answer the question. Where does the sun
you
go?
are 'cause you're a retard.
Okay, but so
I think he should be muted. Like I don't think
Yeah,
he should be able to distract from the conversation again because there could be
Why
other.
you should talk shit, huh? Why we should listen to your shit instead?
Well, you don't have to. You can be a bigot
Well,
and
we
go
could
to
try.
another channel.
Hey, Alibaba,
right?
does the sun move?
Hold on. You could be a bigot and go to another channel, right? Because if you don't want to listen, you definitely don't belong
I want
here.
to listen, but you should talk with fact. Are you a scientist? What are your
Are you appealing
reasoning
to
coming
authority?
from?
Are you appealing to authority?
No, I'm not
Do I
saying
have
an
to, do I
authority,
have
but
do I have to be an NBA player to know how to play basketball?
no, but you can show us
Okay.
facts. There is
Do
a
I have to
chat
be a
side. You can bring
doctor
us
in order
proof.
to be able to read my blood pressure? No. Okay. So there's no reason to appeal to authority. Now, if I say something that's true, it can be true. I don't have to be some fucking pre-scientist.
Yes, but you need to show us facts so we can
Okay,
believe
Alibaba,
you.
does the sun move? Yes or no? Is that a fact? True or false? The sun moves.
Yes, the
Okay.
sun moves.
This guy couldn't even say that. He couldn't even agree to it. At the same time, wanted to fully adjudicate my worldview. It's broken, okay? He's completely broken. I go, dude, I perceive the sun to move. He's telling me, no, you don't. I don't.
Okay.
But do you perceive the sun to move? He's like, yes. He's like, wait, we both perceive the sun to move, but you telling me that I'm wrong because I perceive the same thing you perceive, And
To
then
be
go on
fair, half of that conversation was you guys misunderstanding what the other was
and
saying.
then going on to tell me that I'm a caveman for not using the same observation he uses.
Hello?
It was really cringe, dude.
I'm good. How are you?
Oh, my
Elijah, are you
hot
hot,
Elijah?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm kind of waking you
I
up
have
a
a
little
question.
bit.
If the earth is flat, okay,
Elijah.
then there should be corners,
muted,
right?
I'm muted.
Then from the corners we should drop down. So where are the corners of the earth? We don't have a spaceship to go up and look, but we are on Earth and we can go around Earth. So where are the corners so we can go see the corners?
I missed it. So can you explain this concept you
They
have
don't
about
want you to
corners?
see the corners because the corners are what would prove them wrong.
Can you show? Yeah, can you show me this corner you're talking about? Like, what would it look like? Can you draw
I don't know. You're
conceptual?
saying the Earth is
No, I ain't
flat.
saying.
If the Earth is
I ain't saying
flat,
anything
then
about
there
corners.
should be corners.
I ain't saying
Then
anything
what?
about corners. Can
So
you show me?
the world is endless.
Can you
So
show me the corners?
He
but
means
the-
edges. He means edges,
Okay,
just like in the edge of
edges.
the plane.
Okay, so
Yeah.
edges. Show me these edges you're talking about.
I don't know. I'm not saying that the
Oh, you
Earth is
don't
flat.
know? Okay,
He
so you
doesn't
don't
believe that
know.
there are edges. He's asking you where the edges are because they must exist in
Yeah,
a flat Earth.
we're not claiming.
No,
we're
no
not
edges. Take that out. What would have an edge is space.
What is the what are the limits?
Has an edge. The edge of space. You always hear science talk about like the edge of the visible universe. Can you show me that edge? Look,
So
if that's
Earth
your,
is
it's not my model that has. Matter of fact, your globe has an edge. It has a leading edge of the geometric sphere. So you've got two edges for you to explain. I made no claim of edges. Use in your model, the globe, the leading edge
so
of
the
the
Earth
globe.
is endless. Is that what you mean?
The leading edge
No,
of
we're
the
not saying
globe.
it's endless.
No, you're talking about edges. Where's your edge of space and where's your leading edge, your geometric curve of the Earth? That would be your edge. You've got two edges to explain, but you want me to explain an edge that I didn't even talk about. How about you explain your edges?
Yeah, listen, we're not claiming what size the Earth is.
Where's
right?
the edge of
what
a circle? Does a
what would
circle
be
have
like,
edge?
What would be like is if you were playing a computer game and you were dropped in the middle of this land, and you don't have a map and you don't have any way of knowing how big the thing is. That's like what it is. No one's gone and found the edge of reality, right? We're not claiming an edge. We're not claiming an end to the Earth. That's not what we're claiming.
And where are your claims coming from? Like, do you have any researchers? Do you have any scientists? Do you have anybody who did the research on this?
Measurement of the surface is where it comes from, i.e., if the Earth is a ball, it will have measurable curvature, drop over a distance. It doesn't. So that's where that comes from. Water being level is also another place that comes from, and 70% of the Earth's surface, so they say, is water. So that would make a 70% level ball. No, that doesn't work. So
yeah, but that's interesting because the Egyptians 3,500 years ago or 4,000 years ago, they know that the Earth is round, and then with these very basic tools, they could understand it. I can send you the research that was done 4,000 years. No, I'll let you talk, my friend. I'll let you talk. Let me talk for like at least 1 minute, right? So 4,000 years ago, they were able to create all these fascinating buildings in Egypt, right? And they were able to understand the day and night and the stars and calculate the distance between them. And they were able to understand that the Earth is round. And now in 2023, you're not able to even understand that the Earth is not flat, and it doesn't make sense if it's flat. And if it's flat, then you can look at the sky, you can look at the stars, you can buy a fucking telescope and look at other stars, and you can have a little sense in your mind. And if you don't trust nothing on Earth, then what are you gonna trust? And why are you even thinking this way?
Okay. Yeah. I got what you're saying. Now, you're just incorrect, because the Egyptian cosmology was a flat, motionless, contained Earth like every other ancient culture.
Can you show me proof? Can you show me?
Yeah, well, look in the
documents.
text channel. I mean, just look it up on Google. Look, in the text channel, I've just sent an image. You type in Egyptian cosmology into Google, look at the images, and this is what you get. So there you go. Like every other ancient cosmology and every other ancient culture, they all understood that the Earth is a motionless topographical plane.
You sunk your battleship.
They all seem to understand that there's a container to it. So any argument you make, like, oh, but thousands of years ago, the Egyptians were doing this, the Greeks were doing this, they were all flat earthers as a society.
Not really. I just googled Egyptians cosmology, and it says despite what the flat earthers across the globe might say, the Earth is round, and the knowledge is not a modern discovery. You want me to stream it for you?
Ignore that.
So your source says the flat earthers are wrong and Earth's totally a globe. No, we're just looking at
just
Egyptian
googled what you just said. Egyptian
That's
cosmology.
really good because now you know why they would lie. You just proved in another.
Why would they lie?
He just showed that he lied right now in real time for no reason whatsoever.
Let me stream, my friend. Let me stream. He just told me Google Egyptian cosmology, round Earth, right? Okay, here you go.
I said, look in the chat. Look in the chat. What are those images?
Why should I look in the chat when I can search, right?
Oh, so you
and why should I believe images?
You don't want to be here?
Why should I?
Well, I mean, it's just a Google search. It's just in a Google search of Egyptian cosmology. I'll show you. I'm doing the exact same thing you're doing. Look, I'm going to post the image.
I changed it to flat Earth. Or let's see, flat Earth.
No, I didn't type in flat Earth. I just said Egyptian cosmology. Look, there's the search. There's the images. A flat, motionless Earth. That's what it is. You can be upset with that if you want, but that's what it is.
But at which period I think they like changed this way?
What?
No one even suggested the world was anything other than flat stationary until Copernicus.
Yeah, this is like a cat. Like the globe Earth is the globe Earth. The globe Earth is like a Catholic doctrine and heliocentrism and all that. So what you're pushing is church philosophy. So I don't know how it's much better.
Church philosophy, my ass, bro. Anyway,
well, who paid Copernicus? Who paid Copernicus to come up with the heliocentric model and publish it?
I guess I'm a Catholic atheist now.
The Catholic Church. Who came up with the Big Bang Theory? George Lemaitre, a
physicist who was also a Catholic priest.
Yeah, Catholic priest. There you go. So the globe heliocentric cosmology, comes from the Catholic Church, essentially. So if that's what you're wondering.
Sure.
Inside your worldview, you think George Lemaitre developed a Big Bang theory that debunked his worldview?
It doesn't. What way? You think what does it debunk?
That's his creation myth. He said God did it.
Yeah, of course he's a
theist. So if you're using George Lemaitre and you're saying you're not convinced of God, how are you using the Big Bang?
Wait, why can't I? What's the contradiction?
Because he said
just
God
because
did
the guy who invented it believed in God and thought this was evidence of God, I must believe it too?
Do you have a secular version?
Priest?
He was.
The Big Bang. The Big Bang is a secular theory.
He was no, it's a religious theory. It's a creation myth.
What's the where is God in the Big Bang?
Causal agent. God is a causal agent. The effect is big.
I'm playing a game at the same time, sir.
God is a cause. The effect is Big Bang. You're witnessing
the Big Bang itself. So the Big Bang itself is absent of God. So it's a secular scientific theory.
You're looking at the effect.
I don't care. Yeah, so it's a secular theory. So it's not religious inherently.
If it was theorized by a priest, I would not say it's a secular theory.
What? Wait, so whatever theism...
conceptualized by a priest inside the Catholic Church, and you think it's atheist.
Wait, so when a
why would a priest...
Well, wait, can I answer? Wait, so if a theist says Nicholas to...
When you got to the Big Bang, got his name because there was a roasting. The atheists at the time tried to roast it, and they said, "No." They said, "The atheist worldview is the universe is eternal, never began, and never will end."
Cool.
Then the priest came out and said, "Check this out. I discovered that God created the universe about X number of billion years ago, and He did so using this Big Bang." And the atheist said, well, he didn't use the term Big Bang. He used something else. But the atheist started making fun of it with a bunch of sexual innuendos and all this other stuff and said, look, here you go. Your theory from the Catholic Church It's absolutely ridiculous. Now, fast forward, about 100 years later, you guys have fully adopted the Catholic creation myth.
Can I respond eventually? I don't see what the heck is there like an
you don't see?
There.
Okay, gotcha.
Why
you
like,
cannot connect the Catholic Church to the Catholic Church.
If a theist says 2 + 2 = 4, does that mean that whenever an atheist says, yeah,
no, that's
correct.
not what it's like, though. That's not what it's like, though. It would be like coming up with it would be like an atheist coming up with a totally atheistic theory about how the Earth came to be, and then people coming along turning it into a religious theory by saying, well, it was actually an intelligent creator, and then saying it was a religious theory when it came from an atheist who said otherwise.
Yeah, I would like to see a heliocentric model.
Guys, come on. This is
someday heliocentric model has to be presented by an atheist or somebody without a religious worldview. That way you'd have something to stand on if you use the heliocentric model for your worldview of atheism. Because right now, you can't. Because it's completely intertwined with a state-sponsored religion.
And listen, you can say we can change
answer
it.
Eventually.
Sorry. I know what you were about to say there, which is that we can change it along the way. You can change it along the way, so we can say, "Oh yeah, but it's not God. It was just a spontaneous event." Right? But that doesn't change the origin. That doesn't change the origin of the theory.
Yeah, I don't. It doesn't matter who. Like, guys, you really don't want to make this argument, okay? So, are there things that people who believed in a globe Earth have developed that you use?
Yeah, and sure. There's things that people who believe flat Earth that use too.
Yeah, so you're using.
Yeah, this is one of the best part. Cool. I had an argument with PhD Tony. He was so mad at me that I thought the Earth was flat that he said I can never use GPS again. I said, why can't I use GPS? He said, because I've developed GPS and you're calling me a liar each time you use it. I go, okay, even though you're not going to prove to me you had anything to do with GPS, I'll make a deal with you. I will not use GPS. And I don't.
You don't use GPS?
No, I don't.
God damn. Okay. At least you're consistent. But wait, how many other things have been developed by globe earthers? People who believe that the Earth is round that you're using, right? How many theories, how many technologies, how many material things?
Nothing. Nothing is based on the globe, son.
No. Not based, right? Because that wasn't the argument that the other guys was making. It's just that the person happened to believe, right?
Same thing with flat Earth too. Well, how many things do you use? Like fire, indoor plumbing.
I don't believe this carries.
You can't use wheels anymore.
But I'm saying it. None of this should matter because these things stand alone.
You're using. That's what we're saying, though. You're using a Catholic convention.
No, you're saying that
doesn't mean you're
denying the experts right now. I'm not the one denying the expert. You are. I don't believe his theory is correct because he's invoking supreme supernatural beings that he's not able to present.
You, on the other hand, doesn't entail God.
Yeah, it does.
No, how? Sure. Oh, really? Oh, let's do this.
Is the causal agent of creating the universe.
Oh, cool. Wait, what's the argument for that? It has to be God.
That's his argument. It's based on a belief.
No, that's
system.
his claim. That's his belief and a claim.
Yeah. So show that God.
No. He had what? Why? I'm an atheist. Why the fuck would I have to show a God behind?
I'm telling the Catholic Church, not you. You can't show a God. You'll live
so
in the world.
It's irrelevant, right? So,
but you'll live in the world and accept
that the
God's
cause of the Big Bang is God.
A problem.
No, it's wait. No. Well,
inside your worldview, you believe the heliocentric model presented by Copernicus is atheistic. He said,
I'm not sure even if it's atheistic.
Yeah, he said
Copernicus was religious, actually.
It's perfect. The model is so perfect. The spheres, the orbits are perfect spheres.
Yeah, he was
that does not exist in nature. Therefore, only a God could have made it.
Yeah, he's wrong.
But this is just the point we're making.
He's wrong.
It's that you guys are using the theories adopted by theists to push an atheist theory.
But so what? That's developing. I mean, okay. So look,
it's just ironic.
And the current theistic theories have been developed from polytheistic theories of the universe.
It's just interesting because the position that a lot of the atheist globers like to take is that they come from science. They come from no religious thought whatsoever. But your fundamental theories of heliocentrism and the Big Bang come from theists.
No, the theories themselves, though, are secular The theories that we defend, science itself is by necessity, by rule, secular.
No.
It cannot have a please show me where a scientist, right? Actually, no, not just a scientist, because they're crazy scientists.
That's his theory.
Huh?
That's his theory.
Yeah, there's a book right now that you can find.
No, it doesn't matter if a theist was a scientist and he developed a theory and he believed that like shows God. We're talking about whether or not the theory itself, the theory itself entails God.
No, we're talking about the theory being adopted by those who have a 180 viewpoint from the theorist who made the theory in terms of the origins of it.
Yeah,
and the fact that those are underpinning theories of what you're claiming to be an atheistic, secular, scientific understanding, when in reality, the building blocks are theistic from the church.
No, not the building blocks. No, just that the people.
All of heliocentrism, the entire theory of heliocentrism is from the church.
Just that historically, what provided the material conditions for people to do research, and you can see even motivated them to research, was religious institutions.
They pushed Copernicus. He didn't want to even publish it. They pushed him to do it. So it was a church endeavor that your worldview is now based on as an atheist.
Look. I might think, imagine hypothetically in human history, somebody developed, X theory of like mathematics that we all use. Right, you use it in computers, but he happened to believe that it proves that Satan is real. Right? Does that make you a Satanist if you use this technology in computers now? No, like the theories themselves, the laws of nature they discovered, right, stand on their own. Right, doesn't matter.
No, but this is the point. They're philosophical theories. They're not.
If they told you Satan did it, and they go, "Here, I've got a Rubik's cube in my hand," and you're like, "It's a puzzle that you can solve." And I'm like, interesting. I developed this puzzle because Satan told me how to do it.
So what?
I would be like, okay, I guess I'm not going to play with that, because if your claim is that Satan taught you how to use this device, I'm going to boycott that. Yeah, I don't want anything to do with that.
I don't believe in Satan, so I think the person is wrong.
Okay, so then you wouldn't play with it either because you think he's wrong.
Yeah, I would. If it's working, if it's like an actual thing that works in reality, outside of the
I would still respect the physicality of the device, but like then I would think, that dude got some wrong information. Satan did not teach him how to do that, It's still a thing that exists.
Okay. Listen. I didn't want to cause a massive sidebar here. It was kind of just a casual comment. Point out the Big Bang and heliocentric theories come from the Catholic Church, which is a bit ironic. But anyway, we can move on to the Earth again. And I mean, claims or questions
one last thing.
We've got about it.
Can I say one last thing about this? Right? Because I don't know if you guys are religious here, and that's where you're saying this is like, because the same theories, we all stand on the shoulders of giants, right? Those polytheists who developed this stood on the shoulders of giants of monotheists who developed this. They stood on the shoulders of giants of polytheists, the Greeks and many others.
Well, that's a broad and very debatable claim, which this isn't the forum for. So, but you can think what you like about that. So, on the Earth, I mean, I don't know. I still feel like we didn't sufficiently get to the bottom of why the sun appears to be moving, if it's not just the sun moving. But if anyone has any questions...
Yeah, it was adjudicated. It was a broken worldview. That he was saying that the sun moved and it doesn't move at the same time. He perceives it to move, but that's not what it's doing. And then asked you, like, hey, explain that. I go, I can't explain your contradictory worldview to you. I won't be able to do it. It's called a fool's errand.
Well, I thought the question was...
Okay. Sorry, no, I was just going to say, I thought the question was pretty fair, right? If we're assuming that the sun appears to move because the ground is moving, then logically, if we leave the ground that's moving, shouldn't the sun stop appearing to move?
Well, I think the argument in those kind of situations would be, and I've heard this before, I didn't use it, but that observation of the sun, right, behaving in a way it does, seems to only be plausibly explained if the Earth is spherical and it's like rotating.
That's not true. That's just your claim.
Okay, cool. Well, can you show me another way this could be done?
No, that's not how it works. I mean, if you're making the claim this only works because the ground is curved and in motion, then it would be on you to prove that the ground is curved and in motion, right?
Okay, sure. Well, then I'm asking the question, right? On which other model besides, globe Earth?
Well, the ground appears to not be curved and not be moving. So, from what I can observe, the sun is moving above a not curving, not in motion surface.
Okay, how can that be the case, given the observations of the sun?
Well, because I observe the sun moving above a not curving, not moving surface.
Well, no,
How is that not possible?
Well, exactly. Well, can you show that it is possible on a flat Earth?
Well, I observe it, so it doesn't really make sense to say, could you show us that what we observe is happening? No, I'm not. I'm observing. You agree that this is what we observe, yeah?
I don't agree we observe a flat Earth. No, that's not true.
So we don't see a flat horizon and a motionless surface?
No, we see actually curved horizon, but that's another discussion. But you're the one saying that. But you're the one saying is that this observation of the sun is possible on a disk Earth.
No, I didn't say disk. I said this is what we observe it to be moving above a flat, motionless surface. But I think we have a disagreement on that. So we maybe need to address that first, which is you saying, no, you don't observe a flat horizon. So I'm confused.
Well, that's a different discussion. Well, no, the point. Well, but, I was trying
to you're saying that you're the example that you gave relied on it. Because I'm just saying, I'm taking what I see, and I'm not going beyond that until I have evidence to support going beyond.
You could use your Greek model. How about this? Use your Greek model. Apollo dragged the sun across the sky. Since you love the Greeks,
no, we don't even need to. We don't need to do that. We don't even need to do that. You just asked, how is it possible? And I'm saying this is what I observe. So how can you say what I observe isn't possible?
So you're not even in the same league, right? I would say, right? This is kind of my issue been for a long time with flat earthers. I've been around like that community for years, and recently, and I've heard this before, that you're not presenting any model, right, for what the shape of the Earth is, what the
correct
any model.
So flat as a shape. Explain why you think flat as a shape.
Disc, whatever.
Okay, explain why you think Earth is a disc.
Fat plate, whatever. Disc, whatever. Right.
Okay, explain why you think flat is a disc.
No. If you're not presenting
errors in your logic, dude, your line of thinking is very broken.
I'm only explaining. I'm getting at. Let me get to this point. Let me get to this point. Right. So
I'm not presenting a disc in space. Why are you saying I'm presenting a disc in space?
That's maybe the problem. Right? If you're not offering a competing model to the observations that we have that would explain, right?
No, we're not trying to compete with the observation. We are supporting the observation. You are trying to compete with the observations because our observations say we've got a horizontal horizon, a motionless surface, and the sun that moves, and you're claiming that there's something else going on. I'm not disputing those observations. You are, correct?
So we are trying to explain
the
whole
wait a minute.
endeavor.
Wait a minute.
We are.
We just need to establish this.
Yeah, he whistled past the graveyard.
Yes,
you're disputing.
Of course.
So you are disputing the observations. Therefore,
no. We're not disputing the observations. No, we're not disputing observations.
Yes, you are. You just agreed that you are. No, because we observe. No, because we observe a flat, motionless surface. We observe a horizontal horizon and a motionless surface, and a sun moving above us.
No, so that's not logically valid.
So listen. If you can't acknowledge, no, because you can't just say that you have a totally different view of the world than everyone experiences and agrees, even on the globe side, and expect that we can have a logical, rational conversation. You need to substantiate that you don't. Right. So when do you see the ground move?
Yeah.
I'm sorry we have to go through this exercise.
Why would you? Cool. Okay, we can. Wait, I was getting to. We can talk about this thing too, like epistemology of like flat eartherism, right? Which is
I'm talking about observation. No, I'm talking about observation.
You're talking about experience. Oh, observation too.
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
Then we see. We see a lot of evidence for curvature of the Earth, and historically people have.
I don't see any.
So, but what's I was trying to get to a point. Like you're like going into like all of these like things, right? So, I claim, right, that when flat earthers do not offer a competing model to explain how our reality works, and you're merely just going by like the prima facie observations, and you're not offering any model, any shape to the Earth, right? How does the
Yes,
solar
we're not
system
offering a
works, right?
model. Okay, what's the problem with that?
Oh, because you're not even the same league, right? You're
league
not
as
even.
what?
Oh, you're offering ignorance. We're offering knowledge.
Ignorance of what? Ignorance of what?
Of how reality works.
No, you said a model. You're not talking about reality. You're talking about a model.
A model is meant to represent reality.
Meant to. Why did you say meant to?
Because a map is meant to represent.
It doesn't.
Wait,
but
because
no map or model is perfect.
It might be an attempt. It might be an attempt.
Yes.
Right.
It's
so you're
all
under
an
the
attempt.
impression. So you're under the impression. Let me get this right. That unless we present some kind of, I don't know, 3D scale model of what we
doesn't have to be
claim,
3D even.
We can't point out the glaringly obvious contradictions, flaws, and falsities of the globe model.
No,
is that your understanding?
That
well, that's
no,
okay, because that's what we're doing.
Spartacus?
No.
Yeah, sure,
wait a minute. No, wait a minute, because that's all we're doing. We're not here to present a model. That doesn't change the validity of what we're saying about the globe model and reality and observation.
But however, if you want to be in this, like, I don't know, what's the proper term? Because look, to me, the whole point of science, right, philosophy too, right, love of knowledge, philosophy, is to discover things, add to the knowledge, right, go beyond what is prima facie the case that humans have agreed on for
so join
millennia.
us.
No, I am there. I am there. We are just expanding that knowledge. We are expanding that knowledge with creating models from the observations that make predictions, which are testable, right, falsifiable, and they have been falsified many times. We had wrong
like the
models,
geometric horizon
and we have
been falsified.
No, that's not true. You have not proven this. I've not seen any flutter. But you again going into the fucking thing. Look, so
you guys don't claim a geometric horizon anymore. You guys claim only an optical horizon, non-physical.
Well, that's any experiment involving that on Earth.
So boats don't go over the horizon anymore.
But again, wait.
Boats don't go over the horizon. The sun doesn't set over the horizon anymore. None of that happens anymore. Right?
Sure. I'm going to let her start. He wanted to chime in again.
So, if you want to be able to make the claim that your observation are worth something, then you need to be able to fit them within a context and a model where all your observations are compatible in a flat Earth. Because if you observe the Earth as flat, then it would mean that everything else that you see happening around the Earth can happen when the Earth is flat.
So if I see,
that's the inconsistency.
So if someone makes the claim that all swans are white, and I see a black swan, can I not claim that the statement all swans are white is false unless I go and I don't know, create models of every possible variant of swan?
No, what you can say is from my observations, all swans I have seen are white.
No, you can't, because you've seen a black swan, so that claim would be false. That's what I'm saying.
You cannot
so we can make
say
an observation.
Swans are white.
Exactly. So we make an observation that doesn't fit the globe model. We can no longer say all our observations fit the globe model, correct?
Mm-hmm. Because you're relying on your observations being the only ways your senses, your direct senses, your sight, your touch, your feelings.
So
as being the only way in which you can make observations.
How are you going to throw away observation?
I'm not saying. I'm just saying that there are things that can be true but be unobserved directly.
I need to finish. So what I'm saying is, when we observe, not all swans are white. Not all swans are white, and not all surfaces are a globe matching a curve. Not all the observations we make are matching the globe model. We have to discard that model, and then that doesn't mean that we then present another model. We say, okay, well, this model was wrong. So what do we have?
Well, okay. So, for example, if you say from your personal senses and observation that the Earth appears to be flat, and you go from that logic going, well, I have no other reason to believe that the Earth is not flat, then it should be that you should be able to everything else you experience in your life needs to be compatible with that. And if that is not the case, if you experience things that cannot happen if the Earth is flat, then you can no longer claim that the Earth is flat because your other experiences have told you otherwise.
I've yet to experience something that I could say this would not work on a surface that's flat. or level with the water.
So if the Earth was flat, there would need to be a certain way that the land masses of the world are arranged, right?
Sure.
I'm asking you, do you believe in a specific type of projection for the flat Earth, or do you not have an opinion on that?
No, I can't go and get that view.
All right.
I know who can, though. NASA and DoD both have full Earth maps that they've described as flat.
Okay.
So are they wrong?
Well, you can test this yourself, right? So if you take out any map of the
do
Earth,
do a FOIA request and see if they respond.
Well, no, you can't do what you were claiming or asking me if I believe, like, what are all the land masses arranged like from a top-down view. No, you can't
No, not from a top-down view. No, it's just you can experience this by traveling with a car.
Well, you can travel
looking
in
at
a
the
car,
distance that you're traveling, yes. So if you want the Earth to be flat,
I don't want
and
it to be,
travel the distances that you actually do on a road trip, for example, through the United States or through Australia or through Eurasia, then the Earth's shape would need to be of some sort of like peeled orange.
What are you talking about?
Basically, the distances that we experience while traveling on Earth as individuals are impossible in a flat Earth model.
What's your basis for that claim?
Can you show the model?
I'm using the disk model as a reference here.
Okay, so using the model you came up with.
Well, no. Well, there's no flat Earth model that I've been presented with which accounts for these things.
So why are you talking about models then, and why aren't you talking about observations in reality?
Because my observations, what I'm saying is that I have experienced that example that there is a certain distance between Washington D.C. and San Francisco, or that there is a specific distance between, let's say, Stockholm and Ibiza, right?
Right.
And
but have you experienced any curvature or
distances,
motion? That would be what.
I don't need to. I don't need to. These distances require that the Earth is laid out in a specific way, and that all these places are in a specific relation to each other, right? And if you want to have a consistent, uninterrupted Earth plane, right, and have all the distances have been logged by countless millions of people traveling around the world, right, then you would not be able to, because any uninterrupted plane would have the distances that we've experienced stretched.
What's the evidence for this?
The evidence is that people who drive from, for example, there's the Paris-Dakar race, right? From Paris to Dakar, which is a long distance from north to south. It's a certain distance, right? And we know that this distance is also the same distance that there is between, let's say, a city in South Africa and Namibia. I'm not exactly sure of the exact distances. But if any projection of the Earth uninterrupted was true, then the distance from the South African city to its analog to Paris, for example, would be different than the Paris-Dakar distance.
Right, so you just made a bunch of claims there about assumptions of how the lands are.
I think I can break it down.
How this gets
he's saying curved lines are actually shorter than straight lines.
No.
I would say that disagrees with any model I've ever seen.
No, I'm not saying that
a curved line would be a longer distance than a straight line.
No, I'm not making any logic. I'm not making any statements about curves here. I'm only speaking about flatness. And
so which is shorter, a straight line distance or a curved line distance?
It depends on what the distance is.
Holy shit.
Yeah, but
if you're talking about the same distance, then yes, a straight line would be faster than a curved line. But I'm not making any any statements about
See, this is why we can't talk about this, because if you were to go down that line of logic that you can't adjudicate the difference between a curved and straight line, I'm like, holy fuck.
No, I was under the impression you were talking about like any distance at all. No. If for example the Paris-Dakar in a straight line is faster than a Paris-Dakar in a curved line, yes. But I'm not making any claims about the distance that it would be on a curved line. I'm just talking about points on a map in relation to each other.
I thought that was the whole point.
No, because I'm not trying to prove the globe Earth. I'm just disproving the flat Earth.
Okay, well,
which are two different things, because it could mean a different shape of the Earth that isn't flat. I'm just saying it's not flat.
To do that, you would need to prove the globe Earth. So, has anyone got any proof for the globe Earth?
No, because I can argue that the Earth is another shape that isn't flat. My point is that your observation that the Earth is flat isn't necessarily true, given things that you could personally experience in your life and that I have personally experienced in my life.
Your non-observation of the globe Earth is.
Can I ask you a question? What would you do if there was no gravity? Like, it was just density, like the law of density? Would you, like, if you didn't know about gravity, or if you didn't
know... How can you say density without appealing to gravity?
Yeah, why do denser things...
We're not done with the distance topic yet, by the way.
How does water stick to a ball?
Just didn't prove anything.
In any flat Earth model, there would necessarily be stretching of distances that we don't experience in our everyday lives. Basically, that's
if you don't understand viscosity, then I can't help you, dude. Like, that's how water sticks, dude. It's viscosity, bro. It's different.
Shakespeare hates you.
Viscosity.
Yeah. Like different materials have different viscosity, dude.
Shakespeare's right.
That's why, like, when you're putting maple syrup, you know.
Shakespeare's right on this one. Good job, Good job, Shakespeare.
We know that, for example, the difference between Bloemfontein in South Africa and Cape Town in South Africa is...
You know what this reminds me of?
Let's see exactly what it is.
Distances and directions.
Is 910 kilometers. And we know that the difference between Paris and Berlin is also 900 kilometers, roughly. But in a flat Earth projection, this would be impossible.
Do you think there's a magnetic west?
I'm not making any statements about that.
I just heard another guy make exactly the same argument as you. And inside his worldview, he said there was a magnetic north, a magnetic west, a magnetic east, and a magnetic south.
This has no bearing.
Well, I was just kind of curious. Do you believe in the magnetic west is what I'm asking you. Do you think that's a thing?
I don't know. Because that's irrelevant to any of my arguments.
No, I was just finding it interesting that is there something going on with people who use distances and directions?
I'm not arguing for anything. I'm arguing against something. That's all I'm doing. Yeah. I'm not positing a claim. I'm just saying that the claim that someone else is making is impossible.
Yeah, you've constructed a flat Earth cosmology in your head and then debunked it, and then said, since you've debunked this, it must be a globe because curved lines are shorter than straight lines.
It only doesn't debunk it if you believe the Earth is flat and also is an interrupted plane and not just an uninterrupted shape of something that we haven't determined. Because any interruption, if you want an uninterrupted flat Earth with no like edges and like jagged like polygon like sort of shapes, if you don't want your flat Earth to be the shape of like New York City or something like that, or have a big gash through it at some point, right? Then you would need to stretch distances that we know are unstretchable because we have experienced them ourselves, or at least I have, personally. Because there are cities that I've traveled in between at different latitudes in the world.
Okay, let's follow your worldview.
If the Earth was like a flat plane with no like gashes through it, then I wouldn't have been able to travel those distances.
Okay, so
because they wouldn't have been the same. Huh?
What's next? What happens after that? Can you draw a map?
Well, it means that necessarily that the Earth is not a flat, uninterrupted plane.
Okay, so what is it then?
I don't know, but that's not the claim I'm making.
Okay,
I'm combating the claim that it must be.
I want to address that point because the very great Leonard Susskind, theoretical physicist, talked about the idea of the holographic principle, that the notion that the Earth is flat, but so is the universe. Essentially, all of reality is flat, and what we're experiencing is a holographic projection of this two-dimensional reality.
What does that have to do with the fact that I can travel between Paris and Berlin and Bloemfontein and Cape Town in the same time and over the same distance, even though they shouldn't be?
That has to do with the fact that, again, you're experiencing some of the quirks of the holographic properties of reality.
How would the holographic properties of reality explain the fact that I'm traveling the same distance in places that shouldn't be the same distance from each other?
Yeah, like I said, you have to understand when you're looking at a Pokemon card, right? If it's one of the rare holographic ones, when you shift the angle you're going to see certain details that you wouldn't otherwise see. Like, reality is a lot spookier and more mysterious than we make it out to be.
But
right?
I can't observe that, and we're operating. I'm arguing against a person who's arguing only from what they can observe, and so I'm arguing with things only I can observe.
I understand that.
Or that any human could observe. I can't observe the holographic nature of the universe or whatever.
Right. But what I'm arguing is that perhaps with the assistance of large language models and artificial general intelligence, we'd be able to penetrate the deeper mystery.
Sure, but that's an entirely different debate, and the entire basis of reasoning that the other flat earthers here are coming from would need to be discarded.
Shakespeare is once again right.
Not necessarily, no.
I cannot observe the holographic nature of the Earth.
Let me tell you why we can't discard the views of these flat earthers, right? Because
no, just the basis for reasoning, not the views. The basis for reasoning.
Regardless, their basis for reasoning it's what has supercharged a lot of the so-called intellectuals and scholars to rethink what they thought they knew about reality and the nature of the Earth and so on. Right? Like,
sure, but that's indirect.
We could talk about like Antarctica, for instance, right? Why is it off limits to visit a certain part of Antarctica, dude? Like, I don't know if you knew this.
It isn't. You can actually book a trip to go visit Antarctica.
No,
but you also don't need to visit Antarctica.
No. I'm talking about New Schwabenland. If you look up New Schwabenland in Antarctica, you'll realize it's a no-fly zone. You can't go there.
It might be military base or some shit. I don't fuck.
It's because they have telescopes and shit there.
There are plenty of possible interpretations of that question, but if we're still on the debate about what you can directly observe,
I'm
then
not.
it doesn't matter.
Is it you guys are fucking taking what I'm saying
and you can apply for jobs there?
No,
the reason is that none of the people I was talking to acknowledged anything of what I just said. So that's why.
Dude, because what, like I said,
not you, the others who are here.
Shakespeare, can you stop trolling?
I acknowledge what you said. I acknowledge what you said. You said that you're not.
By the way, bruh isn't actually a real person. It's an AI.
And so my personal observations of traveling between two distances which should not be the same distance, though they are, in my personal experience, means that
you're making an assumption about some other thing that you're imagining, which isn't
anything. I've never observed anything that would lead me to believe that the Earth has gaseous through it.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
What has that got to do with the Earth being?
And so my observation is that the Earth is a unitary plane. There are no gases through it. There's no.
You observe the Earth to be flat in motion.
Tectonic plates. Is that
yeah, I have. But I've also observed things personally that would make any logical sort of continuation of that idea
that's where we differ,
impossible.
Right? We both experience a flat motion.
Motion is relative.
I've experienced contradictory things. That's the thing.
You think that observation is impossible. I don't think observable reality is impossible. Quote.
No, I don't think that it's possible. I'm not saying your observation is impossible, but I think that the conclusions you are drawing from them are contradictory to other things that you can personally experience and you probably have without noticing.
Well, I've not noticed any curvature, motion, or anything like that. No.
But I've also I have noticed that I've traveled between two distances that should be impossible if the Earth was a flat plane.
Wait
so
a minute.
Your observation is impossible.
My observation is impossible if the Earth is actually flat.
Your observation of traveling over a flat surface, that flat surface is impossible because
that's where I'm calling into question the idea that just direct observation is the
just think about what you're saying. Think about what you're saying. I traveled over an observably flat surface, and if I traveled over that observably flat surface, that means it's impossible for the observably flat surface to be a flat surface.
No.
Yeah, that's what you're saying.
I traveled over an observably flat surface, and I concluded from this experience that the Earth is probably flat because there's no reason for me to believe otherwise. But I've experienced another thing. I've experienced another thing, which leads me to believe that is impossible under my previous conclusion.
Listen here, Cowboy.
I've experienced I've observed two contradictory things, which means that one of my observations might not actually, one of my conclusions about my observation might not actually be the correct one.
No, your one observation is traveling over a flat surface. What do you mean you've contradicted?
No, I have
that
two observations. I'm traveling over a flat surface in two different places over a same distance, which
So
should not be, which if my conclusions about the first observation, that the Earth is flat, should not be possible.
Right, so you're saying so you traveled over an observably flat surface from A to B. If you traveled over that observably flat surface from A to B, it's impossible for that surface to be flat if you traveled over that observably flat surface.
Okay, so if I want to clarify this, basically, I make the initial observation that I'm traveling over a flat surface. That's observation 1, right? And from this observation, I conclude that the Earth must be flat, because that is the only thing that I'm led to believe from this individual singular observation. And from this, it follows, since I have also, from my observation, no reason to believe that there are gashes through the Earth that separate it, that this flat Earth is like just fucking big fucking cuts through it.
You mean like tectonic plates? Is that what you're saying?
No. I mean like the Earth is like fucking like sliced up in like a really weird shape.
Your second quote unquote observation is an imaginational view of an Earth with gashes in it. That's your second observation.
I see that the Earth is flat, and I see that the Earth has no gashes in it.
Okay.
So I assume from this, and this is the assumption that you are making too from this observation, that the Earth is flat and is a unitary surface. It's one unbroken surface.
I didn't say the Earth is flat just because it's observed flat. I'm saying that is both of our observation, but you're the one claiming that traveling over this observably flat surface somehow tells you it cannot be a flat surface. Which seems very contradictory.
because the conclusions that you draw from the initial observation that the Earth looks flat require that the distances that we travel around the Earth need to be arranged in a certain way for the Earth to actually be flat.
This is getting to the meat of your claim. So this is what you have some imagined idea that if what I see is true, some other thing, something. You need to evidence what the hell you're talking about with this gashes in the Earth model that you're.
Okay, yeah, no.
I don't know what.
So wait, Ardian. Let me. So the idea that I'm saying here is that because the Earth is flat, and because I do not see or I observe that there are no gashes through it, and by gashes I mean like imagine if the Earth was a piece of paper and it's flat, and then I cut bits out of it. That's what I mean.
Why you'd be imagining? I don't know why you'd be imagining that.
Because if I come to the conclusion that the Earth is flat, then I have to imagine how all the things that exist on the Earth are arranged on this flat surface.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Yes, you do.
That
follows.
Why would you have to imagine? So you're saying if you understand or if you measure that the Earth is flat, not curved, you then have to imagine what the entirety of Earth looks like. Otherwise, the measurement that you just took doesn't exist.
Okay, so I can do this only through my personal observations, right? So I have observed that the Earth looks flat, and I've observed that I've been to several different places around the world because I'm well traveled, right?
Which were all flat, yeah.
Which were all flat, yes.
Correct. Okay.
However,
that's an actual observation.
Now that I have to think through my travels, I've also observed that these places are certain distances from each other.
Flat distances, yeah?
Flat distances. And now I have two observations, or conclusions from my observations.
No, you still only have one. You have one observation.
I have two conclusions from my observations. Can I please finish?
Traveling over flat distances to flat locations.
Yes. And there are conclusions that follow from this that are necessary from this. A, that the Earth is flat, and B, that there are places around the Earth that are arranged certain directions from each other and distances from each other, right? And so now, for these two observations to be compatible, I need to be able to devise a map where these places are, in fact, the distances that I traveled in between them, and that these distances all fit without the Earth being stretched or without some distances being more like artificially longer than what I actually experienced them. And my claim is that this is impossible to do with a flat surface.
Right. So what you're doing is confusing this imagination bit of your argument with an observation. So when you're saying I've got two observations, what you mean is I've got one observation of flat locations and a flat distance between them that I travel over. And then you imagine something and say, that's my second observation. That's not an observation.
What part did I imagine? What part did I imagine?
This idea of an Earth that's torn up and has gashes in it, or whatever.
No, I'm imagining that it's not that. That's what I'm.
Yeah, I think what he's saying is, how can you travel two places?
So you're imagining a not torn up Earth. Then that's again not an
Maybe I'm
elucidating
my point.
Can you just leave out the gashes, bro? Because they keep doesn't get.
No. I can just say, basically, forget the gashes. I can now say, I can rephrase this argument in a different way that will bother you less. I observe three things. The Earth looks flat. The Earth looks continuous, and the Earth has distances that I travel on it. Those are the three observations that I have. So you can draw conclusions from this. If those are my observations, that I can assume the Earth is flat because that's what I observe. I can assume that the Earth is a continuous surface because that's what I observe. And I can assume that there are distances between points on that Earth because that's also what I observe. Now, for these three observations and conclusions to be compatible with each other, I should be able to place all these points in relation to each other on this flat plane that I've observed. And they should be able to reflect the relationship between the distances in a way that doesn't stretch any of them out or compress any of them on a flat surface. What you will find, and what I have found from my various travels and distances covered, is that this is impossible to do. And this is why there's a contradiction between my observations, which means that necessarily one of them is false.
Well, saying that you haven't managed to personally map your personal journeys onto a map that you think matches doesn't qualify as impossible to do.
I've just cataloged distances between points.
That would be assuming that you have done this on every possible iteration of what the layout of land and whatever else could be.
No, yeah, just on key points.
That's impossible to do because the map I used didn't match or something, which we don't even have your
no, there's no conceivable.
You would have to there's no listen, you saying there's no conceivable, what you can or cannot conceive is very subjective, right? So you saying this is impossible to do because I personally haven't mapped out a journey onto a map that I think matches.
No. I challenge you then.
We haven't even begun to talk about Einstein-Rosen bridges, dude, and the possibility of.
I challenge you. I challenge you to create a map of a flat Earth in which every distance that people have experienced and are objective can be mapped together in relation to each other without anything being stretched out.
My claim is just the flat bit that you agreed to. Remember, it all looks flat. That's I agree.
So your claim is I am a retard and I cannot see and I cannot think of anything else but Earth flat. Well, and that's it. That's it. You don't have any other thoughts about it. You don't.
If you have
conclusions. You don't think about it at all.
That usually says a lot about what your argument is.
No, it's just you're acting like humans only have one observation, and that is the only observation that they.
Hey, can I say one thing too? You guys have been talking for like 20 minutes. Can I say one thing? I think the point the guy's trying to make is there's two trips you can take that would be impossible to make on a flat Earth because it takes the same amount of time to go from point A to point B.
Yes.
As it does to go from point A to point C, even though point A, B, and C should be different. There would have to be, like, if you look at a picture of a map of the Earth, if they were to take a sphere...
I'm not talking about the maps. I'm talking about the land.
All right. Let me finish. Let me finish. If you were to take a sphere and make it flat and stretch it out, then there would be gashes, like the guy's talking about. And so there's journeys that take a certain amount of time that should not be possible on a flat Earth.
Then flatten out. You assume a ball that you then flatten out. Like this is not what.
He's describing what happens when you take a random ball surface and you flatten it out. This is
Yeah,
just
why are we talking about
no.
Because the whole point is you shouldn't be able to make the same trip in the same amount of time if it's flat.
The way
well,
maps are made are not by assuming that the Earth is a ball. The way maps are made. The way maps are made.
All we've observed, like he said, is the places he's traveling to and from are flat, and the distance in between is flat. That's what we observe. So that's what
I also observe that there are certain distances between those
points. And then you're
points.
talking about conceptual maps and squashing maps and all this stuff. I'm just talking about the land that he said was flat.
All right, so I'll make this
may I
really
speak for a
simple for
second,
you.
if that is fine for everyone.
I'm going to go and zoom out my Google Earth here.
So,
and I'm going to start from...
I'm going to go on mute for a little bit, so if any of the other flat earthers are
yeah,
Earth is bullshit, right?
I'm not a flat earther. I'm saying let's go from New York to Portugal to Lisbon. It's that far away, right? And then let's go from New York, let's take the same distance and go from New York to, say, Iceland. I don't know if it's the same distance, but it looks pretty similar. Then the distance from Iceland to Portugal should be there should be a triangle I can draw, right? Where I can figure out the hypotenuse based on point A, and B. I should be able to figure out the length of line C. And you can't do that on flat Earth. It would take a different amount of time to travel from B to C. But it doesn't, because they're not any further apart. They're the same distance apart. And if anyone who's flown on a plane, I know, but the point stands. If anyone's flown on a plane, you understand that there are places...
I need to say a single sentence. So the guy inside chat who's like, which one of these is the globe Earth? None of them, because none of them are actually a sphere. These are all the attempts of multiple people that try to depict the Earth on a flat surface as close as possible. And every single one of them is inaccurate, which is why always somebody else was like, you know what, I have a better one. You know what? No, I have a better one. That's why, because you cannot depict a sphere on a flat surface. That's why you have like 50 attempts.
And the globe is not accurate either, so what's your point?
How is the globe not accurate, bro?
I see the biggest problem with the globe model is that it doesn't offer any explanation on how
you guys
to
don't
deal,
even have a model
on how to deal with disagreement. Or if it does have an explanation on how to deal with disagreement, Michio Kaku presented one, by the way, then it wouldn't be the flat earther who's denying the model. It'd be you guys. If you're going to deny your own model, why would I accept it? You're in denial. I can use you to show you to you and show you that you're denying your own explanations.
What are you talking about?
Okay, please do that.
I didn't understand that.
I'm gonna entertain this. I want to do that. Please prove to me that I deny the globe being Earth.
Yeah. So inside the globe model, is there an explanation on how to deal with disagreement?
Inside the globe Earth model is
the globe model. Does the globe model have any method to disagree with it?
Yes.
Okay. Are you denying that explanation?
Am I denying the explanation of the disagreement? I have so far not heard one.
Okay, so you don't know if there's a disagreement or not.
So far, I have not seen one.
This is the best part. You can get multiple people all presenting different globe models, all slightly disagreeing with each other, and they're okay with that. They can use that explanation and be okay. As long as the globe.
What is the disagreement amongst the globe Earthers? What are
you've got all kinds of different things.
Would you mind sharing them?
Different climate models. You got different reasons for why there's no space anymore. No humans going to space.
Pause. One moment. You are extrapolating astronomical things onto the theory or quote unquote the shape of the Earth. Just because two people disagree with each other on dark matter or on anything that is far away from the Earth does not extrapolate into them disagreeing on the fact of the shape of the Earth.
Yeah, the built-in disagreement there.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing that people disagree with each other on things that are not the globe, the shape of the earth. But you were saying that people disagree with each other on the... But wait, you were saying that these people disagree with each other on the shape of the earth. That's not the conclusion.
Inside the globe model, there's lots of disagreement going on.
There is no such a thing as the globe model. There's no such a thing as that.
Yeah, there's a globe model.
No.
It was presented by the Catholic Church in the 1600s.
There is no such a thing as the globe model when we talk about other things other than the earth. If you're referring to the theory that we came up with of the shape of the earth, yes, there is one. And yes, there's people who can disagree with it. Everybody is free to do so. All you have to do is just point out a prediction that is incorrect. So far, nobody has
that prediction and that disagreement to explain flat Earth.
Please, one moment. So far, nobody has actually made a critique that was fruitful.
Well, predictions aren't the surface that we're walking on.
Actually happened. I've done it.
No, predictions is the only premise that we work on in the scientific method. What is this answer?
Mine's not prediction. It's the fact.
Well, I'm sorry, but the measurements, the geometric measurements of what we're walking on aren't science. That's definitely not science.
What does science mean? The etymology.
Scientology, clearly.
Knowledge.
Science is the study of the physical and natural world. However, mathematics and geometry is not science.
No, that's incorrect.
See, this is a problem you have.
No, that's not incorrect.
At the same time, you'll say science is knowledge, and then knowledge proves things, and then say science doesn't prove things. So it's a broken worldview that you guys have to fix. Because does knowledge prove things?
Knowledge is the highest good that we have when it comes to trying to establish empirics. We establish knowledge, right? We establish knowledge by using the scientific method.
So what is the definition of science?
The scientific method, knowledge.
Does it prove things?
No, the scientific method is not knowledge.
I disagree. The scientific method is the only attempt we have to achieve knowledge outside of our own mind.
You can use other methods too. You don't need just the scientific.
How can you make an empirical claim about anything?
As long as my method matches your method and we both get a repeatable result, you could use that.
That is the scientific method.
The scientific method is a robust, step-by-step process that everyone just kind of agreed to.
Reproducing results.
The scientific method has changed over.
The scientific method is.
Yes, the scientific method has changed over the years to slightly.
No, it didn't.
Now they call it a modern scientific method.
No,
they say you can replace experiment with just observation.
No.
It never used to be that way. The old scientific method was you had to validate your claim with experiment. That's the only way you could do it. Other than that, it's just poetry.
The scientific method has never changed. The scientific method was invented around about
stick around.
Ago.
You'll hear a lot of the globalists say that they can replace experiment with observation. Yeah, and my feedback is this. Okay, stick around for a while. It won't be long. You'll get a globalist come in here who will tell you that they can replace all of experiment with just a single observation.
So yeah, that's fine. If you can, then we will drop everything and we will make a new theory. That is the beautiful part about science, right?
Well, a single observation is not science in the scientific method, and the scientific method is not knowledge. The scientific method is a step-by-step process.
Incorrect. That is just flat out incorrect.
I've taken many flights, and I
can how can you establish any?
How's that incorrect?
Look at the
because I will ask you now.
It didn't take long. It literally took 2 minutes before someone had said their observation debunks experiment. I told you don't wait long at all.
Would you allow me to speak and answer the other man's question?
Yeah, it didn't take long at all. It literally took less than 2 minutes, and somebody was already saying their observation.
Crit, I just read
so you, my point to knowledge is again the scientific method is the only way how we can establish knowledge. Unless you will show me another way how we can determine anything outside of our mind dependence that goes outside of the scientific method. I mean, I would like to see it. The reason why we established the scientific method, we discovered it was because we had a lot of quote-unquote people that proclaimed that they had knowledge, and philosophers have agreed around about 150 to 200 years ago that the scientific method is the only method we can use to remove pseudoscience from actual science. That was the only way.
Okay, so then you would agree that the scientific method includes an independent and dependent variable.
I mean, what is this question supposed to be? This was not about the conversation. The conversation was if we can obtain knowledge without using the scientific method.
No, we were talking about science, and I said to you that the definition of science was the study of the physical and natural world through experimentation. You told me that I was wrong.
I asked you for the etymology, not the definition. That's why you were wrong.
You then said that the scientific method was knowledge, and Crit told you that it was a step by. Crit said that it was a step-by-step method we had to follow. And you said no, it could be done through observation only. Then you were talking about the scientific method again.
I disagree. You have a lot of things wrong. First of all, I asked you for the etymology, not for the definition. So that's why I said you're incorrect. Secondly, the point is when it comes to one observation thing that you're talking about, I said one observation is merely enough to break a whole theory. If you do one observation that goes against the current theory that you have, that's enough to completely debunk it. Number three, you did in fact say that it is not knowledge, the thing that comes out of using the scientific method. That is just incorrect. That is the only way we have to establish knowledge empirically on anything that is outside of our own mind.
Okay, there we go.
Well,
what I'm asking is what is that scientific method that you keep on speaking about? What is the scientific method?
I can go off the top of my head if you want me to give it to you. I mean, I might not be fully accurate on it, but first it starts with the observation, then you come up with a hypothesis.
Okay, pump the brakes. Let's start with observation.
Yeah.
I'll post an observation.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's just go step by step together. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Here we go. What do you observe here?
Did you send something in side chat or?
Yep. Side chat.
Okay. Let me see.
Like just
the picture.
Yeah. There we go. Here's a would you call this an observation, or is that not an observation?
Sure, we can call it an observation.
Okay. So what do you see here? There's like some people
I
walking.
don't know, some type of road, I guess, or like is this an airfield? It kind of looks like maybe an airstrip.
Yeah, I could go with that. It could be an airstrip, and people are walking along the airstrip.
Yeah.
And it looks like here, right? If there's a geometric curve of the Earth that people fall behind, there's two Nephilim. There's two giants in the background.
Yeah, we also can observe that there's some sort of weird waves.
Oh yeah, that's probably more likely the case, right? There's some sort of optical phenomenon going on there.
Yeah.
Okay, so the geometric physical leading edge of the globe, the edge, as if you were a globe.
We also observe
is
that
an optical effect. It's not a physical.
Yeah, we got agree. Optical. We are observing some very tall creatures in the back on some sort of airstrip with waves at one point in distance, and the legs are missing of both the giants for some reason.
Well, are they behind the curve of the Earth?
I mean, that would be established if we would go further beyond with our scientific method. If we would analyze everything in here so far.
Okay, so let's go measure those people. Oh, they're not giants. They're actually normal sized. Huh. I wonder what could have explained this observation.
Well, see, so our observation was turned out to make a wrong hypothesis. If our hypothesis is that they are giants, well, by using the scientific method, you would discover that no, in fact, they're not.
Okay, so let's go back through. So now we got this observation. We've adjudicated that they are not giants. So what's going on here?
I mean, I don't understand how this has to do something with the conversation we had.
Well,
about
we're working for knowledge, right?
Knowledge,
so now
well, you guys are all totally ignoring the fact that I've flown places that should take longer than they do.
You're ignoring it.
No, I'm saying it right now. I'm posting
your
it in the
knowledge
side
ends
chat.
with a question. This is the problem.
No, it doesn't.
You've ignored
the fact
your
that
knowledge.
I have a passport in my wallet.
Yes,
with
and you've
flights.
ignored
can we just
you've
cut?
got knowledge, and the end goal of your knowledge is to ask somebody else a question about something you think you know. I don't do that. Okay, in my worldview, if I know something, like today, I'm gonna have to wear a tie when I go to work later. I'm not going to ask you what tie I should wear
totally
because
get that,
you
Crit.
don't know what tie I should wear. So I wouldn't ask you.
I get what you're saying. That's a good point. I respect that.
That's not
so
comparable
I don't want
to
to end with the question.
Proven.
Like you said, Crit, I shouldn't.
The knowledge of what you should wear or not is
Artie,
mind dependent.
can I respond to Crit because he was talking to me?
So if I know you don't know something, do I ask you or do I don't ask you?
Yeah, and with the question.
You
so
know,
let me rephrase. Let me rephrase.
I would go as far to say as that you know that I cannot know what you prefer.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying that I've taken flights and I know exactly how long they took. I could put a stopwatch in my hand, and it would be impossible if the Earth were flat.
Okay, use that then. So now you know inside your worldview that
no, it's not in my worldview. It's with a stopwatch on my hand and a flight that I've taken.
Everything you've experienced, your knowledge, your worldview, your proof.
No, it's not my worldview. It's my experience. Yes.
Okay. Yes.
Experience.
So your knowledge says that Earth cannot be flat.
My knowledge doesn't
so
say
then,
that.
if you ask somebody, so the stopwatch told you that the Earth can't be flat.
Any kind of watch can tell you that.
Okay, I give up, dude. If you're talking to a stopwatch, I would call that schizophrenic.
Okay, can we actually go back on
so,
the,
where are the
thing
places
that you were talking about?
To? Give me some of your flights. What destinations have you done? I've done London to LA before. I've done Cape Town to Melbourne. Where else have I gone? Well,
I this is not an argument that they hear for the first time. May we please, I just want to hear what they have to say about the scientific method and knowledge.
Ahead.
That's more interesting.
That's the fact. The fact is that there is something in there, and it should take longer to go from. It should take longer to go from the tip of South America.
I've heard that argument a billion times, bro. Come on.
Why?
You're not gonna convince them this time. Trust me.
Well, he can't even convince himself. I would be more convinced if he convinced himself.
I have. I've been on the flights before, and I've timed them.
Then why aren't you presenting this instead of a question?
That's what I'm presenting.
You're presenting that I don't know. If you don't know, then how do you know if you don't know?
I'm not saying I don't know. I'm saying I do know.
You did present it as a question. No, you did though at first.
I did, and I apologize for that. And I said, let me rephrase it so it's not a question.
All right. Can we now go into the thing with the giant and shit?
Yeah, you want to go back to the scientific method? Okay, so we've adjudicated through measurement that these people are normal size. They're not giants. Even though they appear to be giants, right? They appear to be, these are very large individuals, like Nephilim.
Let's go step by step. We first observe that they seem to be very tall in our observation. Then we make a hypothesis that they are therefore tall. Then we go up to them and measure them, and we find out that no, they're in fact normal-sized humans. Is that good enough characterization?
Yeah, that you went up and you so the hypothesis could have been that maybe they're doubles. Maybe there's a miniature human of them running a miniature. There's a giant, and then every giant has an evil twin that's a little guy. So we didn't measure the correct one because by the time we got there, the giant had wandered off and the miniature one was left behind.
Yeah, sure.
You could come up with all kinds of weird shit, okay, and just go through and keep adjudicating all this stuff.
I know. That's why it's called an hypothesis, because it isn't true.
So how would you have to falsify it then? How would you falsify that giants have evil twins or good twins? That some are big. Could you ask them, right? Say, hey, Mr. Little Evil Twin Giant.
Can we stick on the example with the people in the back?
Yeah, exactly. So you measure them.
The hypothesis of how do we establish if they're actually giants or not? Would just
we measured them.
For example, yeah. That would
okay,
be
but
one
we
of
have to
the...
falsify that too. So how would the measurement possibly be wrong? There could have been another look-alike, a twin. See, right now, there could be, right below his legs, behind the curve of the earth, there could be a little guy who looks just like him.
Yeah, what you're doing right now is appealing to skepticism, though.
No, it's appealing. You have to falsifiability. You have to have falsification.
Well, it's
How would
not
you
science
falsify?
unless it can be falsified. If it can't be falsified, it's no longer science.
But first of all, you need to make a positive claim of it. Like, that's the thing.
And a
What
negative.
you're doing is
You got two. You got the hypothesis
wait.
and the null.
Let me explain
and the
something.
He's
null
right about that.
hypothesis.
You try to disprove.
Let me explain something. What you're doing is you're appealing to skepticism.
Two hypotheses. No, two hypotheses.
No,
one that would validate
your hypothesis.
Yeah, one that would validate your cause and effect, and the other one that would not
invalidate it.
Invalidate your cause and effect.
So the problem is that there is no reason, there is no observation for your belief to be real. Like, that's not an actual thing that you came up with on your observation. That was something that you came up with your reasoning. Do you see what I mean? And your reasoning is not based...
the observation is that it could be below
may I
the
just
horizon.
finish? Please,
No, because you're not following along. You're trying to grease the skids to make it seem like you can't observe something that you can't observe. Duh.
Yeah,
that's why we're looking for we're looking for
Exactly.
explanations that would prove
Exactly.
that
But
could
this is
match
the problem. This is the problem. You're starting off of something that you haven't observed. Therefore, you are not using the scientific method when you give me an appeal to maybe there's a unicorn who made the evil brother,
We
and
went
so on
through
and
the
so on.
process and we measured the guy. We measured a guy who looked like that and his normal height. So now we have to fit that observation into the photo. So what else could explain this then? Is this a very big guy and a little guy? There's also a little guy here somewhere. But he's too far away so you can't see him. So how would you invalidate that? What would be the hypothesis and null hypothesis for...
Clearly.
You could ask him, right? How about if you ask him? Could you say, hey, man, do you have a big brother? Like a really big brother who's like a twin?
No, that's
and
not...
he tells you no, right? He tells you no, he doesn't have a very big brother.
Okay, so
then what now you add that into your hypothesis. So he's not...
My mere problem that I have with you is that you are trying to extrapolate some evil brother, mythical, magical stuff that is not observed. If we see
because it was observed, because we measured him. We measured him, and what was his height? Was his height like five between 5 and 6
His height
feet?
was normal.
Yeah, okay, or within normal, right? Within tolerance. But yet, if we push that back through the scientific method and observation, it doesn't match because we clearly see a very big giant here.
Okay, so
how would you explain that? Then we got to have a hypothesis and a null hypothesis. So the hypothesis would be there could be some atmospheric lensing effects going on. The null hypothesis is he's got an evil twin giant. He's still a giant here. We're still working on the framework that it's possible that this is a giant.
I need a minute. I'll let you finish, and then I need you to grant me 30 to 1 minute of speaking because you interrupt.
Okay, Crit, I'd like to respond.
If I speak, I want you to first acknowledge that you're gonna let me speak for 30 seconds in a row because I'm getting constantly interrupted.
Yeah, go for it, Artie. I'll let you speak.
Will I get those 30 seconds?
Are you able to present a hypothesis?
I will respond to your question, but I need 30 seconds.
It's not a question. Give me your hypothesis.
Are you gonna?
I would appreciate if you let me speak, and then I will give you.
How about this? Give me a hypothesis or don't. You do you.
I would like 30 seconds, and then I will give you a hypothesis.
Okay, fire away, dude. Let's get to it. Let's cut to the chase. Okay, time is money.
Thank you. So, as we first time established that we observed these people to be tall, we had the reason to believe so because it was based on our observations. When we went up there, we did another observation, and we figured out that they are actually normal sized. So the first hypothesis, which was based on the first observation, was incorrect. They were in fact not tall. That's the whole point of a hypothesis. A hypothesis does not mean it is true. A hypothesis means we don't know yet, but we think this might be the case. Now, once we actually did that, you are now appealing to something with the evil brother and so on. This is kind of like saying, I observed something being dropped in the back, so I think it was a unicorn who did it. Now, what we called it is appeal to ignorance. You have not actually observed a unicorn doing it. So this observation that you're coming up with, or the hypothesis, is not actually based on your observations. So for the first question, the hypothesis, he was a very tall guy, and actually we were wrong. Once we did the scientific method, we proved ourselves wrong. The second one, I will not engage with.
So you didn't come up with a hypothesis then? All that for long-winded, that it's not a giant, is your hypothesis?
The hypothesis, firstly, was it was a giant.
Well, you fucked up, because I can see it's a giant. It's definitely a giant. This guy's huge. Look how big he is. Part of his legs is hidden behind the curve of the earth.
Why are you guys talking about giants?
You seem to not understand what hypothesis means. Hypothesis is just our fucking explanation to what we are currently observing.
You can see this guy disappearing bottom up. He's clearly a very huge dude. This is massively tall. And he's got a female version too. So you know that they could have offspring. Because male and female.
I'm literally telling you that the first observation would be correct, and the first hypothesis would be correct and reasonable to make, to say that this is clearly a giant. But once you actually go up and you have an observation that contradicts your first observation, or a prediction, it could also be called, you therefore have to drop the hypothesis. It is not correct. You didn't establish knowledge.
So now he can form a new hypothesis, and his new hypothesis is that maybe there's something happening with refraction that's causing this, and his null would be that maybe there was a giant person there, that maybe that person moved away from where he was looking.
Now you're appealing to something you didn't observe.
I did observe the giant.
You didn't observe anyone go away.
My
You're just
old
saying
hypothesis
maybe.
that I disvalued.
Okay, no, one moment. You're appealing to a maybe. That is not an observation, please.
Yeah, a cause and effect relationship here.
You
what else would explain? So my old hypothesis became my null hypothesis, and I developed a new hypothesis.
Which wasn't based on an observation,
Yeah, this observation right here.
Again, you stating that maybe he went away and somebody else came is not based on observations, but it's based on ignorance.
Or he's hidden behind the curve here.
Still ignorant, sir. You don't know if he's hidden or not. It is not an observation. You didn't observe the thing you're referring to. That is the problem.
It's some explanation. That's what's called the null.
It doesn't matter. A hypothesis has to be on basis of an observation. A hypothesis cannot be presented on basis of ignorance.
Yeah, that's why when you look at the heliocentric model, they tell you God did it.
I'm sorry, we jumped really far right now.
Yeah, because
do you understand what I'm trying to say here?
If you don't mind, let's go, but let's take it back another way. And
go
let's
ahead.
take
AJ, tap in. I don't see. He doesn't seem to be able to follow the scientific method with me to get some sort of knowledge about who these two people are.
Thank you for the atom, sir.
Well, I'm going to go back to something really simple as what we claim as gravity. So if we drop something, say I have
gravity. Can we stick first on the topic of scientific method?
Well, this is what I am doing. I am sticking on the topic of the scientific method, if you just let me finish. Okay, so I have my phone in my hand that I'm using right now, and I let go of my phone, I drop my phone, and it goes down. So I've now witnessed a phenomenon or an occurrence. Something that I've dropped has gone down. So then what's my hypothesis from there?
So here comes actually the interesting part of flat Earth. You know, in the beginning, like flat Earthers, like they used to say that the Earth is traveling at 9.8 meters up a second, right?
That was actually flat Earthers actually do really say that. That's a bit of bullshit.
Whatever you think. Let's say no flat Earthers thought of it. Let's say I made it just up, because I don't care if flat Earthers actually believe in it or not. That was not my point. So this explanation, this hypothesis that the Earth is traveling 9.8 meters up a second was actually a pretty good hypothesis. Like, believe it or not, that is actually a good explanation. It just doesn't work for every scenario, and that's why it failed. But like as a flat out first thought, it is a pretty decent hypothesis, because it would explain your observation, right? So what's the point? Yeah, you saw something dropping. You clearly observed that it fell. Now, what's your hypothesis?
Well, that's what I asked you. What would the hypothesis be if we're going to go through it step by step? What would the hypothesis be from there?
I think that the Earth travels at 9.8 meters per second. That would be a hypothesis.
What was that? Sorry.
Make this man make your
I believe that the Earth travels at 9.8 meters per second upwards. That would be a hypothesis.
Wow. Yo's getting sunned. That's hilarious.
Okay, so the cause of the object falling is because you're saying the height. Okay, we witness that it's falling, but your hypothesis is that it's not falling, that the Earth is actually rising up at 9.8 meters per second. So the cause of the effect, according to your hypothesis, is that the Earth is traveling upwards at 9.8 meters per second.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Is there any problem with this hypothesis?
So now, from there, we have to test this. And to test this, we have to use an independent and a dependent variable. So you need to manipulate your cause to see if it causes the effect. So how now do you manipulate the Earth traveling up at 9.8 meters per second?
You drill 17 miles into the ground and then you flip it.
I do not know this manipulation variables that you're referring to. The next step after the hypothesis is test with an experiment, right? Where we should try to isolate that thing as good as possible.
Well, that experiment includes, the most important step is the dependent and independent variables.
Can we all talk at the same time, please?
So I'm saying that I will take the dependent variable to be the phone or the mass of whatever I'm dropping, and the independent one is going to be the Earth. So there you go. I'm just going to drop multiple things. I will drop first. I will drop a feather in a vacuum. Then I will drop a phone, and I will drop after that, let's say, a ball. And all of them come out to be 9.8 meters per second falling.
Okay, so you've proven an average speed, but you haven't proven the cause of that average speed. And again,
he did. He proved the cause was him. He dropped it.
You need to.
He was the own causal agent in his own experiment.
One at a time.
You need to manipulate that cause, and you're saying that cause is the Earth moving up at 9.8 meters per second.
I do not need to manipulate a cause of the independent variable.
Yes, you do.
Well, then can you give me an example of how we have done this for anything else? Like any theory that you appeal to?
Global warming.
Do you have any theory on your hand where you have manipulated
I don't need to. The fact is that the scientific method, the most important step is to vary the cause to see if it is causing the effect. That is just a fact of science.
Well, and then I'm asking you if that's a fact of science. I would like to hear a theory where somebody manipulated the cause of the independent variable. Like any theory. Do you have one per hand?
Yep. I can give one that other flat earthers would give. I'm not saying that this is a fact, that this is...
Wait, what?
Okay, so we can have a look at electrostatics, yeah? So we can put something...
I don't know
we
if this
can,
is a fact, but I'm going to say it anyway.
If we say that the cause of something going up or down may be an electrostatic charge, well, we can then put something into a Van de Graaff generator. We can add electrostatic charge. We can manipulate that charge, the cause, and we can see that when we manipulate it, we can in fact make things go up, go down, or hover in place.
Like your hair. You add electricity to your body and your hair rises.
So you're manipulating the electric components? Or are you just
my
manipulating the amount of electricity that is going through you?
He's heating up
my
the air.
hypothesis, if you want to listen again, my hypothesis is that things go down because everything is electrostatic in nature, and the electrostatic charge is what's making things attract or go down. So then I put
Can you
my
flip
item.
that electrostatic charge?
Now I put my item into a Van de Graaff generator and I manipulate my cause,
Can you
the electrostatic
flip the
charge.
electrostatic charge?
Can you what, sorry?
Can you flip it? Can you make it go the other way? Can you make it into a negative? Can you control it? Can you manipulate it?
He's just asking you the same question you asked him, for real.
Yes, you can. That's what I'm saying. You would manipulate that charge and you can make objects heavier, you can make objects float, or you can make objects levitate, or you can make objects go down.
So what you're doing
yes,
is
you can manipulate. You can manipulate your cause. So now I'm asking you to do the same thing for your.
What you are manipulating is
you have to
what you are
manipulate your cause to
manipulating is
get the predicted effect.
What you are manipulating is the dependent variable. You're manipulating the amount of electrostatic force that goes into an object. You're not actually manipulating.
I'm manipulating my
the
cause.
independent variable. You are not manipulating the independent variable unless you're changing the power, like forces of the electrostatic forces that you're appealing to. You're not manipulating the independent, but the dependent one.
Right,
And that is
you're
what I did as well when
manipulating
I
the
dropped
atoms,
the
not the
feather, when I
object.
dropped the phone, and when I dropped the ball. I did the exact same thing.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I
If
did.
you throw a ball up, it's different than if you just that's the same thing as you were saying, the electromagnetic bullshit you was talking about. Like same,
Listen again.
Going into this very simple stuff, like all the way back to 5th grade science.
No,
What causes plants to grow? You add water. So adding water would be my
water.
I mean, I agree that we are currently on 5th grade science, but I think you guys weren't allowed into the 6th grade.
Curvature or what have you, one plateau, because the Earth has
that would be a testable observation. If you think anyone here is sub 5th grade, would you continue to talk to them?
I think all Americans are sub 5th grade, even if they finish it.
That works.
But you need to manipulate the cause, and the cause in this case is the electrostatic charge that we're manipulating now to make things go down.
You didn't manipulate it.
Something that you can't do with gravity.
No, you manipulated the amount. You manipulated the amount of static charge that is in the
just
object.
like you manipulate the amount of water you would add to a plant to verify.
Yeah, and I can manipulate the amount of weight.
You can't manipulate your cause of gravity.
I can manipulate the amount of weight that is on the object that I toss towards the ground.
No, because
you would have to manipulate the Earth moving upwards or downwards. You have to change to get the predictable result.
And you are testing if electrostatic forces are causing gravity, and you're not manipulating the electrostatic force. You're manipulating the amount of it that is appealing to the object.
That's your independent variable.
Correct. Exactly, and so am I. I am also.
You'd have to manipulate the amount of Earthrise.
I'm using the velocity. I'm using the velocity of the Earth, and I'm trying to establish if me changing the variable of the amount of weight that the object has.
Earthrise. You have to manipulate the Earthrise to get a different predictable result.
You do not manipulate
the cause was Earthrise.
You're presenting
your cause, your independent variable, your cause would then affect your dependent variable, how fast things fall to the ground.
Sorry, why is the independent variable called the independent variable?
Because it's a cause.
Yeah. Okay. And so, can you change the independent value?
Are you even supposed to manipulate the independent variable to get a predicted effect?
Do you need to alter the independent value?
Yes. You change, vary, manipulate the independent variable.
Really? You need to be able to manipulate the independent value.
The independent variable is what is manipulated. The independent variable.
And why is the dependent variable called the dependent one?
Because that is what is dependent on the independent variable. The dependent variable will change as predicted by the amount of how much you played around with
you sure about that, sir?
Yes, 100%. There's
So
no
what
doubt
actually,
in my mind.
Well, then I will give you a doubt. What actually happens is the dependent variable is supposed to be changed so that the independent variable will make a different effect on the dependent one.
No,
and then
you're way
based upon
wrong
that
here.
effect that it has on the dependent one, you can then come up with the theory if it is actually being caused by it or not.
You're
So if I take, let's say
Yeah,
I believe
this is, dude. I can't decide because you used to be a smart guy, but now you're really brain farting fifth grade shit.
Whoa, let's keep it
well,
PG.
I have to admit that you are contradicting yourself.
Mama.
You are using the independent variable as the one who needs to be manipulated. That is
The
not the case.
independent variable is manipulated.
The independent variable manipulates the dependent one, not the other way around.
Yeah, you like if you think sun makes plants grow, the cause, sunlight, the effect, plants grow, you very manipulate the amount of sun the plants get, and then So you manipulate your independent variable, the amount of sunlight.
No, I do not. You don't actually turn the sun off.
No,
you do not
change
turn
it.
off the rays.
You give it
You
sun
do not
and you
turn
give
off
it
the
shade.
fucking. You do not turn off
you put
any.
it, you put it in
please,
darkness.
Sir, please, you do not turn any
Or
rays
water.
off. You do not. You do not
water.
manipulate.
If you think water makes plants grow.
One moment, man. You
the
do
cause
not manipulate.
and effect.
You do not manipulate the
You
actual
manipulate your
sun.
independent variable, the amount of sun.
In the example that you just gave
the
me,
amount
with
of
the
sun.
plant. Yeah,
the
in
amount
the
of
example.
sun.
Yes.
Let him
in
talk. Jesus.
Yes, in the example that you just gave me with the sun, you actually are not manipulating the sun as
The
you are
amount of
telling
sun.
me to do.
How much sun does it have?
You just manipulate the dependent variable,
Yeah,
how
which
much
was
it is
your
being
earth
affected
rise. So
by
change
the
the
independent
amount
variable.
of earth rise.
And I am doing the exact same thing.
No, you
I
have to
am
change manipulate the amount of earth rising.
I am in the case in the example that you are giving me. In the example that you are giving me with the sun, it would be if I would make the same
post a citation.
If I would make the same critique towards your example that you gave me, it would sound something along the lines of this. Have you changed the sun? Have you manipulated the sun? No, you haven't.
Yeah, I did.
So
the amount.
No, you haven't.
So I have one plant. I gave 6 hours of sunlight.
He doesn't
Another
mean
plant
sun, he
had
means
8 hours
sunlight.
of sunlight.
Change
And
the
another
name.
plant. Yeah, you manipulate the amount of sun. So in your hypothesis, you'd have to manipulate the amount of earth rise. So here, you're going to drop an object with this amount of earth rise going up. You're going to drop an object with a different amount of earth rise, and then expect to get a different result each time.
So my point is again,
you would change manipulate.
Just like how you put a shadow on the plant, like you cutted the let's say the impact of the sun rays onto the plant. I am changing the shape of the objects that I'm dropping, and I'm also changing the weight of the objects that I'm dropping.
You're doing it wrong.
If there's actually gravity, they are supposed to be attracted to each other, right? Because of mass. So mass plays a role.
Okay,
if
so
I live on a flat,
manipulate mass then.
If I believe that the Earth is just rising at merely 9.8 meters per second, I will actually do the exact same experiment and conclude that all the objects, despite having different weights, which should affect them differently, are dropping at the same rate, which again proves my point.
So mass is your cause. So you manipulated mass and your effect was what? Nothing? You had no effect.
Exactly. So therefore gravity doesn't exist.
Yeah, well, in your worldview, you manipulated masses and mass had no effect on the dependent variable. Everything dropped at exactly the same rate. So mass is not your cause
play a role.
Of the effect.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And so I came up with a new hypothesis.
What's the new hypothesis?
That the Earth is rising at 9.8 meters per second.
Okay, so how did you manipulate the Earth?
I do not need to manipulate the
Earth. Like in your first example, you had cause.
Just like how this is again the same thing that I asked you. How did you manipulate the sun? You don't manipulate the sun. You manipulate the effects of the sun
the
of
amount
the dependent
of sunlight.
variable. And I'm also
I could place plants in that get full sunlight during the day. I could put plants where they get a lot of shade. I could put plants where they get no sunlight. They're completely blocked. And then you watch. Each day you go out there and you measure the height of the plant. Which plant had the best growth? The one with the most sunlight got the best growth. I changed, varied, and manipulated the amount of sun. The plants that were in shade.
Exactly. You changed, you altered the amount of sun. You changed and altered
the independent variable, the cause.
Exactly. And I can do the same by using different heights on the Earth. I can do the same by sending something up.
So height. So your independent variable is height.
I can do many ways how the rise
so your
of the
independent
Earth
variable
will
is height. Okay.
I can use many
Plant
ways.
your flag. What is your independent variable?
I can use
independent
many
variable,
ways.
Your cause. What is your cause?
I can use
your cause.
I can use
What is your
I
cause?
can use
Say
I
your
can
cause.
use many ways.
Can you let him finish?
Give me your cause.
Velocity.
Your velocity is cause. So velocity causes what?
Causes
What's the effect?
The effect is our observation that everything goes to the Earth.
So velocity causes velocity.
No.
Velocity causes what?
Velocity causes velocity and something remaining in its shape, remaining in its velocity, which is no velocity. Then, therefore, the velocity will catch up. So the Earth rising up.
So velocity causes no velocity.
No, that's not what I said. I said
what causes things to fall?
Velocity.
That's what you're looking for, right? You're looking for velocity. So velocity causes things to fall.
Fall. Sir, I told you this long ago already. I told you long ago already. You have a mistake where you think that things are falling. No, they're actually standing still in space.
So things are standing
still. They are standing still in space.
I'm looking at an object right here.
And the Earth,
when's it going to start falling?
Okay,
I'm watching an object right now on my observation. I see an object right here. When will it start falling?
Is it standing still?
Yeah, it's stationary.
Now, please take it in front of you.
No, I haven't observed that yet. I'm waiting for it to fall so I can make an observation. When does it start falling?
It doesn't fall.
Okay, so it does. You don't even have observation.
No, I do have an observation.
Okay, I'm watching this object. How long will it take for it to fall?
My observation is whatever the object in your hand is.
It's not in my hand. It's just sitting here.
Okay.
I'm just looking at a rock. I'm watching a rock. How long until this rock starts falling?
Towards where?
Okay, you said things fall down because of velocity. Okay, I'm watching things.
I never said they fall.
I'm looking for something to fall. Do you know anything that has fallen?
So falling is the wrong semantics here because
velocity. I'm looking for things that change their velocity.
They will not change their velocity. The Earth is constantly going 9.8 meters up. So the second they stop the area between the object and the Earth,
let's change, very manipulate that.
Go towards the Earth because the Earth is going up.
We're going to change, very manipulate that.
So now, remove the table.
You remove the table. Is that the Earth?
Yeah.
The table's the Earth.
Yeah, it is part of the Earth.
So the table is part of the Earth.
Yes.
So if I remove the table, I've removed part of the Earth.
No, you remove the factor in between the table and the object. The table will still be there.
So I'm the cause. So if I move the table away and then something falls,
no, you're the manipulator.
I change, very manipulate.
No, you're the manipulator. You're not the cause. You're the manipulator.
I don't move the table now. What happens?
Then don't move it.
Okay, and what happens?
Everything will continuously go with 9.8 meters per second through space.
Okay, so if you don't move it, and if you do move it, you get exactly the same effect. It's always just moving at 9.8 meters.
If you remove the table, what will happen is the Earth will catch up to the object which has no velocity. Since the Earth has 9.8 meters per second velocity.
Verified how? Where's your observation of that? You observe the Earth.
Let it go.
I have to leave it alone. I'm just observing at this point. I'm not manipulating anything yet. Just observation.
I'm telling you to manipulate.
I don't want to manipulate it because I want to observe.
Why?
On step one, observe.
You can cause observations with manipulations, right?
No, you could, but it's going to change your result because you are the cause.
They are called predictions, right? Have you ever heard of that?
I'm the cause then. If I pick up this object,
that doesn't make you the cause, that makes you the manipulator.
I put energy into it by lifting it up. If I remove the energy I put into it goes back to where it was. Okay, I'm
leave
just
it
watching.
At the same height.
Okay, I'm looking at it. When's it going to start moving?
Don't lift it. Just leave it at the same height and remove it from the table.
Okay, so if I remove it from the table, what happens? What if I don't remove it from the table? I'm just
Then
going
it
to
will
watch it.
continuously go through space-time with 9.8 meters per second.
Okay, verified how? Where did you observe that?
By the prediction of manipulating the status of the object
Okay,
that
I
we are
didn't
currently
manipulate the
talking
status.
about.
Now what?
You did manipulate it?
I didn't. I'm just
You didn't?
observing.
Well, then,
I'm just observing.
Okay,
I'm
so you will
sitting
never
back here.
get actually to a theory. You're just like sitting there and
popped up my
sitting.
chair. I'm looking for an observation. I got this idea somehow because someone out there told me that the Earth is moving at 9.8 meters per second upwards.
Yeah.
So I want to look at that. I want to see, okay, if I would see that, there'd be some proof of that.
You know what an
I would look
experiment is, sir?
for observations. I would look for an observation
Do you
that
know what
matches
an
that.
experiment is,
Is there
sir?
an observation that matches 9.8 meters
Yes.
per second?
Yes, there is.
Okay, where
Yes,
is
there
that?
is.
Where's that?
It's called an experiment in which you
Okay, no,
take
we're not
the
at that
object.
experiment yet. We're at observation. I'm looking for an observation.
No, we are
Where
beyond.
Where do I see things falling at 9.8 meters per second?
Many times when things break off of houses, when people fall, when they suicide.
Okay, so people
birds
fall.
dying,
Okay, let's
birds
go over
getting
that,
shot,
right? Someone fell, okay? How did
you
they fall?
shooting a ball up.
Did they jump? Did they jump off a building, did they?
Yeah.
So they walked upstairs, okay? What rises, what goes up must come down. So they walked up these stairs, and then they jumped off the building.
Yeah, and you observed that they fell at 9.8
Yeah,
meters
but I
per
also
second.
observed that they walked up the stairs.
Yeah, but that doesn't change the observation that they
Yeah, it
still
did,
fell.
because each step they took, they increased their elevation. What if they just walked down the stairs? They walked
You
up or
still
they
are
walked
proving
down?
my point. You
So
observed
at
that
what
they
point did
fell.
I observe the Earth moving at 9.8 meters per second? I observed them walk upstairs. I observed one person walk up the stairs, another person walk down the stairs. One person walked up a few stairs, stopped, sat down, and then walked back down. One person walked all the way up, all the stairs, all the way to the roof, and they jumped. Okay, which one of these observations matches 9.8 meters per second?
The fact that when he fell at 9.8 meters per second.
What
If
about
you
the
go
guy who
into a
didn't
car,
fall? There's
if
the
you
guys
go
who didn't
into a
fall
car,
too.
if you go into a car and you
Okay,
jump
a car
let's
now.
say,
A
yeah,
car.
for
Okay, so we
example,
got
if
a
you're in a
car.
car,
Okay.
or let's say
I'm
in a
observing
train.
a car. Okay, I'm looking at a car. At what point
Yeah,
does
and
the
then
car
you
start
jump out
falling?
of the car. What happens?
Okay, so
You
I
fall down.
jumped out of the car, and what happened?
You fall down.
Yeah, they fall down to what?
Why don't you fall forwards?
So I'm in a car. I get in. I jump into a car, and I jump out of a car. Okay,
Yeah.
at what point
Why
did I
do you
observe the
fall
Earth?
down?
I
Why do
observed
you not
someone.
fall forwards?
I observed someone jumping into a car and someone jumping out of a car. At
No,
what
you
point did you
observe
observe?
someone. You observe
Where's the Earth?
someone.
Where's the
You
Earth in this
observe someone
observation?
driving at, let's
Okay,
say,
someone's
150
driving. Okay,
miles per
someone's
hour.
driving. They're driving
Yeah.
at 50 miles per hour. Okay, I'm observing someone drive
Why, when
at
he
50
leaves
miles
the
per hour.
car, does he not continuously go with 50 miles per hour forward, which is one of our laws? Why does he fall towards the Earth?
Okay, what law? What law is that?
Motion law. I don't
The
know
law.
the English name
Okay,
of it.
so where's the law of motion? So if he's moving, he's in a car and he's moving with the car.
Yeah.
Okay, and then what
Objects in
happens?
motion stay in motion. That's the law he's referring to.
Okay, what happens next? What do I observe next?
Well, he opens the door. My expectation would be that he will just keep on going with 50 miles per hour forward, but he doesn't. He falls
Okay,
towards
so
the Earth.
why? Because the Earth is moving upwards?
Yes.
Or did he just get out of the car that's no longer moving?
Well, then he would
The
be
car
still
was the
going
cause.
forward.
So you can manipulate the car. Let's see here. We'll have one car
Yeah,
move
why
at
does he not
50
go
miles per
forward?
hour. We'll have
Why
another
does he not
car
go
move at.
forward?
We'll have one car go at
Why
50
does he
miles
not
per
go
hour.
forward?
We'll manipulate the car. We'll have one car move at 50 miles per hour, another car move at 40 miles per hour, all the way down to 0 miles per hour. And
Sir,
then
why
we'll
does he
track.
not
Each
continuously
person will
fall
jump out of the
forward?
car. And we'll write down exactly what we observe.
We
It
will
seems
observe
to
that
be
each and every one of them will fall
time to
towards the Earth
remove
at
the car.
9.8 meters per second. Now,
No,
why are
what
they
you
not
observe
falling
is a person
forward?
jumping out of a car.
Why
and
are
then,
they not
and then coming to
endlessly
because they're not
flying
moving. The car was
forwards?
moving. So the car was moving, not the person.
Why are they not endlessly flying forwards when they
Yeah, but
jump
you
off
can
the car?
see the car not endlessly flying forward either. The car will stop too.
Yeah, because the Earth is going up at 9.8 meters per
Okay,
second.
where did you observe that?
Friction.
Where did
It
you observe
causes
that?
friction.
Where did you observe the Earth?
You just said it yourself. Why doesn't the car go forward?
Where did you observe that? Where did you observe
if
that?
the Earth would
Any
not go
object
up,
falling accelerates downwards at 9.8 meters per
Okay,
second
show me
squared.
the object falling.
Yeah, any object falling.
Okay,
So
which
you can look at a
object?
tree, an apple, etc.
I'm looking. Okay, I'm looking at an
You can look
object
at a
right now. When is it going to
raindrop. You
start
can
falling?
look at a feather in a vacuum. Look at any
Okay, I'm
observation
looking
you
at an
want.
object right now. When is it going to start falling?
So whenever it falls.
Okay, it's not falling. Now what?
Well,
It never
what do you
fell.
mean?
I'm looking at an object right now. It never fell.
It's still going downwards, accelerating at 9.8 meters per second squared. There's something
Okay,
called like another object below
how
that
do you know
object,
that? Where did you
preventing
observe
it
that?
from going downwards.
Where did you observe that?
I'm observing right now on
You're
my
observing
desk.
what? Where?
I just told you. Are you not listening?
Okay, so you're observing something falling even though it's not falling. It's still falling.
I said I'm observing something accelerating downwards at 9.8 meters per second
Okay,
squared.
where do you observe that?
On my desk.
You're on your
like
your
like
desk.
I just said,
you see
on
an
my
object
desk.
that's stationary. There's a stationary object, and you're observing
Do you
it
not?
not
So do you not understand the concept of motion?
Yeah, say I don't understand the concept of motion. So I'm observing something not moving, and I
Does
think the
something have
object's
to
not
be?
moving.
Yeah, does something have to be moving to be accelerating?
So right now I'm observing something not moving. Is it moving or not moving? If it's not moving, it's not moving. Is it moving
It's
or not
accelerating.
moving? Okay, so it's accelerating. So is it moving or not moving?
It's accelerating.
Okay, so that's not moving. Okay. Dude disqualified. Anyone else want to try? Let's go step by step. You want to do science or the flat earther? We start with observation, make a hypothesis, adjudicate with experimentation. Let's go. Come on.
We tried that, and then they just deny that they've got to manipulate the cause.
Yeah, that was the best part too. They come up with a whole hypothesis with a cause and effect relationship, and then tell you the cause is completely irrelevant. You don't need to do anything with the cause at all.
I do have a question.
Then they try and manipulate the effect.
Then they manipulate the effect, putting themselves as the causal agent, and then saying they didn't do that. Well, if you didn't do it, who the fuck did?
Okay, the meta is gay, dude. I do have a question for our flat Earth friends. It's a simple question.
Hey, your mic is really bad. It's muffled. I don't know. Anyone else hearing them okay? I can't.
I do. Let me try.
There we go. You're good now. No, yeah, you're good.
Okay, good. Great, buddy. I do just a simple question. I'm not really hot on either side of this issue, but this is just something I thought about. Can we see Polaris from the southern hemisphere?
What's a hemisphere?
I don't know.
Okay, I don't know either. So I would say from a place I don't know, I would say I don't know if you cannot know. If you don't know, if there's observation of something in a place where I don't know.
Do you believe that there is a hemisphere or no?
I would say, what is that? What is a hemisphere?
I don't know. Do you
okay, I don't know either.
Do you know what the globe Earth explaining is?
What a globe Earth? What's that? I don't know what that is either. Can you show me that?
Are you a globe earther or are you a flat earther?
Flat earther.
Okay.
Can you show me this globe you're talking about?
No, the belief of the globe Earth, right?
Okay, so you have a belief that I don't share. Is that okay? Does that answer your question?
Well, do you think other people believe in the globe Earth?
I don't know what other people believe in. Lots of people believe lots of different things, and they can do. You do you, boo.
This is so funny, dude.
It is. It really is, isn't it? It's really that simple. If you believe something I don't believe in, is that me or you?
Do you believe in anything?
Okay, let's try step by step, right? You believe something that I don't believe in. Is that me or you?
That's both of us.
Okay, but your belief or my belief, which one is it?
I don't believe anything.
Okay, there you go.
Anything?
If you don't believe anything, then you, not me, you don't believe anything.
But how
See,
can there
this
be
idea,
me?
this is like a pawn shop, to quote CB. This is where you bring all your shitty, crappy ideas here and try and pawn them off on me. Your idea is you don't believe anything. That's good. Now follow that idea.
Anything?
You said
He tried to sell you a used hemisphere. I've heard of used globe salesmen, but that's new.
Yeah, I used hemisphere salesman. No, I'm not buying your pawned off shitty idea that you don't believe in. If you believed in it, then I would be like, oh, that's interesting. If I cared enough, I could ask you about your belief. If it sounded like it matched my observable reality, I could adopt your belief using logic, reason, or science, one of the three things. So, but you don't believe your own ideas. So if you don't believe it, I can follow your logic, and I don't believe you either.
How can I believe something if I don't exist?
That's the next step. If you can't find a reason to believe something, don't believe it.
But then I don't exist.
Then do that. Try that for a while. Just walk around.
Don't exist. Well, if hemispheres don't exist, how did you bring them up?
He doesn't exist. Even in his
Don't
point of
worry,
view.
Crit, I got this one. You can use a colloquial term and still not hold the stance that it exists in reality.
Yeah, I got that. Unless it causes cognitive dissonance, then you'd have to explain that.
Yep. These stupid sphere earthers, they just believe anything. What doesn't gravity do?
It's a magical force. It's a magical force that's not a force. But you can think of it as a force. And then it causes things to fall, but you observe them and they don't fall.
It's almost
maybe all this gravity is killing their brain cells at 9.84 squared meters per second.
Oh, that's the
Maybe
TV.
that's what's happening.
But yeah, it's almost a force as great as the force that this paper mache desk decoration creates. You know,
I was going to say,
my goodness.
What's gravity not doing? Gravity's not meeting the scientific method standard.
So I was willing to go with Aiden or Arden and say hey, dude, check this out, right? Your idea is outside the scope of science. Can we go someplace else? Can we go to logic or reason? And he wouldn't even get there. He wouldn't even go that. He just decided to change all of science and say that you don't manipulate the independent variable any longer. You just don't do it because it's just facts are facts, and that's just it. You only can do is observe an effect and then claim your effect is really your cause after you did that. I'm like, dude, that's not workable, homie.
Yeah, at the very beginning of it,
tell us that we didn't get past the 6th grade.
Yeah, he ended up doing the very thing he assured us he was not going to do. Bastardize the scientific method.
Well, that's why I went down that path, because I knew he was going to be the first one to do it when I did.
Yeah, we're looking for knowledge, okay? Science, okay? So, the root word. This is the topic that Ardian brought up. That knowledge and science are intertwined. They're the same thing. And the problem was, though, he also said that knowledge is not proof. Because he said that knowledge is proof, but it's not proof because science doesn't prove things. So this is a contradiction, okay? If science is also knowledge, and knowledge proves things, but science doesn't prove things, then science can't be knowledge. But science is knowledge.
How do you know it exists?
Testable, repeatable, and observable. I could do the method, you could follow the method, and you could get an observable result. And that observable result could then be adjudicated versus my result. And if I and you get the same result, what a coincidence. Okay, well, sure, that's just a coincidence. Let's move on to the next person. AJ does it. He gets exactly the same result. Wow, this is really interesting. What a coincidence that everyone's getting the same result. Let's just keep going. You go on and on and on. Eventually, a few people get a different result, but most of the people get the predicted and repeatable result. You can then say, I wonder if something was wrong with those people's scientific method. Was their methodology a little bit screwed up? Let's check it out. Okay, what did you do? Let's see. You followed this method, you got a different result. Oh, I see what they did. They picked up an object. You weren't supposed to do that, homie. You weren't supposed to manipulate the thing you're observing. Because as soon as you manipulate the thing you're observing, you've changed the observation. Okay, so that's why they got a different result. They manipulated their observation. They done fucked up.
Okay, that makes sense.
And it also has to be something that's physical and occurring naturally. So something that's physically manifest that we can touch, something that I can hand you. So again, in the case of gravity, we've got the bending of space and time, a concept, not something physical.
Is the ice wall true, or is that
what's that?
True?
No one here claims an ice wall.
Okay, so it's untrue.
Well, we can't go there to verify an ice wall, but we know that water is contained by a shoreline, so there must be some type of shoreline that's containing our water.
Okay. Well, I'm tagging along.
Might exist.
Hey, there's 3 guys muted. If you guys want to talk, let me know. Send me a DM and we'll figure out what's going on.
Yeah, guys. I mean, I don't even know like where to start with you guys because I don't understand anything about this shit. And I'm just like, hey, what did the flat Earth people believe? How can I get on their level? But it doesn't seem like you guys answered questions.
Well, you said you don't believe anything. So how are you supposed to believe something inside your worldview? You don't believe anything.
Well, you demolished my worldview, dude.
You want me to explain to you why I believe something. I can't. Okay, I can't explain that to you because inside your worldview you don't recognize belief. I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. Okay. I would say, are you able to understand belief long enough for me to explain to you why you would believe something if you believe it? If you don't believe it, then no.
I mean, I believe in Jesus. Do you believe in Jesus?
Yeah, man.
Okay, good, great.
I could show you, even if I didn't believe in Jesus, what he said was very powerful and amazing impact for the rest of humanity. He said, treat your neighbor like you want to be treated. So I could say, even if I don't believe Jesus, I can still believe in what he said. So in the fact, cause and effect, Jesus is believable. Even if he didn't say it. Even if you could prove, if you could go back in time and prove there was no figure who said these words, I could still say, well, somebody must have said them. Maybe it wasn't that person, but I still believe in what he said. Do you want to be? How about this? Let's do a cause and effect relationship. Do you want to be treated the way you treat others?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, there you go. So you believe that.
Sometimes, right? I mean, sometimes I don't treat people.
Yeah, and you forgive the trespasses because I forgive those who trespass against me.
Yeah, amen. Right? Do you believe Jesus is God?
Yeah, I mean, we're going outside the scope of the room. Okay, so if you want to do religion in Jesus, I'll ask you to exit stage left.
Okay, you don't want to talk about God.
I would say that the Bible describes the earth as being flat.
Can I reply to that, or is that, off topic?
Yeah, I think we're going to move on. So put a pin in the religious stuff, and let's get back to the earth. What do you know? Is knowledge proof, or is knowledge not proof?
Is that a question for me?
Yeah, hypothetical for the room. Anyone who wants to chime in. Is knowledge proof, or is knowledge not proof? Like if you know something, is that proof or not proof?
I don't think it's necessarily proof.
What would it be then?
It's just information.
That could be true or false?
Yes.
Okay, so a belief then.
Is that a question?
Yeah, I mean, what would you call it then? So it's knowledge is information that could be true or false. So you'd have to believe it true or believe it false for it to be what it is, or is it just a vacuous truth? It just is what it is, or it depends on what the definition of is.
There's
Why?
conditions.
I guess there could be different types of blips, but I'll let this other guy.
Okay, yeah. Was it Tarkalos, whatever? How do you say your name, dude?
Tark.
Just Tark? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so what are you stepping in?
I said there's conditions to, like, you have reasonings to what you choose to believe is true or false. There can be, it's just your experiences gathered up decides your belief in if it is true or
Yeah, your
false.
lived experience, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, which is really powerful, which is why people in a lot of social circles, social science circles, talk about lived experience and what it's like to be in certain communities. So in your community, your lived experience, do you experience the Earth as anything other than flat and stationary?
Who, me?
Yeah.
I don't view it as flat and stationary.
What? No, your experience. We're talking about experiences now.
Well, my experience is no, not really, because I've flown several long distance flights, and to my own eyes, I've seen curvature of the Earth.
On an airplane?
Yeah, high altitude.
How much curvature did you see?
Very minuscule, like slightly.
Like, can you quantify it?
Not really. Probably like
Okay.
a
So
very minuscule amount.
it wouldn't be enough, though, would it? Because if you were to follow that logical conclusion,
The
let's say
most.
what was your
Yeah.
field of view? Let's work out the math, right?
A
How
fucking
far?
small ass window.
Be a small ass window in a small ass world, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
So it wouldn't match the globe model, would it? So there must be some other explanation going on here, then.
Well, there, at least to me, I could tell there was a curve. To other
Yeah, but that
people,
curve
maybe
wouldn't
not.
match the heliocentric model, the globe model. It'd be a very small world.
Yeah, if that's the curve of
Depends
the
on your
Earth,
height.
you're describing seeing a tiny Earth, not the 3959.
Yeah, a very small Earth. Because if you look out the field of view from your window, and how about this? When we go back to the scientific method, what if everybody looked out their window and they all wrote down what they saw and they drew it out? What would that look like?
Oh, fuck if I know.
Here, I think I got an image here. Let's see if you agree with this or not. I gotta find it. I haven't used this one in a long time. I'm not sure why
Things are always as they appear to be, right?
Okay, here we go. Here at 30,000 feet. Yeah, sorry to interrupt you there, boss. So Turk, do you see this?
Yeah.
Let's say we all drew out our view of the airplane. Is this what you would get?
More so the bottom right, yeah.
But in the very bottom is what it would look like, right?
Yeah.
Does that match a globe?
I'd say the bottom right has a curvature.
No, the very bottom. The very bottom.
The very bottom. Hold up. Oh. No.
That's not what you're seeing there?
No, not really. It looks flat. Or not flat, but smooth.
Yeah, so if you were look at how much curve you're looking at there. Then draw that curve out and go out each window and draw the curve that you see. It doesn't look like at the bottom?
No.
What would it look like?
It would look more like the bottom, but like this is if you're drawing a 2D circle. This isn't a 3D model. If it was a 3D model, it would make more sense because you're looking at both depth and length and width. Like you have a depth to that image.
Okay, let me try something else here. Hey, check out this video. This is a guy on your side. Okay, he believes the Earth is a globe, and he's going to explain to you with math using circles of equal altitude, exactly what the horizon would look like. Give us, it's uploading right now. Give it a second.
I mean, just think about this though. Not to beat the tiny Earth dead horse, but say you're out looking out the window and you see like two little towns that are next to each other. In reality, you know, they're pretty far away. But if one is on the left side of as far as you can see left, and the other is on the right side, and you see the curve of the Earth there, well, complete the circle. You know, the Earth is supposedly a 3959 mile radius ball. Well, if the curve of the Earth is in between these two towns 5 miles away, complete that circle and you have a tiny Earth. Just as you can see a curvature of something through a camera lens, you can also see that out of a plane window. Do you get that whole completing the circle thing? Well, I guess he's probably watching the video.
But it's not. It's taken. I don't know why it's hung up. It's sitting at 75%. It's not going the rest of the way. Think my internet connection's a little shitty.
Yeah, if you're seeing if you're claiming to see the curvature of the Earth at that elevation, you're describing a tiny Earth. Let that process.
Yep, these globers believe anything that just helps their little tiny brain. If you believe that that's the Earth, then your brain is just as tiny as the new Earth, buddy.
Well, I mean, yeah, it's quite the story
what is your
they laid
claim?
out for everyone.
What is your claim? Like, just.
There we go, Tark. Hey, watch this video. It just dropped. I tagged you too.
Hi, flat Earth people. I don't know if you remember me, but I used to go by the name Satoshi Nakamoto.
Is that knowledge or not knowledge?
I remember you, bro. I love this guy's responses.
Earth is flat. Earth is flat.
You know, I had a dream once.
What did you think of the video, Tark?
1 second. Let me look at this last part.
Oh, okay. I thought you were done with it. I had watched it. Maybe I usually.
I had a dream that God stretched out the earth flat, and he made it a globe.
Middle Earth.
And you woke up.
Like that, like what you did describe, like between the second and third age of J.R. Tolkien's Middle Earth. It started. Come on,
was a
man.
devout Catholic. He
Come
was
on,
a devout Catholic, right? Maybe
Yeah,
the
he
Holy
was.
Spirit moved on him and revealed something to him.
In a hole in the ground, there lived a hobbit. Tark is a Wes Anderson fan. I can tell that from his PFP is Fantastic Mr. Fox. So he's probably pretty astute in his visual abilities.
Says he's a pagan, right in his profile.
Yeah.
Earth is
Pagan
flat.
gods do you follow? Just curious. Now I go a little bit off topic. Just I want to lighten the mood a little bit. Would you mind kind of explaining this pagan idea that you have? Like, is there a certain pagan god that you follow that?
I ascribe to Norse paganism with Germanic paganism, since they're essentially the same. But I believe, obviously, Wotan or Odin is the higher god and has more authority than the other gods, as he's the strongest. I believe in also an ancestral spirit kind of thing. Like I believe your DNA passes down memories.
Yeah, you're a big ass yapper.
Okay,
No,
but I
there's
believe.
something I read a study about this about a guy called Stevens. I'm drawing a blank on his name, but there's like he wrote like 15 peer-reviewed papers. There's a whole book about it, about showing how like people's birthmarks. He thought those were injuries that were life-threatening injuries from relatives. And I've always used to bring this guy. It's been a long time when someone has said they only believe things that are peer-reviewed, and I used to just drop. Here's 15 peer-reviewed papers talk about psychic injuries passed down through DNA. Do you believe it? And they're like, "Fuck no." And I'm like, "Okay, you
I
just
don't
shit
know.
yourself."
It's hard.
The Akashic record supposedly holds all information that's ever been, supposedly, and so people claim to be able to get access to it, like whether that's fucking reality or not.
Yeah, the Akashic records are real. That I've been there in astral projection.
I've astral projected, bro, but it was like 17 years ago, and it wasn't on any psychedelics, anything like that, above my body. And then I saw a blinding fucking tunnel of light, which was literally, it was like a magnet attracting me towards it. And I knew eventually, when I sort of realised, I knew in my mind that I wasn't wanting anything to do with it, and started shouting at the top of my voice, "I'm not wanting to die. I'm too young to die." Started fucking screaming at the top of my voice. The next minute I was back above my body, and my vision literally slowly came down to my head and popped back into my eyes, and I sat straight up and told my mate about it. And he's like, "Shut the fuck up." He's like, as far as he was concerned, I just clasped my fingers behind my head, lay down and sat straight back up and told him this big story. But to me, it was several minutes at least I was in this fucking situation. And that's the fucking gospel truth. Forgive the religious pun, but that fucking happened to me, man, 17 years ago.
I can scientifically back that up, buddy.
But I'm in the middle of trying to get a haircut, man, and it's been half done. So I need to go back in. Right.
I concur with you, dude. Scientifically, I had the same scientific experience individually, independently.
Do you know that? Is that knowledge then?
I don't think there's any knowledge other than God knows that God exists. Everything else is just belief.
Just belief, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I accept your worldview. I disagree with it.
That's okay.
But I understand where you're coming from.
So what I think God is pure consciousness that is just observing itself, saying, "I
Okay,
am."
well, do you know that though? See, this is how your worldview kind of falls apart. Because do you know that,
God knows,
or do you
God
believe
knows
it?
that. No.
Okay,
God
so you
must.
don't know it though. You only
Yes,
believe it.
I know nothing, right? Only God knows.
But do you know that, or do you only believe that?
I believe it.
Okay, you don't know it.
No, I don't know it. God
Okay,
knows.
I get that works.
Do you think God can know things?
How about, are you talking on Discord right now? Do you know that, or you believe it?
I believe that.
Have you ever eaten food in your life? At one point in your life, have you ever eaten anything? Do you know that, or
I believe.
You believe that you don't know for sure if you've ever eaten anything. You just believe it.
No, not for sure. No.
You must not have had your coffee yet today.
I'm a real man, and I put 3 tablespoons. That's how you do it.
Black, hot and black.
How do you know you're not in a simulation?
He doesn't know that either. He only believes things.
I like the possum profile picture.
That's my point. It's like, how do I know this isn't all just illusion, man? So I can just believe.
Yeah, do you believe that, or you know that?
Out and rejoin the conversation.
I can't know, but I do presume, which isn't a knowledge. It's just a belief.
You just believe it.
That's some ultimate thing must know something.
Okay, I understand what you're saying. I just vehemently reject it. That I think you can know stuff, and there's things you know, and there's things you don't know, and there's things you know you don't know, and there's things you don't know you don't know.
You don't know what you don't know, and you
Yeah,
don't
you
know
really
that you
don't.
don't know it.
There's information out there that you're not aware of, and you also don't know it. It's a lot more. That's probably the vast majority of information out there.
Yeah, the known knowns, the known unknowns, and the unknown unknowns.
What do you think about machine elves?
Machine elves?
Yeah, we used to call them like little goblins or gremlins. Like why some reason a machine would just break down out of nowhere. You're like, why did it do that? You know, like I can't find any fault. All the parts are working, and then you put it back together, and suddenly it's happy again because you appease the machine elf. The machine elf, like Warhammer 40K has this. They call it the
will of the machine or some shit.
yeah, like the oh crap, what's
The
it called?
Adeptus Mechanicus and
Yeah,
all that.
yeah, and you the machine spirit. There it was.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you like you it's funny because like if you read some of the novels, it talks about one of their soldiers, Imperius Malilish or whatever, and he's talking about how he disassembles his laser gun and cleans it, put some oil over it, a little bit of incense, and then he says he's appeased the machine spirit, and now his laser rifle will kill the heretic, the mutant, and the alien. And I'm like, dude, you did some light maintenance on your weapon to make sure it's functioning properly. You know, like get the fuck out of here. That's like, and they believe that shit. And people talk about like, oh, I wonder what a space race, like a space galactic empire would look like. It's gonna be so great. It's gonna be the most amazing thing ever. This massive galactic human civilization. Maybe start reading some of your fan fiction because a lot of these are a grim, dark world with a
Warhammer
lot.
seems fun.
Yeah, that's what makes it fun because you're like when people talk about some sort of utopia, Star Trek level utopia.
Yeah.
Yeah, rethink that idea, okay? Because there's a lot of other
Gonna be
ideas
rough.
out there.
That it's like the same thing with the it's not the Hubble Space Telescope, but it's the satellite they sent to the unknown. It just passed, I think, Pluto. I can't remember what the fucking satellite is for the life of me, but it contains the golden disc where it wrote the location of Earth and all this other shit. That is if you believe in space and all that. But and they send it straight out into space thinking, "Hey, this is a good idea. Everyone in space is friendly."
You know, I have this really burning question. Um, so NASA is
Here,
is
real quick.
lead-
Sorry, real quick, atheist.
Hey, go
Torture.
ahead.
Give me a second. Admin question here. Hey, King, can you stop streaming your video game? Thank you. We just don't want this to become like a video game channel and shit. If people are streaming evidence or observations and stuff, it's kind of a fine line. Thank you for complying.
Hey, someone mentioned
go
that
ahead.
everyone in space is friendly. Maybe because space is gay, right?
Possibly.
So you know, so under the understanding. I think they are. I mean, I think we should go into the Bible, but I think there's reason to believe that. But my question is, if the projection is that Mr. Godman Elon Musk is going to take us to Mars and we're going to be this space faring civilization, there's a few options. One is they just admit, hey guys, okay, we got far enough. We can't actually go to space. Don't expect to go to Mars on vacation. The other one would be is they just keep amping up the deceit somehow. They just keep convincing people more and more. They hire people to lie and say that they en masse went to outer space. What do you guys think about that? How do they resolve that issue?
Like how space isn't what it's cracked out to be.
What is
Right,
it?
like
What,
it,
can you repeat the question? Sorry.
Sure. So if NASA and Elon are deceiving people about the nature of the cosmos, about the nature of space, eventually people are going to expect to eat. I don't if it's 100 years, 200 years, 300 years. People are going to expect that yeah, we go to space like Star Wars, we go to space like Elite Dangerous, and when that doesn't happen, right? What do they do, right? 300 years from now, they're trying to deceive you.
Possibly the same thing they're doing right now. Possibly the same thing they're doing right now. Because remember, since the 50s and the 60s, they've been promising this. We're gonna have Walmart in space, McDonald's, 7-Elevens. There's gonna be all this space travel. They've been doing this before the 50s, and we still today not there. And they're still promising and promising. And in 20 years, they're gonna be promising the same thing and repeating and rinsing. Rinsing and repeating the same shit.
I don't think the government ever promised to have a moon colony anytime soon.
Do you think in like 300 years?
Possibly. But I don't think it's going to be like Star Citizen. I think we're going to be relying on nuclear propulsion or just simple space travel that's available to us right now until we find some groundbreaking technology, slip space or some shit like that. It's not going to be very fast. We're going to see cryo space, like cryo sleeping advancements to combat that, but it's not going to be
Wait,
a good
are you a
space.
glober? Are you a
Space,
glober?
wow, I can't even accept according to the order. How do you expect space travel through a vacuum in a rocket?
Because it propulses.
It's a nice word.
Yeah.
But how does a rocket work in a vacuum, bro?
Because it
Gas spread omnidirectionally, does it not? Like, so if
it's
they started
directionally,
spraying
yes.
stuff, so it's going to spray everywhere, and what's it going to press against?
A vacuum. It will still
That's what I'm
push.
saying. There's nothing
It will
there.
still push.
There's nothing in the vacuum to press against. There's no air particles. Like rockets work and planes work on Earth because they've got particles to spread, like to press against. Like they fire flames at the other side of them and they fucking press against the air molecules. And if it's fast enough, they gain thrust. In a vacuum, there is no thrust possible, man.
I'm not a nuclear physicist. I don't know how it works.
I mean, the Earth wouldn't be here. We wouldn't be
I'd have to
breathing
look
gas
up.
pressure right now if there was a vacuum called space enveloping the Earth. We'd be fucking dead because we wouldn't have ever even lived because there'd be no oxygen here. Like gas pressure needs containment, so you definitely cannot be enveloped by a vacuum. If you just need containment on normal air pressure down here, we need containment for pressure. Why would you think that a near perfect vacuum called space could envelop us and somehow maintain our barometric pressure that we've got?
I got onto that, but I'm just eating right now. Give me a minute. Sorry.
We're supposed to have 14.7 psi on average at sea level barometric pressure, and it is a gradient, so it gets less dense as you gain elevation. But beyond the Kármán line, space is as good as a near perfect infinite vacuum.
I don't know the physics on propulsion. I'd have to research it.
No, you don't need to realize that.
I kind
I'm
of
talking
do.
about the Earth. Like,
Can I
forget that. I'm talking about the Earth. Gas
Kevin,
pressure
just
needs containment. So
I
we
don't know if
definitely
it
cannot be
acts
a
on
gas bro.
pressure.
We
Like
cannot be a pressurized system if we're enveloped by a vacuum. It's impossible.
I think this guy
Entropy
needs
must
an
increase.
analogy, bro. Like, just tell him like if you have a tire, well, can you inflate the tire without the rubber? Like without the rubber surrounding the tire, the housing?
Or if you got a puncture, like when you got a puncture,
Like, will you have air pressure in your tire without the actual housing for the tire itself? Like, can you just have like an air tire? You obviously can't.
that's
So if you got a puncture,
that's not a good
you
analogy.
It's not different.
The Earth
It's not
is
a
It's the
flat.
same as
Prove
a
me
can
wrong.
of beer. Bro, if you've got a can of beer or a can of soda in your hand and you open the can, you equalize the pressure, the entropy increases, and then the beer goes flat eventually because you need to have containment before you can hold pressure.
Notice which way those bubbles
that's right,
go
right?
up. Make an observation. Like you got a pressurized can of soda, beer, whatever. You pop that top. which direction do the bubbles go?
Up.
Up,
They go
and
up.
and
Explain
there's
that
force on
with
the
gravity.
That is that is
Pressurized.
because the bubbles are lighter than the atmosphere, so they're gonna float up. You know how a feather will float in water and a rock will sink in water? It's the same shit with air. If something's lighter than the atmosphere around it, it's gonna float up, and if something's heavier, it's gonna float down.
Where's gravity? So where's the gravity then?
Are you
Where does
talking
mass
about
impact
weight or
not?
density?
Both.
Hey,
Yeah, but
let Mayhem get in here.
where's gravity in the idea that gases go in all directions?
Just think about it this way. Whales.
Yeah, no, I'm just saying gravity has to hold things down to Earth, right? Like not let the gas expand out into the void. So in order for gas not to expand, something's got to be holding it back down. So if your answer is gravity or gravitational fields, well, you're gonna have to provide evidence that that is the case in reality.
Look at it this way. Like the only reason whales are as big as they are right now is because of buoyancy. They don't feel the pressure of gravity crushing their bones. That's why when they beach themselves,
Yeah,
they
but
can die with their own weight.
We're talking about gas pressure on. Well, the topic is gas.
Yeah, but this is another proof of gravity.
No, it's not.
Like
Whales are not gas. Whales are not gas.
Apparently, propulsion is not dependent on
real quick, Epsilon,
air
you're
or
hot
anything.
micing. And remember, one mic at a time, okay? Billy, everyone wants to hear what you have to say, but don't interrupt, okay? Go back and forth, okay? Big boy rules.
This is scientific.
Okay, I'm
orthodoxy
sorry.
doesn't say that outer space is an absolute vacuum, right?
That's a straw man claim. Nobody said that outer space is an absolute vacuum. However, it's described to us as a vacuum. That is, you can look it up. Don't even
It's
take
less
our word for it.
pressure than an absolute vacuum.
It's not.
Or it's more. It's more pressure than an absolute vacuum.
It's not.
It's not an absolute vacuum.
Yeah, it's not.
That is false.
So,
But pressure and propulsion does not need a vacuum to work or a pressurized system to work. It doesn't. It's based on Newton's
But
third law.
explain the whales though. Why do whales get crushed under their weight?
Talk about
Because
whales.
there's
That's
gravity.
a non-sequitur. It's not. Let's not talk about whales. We're talking about the gas pressure. If you guys want to stay on point, make
When
sure
you go lower in water,
the
have you guys
topic
ever-
is gas. No, the topic is gas pressure. It's not water. It's not
Sorry,
whales.
I'm eating at the same time.
It's gas
Have you ever
pressure,
jumped in
guys.
a pool?
Are
and
these
then-
guys listening? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, remember one mic at a time, okay? It's gonna get tedious, so I gotta keep reminding you of a very simple rule. If somebody's talking, you're not talking.
Wait, my mic turns on randomly, even though I'm not talking. So,
All right.
yeah.
So let me just state it again for the room. The question at hand right now is gas pressure. It is not whales, water, rocks, the moon, the sun. It's gas pressure. Stay on point. Do not use another analogy that has no relation to gas pressure. Is that cool?
Okay, so when you're free diving, right, and you hold your breath, this is a gas in your lungs, right? And you go too deep into the water, you can crush you like your lungs will expand and expand and expand because of the pressure from the water expanding your lungs because your lungs want to go up. And if you go up too quickly, go up like to the surface too quickly, you can like I forgot what it's called, but like your lungs can literally burst out of you because of gravity. Period.
It's
It's not because of gravity.
That's
Okay, then what is it because?
It's because of pressures, external pressures.
Yeah.
Whenever
caused by
you go
gravity.
up whenever you go up in depth, there's less pressure, your lungs expand, your body is less compressed. When you go down, your lungs compress, and it's a lot easier to adjust to that. Your lungs can't handle a rapid accession. What is it? Fuck.
Ascension.
But hold on, let me
Thank
add
you.
to that. Let me add to that.
Yeah, but whales. Think
There's
about
also
whales.
hold on. There's also an issue of like temperature. There's issue of like
Yeah.
capability. There's many other things that a container is only. For example, you know those guys that went down in the submarine and imploded.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what happened was they went lower deep into the ocean. Temperature changed, but the containers remained the same. So what happened was there was too much gas pressure, and they imploded, and that's where they found the debris. This is
Did you know?
this
That's
is
a
a
good word, Rick.
fact.
It's implode.
Did you know?
The person was
Imploded,
actually
yes.
the person was actually using the wrong analogy when they said the lungs explode. They don't explode. If you're going down into the water, they're gonna implode.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Anything with pressure,
Explode, implode.
yeah. Anything that has
But you
pressure.
get what they're saying.
If you
Yeah,
have
you
gas
get what I'm
pressure,
saying, right?
yeah, but no, like the reason why I'm saying the
Yeah,
difference.
but no.
Go into the depth of the water, right? And you have gas pressure. Well, the lower you go into the water, the more pressure is going to push onto the pressure of gas. So it's going to anything that has gas pressure in water. At the lower in depth you go, it's going to implode, not explode. Explode means that if you the idea. Now I'm not saying this is true, but the idea that if you go into
But you
space,
get the gist that I was saying,
right?
right?
So I'm going to show you the difference, though, right? If you have gas pressure in a container, and let's say the idea of space, you send that container to space. What's going to happen is it'll explode in space.
Yeah. Okay, hold on. So we
It's
were using the
it's the opposite.
atmosphere. We were
It's the
talking about the atmosphere in space. What happens is when you go higher and higher. Sorry, I have food in my mouth. But what happens is this is why we have like global warming, which is a real thing. Yes, gases are still being released, but that we're contained through this thing that we call the atmosphere. Once you go higher and higher above that, you have this thing we call space, and I know that's what you guys are talking about with the vacuum. The only reason we have gases that are contained, to answer the original question, is because of our atmosphere, which does exist.
Yeah, but the
not flat.
Actually, the electromagnetic field.
The atmosphere is a gas.
Atmosphere helps, yes, and the electromagnetic field is produced through that.
Hang on. 1 second. Atmosphere is a gas itself. Gases don't contain gas. It either has to be contained. So
let me give you an example.
you're talking about delta X, which is the gas pressure that we already have. But what we're needing to find out is the X, the pressure of the gas. How do you get that in the first instance? You need to have a containment. That's a necessary antecedent for gas pressure. It is containment. You have to contain the gas in order for it to have pressure. But in the first place, so you can't have gas pressure unless you have the container that surrounds the gas.
Here, 1 second.
So if you don't have that, gases don't just like press on each other. That doesn't work that way. You have to have containment, physical containment,
which is created through these
gases. Kind of. They're more
Yeah,
like a liquid.
That's like how it happens.
They're like a liquid though. They can level out because you'll have propane. Propane is heavier than regular air, and so you have propane buildup in basements from water heaters, and that shit can light up, and it's a big problem. But gases can actually separate into layers.
Yeah, I know, but you still have to be contained in order to have gas pressure in the first place. The pressure is attained when the gas is inside of a container. So in order for you to have that pressure, the gas inside has to have something to press against. So it presses on the walls of a container. So in order for that gas pressure to be achieved anywhere, you'd have to have containment, like a physical containment, not just say that in any instance, like anytime you achieve pressure in any instance, you do have to have containment. It has to be contained. You can't have gas pressure without containment. That's the most important part of this whole equation.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It can also be because of gravity though, because our atmosphere.
No. Magnetism has nothing to do with gravity. So I just put on the side chat the atmosphere, how it's made of gases, which is a chemical processy, and then the magnetic field, which is also a chemical processy.
And it's also gravity.
It's not well in some sense, sure.
Yeah,
but magnetism itself has nothing to do with gravity.
Right, that's a claim.
If there's magnetism,
that's the claim
how is
that's on
there
the table at the
magnetism?
moment, right?
Sorry.
So you have to figure out if that's the claim on the table that gravity is a container. Then what everybody needs right now, not just words, but a demonstration of gravity being a container. So you have to, in other words, when you say gravity is a container, okay, everybody can hear you say that. Now demonstrate in some way, right? In some way you could test.
This is a problem of scale.
Gravity being a container.
This is a problem of scale.
No, it's a problem with demonstration because if
That,
it's
well,
not,
that's the
It's not a
point. That's
container.
if
it's a
you
scale
cannot
problem.
demonstrate it, if you
What do you
cannot
want me to do?
demonstrate how
Create a
the,
fucking sun and then show you, and then like create a sun and then have something
no
rotate
gravity,
around it?
right? But gravity is the container, and that is
It's not.
that's the issue.
It's
How can
not a
gravity?
container.
It
It's a
is.
force. No, it's a force.
It's a force.
So
It is a
how
force.
is it containing the gas?
It's
No,
not
no,
containing
no.
anything. It's
That's different.
attracting it.
It's what?
Gravity. You have a
Bro.
center of mass, a center of gravity, and those atoms are going to be pulled by that center of gravity towards the Earth. It's a minuscule amount compared to your electromagnetic field, which does a majority of holding the Earth's atmosphere together because it protects the Earth's atmosphere from solar flares and solar radiation, which is very, and solar
Yeah.
winds.
That
Which is
sounds
very
like a
dangerous.
cool story. That sounds like a cool children's story. But
What do
what
you
I'm asking
mean?
for,
No,
what
it's
I'm
not a
asking,
cool children's story. It's the way
Or-
that we are able to.
no, sir. You,
Sounds like Star
Okay.
Wars.
Not a cool.
Uses
No,
the
dude.
gravity.
let me tell you what's happening.
Magnetism is different
So
from
let me tell you what's happening.
gravitational
So
pull.
there are claims on the
Yeah.
table. There are claims on the table that gravity's doing something. What I'm asking for is now demonstrate that claim in a physical form.
That's why I made the
It's
joke
not a
with
container,
you. That's
though.
why I made the joke. Like, what do you want me to do? Create a sun? Because you don't believe that you'll jump. You can
It's
jump
not a
up and
belief.
down, and you're pulled
See,
to.
this is the thing. This isn't built on a
It's
belief.
not a container.
Listen, this is what I'm saying though. Every time you have gas pressure, you need a container.
You
So
don't,
if you're
though.
saying, yes, you do. Name
No,
one
you
instance
don't.
name one instance that you can demonstrate that doesn't need a container when you have gas pressure. Name one instance you can demonstrate. Demonstration with what I can show you in every demonstration that gas pressure needs a container. Like every time I have a propane tank.
What you're
every
doing,
time
okay, I see what you're saying, but what you're doing is that the gases still
What
not
about
in
a
the same
gas
sense that
giant?
you.
Huh? I didn't
What
hear
about
that.
a gas giant?
In his worldview, it's still contained. A gas
Yeah.
giant.
Bubble. Underwater.
No, he said something about a gas giant. Well, say it again.
Yeah, a
You were
gas giant.
interrupted.
I'm curious.
Not you, the other guy.
No, he was the one that said gas giant. I never said that.
Bubble underwater.
Like, listen. So, okay. So there's two things right now. You either have gas pressure being contained or gas pressure not being contained. My argument is that gas pressure needs to be contained by a container, by something physical. So in every instance that I can demonstrate to you guys, I can show. Every time I have gas pressure, I have a container. Every single time. So with gas pressure, I need to show you a container, right? Like a tire that I put air in and it's pressurized, like an air tank that I put air in for the scuba tank. Everything that I show you has gas pressure, and that needs to be contained. Now you're saying the other side, no, you don't need a container. And I'm
Mayhem,
like,
let me give you perspective. Let me give you perspective. This is why I use the concept of scale. Like, I cannot create in the way that you would want to see it with your eyes. I cannot create this. Let's just say there's particles that exist in space outside of our atmosphere, right? What ends up happening is they don't become gases if they're not interacting with things that the magnetism that we have on Earth, the other gases that exist on Earth, like carbon dioxide and all these things, right? You can't have the same instances without the instance to create this circumstance in the first place.
You need to be planetary scale. I hear you loud and clear. But what I'm telling you is this. If you're not able to demonstrate it to somebody, it becomes a belief system. It doesn't become something that you can demonstrate. It's basically you saying, "Trust me, bro." And I'm like, I don't want to trust you. I want to be able to prove that gas pressure.
In that case, okay, I hear what you're saying now. Let me respond to that real quick. I hear what you're saying right now, but if you were to use that same logic, you shouldn't be talking this language that we call English, which is a Germanic language. We can't communicate then because the communication wouldn't. I would be just believing that someone told me that this language exists. And why am I using these words? How can you understand that I'm using these?
Yeah, the
Have you
equation.
ever hiked up a mountain?
The equivalent.
Come on.
I don't want to get off point what the gentleman just said.
No. This has to do with it. Have you ever hiked up a mountain?
I can't rebut him. Like, I mean, it's cool.
It's the same thing that you're using English. You're using English. It's the same exact thing. Yes, because you're using this language to communicate this nonsense.
No. One second. What I'm asking for is a physical demonstration of something being like the case. So if I say that gas pressure can be without a container, I need to demonstrate that to you to prove its existence. Right?
I understand.
So a language, however, is something that was something that people agreed upon. So like you say, okay, I think this language is what we're gonna
Science
talk.
is agreed upon. Science is agreed upon.
No, it needs, but science is not. There's a bit of misunderstanding. Like you guys think science is something that it's not. Like currently, right now,
You think language is something that it's not. Then in this
it's
case,
not a belief system. Look, science is not just a belief system.
No, but then I could say the same thing as you. You think English is something that it's not. Why don't we use French? Do you say parle français, alors, huh?
Like
there's difference now. Now there's a difference in the way
Hey,
that
can we keep the conversation to English only as per the rules of the server? Thank you very
can't use
much.
these arguments and then not understand
Epsilon,
like the
you're
scale
not,
of what
okay,
you're using.
You got it, Epsilon. Listen, you got to respond to what Miggy's saying. Okay, not what you want to respond to. Respond to what he's saying. Okay.
I am engaging with him, but go ahead.
Or not Epsilon.
Are you really?
Okay, Bubbles.
So
have you ever hiked up a mountain? Have you ever hiked up a mountain?
Are we back? Sorry, I was just gonna say, are we back on point? Because the gentleman went off to languages. I really wanted to stick to demonstration of the thing that's in question right now.
Okay, why did I use languages as an example? Why did I use languages as an example?
Because it's a non sequitur. Languages have nothing to do with a demonstration.
No, because you're saying that you cannot. If scientists,
Can I finish telling you, because you don't understand if you keep interrupting me, sir. Well, all I'm saying is that if we're talking about a physical demonstration, and I'm saying it cannot be, and you're like, yes, it can, just because, bro. I'm like, no, I can show you that demonstration that gas pressure needs a container by actually showing.
That's not what I'm saying. I didn't say just because, bro.
My God,
have you ever been up a mountain?
Hold your peace, bro. Like what I'm saying is gas pressure needs a container. If I'm telling you that I could demonstrate that to you, but on the other side, you're like, you don't have a demonstration. You just say, believe me, bro. That doesn't.
I understand, but the reason I'm trying to what I'm doing, it's not about languages, and I'm not trying to mock you or anything. But it's just it's interesting that you have such a belief or you stand by language so much so, but it's wrong for scientists to or people, the average lay people, to not stand by what professional scientists use or what they believe in, what they study and do for a living for years and years. It's been a long time. Aristotle was the fucking first scientist. It's not about so long.
A demonstration. If somebody made a claim about something happening in reality, and you're like, no, I don't think that.
What's his definition of reality? Reality, in your perspective, means that you have to experience it always.
Listen, if somebody has a demonstration of gas pressure, right, how it operates, it needs to be. And you say, no, I don't think gases operate like that. I think they operate differently. Then somebody tells you, okay, show me how you think.
No, it's not that we think they operate in one way or another.
Let me just finish.
Okay.
So if somebody was to tell you, no, just believe me, brother, I'm just telling you how gases work, and you're like, well, you haven't demonstrated anything to me.
How do gases work? Because I tried to explain this through our atmosphere and why when you go up to space, particles are moving in different ways.
Okay. This is how you can actually demonstrate it everyone has experienced this. You walk up a mountain, you start to lose breath. You go even higher up the mountain, you start to lose breath even more. The higher you go up the mountain, the less air you are able to breathe. So as time, and people have done hot air balloons where they've gone even higher up and they are unable to breathe. Eventually you get to a certain height where you can't breathe because there's not enough air. We've even had people that done skydiving with.
I know what you're talking about, sir.
We've had people done skydiving. The bubble.
Okay, Raptor. Now listen to Miggy's response.
I
understand. You got a chance to talk.
I'm gonna repeat it back to you.
The container that you're talking about.
Go ahead, Miggy.
All right. So all I'm saying is, I understand what you're saying. That what you're talking about is a gas pressure gradient. It means that it varies. Like on the surface, we have the highest gas pressure, 14 psi. We're breathing in and out of our lungs. So I understand with elevation, there's starting to be less and less air that you can breathe. There's a gas pressure gradient. I understand what the gentleman's saying. I know that. Okay. Where we're going with this is at some point, according to the rhetoric, right? The globe Earth is saying that there is a place that you get to where it's super low pressure. They're talking about right above the exosphere, right? That's at the very top of the globe Earth. You have you pass through the Kármán line, which is the limit to where space begins, and then further past that you have outer space. But at where space begins and where the satellites are orbiting the Earth and all that, low Earth orbit, they're telling us that it's about 10 to the -6. So it's really close to getting up there as super low pressure, right? And I'm not saying it's absolute zero. I'm not saying that. What I am saying, though, however, is that there's a pressure. Okay? We all understand. Every flat Earth person that's in here understands that. So as you climb, it's going to be harder and harder to breathe. We know. But the thing is, you still have the gas pressure. Even if it's lower, what we're saying is, in order to have that pressure, it needs to be contained. So gas pressure gradient is delta X.
No, you don't need a container. If the container is gravity.
No, hold on. I don't know what he's talking about.
The container is gravity. Gravity is a container.
Right.
Because gravity is a container. As you approach the limit to the gravity, you approach the outside of the container, which is the atmosphere.
Yes, that's the claim that gravity
is. And so you can walk up a mountain and experience this in a balloon, or in a tire. It is evenly distributed throughout the entire container.
I understand.
On Earth, it is not evenly distributed throughout the entire atmosphere. As you go higher in the atmosphere, you are reaching the limits of the container. Where in any container, show me a container where there is a concentration gradient of pressure.
Well, listen to me when I says you're claiming that gravity is a container. What I'm asking for is the demonstration of gravity.
Go walk up a mountain. You can feel the pressure.
Raptor,
decrease.
Jesus Christ, please.
It's a gradient.
So
it's
mayhem.
Yeah, exactly. You show me a container.
Okay, Raptor. Okay, you're not listening. Right, who's the other guy who wanted to talk?
Yeah, so mayhem. You're still what you're saying. Okay, correct me if I'm wrong. And what he's not engaging with is you're saying that there still needs to be a container, right? You're saying regardless of anything that he's saying.
Yeah, let me
just
a container. Put it to you this way, right? Like in a propane tank, it's separated into different layers. I mean, and you can do this in an aerosol can. It can separate in different gradient pressures. The very top of the can, you'll have a different pressure system than you do at the bottom. Of course, that's natural. If it separates in gradients out, that's still fine. The thing that I'm saying is that overall, there is a container. And so the claim is gravity is the container. That's the overall container. So what I'm asking for is the demonstration of of gravity being the container. Like I was saying, I only can show you guys that I have like a physical container.
I understand.
You're asking for a false dichotomy.
And then
you're
jump to the floor. Demonstration of gravity.
Situation that's completely different than another situation. Because the situation is, show me a container where there's actually a pressure difference when it comes to gases, straight gases, not solids to gases like in an aerosol container, or a liquid to a gas like in a lighter, but a gas to a gas where there's a pressure difference in the container itself. I know of no container where you do that, but on Earth you do see that, which is a completely different scenario.
Okay, you're asking for the demonstration of a gas pressure gradient inside. We have some that actually can post some side chat.
Jump from the floor.
You understand what
then you land again.
He's speaking specifically about gases.
You asked for a demonstration.
In his way, it's literal gases.
You asked for a demonstration of that, right? You're like, I have never seen this ever in my life. However,
you have a container.
I understand.
Container. One is a lower pressure than the other.
I got you. What I'm asking for right now is there any flat earther in here who can put a demonstration in the side chat for the gentleman? Because he doesn't believe that exists. We know that it does. We've seen the demonstration of that actually being the case. You can have a gas pressure gradient inside of a container. It's possible.
Where?
You can.
Where? Show me this.
It's very minuscule, but you can. It's not like a liquid. Actually, even
Okay.
liquid
So
kinda
why
has
is
it,
there a
but it's
pressure
more
difference?
into viscosity, which is a whole nother part. There's a lot to fucking physics.
Okay, show me this example. You're not giving me an example. You're just saying, believe me, there's an example. You're doing the same thing that everyone else is doing to you.
The reason why Earth is a mixture and it isn't just flat in terms of separation of gases is because it's unstable. It's always constant and moving, so there's always going to be jostling around. If you have a fixed container, you can imagine if Earth was more of a fixed container, it would eventually equalize if everything was inactive. But it doesn't.
Well, that's not true because we do go towards that. We do go towards equilibrium.
In the great fucking cosmos scheme.
But that's why what he's asking, and I try to engage in that, but Raptor took over. But it's fine.
I know.
It's just, dude. You can't. The scale is the issue, and
it is.
It's hard to explain these concepts without being able to use them.
system, isn't it? Because you have to believe.
What I'm saying. You can't compare two completely unrelated situations and say that they're the same thing.
There's a lot of factors going into
they are
play
all
with
related.
Earth.
Everything was related that we.
Yeah.
Well, then show me a container that has a concentration gradient. That would be a comparable system.
To Earth? You're looking to compare something to Earth?
Yeah, because if on Earth you can walk up a mountain and have a lower pressure. You can hold up a can, go to a higher and lower pressure. Show me that in a container in a real life demonstration where that happens, where then that's a comparable
I'm confused. Do you believe in flat Earth or are you a ball earther?
Yeah, he's all over the place. It's hard to tell. Raptor,
no,
which
I'm
direction do
saying
gases...
if you're trying to say that we can only believe in things that we see.
Raptor, pay attention, okay? What direction does gravity pull things?
I hold up an object, goes down.
Okay, which directions do gases move?
Well, it depends on the gas.
Okay, they move all directions, right?
No.
Okay, it doesn't?
Yeah,
the gases
depends
don't
on the
move
density.
freely in all directions?
If you get a CO2 filled balloon, it will go down.
Okay, the states of matter, right? So you've got liquids, solids, and gases. Okay, which direction do gases go?
What's it called? Sulfur hexafluoride. If you look at sulfur hexafluoride, that can easily float on top of CO2.
Yeah, but it'll eventually go up too.
No, it won't.
Yeah, it will. It won't stay all the way down forever.
No.
It'll float
because
around.
there are also other factors that go
exists.
into that, like wind and a
Yeah,
lot.
for your claim to be true, it would always be at the bottom level.
No, but there's other
There'd be a
things
permanent
messing with the
bottom
wind.
level
Yes.
of
Have you not heard
hexafluoride
of
all across
people?
the Earth.
Have you not heard of people getting carbon dioxide poisoning because there's little gaps?
Yeah.
In World War I, that you would have gas accumulating in the trenches because
Is that gas still there to this day?
It dissipated.
Wind.
Yeah, which way did it go?
It
Wind
spread out.
blows
It
away.
tried to
It
equalize.
moved freely in all directions.
No, it
No,
equalized.
wind.
Yeah, freely in all directions.
No, equalizing isn't freely in all directions. It equalizes.
Some of it went up, some of it went down, some of it went right, some of it went left.
I'll agree in this aspect that Earth has a. It's not an actual barrier. That's the thing. It's kind of like this zone where it becomes so fucking blended. Not to mention that there's other aspects involved in space, like solar winds, which is a very big thing when it comes to atmospheres. This is why Mars doesn't have an atmosphere. It's because
Okay, let's stay to
magnetic
Earth,
field.
okay? We're just on Earth right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so first premise is that gravity is a force that pulls things downwards. The second premise is gravity will affect gases, but gases move freely in all directions. So you can say, but you're able to counter that premise because you have a gas pressure gradient.
You can
buy a carbon dioxide balloon, and you can demonstrate this. Like, you can do this on your own.
Okay, here, let's look at gas pressure.
Balloon,
actually,
okay, so that's a container. Yeah. A balloon would be a container. Okay, so now
what
we
about
got
helium?
gas.
Helium goes up.
Helium would also be a helium
air
balloon would be
in
a
a balloon.
container.
Does it rise to the surface? No, it falls.
That would be a container.
A bubble. How do bubbles fall?
Is a balloon a container or not a container?
A balloon is a container.
Okay, so you've got a container, right? So now you've got gas pressure is a force exerted on gaseous molecules as they collide with the walls of the container, okay? So your claim is that gravity can be a container. Can you show me a balloon of gravity without the balloon?
Yeah, the Earth.
The whole Earth. You're just going to present the whole Earth as a balloon.
Can I say something real quick? I wouldn't necessarily say gravity is your container. I'd say more so your magnetic field is your container, because your magnetic field is a.
No, magnetic field just maintains
it
from
blocks
the solar
out
winds.
solar solar waves.
Solar
which
winds.
affects. Yeah. Winds.
But it's not
that's what I mean.
keeping in the planet. It's just keeping it from being blown away. That's
Yes.
different.
Okay, but look at the logical
barrier,
okay,
so
hold
to
on.
say.
Pump the brakes here on all these other speculation. So Raptor, you're in a logical fallacy. It's called where you're presuming the same cause. Okay, you said that Earth is a ball because Earth is a ball.
No, I'm going with the whole like mindset of. Wait, what?
Okay, so you're saying, are you? Did you miss it? You said if Earth is a ball, then Earth is a ball. If Earth is a ball.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay, well, how about rephrase it then? Let's see.
I didn't say anything. I didn't say anything about a ball.
Okay, so Earth. You said Earth is a balloon. Sorry, you're right. You
I said Earth is a container.
A container, a balloon. And Earth is gravity. Then I'm trying to follow your logic. If I got it wrong, okay, no problem.
All matter has gravity. So since all matter has gravity, the Earth would also contain gravity, and so then the gravity would be. Two things can have two different properties.
Is matter also force?
Two things can have two different properties. You can have color and texture. They are independent of each other. Color and texture are independent of each other. They are one thing, but they can have different properties that are associated with them.
Okay, so I can have competing properties.
How they're not competing properties. Like color and texture are not competing properties. You can have something that looks smooth but not be actually smooth. They look and feel this two different
like
properties.
Sandpaper.
Yeah.
Like sandpaper. Okay, so sandpaper would be what?
Matter is not gravity. Gravity is a property of matter. And matter has other properties that are associated with itself.
So we can look at the states of matter. Do you agree that there's different states of matter?
What is your definition of states of matter? I want to make sure.
Solids, liquids, and gas. Or there's some other ones.
Plasma.
But they don't, yeah, they don't matter for this conversation.
Plasma's quite prevalent.
Yeah, condensate, and there's a couple,
Bose-Einstein condensate, and then then you have the tri-point where it's all three at once.
Okay, but let's just work off solids, liquids, and gases and branch out from there. Sound good or not?
Okay, what's the point?
Okay, so here from NASA.gov, right? Solids, hard, shape, fixed volume. Liquid, shape of the container, free surface, fixed volume. Gas, shape of the container, volume of the container. So can you use these states of matter to make an observation of Earth?
Yeah.
Okay. What about liquid? Is water, do you understand water to be liquid?
Yeah.
What will you describe the surface of water at rest as?
Actually fairly curved.
Can you show me that?
Yeah, I give you a drop of water. Look at it.
Okay, a drop of water. I'm talking about large bodies of water. Like
put some oil on a piece of paper, on a wax paper. You see what happens.
Okay, how about your whole sink? Like
viscosity.
You do drops, right? I drop one drop of water in my sink.
You're talking about okay.
Let's keep dropping water.
If it was flat, it would stay flat, right?
Is it flat?
No, it's round.
What is it?
You're asking me if it's. You're trying to get me to say it's flat, but
so water's not flat.
Water, and that's the shape of water.
Water's not flat.
You're trying to get me to say the water is flat.
I'm not trying to get
round.
you to say anything. I'm asking
it's
you
round.
just a very quick, very easy question.
Yeah, and I told you what it is, and then you're trying to come up with a different scenario in which it would be.
So when I posted this
NASA.gov,
shape. The phases of matter, you see the liquid example as curved. You see that as curved, do you?
Yeah, liquid's curve.
Okay, where do you see the curve there?
I get a drop, bam, it's a curve. Again.
Here it is. Look at states of matter right there.
I get oil. I put a drop of oil and some wax
The middle
paper.
one. The middle one right there. Where do you see the curve?
All right, let me look at the picture. I'm not looking.
He's demonstrating how the mere acknowledgement of reality is so devastating.
Okay, that's a drawing.
Okay, so do you have another conceptual idea?
Look at a test tube. They'll form a convex like
You're trying to
exactly.
Surface tension, gentlemen.
That's surface tension, yeah. So here, let's go with that.
This is with gravity acting upon it. I hope
so
you know.
Here is gas, here is a liquid, and here's a solid. So you see the curve a convex curve.
You're looking at
Don't worry
cartoon
about what I'm doing.
representations.
Just talk.
You're
Just
looking at
talk it out.
cartoon representations and trying to treat those as like actual observations of real life. Cartoon representations are cartoons. They're not real life.
Let's make an
So
observation.
the globe Earth isn't real then.
At real life, it's
The
not
globe Earth
flat.
isn't real. By your logic, the globe Earth isn't real because they're showing us cartoons every day.
Oh, the good point, Miggy. Yeah, let's address that.
Yep.
So you got
you were
cartoon
talking about
globe.
how a container. That's
your
real
logic.
life example.
That's your logic. You just sabotage yourself.
I'm talking about
it is. Let's follow this all the way
representations
through.
Of
Okay.
comparison. You're saying that a container.
Raptor, holy shit, dude! Do you just not stop? Like verbal diarrhea. Okay. We're exploring your worldview. You said cartoons aren't real.
The representations of reality.
Is this real? Is this real? Is this curvy water for you? So you'd use this as your proof of curvy water.
Wait, what do you mean by cartoon?
Oh yeah, we could probably explain. Can you define your terms? What do you mean by
Wow, this
cartoon?
is really dumb. Like,
No, I'm asking the flat earther. What do you mean by cartoon?
I'm
dumb.
using
Like,
Raptor's version of cartoon.
This is dumb.
What's
Like,
Raptor's
not gonna
definition
lie.
of cartoon?
The drawings of the states of matter. He said these are cartoons.
The drawing of states of matters are cartoons. So what's the point of this?
Because it's exploring his worldview.
No, it's not. It's just
no. His worldview doesn't hinge upon like whether or not something's a cartoon. Like we all know that cartoons obviously don't exist in the tangible world. They're just representations or approximations of reality. So I don't understand your point.
Does this represent states of matter then? Do these cartoons represent what you observe?
They could represent some potential states of matter, but not always. Like we said,
there's
which
one?
So again, when you're looking, so in particular, when you're looking at like something more of a, like the water one, not every instance of water is going to be flat or like that. I mean, because I just pointed one out to you, looking at like when you put water in a graduated cylinder, or you put it in like a test tube, that it won't actually like be entirely curved. So that completely blows out your entire worldview.
No, it doesn't. I call that surface tension.
Oh, so you mean the water has properties?
Yeah, it has states of matter have properties. Yeah.
So, but in this particular instance, water has the property of some surface tension, meaning that not all instances of water will be curved, or not all instances of water will be flat. So you're saying there's variation.
Large bodies of water at rest.
Do we have
there's variation between the two.
May I ask? Do we have any instances of water adhering to the 3959 mile radius spheroid?
Yeah, so the thing in contention isn't that water has physical properties like you're talking about with adhesion and cohesion inside of a meniscus, like a test tube. The question right now remains is if we have large bodies of water. And I remember I said large. I didn't say meniscus in a test tube. What you guys fail to realize is that over a body of water, you'd have surface tension and it spreads out. That means that surface it will remain flat and level. Now, you guys want to go back to your meniscus example and use that as a gotcha. It's not. That, of course, is what water forms its own bond. So we understand this. This is the physics of water. Now, what you guys are disputing right now and are trying to insert, this is called sophistry. You're trying to make it sound like water's only curved, and it's not. So if you guys don't admit that over large bodies of water, the question here is large bodies of water, do they form convexity on their surface? Now that's to you guys. Now that was the
you're
question.
misrepresenting
Now, how do you answer that? You can't answer it with meniscus because I use large bodies of water. Go.
I think it's pronounced minuscule.
No, large bodies of water. Go. Any globe earther in here?
Oh, I showed a video before on a lake. Yeah, the curving, no problem.
Is the lake curving? Okay, so now what we need is there's somebody that asserts the lake is curving. So we need the demonstration following that claim. Now the demonstration. So we made a claim that lakes are curving. So now we're gonna have to find out how did he? The gentleman who just spoke. How does he know that lake is curving? We need a demonstration now by that gentleman.
Well,
Either
the issue is that if you don't believe in gravity, this entire model kind of falls apart.
No. We're asking for the gentleman who made the claim that lakes curve. Now we need him to demonstrate that.
I didn't say lakes curve.
He didn't say that, but I mean, if you
So do lakes curve? Yes or no? Do they curve?
What do you mean by lakes? I don't know what you're saying.
The guy said the lake curves. The water on the lake.
Look at waves.
He didn't say that the lakes curve. You said that he said the lakes curve. So
okay, so the lakes do lakes. Now the question is, do lakes curve? Any
what
body
do you mean by curve?
Large body of water does it curve.
They would curve if it's in a cylinder form.
Don't keep going to a cylinder. Don't keep going to. Don't misrepresent my example. My example.
But what do you mean by curve?
My example. No. My body. What I'm saying is large bodies of water. Are there any convexity on their surface? Large
what's your definition of
water.
No, but I'm trying to ask you, what do you mean by curves? I need to figure out what you mean by curves.
Einstein. Let me run something by him, like 10 seconds. Einstein, you've seen the pictures that NASA presents of water ball Earth, correct? The marble? Hello?
Who?
Have you seen a depiction of this globe that's been propagated? Yes or no?
Who are you talking to?
You, Bongo. You. Go.
Oh, you mean the
Have you seen this
marble
globe that you don't like to talk about? Have you seen any depiction of it?
Yeah, are you talking about the picture that NASA put out, which
I'm
was
talking
basically
about a picture.
a
I'm talking about
collage or
paper.
an amalgamation?
I'm talking about paper mache. I'm talking about anything.
Yeah, I've seen depictions of it. Sure.
Okay, I'll simplify it for you. If someone painted,
I just agreed. I said yes. I've seen depictions of it. You don't need to simplify.
Okay, if someone, okay, very good. On this depiction, silence, please. We heard you tap danced for 30 seconds. Okay, so if you have a basketball and you paint this Earth that you imagine on it, correct? The blue parts would be the curving water. So in reality, is that water curving in adherence to this water ball Earth that's claimed?
Well, I mean, do you believe in gravity?
Oh, Lord.
Answer his question, please.
Yeah, to me, to answer your question, it comes to the assumption that we both agree in gravity. And it's an actual thing. If you don't agree on that, we can't have
space time later, pal.
I know. If you don't, well,
okay,
I'll
you were
simplify it.
You were the one that
I'll
was
simplify it. Hold
you
on,
were
wait. I'll
confused
simplify
about what curved was.
Yeah, I'll simplify it.
You were
I'll
confused about
simplify
what curved was.
I'll simplify it so we can understand.
He's just confused about your definition.
You're obfuscating because you don't want to answer the direct question.
I'm trying to make sure that we are working under the same type of
No, you don't. You understood what he said. You understood what he said. You're diverting. You're diverting right now.
I'm
not trying to divert. I'm trying to answer your question in the most intellectually honest way I can.
Bodies of water curve, yes or no? Close-ended.
I'm trying to answer your
It's a closed-ended question, dude. You don't need to ask. You don't need to ask any more questions.
Just do it then.
Yeah, I am doing it. Do you believe if given the assumption gravity exists as an acceleration, yes, it would curve.
What?
We're talking about
given the fact that gravity. I'm sorry, I was answering your question. Hold on. If given the assumption that gravity exists, then yes.
Here in
We're
reality.
not assuming. We're not assuming anything.
If given the
this
assumption,
is a creative writing workshop.
If given the assumption that gravity exists, yes, it would curve.
Thank you.
Pour water onto your counter and watch the edge of the water. It's going to curve.
Well, no, they're talking about large bodies of water, and if given the assumption that gravity exists, then yes, it will curve.
Go to your sink, go to your bathtub, go to a swimming pool.
This entire problem hinges on the fact that whether or not they think gravity exists or is real. If they don't think that, well, then this entire model falls apart. It wouldn't make sense to them.
No, it's the claim. It's the claim that large bodies of water curve on their surface, and you're not saying yes or no. You're saying ambiguous. Because you don't want to be held down accountable to if you say that large bodies of water curve, that somebody can actually test that. And that's where you're going off the rails right now and trying to make excuses and stay ambiguous. Because you don't want people to hold you down to it.
I rarely succinctly answered your question by stating, given the fact that gravity is a thing or is real, then yes, it would curve. What is the disconnect you're having here?
We're talking about reality.
So
reality.
So now we've come back to my main problem is that you don't think gravity exists. Okay, that's fine.
No, that's not the main problem.
We're talking about the nature of water.
Convexity. No. One second, guys. The main problem here is convexity of water. So if convexity of water is the case, then how can that be tested?
No,
now
we're talking about surface tension and adhesion. We're talking about
we're
talking about large bodies of water.
Convexity convexity, because the man just told you, he gave you a depiction of the Earth. He's like, yeah, the Earth as a depiction, as a globe, I know what you're talking about. So now we're talking about large bodies of water having convexity. Large bodies of water having convexity is a claim. So how can we demonstrate to everybody? How can we demonstrate that you're rumpusing me because you have to? You're rumpusing me because you have to.
We're not talking about convexity. We're talking about large bodies of water.
No.
Which
Yeah,
wouldn't really have
having
convexity
curved
due to the fact
surfaces.
that the surface tension on water is not strong enough to produce convexity to that degree. Now, the whole entire point of me stating that whether or not you believe in gravity is dependent on whether or not you think something is curved is the fact. I don't know why I keep bringing that up, but it's the fact that if we're on a sphere,
you just did.
If gravity exists, or if you think gravity exists, then it'd be no problem for like the water to be curving due to the fact it's on a 3D object.
Yeah,
that is entirely dependent on whether or not you believe gravity exists. If you don't believe it exists, then we can't have the conversation.
Okay, so does reality match the cartoon?
Yeah, if gravity is taking hold of this water ball, then you're going to be able to demonstrate that the water ball has convexity on its surface. And so we're asking if that's what you believe. If that's what you believe, you're going to have to provide evidence of that convexity.
No, I would have to demonstrate to you gravity exists.
No, you don't, because you can't prove something that's something that doesn't exist. It's like me telling you, I can prove to you.
So you don't believe that there's an
rainbow
acceleration
unicorns.
downwards?
I can prove to you that rainbow unicorns exist. So I have to prove that to you before we get to the next.
Well, no, but do you not believe that like acceleration downwards exists? That's not, like that doesn't exist.
No. You believe that there's convexity on water surface of large
I'm asking you.
bodies of water.
So you don't believe that
You see how you want to shift? You want to shift the burden of proof.
and just
No. You're a sophist. You're a sophist. You want to shift the burden of proof.
No, the definition of gravity.
No. You're a sophist. You want to shift the burden of proof to me. The burden of proof lands on your shoulders right now.
That is the definition
you believe
of gravity.
that the surface.
No, I'm asking you. Look, this conversation is very easy. Do you believe in gravity? Yes or no?
Where's your demonstration of the Earth curving like you say it is? With the bodies
you're anti-gravity. That's what you are. You're an anti-gravity.
Prove it.
Jesus Christ.
Prove it. Prove that large bodies of water are curving on their surface. Large bodies of water curving on their surface. That's all you got to provide.
I already showed a video
You don't
that
believe
shows
in
that,
gravity.
actually.
You see? I'm demonstrating to everybody in here listening to you. Everybody that's listening to you are listening to you not able to provide evidence for the bodies of water having convexity on their surface.
You can't just drop an object and watch it fall.
Well, there it is, guys. He hasn't provided evidence, so now he's just going to sit there without his evidence.
You can't even answer the question.
You're going to sit there without your evidence, aren't you?
Look at that. You can't
Guys,
believe
can we
that.
have a conversation, please? Look, I posted.
Yeah,
a video
the conversation is he's not providing evidence of the curved bodies of water.
I provided evidence for his claim, which I agree with. That some large bodies of water curve. My video shows that. It's timestamped. It's in the chat there.
See, how come you couldn't provide that evidence that the gentleman just did? I'm questioning that.
Well, don't make it personal. What does it matter if it's like?
Okay, so now the gentleman who presented the evidence for the video, what are the measurements for the curving bodies of water with drop over distance, please?
I don't think he did any measurements.
Okay, so we're just gonna look at a video and say, I believe this video is what it is without any measurements. What are the measurements of Earth?
What most flat earthers do.
It shows.
No. The measurements. Listen to me very carefully. The measurements of Earth are given to us in Google. If we look at the radius, the diameter, and the circumference, we have metrics to go by. So now we have metrics. So now those metrics, those values, have to be correct. So when we go, like the gentleman just talked about a video he's going to show us, right? So now let's take those measurements and see if they fit his video. Do they measure up to the video? Yes or no?
Well, I'm sorry. So why would we need measurements when we can see that there's been obstruction there?
That's
right?
the claim. The claim is the size of the Earth is the geometry.
Obstructed, right, of objects. Right?
It doesn't matter. The claim is the geometry of Earth. They're claiming that the Earth is of a certain set. Listen, dude. It's of a certain size right now, the Earth, right? They're claiming that it's a radius, diameter, circumference. The radius is 3959. The circumference is 24,901 miles. All these metrics and values that are given to us, we have to go and test them. So if you're saying that shows curve right there, then we need to go and test that video to see if it's true or not. That is following the same geometry as they're giving us. That's all I'm saying.
The question was show evidence of water curving, right? Like large bodies of water
curving. Geometry to be.
That was the claim, and I provide evidence of that.
You don't have the evidence that the geometry is what they're telling us. That's what I'm asking.
That's a different question.
You're just saying that the Earth is curving, dude. That's all you're saying.
Okay, so this is not evidence of Earth curving to you, not at all.
If it is, it would be followed by data points, which is like the metrics of the Earth, followed by you saying, look, from where I'm at to where that thing is over there, there's a certain drop rate over distance. You'll be able to tell me that in detail and would be able to find out for sure how much it's curving from point A to point B. But you're not doing that. You're just saying, check out my video, dude. I'm going to show you curvature. And then after that, everybody just believes, oh yeah, that's curvature, without any measurements whatsoever. We don't know the size of the Earth from your video.
Gotta have to take into
you're
consideration
like trying
viscosity
to
and fucking gravity.
We're not talking about gravity. We're talking about convexity.
Gravity is a major
geometry.
component of all this. If you do not believe in it,
no,
it
it's
doesn't
not.
matter.
It's a derivative topic. Gravity is a derivative topic.
Hold on.
It's a derivative topic to the geometry of Earth. How big the ball that you're standing on, that's in question. How big is the ball that you're standing on? We're trying to figure out. It's just like me telling you, how tall are you? I'm asking you a question. How tall are you? You're going to be like, well, you have to know gravity to know how tall I am. No, you don't. You just need to know how tall you are. And then somebody else can measure you and say, yeah, he's that exact tall. I know how tall he is now. So
if I was the size of a lake, I think that'd be a difference.
We're just measuring geometry. That's all we're doing. We're measuring geometry.
Okay, wait. We can get like from the video. I don't know if Mayhem. Did you watch the video, the clip at least? Like,
okay,
Spartacus.
No, I'm gonna be honest with you. I haven't seen it. I'm on my phone, but I will look at it. But however, I will say this though: presenting any evidence,
make calculations from the video. That's what just what I want to say. Like, because it does show objects of presumably known distance. Known size. Like, there's a boat there, like a tourist boat that goes in a lake, and it's being obstructed when the camera goes down, right? So
that's fine, but we don't have any metrics, dude. Like, we're just going off of you saying that this video shows curve. There it is.
Metric.
Like, you're just saying, there it is. I'm like, dude, where are the data points? Where you're standing from the shore? What's your elevation height? How far are you looking through? Did you talk about any other values, like the time of day? There's nothing. There's no data, bro.
Well, Mayhem, look, at least this is a step towards like providing evidence.
I don't disagree with you. I disagree.
Right.
No, I'm saying, look, if you're presenting something, the next logical step is how can you figure out some measurements to this? All I'm asking, listen, to anybody that's here, all I'm asking for is when you put something forward, put your best foot forward. Don't just say, here's a picture. Believe me, bro. Like, no, I want you to do due diligence and lay it out to me. If you have an argument, if you have some evidence, bring it forward. Otherwise, you're just saying, believe me. You know, I can't do that. What logical person
we can do a step at a time. We can do a step at a time, right? So I heard somebody ask for evidence of like large bodies of water curving on Earth, right? In a global Earth model. I provided that. Now you ask for like a more detailed analysis of that evidence.
Sure. What did you provide?
Fair.
Did you provide
that's
something?
No, he just provided a video.
Notes showing over curve?
Yeah, he just provided a video, and he wants us to believe without any data.
You can look at the video. It's
perhaps
a short
clip. Drawing 101 course, some of your confusions will be cleared up there.
Wait, say that again, sir. You address it.
I said maybe think about enrolling in a drawing 101 course. Some of your confusions may be cleared up there about perspective and things of that matter.
Yeah, but we're more concerned of like there's no data here. He just wants people to believe based on a video.
Yes,
and based on that logic,
video is data.
Hang on 1 second. Based on that logic, everybody who's shown a video about anything ever, we have to just believe the video, like Bigfoot, like Loch Ness Monster, like anything that you put on video, we just got to take it for what it is. And what I'm asking for is if you're saying that there's convexity, listen, I want due diligence involved. Then go ahead and give me some data points. I'm at this elevation height. This is how far away that target distance is. And then therefore we see at that level where the horizon is and that boat's going over that's the curvature, because now we know from where I'm at to where it's at that there's a certain drop rate over the distance. Like, you're not doing anything like that. You're just saying, here's my video, believe me, bro. That's all you're doing.
Okay, wait, so what if we showed you that it like
you hear what I asked for, bro? You heard what I asked for. I'm wanting the measurements, the data points. Yeah, I'm not wanting you to give me more beliefs.
And I want a fucking supermodel, dude.
Spartacus, we talked
we don't
about
all
this
get what we want in reality.
Remember, we're following
Why not?
NASA.
Why not?
Spartacus,
Why not, bro?
we're following the NASA method. Remember, you only trust God. Everyone else has to bring the data. The JPL,
okay, wait.
Richard,
well, first of all, no flat earthers bring data in this discussion on the table.
All right, but that's not the
claim. Disqualify.
The claim is that Earth is a globe, and we're being taught that in schools. We're being indoctrinated that the Earth is a globe. We're not being indoctrinated that the Earth is flat. You know what I'm saying? In every single institution, there's people believing that the Earth is a globe because that's what they're being taught. Not they're being taught flat Earth. They're not being taught flat Earth. They're being taught globe Earth. That's why I'm bringing it to you like this. So if that is the case, where is the evidence for it? Otherwise, it's just another belief system, another religion. And we don't want that. We want critically thinking minds to engage in this conversation so that everybody can know that it is indeed a globe with the truth. Yeah, and why would you be fearing that? Well, you guys just want all the data. Yeah, that's what we've been asking for. The data. Show us. And no one wants to step forward and say, I got it, man. I got you right here. And that's my thing is, why are you guys shying away from that? If it is indeed a globe, then the ball would present itself geometry. Like with, radius, diameter, circumference. It would be right there. And everybody tap dancing and moving around that like it's not relevant. What? Anyway, that's what we require. We require the data points. If you make your observation, you have your video, show us the data that we have drop over distance, over that distance that you're seeing the boat disappear. And if it's not the curvature of the Earth, then it has to be something else.
Yeah, he disqualified because in his worldview, he said flat earthers do not bring data, and he didn't bring any data. So he just is a concession that he's a flat earther.
Guess that's the end of that.
His goose is cooked.
Yeah, I always say that, huh?
I love that one. I know, it's so good. It's so good.
Mr. Sensible, your goose is cooked.
Yeah.
Hello,
I
Miggy.
can't tell you. I got a dude earlier today to say that he's not sure if he's ever eaten food before. He's not even sure if he's himself. He could be somebody else. I was like, your goose is cooked.
Yeah, every question you were asking that guy, he literally just said, "It's my belief."
Yeah, but he also didn't believe you could have beliefs.
Yeah, just a very inconsistent guy.
But yeah, that's what I told him. At least I understood it. Like, you understand where he's coming from. That he can't know anything, and he doesn't even know that he doesn't even know that. His goose was cooked. Are you on Discord? I don't know. Have you eaten food? I don't know. What's food? Do you know what food is? No, I don't know what that is either. Do you know that you're you? I don't know that either. I'm like, so what do you know? I know I can't know anything. And you know that. No, I don't know that either. You're done, dude. I get it, okay? There's no point in talking to you because inside your worldview, you've got no knowledge whatsoever. There's nothing you know. You just be telling me about some random thought that passed through your head, and it could mean something, or it could mean nothing at all.
Isn't that what you're doing though? Also, because you don't have the proofs for the flat Earth, so you're doing the same. You're just arguing different points.
No, I know that the Earth is observably flat and observably stationary. I know the Earth measures flat and is measured stationary. I know I can use the Earth as flat and stationary. So I know by all practical purposes, all measurements, all observations, the only logical conclusion I can think of is the Earth is both flat and stationary. There's no doubt in my mind. 100%. The Earth is both flat and stationary.
I have a question.
You have the math for that?
You said meth?
You said you know by like measurements or the math.
Yeah, you can measure. You can measure the Earth.
Do you guys think satellite images are
Hold
real?
on. What is
Not
the
of
math
the
of the
actual-
flat Earth? Because they both say the same things. They both have their own mathematical model.
Yeah, so go test it.
Yeah, you could test the geometrical sphere model. I just never heard about the flat Earth math model.
Well, that's what you do. You test the claim presented, the 3959 mile water ball.
Seriously, but they've tested it and geometrically.
Yeah, you want to go through this? I'll go through this with you if you don't spurg, okay? To make a deal.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, you have to promise that you'll be able to go step by step, mathematically. Only talk about the math, not talk about me and my mother and how I got dropped on my head and how I should jump off a building or drink bleach. Okay, we'll go step by step, and it'll be by the end of this conversation, there'll be no doubt in your mind that the Earth mathematically measures flat. Are you ready to do this?
I'm ready. My body is ready.
Okay, let's start with Kansas, okay? Do you know where Kansas is?
Kansas, no, I don't.
No, Kansas.
Yeah, Kansas.
Do you recognize that Kansas is on Earth?
Correct.
Okay, just give me a second. I'm listening. Okay, here we go. Do you recognize that a pancake is flat?
Sure.
How about this?
It's like a disc, right?
Yeah, so let's do this. If mathematically you could assign flat a value of 1.0, okay, can you do that with me?
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you think is flatter, Earth or a pancake? Which is closer to 1.0?
Well, that's why I'm asking what do you think Earth's
Yeah, that's what I'm
shape
saying. Let's
is?
go
Like,
through it, right? Which one do you think is flatter mathematically? A pancake or Earth?
let's use a pancake or something else because Earth's shape is under debate right now.
Yeah, but so let's look at, because we talked about Kansas being on Earth, so we're using Kansas.
Oh, well,
so right there,
if you blow it out,
look at simply put in layman's conclusion, simply put, our results show Kansas is considerably flatter than a pancake. With a degree of flatness could be mathematically described as damn flat. So let's just call this an anomaly, right? We'll say Kansas is just like a disco ball Earth, right? We only got one spot, and this one spot is damn flat, mathematically damn flat in terms of math, okay? We've assigned this portion of the Earth as damn flat. Let's check other portions of the Earth, right? You think we can do that? Let's check some other states. Let's see here. Oh, it turns out there's states even flatter than Kansas, starting with Florida. Wow, that's interesting, because what do they do in Florida? Do they do something special in Florida that they don't do anywhere else? What do they do in Florida?
I don't know if there's like a mathematical constant of the curvature of the Earth.
1.0. 1.0 would be flat. Anything lower than 1.0 or higher than 1.0. So if you went below 1.0, that'd be convexing downward. Over 1.0 would be convexing upward.
But we understand that matter does go up and down. It's not completely flat.
Yeah, it's not completely flat, but it's flatter than a pancake. But the Earth can be described. The Earth can be described as flatter than a pancake. Okay. So it's not perfectly flat. I got you, but it is flatter mathematically than a pancake. A literal pancake. I could right now. You could cook a pancake, right?
Yo, Chris, when you're done, let me take up on the 3 points when you're done.
Okay.
But that doesn't prove it's not a sphere.
No, we're
talking
about the math. We're talking about the math now, right? Okay. So how about this, right? You've got Florida, which is even flatter than Kansas, mind you. Okay? If Kansas is damn flat, then Florida is like damn flat. So let's look at a rocket. They say, "Oh, flat earthers, jump on a rocket." Certainly,
all right, I got the counter argument.
Okay.
Let's say you're on a
Mickey
basketball.
wants to take over. Yeah, Mickey wants to take over.
Let me just say real quick.
Okay, go ahead.
If you're on a basketball and you're like a microscopic cell, like you're really tiny, and you're on any place in that sphere, doesn't it seem flat to you? Because as far as you can see, it's flat. Now, I'm not disagreeing with you. it could be like some kind of like disc shape. It's not like a sphere, because all we've ever seen is a circle, like a perfect circle. You look at the moon, you look at the Earth, it's a circle. We don't know if it's a sphere, and I think this is what's fucking everything up. Is why does the water have to be flat? Why can't there be
clear everything up for you in just a moment. Were you done, Crit?
Yeah, tap in.
All right, so the claim is, and I'm not saying you're making it right. The claim is that the Earth is an oblate spheroid, roughly or chubbier at the middle, according to the rhetoric. You agree with that or not? Hello?
What? What'd you say?
The Earth
in the
is
middle?
a spheroid according to the rhetoric, according to like what they tell us, right? I'm just going based on what they're saying to us, you, me, and everybody else on Earth. The Earth is an oblate spheroid. It's like a pear shape. It's chubbier at the middle. You agree with that or not?
I'm in this camp of I think we're being lied to on some things. I'm not for certain, but I'm leaning towards spherical or the pear. We can say right now I'm leaning towards that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so if you're leaning towards that, then I would ask you a question. Hopefully, these 3 questions are going to shed some light on your thought process. The thought process that you think that the Earth is a globe, right? Or oblate spheroid. All right. So, number 1, who has ever measured the curvature of the Earth any time in history with drop over distance? Let me explain to you, okay? Because do you know what drop over distance is, or do I need to explain it to you?
You can measure the drop over distance from satellite images.
Yeah, I know. Like some people know what that word means, or words mean, but I'm asking the gentleman if he knows what it means. Sir?
Yeah, I brought it up earlier. I don't know if there's a constant for that. It says there's some kind of equatorial polar radius curvature constant number, but I don't know if that's the one. But no, you're saying no one has ever done
But you know
that?
what exists. You know what I'm saying, you know what I'm talking about, right? You know what specifically I mean by drop over. Okay. So my question to you: has anybody ever measured that any time in history? And if so, hang on a second. Don't jump. Just hold your horses. Let me finish explaining. If somebody has, what I need from you is the primary source. I need a citation and then a demonstration. Let me explain. Relax. I need a primary source, as in who said it, a citation, where it's been said, and also followed by a demonstration how we can test it. 3 things. So if you know, I need those 3 things from you. If you don't know, just say I don't know and I'll go to the next question. I'm not going to hold it against you. I just want to know if you know yes or no. If you don't know, just say I don't know. We'll go to the next question and we'll go to the third and we'll finish. But the faster you're honest and you want to go through it, the faster we'll get through these questions. Do you know?
No, I personally don't know about that.
Okay, so let's go to the second question. The second question is that axial rotation or the spin of the Earth has been detected. So we have to know who, let's say it's kind of like the first question, who's ever measured axial rotation anytime in history with any device or people or persons, right, who has done this so that we can test to see if the Earth is indeed spinning like they tell us. They're telling us that at the equator, the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles per hour. So we want to know, how did they figure that out? And if you know, please tell me. If not, say I don't know. I'll go to the third question. Same thing as the first: primary source, citation, demonstration.
I understand where this is going, but
just answer the question. If you don't know, just
no. Like I don't know.
Okay. So third question. The third question is that the vacuum of space is adjacent to the pressure that we breathe. According to the rhetoric, they're telling us that the globe Earth is an open system. Now, that open system has matter and energy transferring back and forth through the system. Rockets can leave the Earth and go to the moon. Rovers can land on Mars. Satellites can go into low Earth orbit. Now, with an open system, matter and energy can transfer back and forth through this open system. Okay, so if we do live in an open system, the question would then be, if we're breathing gas pressure here on the surface, about 14 psi in and out of our lungs, how is it possible to have gas pressure that you and I are breathing without a container? Because in every instance we have gas pressure, it needs to be contained.
So I would say that the space it is the gas pressure. It's a low density, and it's so massive. I was thinking about this earlier. Think of
but the three things
air and
sir,
the
I'm just saying the
ocean.
three things are before you go on. The three things are required: primary source, who said it, citation, where it's been said, and then a demonstration
but
to provide evidence.
all right. At the end of the day, it's like, yeah, but then you don't have yours when I ask you like why this happens or this
Yeah,
happens.
sir, we're getting through this. We're getting through this. Do you know? Yes or no?
I'm telling you, it's because the space is low density, and
So
it
what is
pushes
what is
on.
the primary source?
It's out there. I'm driving right now. But
So you don't-
that's what they've come. That's what the spherical Earth people have come to the conclusion of.
Right,
And
but what I'm asking for is something specific. If you don't have it right now, and if you don't know, then it's simply just say I don't know. That's all I'm asking for.
Sure. I don't have it. But it doesn't mean it's not there. Like
That's
just
not
like
the
the
question.
flat Earth.
That's the question, sir. It's not. It's not based on that. It's based on either you know
All
or you
right,
don't.
continue.
Okay, so you don't know, right? Was that the answer?
Well, I could find it and come back. Do you want to like pause and then come back in a few hours?
I can.
Why don't we just continue? Let's say I don't think I have a true hard primary source and actual evidence of this. But I would assume it's like you can kind of see it when they measure matters and stuff like that. It's like kind of self-explanatory when you're dealing with masses, that masses are affecting each other, and then it's easy to say that the mass of the space is affecting the Earth. But it's also multi-dimensional. The Earth, I believe, is spinning, and then if gravity exists, I got to look into that more. Or at least gravity is just force between masses. Doesn't actually mean it's like if the Earth is spinning because there's like some fast-moving magnet in the Earth that's spinning, and then the sun has a magnet and that's spinning. So it's pushing it a certain distance away in a direction, and then the magnet or the metal inside the Earth is spinning, and it's holding things. It's adding like an extra layer of force on the Earth. Meanwhile, the space pressure, the density of that is also pushing onto the Earth.
That was rough, bro.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna pass it on to somebody else. So, guys, go ahead.
Yeah, he'll come back. He's going to polish that up a little bit and come back. It's a little rough around the edges, okay? So like when you get a chance, right, maybe like work it through and come back. This is a continuing conversation, okay? Nothing's got to get resolved today.
No, my point is, why does the water level have to be flat? I don't think it does. Even on the disk model or the flat Earth model, it could have curvature. They're trying. I think that's like a trick.
Do you go to a swimming pool and say,
the water
does
is
this
flat?
water have to be level? I mean, it's not like you go to a lake or like a pond of water. You say, why are you level? You're gonna ask the water that? That's just what it is.
Okay, so then the spherical people are saying that the water makes a curve all the time.
They're saying the bodies of water are curved for some reason.
6 inches per mile.
But aren't you saying it's flat all the time?
Inches per mile
Or no?
squared.
Flat
Well, we
Earth doesn't
observe it
go.
to be.
So you go to a
be
lake that's a
flat,
mile across, and you put a laser an inch above the water, and you can't see it on the other side, even if it's 5 inches.
Well,
above
they've done this. They've done this, and the lasers go further than should if it was curved.
So guess what, guys?
6 inches.
Guess what, guys? God has granted me a gift. Who was here earlier? I know AI was here earlier. Who else was here earlier?
Yeah, you were granted a gift. I was in your home area today.
Yeah, I'm so upset that I couldn't meet you then. That was like, oh, he's gonna be in Brooklyn. It's bullshit. One day. So remember earlier, and this is like basically the the premise that all the globe earthers have been running with in the room, right? Like they'll either ask the question or assert the question and say, "Oh, why is the sun setting? Oh, why is the boat disappearing behind the horizon?" Now, or they'll make the assertion, the boat goes over the horizon because it's curved. How do you know? Because what else disappears when you go beyond it, right? You guys heard that earlier, right?
I'm
Or
sorry, what else disappears?
Yep.
Wait,
Is that the feeling? Does everybody, even the globe earthers, you think that because it looks like it's going beyond a curve, it is, because what else would it be, right?
yeah, like no, it's like curved. What else would it be? Like it clearly is curving,
Okay,
or
who
it's
else?
like the flat Earth people think it's curving because
Who else
matter
agrees?
is like raised.
Who
I
else
mean, why
agrees
do
that
they?
it's curved because the horizon blocks boats, because that's what it looks like? Who else
I
agrees?
mean, I think it's curved because in the northern and southern hemisphere,
That's
the
not what I
stars
asked you. I don't
stay
need
in
a
a.
red herring. Just focus on the
What's
example
that
because I'm
Earth?
trying
I
to get
mean,
through to
Do,
something
do the
clear.
sun. Do the sun. Maybe that's more pro flat Earth. Like, why is it blocked when it comes up?
Why can't you guys, it's hard, it's like being in a classroom full of fucking first graders. Can you focus? Yes or no? The horizon is earth curved because it looks like that. Yes or no?
I don't know what you're
Yo,
saying.
it's crazy. Did I just come in during a quiet time, or is it because they know that I'm about to ensnare them in a trap? Like that all scared to put their, you're gonna say it eventually because you fucking guys have nothing else, and I'm
You
gonna
got them.
embarrass you
You
every
got them.
time I step in here. So
It's
you
because
can
it's
admit it. You can
I don't
admit it
know.
now, or you can admit it. You're breaking up AI. Damn, even in Brooklyn, that's crazy.
Hey, you just said we have nothing else, but I just gave you something else, and you said it was a red herring?
That's because the
Yeah,
Globies
I
can't
asked you a
accept their
question.
claims.
I asked you a question. I said, do you guys think that the horizon is Earth curved? Do you think that boats disappear beyond the horizon? And then you started to talk about something about the north and the
Well, you
south.
were asking why people think
No,
that.
I didn't ask why people believe in the Earth.
But then you
No.
said that's the only thing they have. But I gave you some
No, that's
carrots,
not what
and
I
you
said.
said that's the
I
red
said that's
herring.
the only argument they got as it pertains to the horizon. We have a
What about
geometric argument.
what about all these other different
We
things?
have a geometric argument. They just have a
Wait,
perception art.
there.
We have
Can I
a
ask you
geometric.
why
Oh
does
my
the
God,
northern and southern
Jesus
hemispheres
Christ!
start
We have a
appearing the same way?
geometric argument. We have a geometric argument. All you guys have is a perception argument. That's exactly the conversation I had earlier.
But
I'm
whenever,
asking
can I ask?
anybody who was in here to agree that that's how the
But
conversation
you
went.
You're not making
Oh,
sense, right?
perception.
Because both arguments are impacted by perception. So
You
what
know
you're
what?
saying is
Guess what?
essentially
I'm
gibberish. Yeah.
gonna wait for you to make the claim then.
Make
Somebody in
what
here is
claim?
gonna be the dumbass to make the claim. Don't worry about it. I'll be waiting.
What claim?
Okay,
I'm confused.
let me ask the question to the room then. Why do the boats sometimes appear to disappear from the bottom up on the horizon?
It depends on what you're viewing it with.
My eyes.
Okay. What's the limitation of your eyes? What limitations do your eyes have?
What does the
Well, just the
limitation of your eye
standard
have to do with
limitations
the?
of the
Hold on.
eye.
Hold on. Is the if you were looking at a building, right? You know what a building is?
No. Clarify.
Somebody has to mute him.
What do you mean mute me? You asked me if I know what a building is.
Somebody has to mute
you
him. Somebody has to mute him.
For what reason?
This is not. We can't move forward
Bro,
with a
stop
person
all
like
this
this.
yapping, my nigga.
Silence him as well.
Elijah, man, have you just come to the sad realization today that that like both things you keep saying over and over again are affected by perception?
It's like earlier how they couldn't accept to agree that they believe the sun is moving because they think the ground is the thing moving. and they can't accept that they claim the water is
No,
curving.
it's these
causing the
fucking
boat
globe
to-
earthers, man.
They
That's
will
so
not
fucking.
make a single claim. They're scared to death of their claim.
Could I
They
ask a question
refuse.
about the sun?
So you guys are scared to death about. You're not. Look, see. Guess what?
I thought we were talking about the
When
sun.
a
I
globe
thought
earther comes in, when a globe earther comes in, and I don't have an argument, guess what? I'm hella intrigued to see where they're trying to go. You know,
Can I
I'm
ask
trying
a
to go
question about the
somewhere, and you
sun?
guys are like, "Oh no, flat earther might say something that's gonna make me stupid. Let me stop him at all costs. Seize that man."
What do you mean? I am a
Could I
flat
ask a
earther.
question about the sun?
Go ahead.
I'm just. Thank you. I was wondering. Around, right? Is that how it works? Yeah, I'm not trying to instate. I'm just curious about how it works.
Your
Is it
mic
the sun that
completely
moves
cut
around?
out. Repeat it.
Oh, sorry. I was just wondering. Is it the sun that moves around on the Earth, the flat Earth model, or
we
what?
observe, isn't it?
What are you talking about? What do you see the sun do on a daily basis?
Well, I guess I see from my perspective the sun moving around, but I'm wondering
Yeah,
physically.
that's what we.
Obviously, from my like globe model, I believe that we're going around it and we see it moving around in our sky. But
Oh,
We're
I'm
that's
just
fine.
wondering.
talking about
I get where
observing
you're coming
reality.
from. See, I get where you're coming
But
from. I get
but
where
yeah,
you're
I'm just
coming from.
wondering.
You don't have a problem. You don't have a problem with reification fallacies. See, I don't have a celestial view of the
I
Earth.
don't know what that means.
Therefore, I don't just make claims about what the sun is and what it does.
No, I was going to ask a question relating to that because the moon changes shapes during the month, right? And I was wondering, does that
Does it?
mean there's like, sorry?
Does it? That's odd.
I mean, yeah,
What do you
because the
mean it
shadow
changes shape?
of the Earth
Even it goes through its
on the moon.
phases, and you're
It's
seeing
not the shadow.
They're
It's
just
I'm
changing
sorry.
the
It's not the
slideshow
shadow.
on the
It's not.
PowerPoint.
It's not the shadow of the Earth, my guy. You're wrong.
Oh, what is it? I was just asking. I was just asking how that works in the flat Earth model. I wasn't trying to be like malicious.
No. Like I just told you, I don't have a celestial view of all of these objects, so I won't be making shitup.com. But
Oh, I didn't
in
hear
the
that. Sorry.
heliocentric paradigm, though, the reason that you have moon phases is because of the angle to the sun. It has nothing to do with the Earth. You're welcome.
The angle to the sun. What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do I mean? Don't you know about your religion?
I was just asking if you could explain that better because I didn't really get it because of the angle to
Yeah,
the sun.
in the heliocentric model, the
I don't
shadow
know
on
what
the
the
moon has.
heliocentric model is.
You don't know what happy trip around the sun day is? Happy birthday because you go around the sun. That's your belief, right? That you're moving and the sun's not.
What are you saying? I don't know what's happening. What are you talking about?
I'm talking about your religion. How much of it don't you know?
The sun's
I'm
moving
not
too.
religious.
Okay. All right. So, from our perspective, the reason that the things in the sky appear to move, according to your religion, is because we're spinning, right?
Wait, do you not think the Earth spins even?
Why would I think the earth spins? That's your religion.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
I don't feel it spinning.
yeah.
Well, do we have any evidence that it's spinning? Does anyone want to provide that?
Wait, so let me get this straight. So
No.
you think that the whole like majority of the entire world, the education systems, are
I don't give a shit
promoting the
about
world
them. I don't
pretending
appeal to
something?
I don't appeal to any ad populum fallacies, which means most people believe something, therefore I believe it. I don't give a shit about that. But back to your misunderstanding about your own heliocentric paradigm and worldview. So, did you understand
What does that mean?
that
What does
that
heliocentric mean?
I just told you sun
I didn't
centered?
get it.
I
Sun
don't even know
centered.
what they think they believe in. This is the issue because we're trying to discuss the globe model, and most people don't understand the globe model, even the globe
Oh no,
believers.
I just
The
don't
majority
know what
believe in.
heliocentric
I
means.
just told you
Yeah,
sun
that's the
centered.
foundation
Do
Now I
you
of the
know.
globe
understand?
You
model.
told me it means sun-centered. Now I know that. I
Okay,
just didn't
great.
know that word.
Okay, that's
Okay, that's
great.
okay. I'm just pointing out.
So now that
But that
you
doesn't.
know, now that you know, do you understand the answer to your question? You asked, what
Yeah, I get it.
Causes
You
the
think the
phaser to
world isn't
transect.
round, but you also have absolutely no knowledge of the world itself yourself.
So now you're being,
That's what you just said.
now you're being an asshole. No, I didn't say that.
I'm being an asshole. You're calling everyone in the chat retards basically constantly.
No, I don't give a fuck about how you feel about what I don't believe. That's
What?
how you feel. I know shit
You just
about
called
the
me
earth.
rude, and then you're like, "All these guys are idiots. These guys coming in here doing false fallacy, heliocentric." That's you, dude.
Is that what you heard? I don't remember hearing the words idiot come out of my mouth.
You have definitely said idiot. I'm sorry.
Oh, at some, yeah, not just now though.
I'm fine with it. Just I think you should chill out. Like no one hates
I
you.
was chill just now. I didn't call anybody an idiot.
You have been
Sounds
calling
like
people idiots.
a Freudian slip of where his mindset is at.
So, again, this is a detraction away from the reason I came in here. They're scared to death of their own claim. They don't even know what it is. I
Can
mean,
you
it's
make me
30,
scared to death
it's
then? Can you like
35,
ask
it's
me
35
something?
other, Jesus Christ. It's 35 other, you don't have anything to talk about, sir. Sit down. You don't even know about the
But you're
heliocentric model.
just literally monologuing about people are coming in here and they're
What
telling
do
us
you
we
know?
don't know anything.
You don't know what a
Like start a
heliocentric model
conversation.
is. What you don't know what a heliocentric model is. You don't know why there are phases of the moon as per your own religion. So what am I saying that's wrong? I didn't put anything on you. I didn't add anything extra.
No, I'm just
That's
saying you're not like
exactly what
actually
you just.
making any
Why are you
conversation. You're
talking when
literally
I'm
just going,
talking? I
all of
paused
these
for
people.
literally 5 seconds. I paused for 5 seconds. Why were you talking when I was talking?
Hello, we back.
You don't know your own claim. You don't know what heliocentrism is. You didn't know why there are moon phases. So what did I say that was inaccurate?
So can we have a conversation about a topic now?
Is the
I
Earth
already
flat
said
or
that we were
round?
already having one, but you didn't know anything.
Well, no, I just didn't know what heliocentric meant.
You didn't know why there were. You thought that the phases of the moon were due to the blocking of the sun's light by the Earth.
Well,
Right,
yeah,
we
that's
get
what a
it.
lot of
He's
people think.
We get it. He's clueless. So, how about clueless boy who doesn't know what these things mean? How about you just ask a question, and then Elijah will
I did
answer.
ask a question. I did
How
ask a
about that?
question, but no one answered it.
I did ask.
Yeah,
Ask
How
your
about a new
question.
question? How about a new question?
Okay, here's my question, okay? No one responded to it. I was wondering why in the North Pole and the South Pole the stars rotate in different directions. That's all.
Oh, do they go east in the southern hemisphere or something?
I'm not sure which way around it is, but they go different clockwise.
Well, you should know because I for sure know that the stars go east to west everywhere you are on Earth, which is the same
Elijah.
direction.
Elijah, can you answer my question, please?
I'm just how rude of you to steal the other guy's moment in asking a question. He's trying to seek
That dude
clarity
can
for his
wait. He can
worldview.
wait. He can wait.
You see how disrespectful the Globers are to the Globe Earthers? That's crazy.
I'm Monday.
You gonna let him step on you, bro?
just
You was talking when I was talking. You gonna let him just take your spot?
He been yapping this whole time. I think I deserve a turn.
Go ahead,
you
King.
can
Ask
jump
your
in
question.
a
You can
minute.
answer my next.
See, he just said it's okay. Do you see how nice these globe earthers are?
To
Thank you,
Globe
man.
Earthers, of course, but they're bigots and assholes when it comes to flat earthers. But go on.
Okay, so Elijah, I'm not taking like the globe earth answering thing. I just want
I
to
don't
like
care what you're doing. Ask your question, sir.
oh, yes, sir, yes, sir. So I just wanted to know what is your like what would you say is the best proof of flat earth that you can provide?
There's no curvature.
Okay.
Yep.
Nice and short, like that. So
I
with
can
the guy who
I
was
can
asking the
debunk this.
questions, with the guys who was asking the questions saying I don't know anything, it's fine that you don't know anything about the globe, but then that does mean that when you're asking your questions, you should be showing a little more humility in your understanding of things. So when you're saying like, oh, so you're saying everyone in the entire world is lying I mean, you don't even know what you think they're lying about, or that you think we think they're lying about. So you just need to ask really open, broad, honest questions without any preconceived notions. And then your next question about the stars rotating is obviously just something you've maybe read or seen on one of these anti-flat Earth websites or Professor Dave videos, which again, if you don't know what the heliocentric model is, bro, you're not going to be arguing north and south star rotations. Like, start small. Start with like, oh, what do they claim the Earth is then as a globe? What are they telling me I live on? Because you don't know any of this. You don't know the size of the ball they claim. You don't know the speed that it's supposed to be claiming. You need to start figuring that out before you start trying to have this like position of, well, it's obviously a globe, so why do you flat earthers think this? You don't even know what globe you think you believe in. So I would be asking way more basic questions if I were you. Don't go to the northern, southern star trails. I mean, that's just my advice.
Different directions.
Hello. You can prove curvature exists because matter curves.
Yo, I don't even know what the hell.
You keep think about it. Think
Come
about
on,
it.
bros.
It exists on
Come
both
on.
flat Earth and spherical.
Yeah, curvature
No, like this
exists.
curvature thing doesn't prove it.
Curvature exists. I like a good fat ass, but we're talking about the geometry of the Earth. Please pay attention.
Oh, dude.
I
No, dude. All
understand
the
that.
car tires that I'm looking at, are squares. They're locally squares. They're only circles when you look far away.
Because the mass and the matter of the object is different, so it forms different shapes. Different shapes exist. Different
But
curves
how is
exist.
the Earth a spinning ball? That's our question. How is the Earth a spinning ball?
How? Well, how is it flat? Like, I mean,
Well,
you
we see
can't,
it flat.
you can't use like curvature as argument. We have to compare maths at that point.
Bro. You're not cleared. You're not cleared to participate until you answer this question. Is flat a shape?
Flat might not exist because everything's 3D. I mean,
Wow.
That's not.
Wow.
Yeah, sure.
Wow.
Oh, bro.
Well,
It's flat
Frozen
shape.
Lake is definitely flat, but okay.
Listen, don't get emotional. Don't get emotional.
Let
Mirrors
me
are definitely flat, but okay.
They're only, Elijah, they're only pragmatically flat.
You don't understand that they could be
we get an
flat
answer
or
to that
curved
then?
down, curve upwards.
Is flat a shape was the question.
I mean, a mirror can be a sphere as well.
No, is flat a shape is the question, yes or no?
No.
Thank you.
Well, do we agree? Do we agree? No, flat is not a shape? Okay. Cool. So we're not claiming a shape?
Flat is an adjective.
And that's a description of something.
Yep, of a noun. The noun being earth, a flat earth.
So we see the Earth being flat. How can we say it's flat? Well, why wouldn't we so far? What else have we got? We don't have curvature.
See, what they want to do, they want to talk about noun. And I go, no, dude, that's grammatically incorrect. That's a malformed logical sequence. Unless you said a flat earth, it would be an apartment building named Earth, like where my bed sit is.
Yeah, that of your house, right?
Yeah, I called
Earth is your house.
Yeah, good. Yeah, you sound like a good participant.
Oh yeah, don't talk because you might get named a troll. Okay.
No, well,
Yeah,
maybe he's not a good participant.
are
I'm
you
gonna wait
there?
for somebody to finally come in here. Should be any minute now. Somebody's gonna make the claim that boats disappeared behind the horizon. Because what else would it be other than Earth curve? Somebody's gonna make the claim. Don't all piss in your pants at once.
Why can't it be curvature? What's wrong with curvature?
No,
I'm pro
you're not
curvature.
you're not satisfactory. I'm not gonna release the trap card on you. So
Could I do my question?
How flat does Earth have to be? Sorry, I'm not trying to shut down the conversation here.
How flat does Earth have to be? What do you mean?
Well, no, it's just a question, right?
Well, sea level has to just be level. That's how flat.
In order to, I don't know, flat as in, so there's no
Flat
trees,
as in
or
zero, flat as in zero, as in sea level. You know, things that are above sea level are higher in elevation. Things that are lower in elevation. You know, that thing. Zero.
Bro
Flat
said
level.
flat as in no trees. I
flat,
think
yeah,
we're here saying
flat,
there's no
yeah,
trees.
yeah. And then there's no mountains. Your stairs are virtually falling apart.
Yeah, that's what we're saying, bro. There's no mountains. That's what we're saying. You've done well. Well done.
Okay, calm down. Who's pissed at your coffee?
It's Saturday.
What,
You guys.
I know
disagreeing
you're
with
looking
your
for
high-level
you're looking
thinking?
to moderate, but calm down.
What?
You guys need to go to church or something.
I wonder if this argument
I'm just trying
boils
to
down.
participate in your conversation here.
Okay, are
Okay,
you
well,
stuck
no,
in the
obviously there's
concrete thinking
topography.
phase?
Yeah,
Where's
there's
the other?
topography.
My bad.
So I'll ask the question again, right?
Question, is it? I mean, it's not.
I'll
It's
ask the
not an
question again.
question, is it?
How flat does Earth have to be, right?
Where's the other black guy? He sounded genuine when he asked the question. I don't think he thought I was just gonna say there's no curvature. I think he was like, "Oh wow,
That's
that was quick."
Ping.
Where's the black guy? Come here.
He's muted. He's deafened and muted right now.
That was all he could take. His one flat Earth proof for today. I respect it.
Okay.
Does anyone watch The
Are we talking
Matrix?
about the? Yeah, we watched it. What's up?
I mean, Neo pretty much proved it, right? When he was flying.
Proved what? Proved what?
That the Earth was flat when he was flying.
Why?
Oh, he's gonna say it. Say
No?
because it looked that way. Say it.
So there's some people in here that haven't watched fucking Matrix, right?
No, say it. Say it looks anything because it looks that way.
Dude, we watched The Matrix. Neo was flying. You say that's how he proved the Earth was flat. How could that be true? Go ahead.
You guys are using the Matrix to prove the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I thought I was going to hear something profound, some new insight into a cool fictional story that I enjoy. But I guess I'm just going to hear you choke.
Yeah, no, this guy's a globe
that's
Earth
what I'm
believer,
doing. I'm choking.
obviously. This guy's a globe Earth believer, clearly. Not a flat earther.
No. I'm trying to help your cause.
What, by embarrassing yourself?
So you haven't watched The Matrix then?
We're just here talking about...
How did Neo prove the Earth was flat by flying? What does that possibly have to do with the shape of the Earth? Especially considering
go and watch the movie again.
Especially that they were inside a simulation, right? So anything he does in that simulation has no bearing on the external object known as the Earth from the simulation. So I don't get it.
But then flat Earth doesn't really matter. You're just essentially peddling simulation theory.
No, it's all about mind over matter. If it don't mind, I don't matter.
Oh,
nah, like I understand.
You're under the assumption that modern physics and evolutionary biology and psychology are all conspiring together to move the Overton window towards subjective idealism, where essentially reality is going to be a subjective construct of a sentient entity in the first instance. I guess you're not up to speed on the latest hotness.
Why do you talk like that?
So there's 37 people in the chat right now, including myself.
Dude, I talk like that because I feel like I'm from the future, because I know all these things, and all the Globers that show up here don't seem to. It's like they're stuck in the past.
Well, I'm a Glober myself, but I understood everything you were saying. But it's almost like you're using just words that you didn't have to say it.
Yeah, but you're a Glober in 2015. That's the problem.
What?
How do you not use words to communicate a message?
I know. I'm using larger than average words.
No, you literally just said no. All you said is that the world is some subjective, idealistic. The world is going in that direction, meaning, and then you go off like it. It's just I don't understand.
Did you
why you need to say
the word?
The world as
subjective
in the people who live
idealism?
in
Yes,
it.
I do know what that means.
The world as in the people in it, because he was talking about the psychology or psychosis of, Globers and stuff.
Which is subjective. But even you're using his
Oh
own
no,
words.
it's not
Even what
subjective.
you
I can
would
prove it
believe.
objective.
No, you can't. How can you objectively? What are you trying to prove objectively? So we're on the same page.
You asking me how?
No, what are you trying to prove objectively?
Well, that you people have psychosis.
Trying to prove.
So we have psychosis because I'm guessing you're going to say we believe in science or
No,
what?
actually.
So what are you going to say?
I didn't say any of that. Oh, because you guys actually deny all forms of
Deny
evidence.
what objectivism? What objectivism? You were on your way to saying this, and I'm curious.
Yo, you see,
What objective
you're
belief?
demonstrating it right now.
Okay, I apologize. What objective belief in my apology?
You don't have to apologize. The point is for me
What
to
objective
demonstrate
belief?
Objective belief. Those two things don't mix.
Okay, what objective? Doesn't make sense. So what do you mean object? I'm using your words. What is objective that you can? What was this objective thing that you were trying to?
Can you have gas pressure without a container?
This was earlier. I was part of that conversation already.
Well, answer the question.
We already came. Yeah, you can. There's always a container, and my argument before the other guy started talking, and I let them do that.
Hey, we're talking about objectivity.
Look, there's
right?
always a container. Space, in some sense, is a container. What's your point?
No, space is not a container. Space
because you don't believe in space. So how do you think it's a container?
Excuse me. This is the psychosis again. Because every time I begin to talk, you start talking again.
I apologize. Go ahead.
No, don't apologize for your psychosis, sir. I'm just trying to demonstrate something.
No, I apologize not for my psychosis for interrupting you, but thanks for telling me I have psychosis. Go ahead.
Well, I don't have to tell you. I'm trying to demonstrate it.
Okay, go ahead.
So
stop all the yapping.
Oh, you're back. I was asking for you.
That's the guy you want right there.
Yeah. So after this guy, you guys both have equally bad mics. To be fair, AI is on your team right now in the bad mic gang. So check this out. Space is a place for gas to fill. So it's a bit.
That's not true.
It's a bit.
That's not true.
Whoa. You want to get some.
Space is a place for particles. Space is a place where particles. Particles are not interacting with each other as much as they do on Earth. No, I'm correcting you. I'm just correcting you.
No, you're not correcting me because I was just going to ask you, well, do you want to get citations or what? Because, here's the thing about citations. You can either have citations that are also backed by demonstration, and you can have citations where people just say shit and don't.
I understand, but the issue.
Why are you cutting me off again? Because you think you've spoken to me, you bigot. My name is Elijah. You don't know me. Have the conversation.
Okay.
Bigot.
Okay, Elijah.
That was so inspirational. Keep it up, man.
Yeah, forget you. Ask me another question.
Who's you? Sorry.
Dang.
I'm tired of you. The other guy. Ask me another question.
Me? Who's you?
Who, me?
I just demonstrated. Look again. Psychosis. Who in their right mind can
Alright.
ask who me, and then the
Hey.
person say not you, and then they go me again, other than a psychotic person.
You're in a psychosis. You're just projecting, by the way.
Oh, okay. Says
Are
the
you talking to
person
me?
with says the person with
No, you.
such an original icon.
Talking to me?
You believe in flat Earth, you're in psychosis, like you don't have anything
Hey, black
substantial.
dude, ask me a question.
Who, me?
Aren't you black?
I'm gonna kill all of you guys.
Unfortunately, yeah.
Yeah, it's unfortunate you feel that way. Psychosis. Go ahead.
Okay, so what would you say is your favorite thing about globe earthers?
That they're psychos.
They're curves.
I mean, they all act the same. No, you know what? That's a lie. That was a bigot.
How big is the ice ball?
I was a bigot. Oh shit. Y'all caught
How big
me.
is the ice ball?
Globe-phobic?
My favorite thing
Are
about
you a
globe
global
earthers,
homophobic, sir?
now I would say there's a difference between anti-flat earthers and globe earthers. So my favorite thing about globe earthers is being able to expose them to something that they never heard, and that, oh shit, I never knew this moment that inevitably comes from them. I love that. Because they have the ability to learn.
Can I ask you a question?
Sure.
So I was asking before, if you're in the South Pole and the North Pole, the stars do rotate in a different direction if you're looking up. Also, if you're south or north of the equator, you see different stars in the sky.
So why do you
Like
think that is?
Why do I think that is? Because of the curve of the Earth.
Yeah.
You can't see
Oh
over
right,
the
okay.
equator.
So
Why
where's this curve
why
of
would
the
he
Earth
ask
in
the
that,
same
dude?
question though?
Sorry,
That's what
one
I
at a time.
But I'm just wondering why you would ask the same exact question after having an answer, but go on.
You didn't answer it.
Well, it's psychosis.
Yeah,
I
okay.
definitely did answer you, so you just didn't like it and decide to ask again as if I
No,
didn't
I
answer.
genuinely didn't hear a response.
I think
Well, it goes
Cyclone
to
is
the
trying
same
to
point
reply to him,
anyway.
right?
Yeah, well, it all goes to the same point anyway. You make the assumption that that is occurring due to a curved and in motion Earth, and we ask, okay, what evidence do you have for this curve in motion? And you don't have any.
Well, how else
You just point at the
would you
stars
explain
again.
it?
Yeah,
How else would you
yeah,
explain
exactly. You just point at the stars again. I don't need to explain it. You
Okay,
pointing
cool.
at
So
the
you don't have an
stars
argument
and
for it. Cool.
saying,
Thank you. I win.
well, I didn't say that I didn't, but I'm not needing
Okay,
to
then
give
give me an
one
argument
because
for
I'm
it.
pointing out your assumption
Give
of
me an
the
argument for
curvature
it.
and the motion of the Earth,
Give me
which
an
is
argument for it.
unsubstantiated.
I think
Give me an
what I've
argument.
learned from flat Earth is that it's not necessarily that the Earth is flat. I think it's just more of a not believing what you're
What you
told.
should learn is that you shouldn't start speaking in the
Isn't
middle of
that what it
someone
is? Like,
else's
just don't believe what you're told, right?
No, Chuck, no,
Hey,
that's
that's
not
fun.
what it is.
Can I have a response to my thing? You didn't give me an argument for why we see stars in different places.
Well, we listened to your argument, and your argument's unsubstantiated, so we're left with no argument.
No, I gave you a perfectly reasonable response. The Earth
No,
is a
you
curved
made a
surface.
claim. Yeah, you made a claim, but you haven't substantiated that.
You can see
How
the
do you
North Star from the
substantiate
North
that?
Pole. You can't see it South
No,
Pole.
but you're saying that that's because the ground is curved and in motion. So what's your evidence for that?
What's your evidence for it being flat? Like, there's more evidence just with
Okay,
that
see how
statement.
you're trying to, but
without-
you're making the claim, bro. You're saying, hey, I observed the stars doing this because the ground is curved and in motion. And I'm
Yeah,
saying, what's your
that's
evidence for the
okay.
ground
This
is
is my
curved and in
argument. Okay,
motion?
this is my argument.
And you're saying,
This is my argument, right? You can see the North Star on the north because you're on the top of a round ball and you can't see through.
Yeah. So we're back to where we started. So
No,
what's your evidence for that round ball of the ground?
no, let's just say that is my evidence for that.
That's not
is
evidence.
my
That's a
idea.
claim. That's a claim.
What is your what? But
You understand the
you don't
problem
have
of
any claim.
underdetermination?
You don't have any reason for that. So
With
what is
making
your
a claim about the Earth being a spinning ball and not having any
No,
evidence.
see, this is what happens when you guys don't have an argument for anything. You just guys want to talk about like
He doesn't get it. He doesn't get it.
Hey, this
The
is
argument
Elijah.
is that it's just a PowerPoint slide. Like, it doesn't matter. You can come up with anything unless we see substantial proof for either side. That's
All right. Well, we're looking for the
Right.
proof that the Earth is a ball that they've told us, because that's what they're telling everyone in school. We're looking for that proof. Does that exist?
Yeah.
So they've been shooting up GoPros like independent schools, and it takes pictures of the Earth, and it looks very
about
glowy.
very specific topics that you guys like talking about. But if I bring up the North Star for some reason, you guys are immediately like, back up and prove exactly this, like what you want me
Yeah,
to
prove your
like,
spinning
please,
ball
please,
assumption.
no.
That's
Just tell me
obvious.
how it would work on a flat Earth model. That's all I want to know.
How what
Then
would
I'll
work?
believe
How,
you.
what define work?
Define work.
Yeah.
Just tell me how I explain how that would work. Explain it to me.
Dude, I said define work, not just ask me to explain how it would work. I said
You know what
define
work
work.
means.
No, I don't know what you mean by it, so I'm not going to waste my time. You need to tell me what you mean by it.
So I guess if I was a flat Earth person, I would explain this exact thing working by, like, I guess the stars moving randomly to where they want to be seen, and like random light.
Wait, dude,
what do you mean random?
Oh my god, can you guys stop like asking word definitions? I'm not a fucking dictionary. Just fucking answer the question.
In order to have a conversation with you, we have to agree on definitions. So that's why we ask you the
You're gonna like
definition.
ask me the definition of the word "the"? Are we gonna go down the entire sentence? You know what
your
work means?
definition. We're asking you for
Okay,
your
I'm sorry.
definition.
Do you guys not know what work means?
Is that Chris? It's Chris.
Oh my god! So let me
Eric
help
Harris,
you out.
bro. It's Chris.
Let me help you out. So you're asking to explain the
What's up, man?
causal mechanism for why the stars do what they do.
I'm asking why you can't see the North Star south of the equator.
Oh,
That
well,
is
that's not
simple.
explain how they work, you idiot. See, so if he would have tried to answer, it wouldn't have been sufficient. Because exactly what you just said is not even sequitur to your premise. Jesus
I'll
Christ.
answer you.
Guys,
I'll answer you.
truthfolder.com,
I'll
dude.
answer you very
Truthfolder.com.
simply. Hold on, I'll answer you very simply. So your question is, if I'm correct, why can't I see the North Star from a particular location? And my answer would be because no resolvable light from the star is reaching your optic. There you go. That's how it works.
So you're just saying the light doesn't reach.
Well, you asked how it works, and you didn't define work.
No.
so I
I'm
gave you
happy
the
with that.
answer.
I'm happy with that. I'm happy with that. I'm happy. You answered it. I love that. Thank you. I think it's stupid, but thank you.
Well, dude, it's not stupid. Dude, you failed to define the boundaries of work. I gave you an answer that is sufficient. Why do you sound for you to tell me that that answer is stupid proves you don't know what you're saying. Are you an astronaut?
I'm not very good at defining.
He's controlled
like,
opposition. He's
words.
like in the space station right now, looking at the globe.
I can't
due to
wait
your,
to get both of you in here to ask
Right,
the
so,
question.
I have a not boring question, Elijah. Hold on. Do you think the moon is 200,000 miles away or no?
No.
So can we not bounce radio waves off of the moon or no? Is that not a thing that happens?
I guess you do something that would be called bouncing radio waves off of the moon, but you were doing that before they went to the moon, so
What are you on about? What does that have to do with anything?
I mean, because before they went to the moon, they claimed they were bouncing radio waves because of X, and after they went to the moon, they claimed that it was the retro reflectors that they were bouncing the radio waves.
No.
off
You're
of.
talking about the lasers. I'm not talking about retro reflectors. That's the lasers. I'm not talking about bouncing lasers off the moon. I'm talking about bouncing radio waves. You can do that. Any ham radio enthusiast or hobbyist can do this with an EME antenna.
Okay,
Can you
so
prove that with empirical evidence?
What does that mean? Why
You don't prove anything with empirical evidence.
Why don't you go through the method and tell me exactly how it's done?
Yeah, sure. So you can look up what an
give me
EME
a
antenna is.
paper.
You set it up in your yard, right? And then you have whatever piece of radio hardware. I'm not a ham radio enthusiast, but I know people who can do this, and I can send you to a Discord server where they do this. But
send us to a Discord server, buddy. Show your evidence, buddy.
sure, bro.
Here's the problem with you
Let me pull it
workers.
up. I will link the Discord.
Don't link it. Don't link it. It's a rule against linking. DM it to
It's
anyone.
called Ham Radio Crash Course. They can explain
Yeah.
the technology and how EME antennas work. But what you do is
we don't
enthusiasts do this.
even know
Regular
how they
people,
work.
they point their antenna at the moon. They bounce radio waves back, and because we assume that radio waves are on the electromagnetic spectrum, right? So it travels at the speed of light. We can time it, right? And it takes, I forget how many seconds to get back to us. So I mean, to me that seems like evidence that the moon would be 200,000 miles away.
Well, would a medium interfere with the time it takes?
Would a medium?
Yeah. Can I say one thing? I'm sorry.
Why just ask the fucking question?
You can't.
I just want to say
No.
one thing.
Unless you're talking about like water. Are you talking about like water? Is that where you're gonna go with this?
A different medium.
So
A
like
different
water.
medium.
Sure,
No, like water, but any different medium. Would that interfere, like hypothetically, with the reading?
Sure.
Oh,
Sure,
okay.
maybe.
Do you know the medium between here and the moon?
No. Let's just
Oh,
say no for now.
I thought so. Okay.
But why would it be any? I guess we would need evidence of a different medium, right?
No, we would just need
hypothesize.
to know the medium between here and whatever the moon is to make an actual factual answer, to come
Yeah,
to
you
an
just
actual conclusion. Otherwise, there's some assumptions in there, and I just don't like assumptions. I don't like them. They feel icky. So that's all I'm saying. I mean, isn't that reasonable?
It literally, I know, right? Like these flipping spear earthers just say anything. The flat ones are the good ones.
Well, he just made a claim assuming the medium between the Earth and the Moon, and then confirmed that
I
we can't verify what the medium is between the Earth and the Moon. So we can move on to another point, if anyone has one for the globe.
Well, I don't think we can because I don't know of any
Hey,
even if
DM
it's
me
like water or like
Slum,
glass or something.
Slum, dude. DM me that Discord link.
I don't know who's
You,
talking.
you know how you said
Crit.
you know how you said you don't know. That's the answer we were looking for. There's nothing to do.
I assume. I mean, I believe I do know, but
You assume.
Your assumptions and beliefs don't matter.
Assume what?
Very cool. Hold on. I'm trying to do like multiple things at once here. Who wants the link? And I gotta
Crit.
go to this server. Crit. Gotcha.
Crit wants it, so you can do
notice
that.
how
Now,
that word assume jumped in there. So you don't know then, huh? I'm not. I mean, because I'm not making.
I do
the
know.
claim.
I believe I do know.
Well, how do you know? You know what a priori means?
Yes.
So how do you know?
It's knowledge you come to through not empirical means, just through the brain, right? It's.
could we get a globe argument that
Perceptions.
doesn't assume, where you don't pretend to assume and know everything about the Earth and the universe?
I'm not making an argument for the globe.
argument.
No. I didn't say anything about the globe, dude. So I don't know what you're
Oh,
talking about.
okay, fine.
I'm just talking about the moon being 200,000 miles away.
Could we get an argument from someone who believes in the globe then?
By the way,
I'm just interested in this moon.
By the way, hold on. Did you know that the they include R in the speed of light? In some instances, I don't know about all instances, but for example, like with GPS,
Talk about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not a scientist.
R the radius of the Earth, which is begging the question. So if you were to do some calculations with that
you can get the
baked
speed
in,
of light without knowing the radius of the Earth.
well, I didn't say get the speed of light, did I?
So what are you talking about?
I said they utilize, didn't I?
Utilize it for what?
I just gave you an example, GPS.
Okay, I'm
which
not
would
talking about
mean
GPS.
that they're begging the question. Okay, I'm just saying with satellites, okay, and supposedly receiving data, sending data and receiving data, with elevation angles no less, but I digress from that. They assume the radius of the Earth to inflate their numbers, or let's say inflate, to get their numbers of distances where the where the satellite is in geocentric, stationary orbit or orbital orbit, wherever it is. So, in theory, you could do the same thing with the moon, right? If you're including the radius. So that's why I asked. Go ahead and link the method that they, couple with
Well,
ham radius.
I sent the one guy the Discord server. I can tell you.
No, I don't want.
I can send you a link to.
server.
I can send you a link to like about EME antennas if you want.
If I may,
don't want to know. Look, stop.
I'm going
I
next.
don't want to know about EMT antennas. I want to know the method that they use coupled with the technology. That's what I want to know.
What method are you? What are we talking about? What method? They use it. Like,
oh, jeez.
Forget it. Go ahead, ask the question.
Forget it. Don't worry
Yeah,
about
why
it.
are we talking to this guy? Why are we talking to this guy?
Let me.
Listen, we didn't
You
even
just
point out
kind
yet.
of proved the spherical Earth. By the way,
No, remember, he wasn't trying to prove the spherical Earth. This is the whole problem. We're asking here for fucking half an hour. Has anyone got any arguments for the globe? And then we get a 5-minute ramble about what the moon is doing, what the stars are doing, what the planes are doing, and at the end of it, they say, "I wasn't." At the end of it, they say, "I wasn't trying to prove a globe. I wasn't even trying to prove a globe." Well, why aren't you trying to prove the globe? That's the question.
I think it was.
He just proved it with his little formula about the radius of the Earth and the
he wasn't trying
distance.
to prove the Earth.
I know, but he did. If you think about that equation and the speed of light, they
prove the
use the
Earth
radius of the Earth.
It's
a
about
constant.
that there's a space and there's a moon that exists.
It's you got to take it step by step, fellas. So first you start with the bouncing radio waves off the moon thing, right? And then you
No.
do that.
What
at
you're doing
other
is you're
points on
starting
the
with an
Earth,
assumption
in the
of a
time is
globe.
so that
So
implies
your actual starting place is the assumption of a globe. That's what you're doing. You're assuming a globe and then assuming a moon at a certain distance. That's what your assumption is.
You make testable.
Cyclone, what's the distance of the moon for you?
To knowledge, right?
I'm not making a claim about the distance to the moon. Why would I do that?
Oh my god.
Yeah. Oh my god. Why am I not making a claim about the
No,
distance
you
of the
fucking
moon?
mute me. Like I can't say anything, and I don't know when to say something.
Well, I don't know. Ask an actual question, a genuine question, or make an argument for the globe. Don't give us the
I
5-minute
literally
ramble
just
and then
tried
say I'm not.
to.
Sure. So I just have a question. I have a question that could be related to this globe Earth thing. Okay, it's not definitive proof or anything, but so why do you think it is that? Because so people have made novel testable predictions, right? They're like, if the Earth is a globe, we'll see that the time it takes for the radio waves to bounce back to us is going to be different at different parts of the Earth, the globe, and it is. So that's their novel testable predictions. And usually that's
No, we're not doing this radio wave thing. Unless you've got something to present, some actual information, data, links to a test with the formulas they're using, what equipment they're using, what method they're using. Until you've got that, you've got nothing to discuss. So someone ask an actual question or present something. So go get a link then and shut up.
We don't want to link to ham radios. That's not what we're asking for.
No. You need to give us a link to this exact thing that you're talking about.
To how they do Earth to moon to Earth bounces. I can link you that if you want.
Okay,
Well, then
the
you would have something to
epistemology has
discuss.
to be included, not just they did it and they were successful. We want the
I can
epistemology to go
like
with it.
YouTube videos of guys doing it if you want. Like, unless you
Not
think
doing it, we want. Yeah, look.
what are you talking about?
Okay,
Like, I can send you the method and the
fam.
demonstration.
Okay, fam.
Well, just
okay,
send through
fam.
everything. Just do it. Shut up and do it.
That's what I'm saying. But he said he didn't want it.
I'm just being clear about what I want because you guys talk fast and then all of a sudden you're like, well, that's not what I said I was giving you. You know, and that's annoying.
Gotcha.
But by the way, what you said was an affirming the consequent fallacy anyway.
Please explain that.
If P, then Q, Q, therefore P. If the Earth is a sphere, and you said it, then these ham radio calculations would blah, blah, blah.
So that's not a real fallacy, right? So that's
what do you mean that's not a real fallacy? Hold on.
You said it was wrong.
Hold on. Wait a minute. I explained the form of the fallacy, and then I used your words. You guys can't just
Yes,
keep
and then
coming
I
in here.
told you were
You
wrong.
guys can't just keep coming in here and saying, no, you're wrong, when that's exactly
Why
what
don't
you
you try
did.
letting him finish his sentence?
All right. So they've proved the speed of light. They've measured it with a camera that takes 1/1,000,000th of a frame.
Hey, with the Coca-Cola bottle.
But hey, man, if there's a firmament, that means there's the waters above the earth, right? There's the waters above the firmament, and that would change the speed of light because it's passing
Do
through
you
the
know that? Do
firmament.
you know that? Do you know that? Is
Dude,
that
it's
what
in the
you're
Bible.
claiming?
It's
Is
in the
that
Bible.
what you're claiming?
All right, but then you come
Is
down to
that
two
what you're
different
claiming? Look,
evidences.
it's
You
a
have
listen. You
the
you can
majority.
either go with the Bible or you can even go with the priests of the textbooks in the schools. But do you know that though?
Know what?
This is what I'm saying.
Anything you're
They're
talking about.
skepticism.
Sure, dude.
The problem is that I had this conversation earlier with one of you guys, is that in that case, then you wouldn't be using the language English to be able to communicate what you're communicating. Because
No, that
if
makes
you're that
absolutely
much of
no
a
sense.
skeptic, no, if you're that much of a
I'm not
skeptic,
skeptical.
then
What am
you
I
wouldn't.
skeptical
No, you
about?
have to be in order to believe in
I'm
flat
not
Earth. You
skeptical.
have to
What
be
am I
skeptical.
skeptical about? I want
Because you're
information.
saying that you need objective proof, and you still haven't answered that because you went on this tirade with this guy, and there's
What do
no
you mean?
object.
I literally asked him to give me the epistemology.
It's
I
not
didn't
about
say, "Ooh,
asking.
you gave me." I didn't say,
Yes,
"Ooh, you
yes,
get."
and
Shut up.
if he
Shut up.
was to say,
Shut up. Shut up. I didn't say, "Ooh, you gave me information and now I'm skeptical." I'm asking for it.
the only reason I allow you to tell me to shut up when I'm clearly making my point is because I'm going to get muted. So you need to shut up now that I'm able to
Okay.
talk, and let me also finish my statements, and stop being rude to me because I have not talked to you in that way. I've never insulted you, never told you to be quiet, none of those things. So please have respect, and I do my best to do that with you guys, yet I'm getting muted. So let me speak. Anyways, as I was saying, when the same type of skepticism that you are trying to oppose on people that believe in a globe earth is the same rule that you should apply to the language that you use to learn any sort of language, mathematics, even be able to be on Discord right here talking through what we call a microphone, and communicate these things. You cannot have this sort of skepticism on one thing and then not have it for another. That's my point.
Okay, I just told you I'm not skeptical.
You literally have to be in your skepticism is a certain type of skepticism. You
No,
have
it's
to
not.
be in order to believe. You're saying that you need objective proof, and when I ask you, okay, your objectivity is you going out and being able to prove these yourself, you as the person, right? It's not like you
Well, do
like
you know what
someone
that
else.
mean? Do you know what that means? I mean,
Yes, you have.
maybe
Okay,
you
you tell
think
me what
it's a
that means.
foolish maybe you think it's a foolish endeavor because you don't know enough about what you would expect on a globe. I spent years looking into it, aka not skeptical. I dove headfirst into the information. You just I don't know what you did. Okay, to be
Yes, we're
fair.
on the same
I don't
page.
know what you know, but I do know what I know. I know enough
Yes,
about the globe and what I would expect because of what I learned about the globe and the
yes,
geometrics to figure out
yes.
that yes, what?
I'm agreeing with you.
No, you're not.
No, I do agree with you, and I'm
No,
gonna
you
tell you
don't,
how I
because
agree
you
with
don't
you.
know what I'm saying.
I do
I
know what you're
haven't
Yeah,
even
saying.
stop,
given an
stop with
example.
the color commentary. He's trying to say something. He allowed you to finish your point, and now Elijah's trying to make a point, and you, yes, no, stop with the color commentary, please.
I'm
Yes,
not
yes,
I'm not skeptical. I don't care about affirming the consequent fallacies. I don't care about begging the question fallacies. I don't care about reification fallacies. I'm not a skeptic because I can identify when these fallacies come across my table. But what I have
yes,
done is I've looked into the claim. The claim of geometry that the earth is a sphere with the radius of 3,959 miles, that is something that is falsifiable that I can actually test. Secondly, I love science as well. I know the difference between science and pseudoscience. I know the difference between an experiment and a pseudo experiment. And I don't shy away from those conversations either. I'm not the skeptic, sir.
Okay, so what's happening is that the way that you're able to communicate that, right? The way that you were saying to me, you know, I've done my own research and these metrics are wrong. But you got to realize the metrics that you may be using and you're told to use can be different from other people's metrics. For
Not
example,
quite.
for
Not quite.
example, if you
Not quite.
have,
Not
if you're
quite.
using,
One
Not
nigga at a
quite.
time.
Not quite. I can tell you why, or I can let you go on, but
tell me why.
you're going to be wrong
Tell me
because
why.
there's only one epistemology for doing what I did.
What's the
It's a one
epistemology?
size fits all.
One size fits all. Okay, I can understand that. I can
You
see, but
know
one size
why? Because it didn't come from me. It's not like it came from
from
me.
God,
It's a
yes.
standard.
Okay, so one size does not fit all. First of all, that's why
What,
we have
according
systems.
to you, but what am I saying is one size fits all?
But
In order
you're
for you to
okay.
refute it,
So what do you?
what am
Okay,
I saying? One size fits all.
that's all you're
Specifically.
saying. That's all you're saying. And what I
Okay,
would
so
say is that I would give you the
would you
complexity.
like for
Hold
me to
on.
elaborate?
Let's.
Would you like for me to
Okay. Yes.
elaborate?
Elaborate then. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So they say that the Earth is sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. Therefore, the consequence of that would be a geometry that blocks my view to distant objects. Now, geometric means Earth measured. So there would be a tangent to a tangent point, that tangent point being the globe, aka the horizon. I would be able to test that claim,
Yes.
which I did.
Yes, but you see,
So I'm using a standard that
yes.
everyone can use. Sure,
Yes,
my
but
height is
height.
going to be different. My
Yes.
elevation is going
Yes.
to be different, but it's going to be using the
Yes.
same standard.
Yes.
Which is your height, which is also a
Yes.
metric. So you have to
Okay, that's
realize
1.2
go ahead.
times the square root of the observer's height includes anyone who will utilize the method. It's supposed to be varying heights. You're supposed to be able to figure out based on how high you are what you should expect to see. So everyone's going to have a different answer based on how high they are.
But think about the horizon.
But the result should always be the same.
Think about the variables, though. The variables can include even minute time differences. Right? Small time differences that do affect when you're able to see this horizon. The
You want to
issue
hear
that
what
you're
you want to know
having,
what I'm
the
hearing?
issue that you're having is that you're not understanding how many variables actually go into calculations.
How are you going to tell me that? How are you
No,
going to tell me that?
I'm not. I'm telling you that because I
How do
know
you
that you
know
don't
that?
understand that.
No, you
Because
don't know that.
Okay.
No, you don't know that because you don't know 2019.
Okay. Do you know how we found the planet
No, I'm
Neptune?
not done.
Do you know how we found the planet
I'm
Neptune?
not done. 2019, 2018, 2017. For other flat earthers, 2016, 2015, 2014. The standard was the same, and people's argumentation against flat earthers using the same thing you're telling me I don't know enough about. No, I've been watching the argument long enough to know exactly what I'm talking about.
I think it's yeah, I'm not sure what to say to you, man.
Well, you don't know enough. You
Yeah.
think that I'm missing
I
some
don't-
kind of variables. You have no idea.
I try to explain to you, but
But that's a high level of skepticism because you're trying to explain something to me and you have no idea who I am and what I've done.
But you're saying think
You're
about your
talking about
initial argument.
you're
Well, hold
talking
on.
about skepticism.
Yes,
That's
because you
have
are a
skepticism.
skeptic. No,
I
I
don't
am a
have
skeptic.
skepticism.
Yes, I am a skeptic, but I'm not the same type of skeptic you are.
No, I'm not a skeptic.
You
Look
have
up
to
the
be in order to
definition.
believe in flat Earth. What do you
Look
mean?
up the
Because you don't
definition.
believe what scientists you don't believe what scientists.
Look up the
Do
definition.
you or do you not believe what scientists said about the
Look
Earth being
up
globe?
the definition.
You guys are going in circles, bro.
Yeah, I'd like to bring
think-
it back
I
to the
think-
important conversation here, which is why you don't think the Earth is 200,000 miles away from the moon.
So look at this. The definition of skeptical.
Bro,
It means
AI was
having
trying to say something, guys. Come on, be fair. AI was trying to say something, guys. Come on.
what's up, AI?
I was just going to corroborate Elijah's story for being in these arguments for 7 years or greater. That for the first half, the entire arguments were that the globe geometry to the horizon was a geometric location in free space that obstructed your view of objects in the distance, and then that was disproven, and then all of a sudden it became, oh, what about all these variables? But I will tell you this, it's not about variables, it's about invariability, IN variable, invariable.
Can I respond to that?
Invariably, hold on, I'm speaking, friend. Thank you. Invariably, whenever you give an observation that supersedes globe geometry, the glober just claims optical effects now. That's what's happened. All right, I yield the floor.
Yeah, so you're saying optical effects because you knew where I was going to go with that immediately. Like when you use a camera, right? Because at first you had something like you have your eyeballs, and then you're looking into the distance, and then you're looking into the distance, and then things start disappearing over the horizon. You're like, oh man, there must be some sort of curvature. And then now this is the birth of globe earthers, right? Let's just say. But then you guys are saying, well, pull out a camera, and then if you zoom in, you can see this.
No.
Is that not the point? Okay, what are you saying?
Don't be a bigot. That's what flat earthers.
I'm not bigoting. I'm asking you what you meant.
Okay, well, I'm specifically talking about a cutoff point. You're talking about pulling out a P900 and zooming in. Okay, but there's no specificity in that.
Specificity in terms of what?
In terms of what you're looking for.
Yeah, but no, it shows you that these variables do exist. It means that
Oh my
we
God.
also, when you use that P900 or that P90, the Earth is huge, man. And even that
that's
P900
what I mean.
will
That's
make
very
a better camera. We'll make
that's
a
very
better camera
specific.
that will be able to go to the true curvature of the Earth. One day we'll be able to get to that technology, but that doesn't change the fact that the Earth is.
Are you for real? Like,
Yes.
I'm okay. So you don't. How long have you been in this room? Have you not heard any of the
I
arguments?
heard about flat Earth like 3 days ago, and I couldn't believe this was a real thing.
Oh, okay. You know what? I am being a little too hard on you.
No, I'm giving you
apologize.
science. I'm giving
I
you
apologize. Listen,
what's wrong with what I just said.
let me explain how to piss me off the fastest. Being in category error. First of all, science has to do with cause and effect relationships. Okay? The earth is a concrete noun. It's a thing. Okay? Chill out. It's not science.
What?
Chill out. We're talking about geometry. You probably have went a long time hearing that flat earthers are retarded, but the reason that this room is so fucking explosive and the conversation is explosive is because you're probably missing something. I'm trying to give you the benefit of the
What am
doubt
I missing?
because you said that you're 3 days in.
No, into understanding your belief system which I will never
I don't
change
have a
my
belief
belief.
system. So are you gonna? This is what I mean by don't be a bigot. If you say you're trying to understand my belief system, and I tell you I don't have a belief system, the best you can
But you're
do,
also not a skeptic.
the best you can do,
But
is
you're also not
validate
a
for.
skeptic if
Oh
you
my
don't have a
God,
belief
why are
system.
you're not? It's like
Oh,
you're not
my
trying
fault.
to have a
Sorry. Go ahead.
It's like you don't want to
Le-
have a dialogue with me.
Epsilon, which game are you playing right now?
I can help him out. He's just claiming that the Earth is flat.
Epsilon,
I'm
which
just saying.
game?
Okay, but how are you not a skeptic if you have
Who's
no belief
Epislum,
system?
dude? Who's Epislum?
How are you not a skeptic if you don't have a belief system?
So you didn't hear what I said?
Yes, I heard everything you said, and I answered with,
No,
"How
you're
are you
not
not a
listening.
skeptic?"
I said you're not trying to have a dialogue because you keep talking over me to tell me what you think that I think.
Okay, what do you think?
Well, first of all, I think we should go over the definition of skeptical.
I'll mute him if he doesn't answer my question.
Oh, him?
Yeah.
The guy we're talking to?
Yeah. Which video game are you playing right now, Epsilon?
Why does it matter?
Which
Oh,
video game are
we're
you
not
playing
even
right now?
talking to him. Who
So he's
cares?
definitely playing a video.
He's not playing. He's not paying attention to you. He's clearly not paying attention.
No, I am paying attention.
No, that's the other guy that answered you.
No,
I
the guy
am
that you're
paying
talking to, Elijah, the guy that you're talking to for I don't know how long now, Epsilon, he's been playing a video game the whole time you talking to him, bro.
Am I not engaging with what Elijah is saying?
Bro, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, you kind of
Okay.
don't understand. You don't understand
Doesn't
what I'm
matter.
saying, and it's going to require you. Like, I don't know if you can play a video game and have this level of conversation.
Exactly my point.
Sorry,
But
give me one second.
I'll say the definition anyway. Skeptical means having or expressing doubt about something, such as a claim or a statement. I'm not expressing doubt. I have already sought to validate claims that I have invalidated. There's no doubt here. But you don't know that.
My headphones cut off, so I needed a second. I'm sorry.
Skeptical means having or expressing doubt about something, such as a claim or a statement. I'm not doubtful. I already set out to prove the claim true or false.
Mm-hmm.
There's no
Yes.
skepticism anymore.
I understand. So what
You
I
don't
would say though.
understand. You
Okay,
don't
can I
understand.
respond? Okay.
You don't understand. I need a concession from you. Or I need you to go, well, clarify, what did you have doubt about that you feel you now know about? If we're having a real conversation, that would be the thing that follows.
I no, because the fact that you said you want me to ask you what you had doubt about, this means that you were skeptical because you had this thing that we call doubt.
I'm not
which
skeptical.
is skepticism.
What part of that don't you understand? I'm not skeptical because I used to be, and then I did some shit.
But you had doubt in the first place in order to do that.
Homeboy.
Keyword was.
Epsilon.
Uh-huh.
Listening to you guys go in a circle about what skeptical means is tedious.
I wasn't the one that wanted to have this
This is brain
conversation.
rot.
Hey, bro.
He doesn't know what
you
skepticism
keep,
means.
It doesn't matter, dude. It's highly
Okay, but
irrelevant.
I'm trying to get to that other conversation, but he brought.
Thank you. Jesus
Dude.
Christ.
Now we can talk about the moon. Thank you.
Well, Elijah wants to finish his point, which is what he did to remove his doubts and validate a proposition for himself. I think it takes less than 30 seconds to explain. It's rather simple. If he wants to do that, that would be great.
One of the recent things I did is I went to Coney Island. I saw New Jersey from the beach, and I know that the horizon is supposed to be, with my height, roughly 3 miles away. Now, New Jersey is 6 and change miles away, and the horizon was far beyond that. I'm no longer skeptical about there being a geometric horizon. I know there is none.
Okay, so Elijah, I have a question to ask you. Elijah, hello?
Yeah.
Okay, could you redo that little 5 to 6 minute demonstration you usually do so everybody can truly see the truth about the flat earth?
Well,
video?
one thing, there's a quick question I like. So if something is flat or curved, that's a true dichotomy, right? It's either flat or it's curved.
Yeah, I would say generally so, yeah.
Or it could be boxed, I don't know. Flat or curved. So when people say, okay, well, you're just disproving the curve, well then, but how do you prove it's flat? Because there's no curve. How do people not get that?
I mean, you literally said it yourself. It could be a cube, dude.
But that's not the point. The point is it's a sphere, right? If it's a sphere, it has to have a curve. If there's no curve, there's no sphere. End of story.
Dude, it's an oblate spheroid that's double flattened at the poles.
Oh my.
Maybe it's like non-Euclidean or something, dude. It could be a square and a circle.
We're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth, though. That's the point.
Yeah, we are. Oblate spheroid.
No, you guys are. You guys are.
My great
whether
grandpa discovered the North Pole and the South Pole.
Whether it's an oblate spheroid or a perfect sphere, it's going to necessitate the surface is curved. Elijah's pointed out that there is no curvature to the surface of the Earth. So whether it's a ball or an oblate spheroid, there's no curvature to be observed or measured or practically used. No curve, no ball.
Period. Yeah.
It bulges at the equator.
That's brilliant. Then you're going to need
Because it's
to have
centrifugal.
curvature on the surface
Saying
of
an
the Earth.
ellipse is a crazy concept here.
You're still going to need curvature over the surface, aren't you? But being as it's not
I like the
observed or
topic of that oblate
measured,
spheroid.
still going to have curvature, isn't it?
Yeah, because it spins.
Isn't it, my friend? We're not talking about the motion of the Earth. We'll beg that question later if you want to. But if the surface isn't curving, then there's no ball.
Well, I live at the
Consequent
ocean
of
and
the-
I see the ships disappear every day at the horizon.
Okay, so how do you know? How do you know that that's curvature?
Because it's 6 inches per mile. I've measured it.
6 inches per mile. What?
No.
The curvature is.
What are you
don't-
talking about? That's not even right. It's 8 inches per
Forget
mile
it.
squared.
He's trolling.
Jesus Christ.
There's no way.
Yeah, there's no way.
Someone
yeah.
told me it was 6 inches.
That'll be your girlfriend.
Yeah. I was gonna say that.
That was the best one. Good. That was a good one. I'll give you that one.
I'm glad you said it, not me.
I mean, it was like an alley oop though. He did set him up, but it was a good one.
Yeah, that was great. You got me.
Oh God, that is crazy.
This is
That
nuts,
is
dude.
crazy.
So Elijah's observation earlier demonstrated that the horizon was well beyond the geometric limit. Well beyond the geometric
This again? All right.
Yeah, well, this is what you necessitate for obstruction of things at distance. You know, the boat that someone mentioned earlier, that would be physical obstruction, like your friend walking
It's
over
always
the
the
hill.
same thing though. Like we've literally only proved that 3 points on the Earth are flat. Like this.
No, this is
that-
every point. This is
No, it's
every
not.
point
Like
over
3
any distance
photos.
of
It's
water.
always the same 3 photos, dude.
I didn't even present a photo.
What are you talking about?
I'll put a photo of what I
You
saw
know,
the other
that's
day.
what he's talking about with the boat.
Well, what about specular reflections? Like
their brain exploded,
for
dude.
example,
There's a picture.
the Bolivian salt flats. You know how
The salt flats are made of
it
salt,
has.
dude.
Are
You
you
know
talking
how
about mirages, like
talking about?
Schlerin?
Bro, do you,
You
know,
know
the
how-
Bolivian salt flats though? For real?
Do you know how flat the surface has to be to get a perfectly symmetrical image of the sky?
Yeah, mirror.
Yeah, nearly as flat as your mom.
Dude, it's 100 kilometers, bro, which is like 62 miles long. You could see across it, which is like 3 inches of rainwater, bro. People go down there all the time with their fucking Instagram shit. Like, it's real. It's a real place. They call it God's mirror. The fact that there's no convexity at all or concaveness to the mirror reflecting the sky says so much right there. 62 miles.
Yeah, it says that area is flat. There are flat areas. The idea, though, is that the entire globe would be round.
Hold on,
right?
62 miles,
On
right?
the whole.
62 miles, right?
Okay, look, check this out.
Go
Check
ahead,
this
go ahead,
out.
Elijah.
The Earth is huge,
Two
man.
thirds,
So the whole-
two thirds of the ocean floor are made up of abyssal plains. Then there's like, I don't know, 1/5 or 2/5 of the Earth's surface that have surface plains.
Right.
Like, what do we tell? Is the Earth a disco ball? Like, what are
Yeah,
we
where's the
talking
ball? Where's the ball at that rate? Where's the curve? Like,
Fuck that shit.
We're on the
73% of
ball.
the surface of the Earth is water. Hold tight, my friend. 73% of the Earth's surface, we are told, is water. That water's not curving. So if the surface, 73% of it isn't curving, How the very fuck can it be a ball?
Right. Or an oblate spheroid at that matter. Like, there's no way. That's just look at fucking geometry, brother. It's just like there's no fucking way. Like, I don't get that.
we're definitely talking geometry here. So, why is there a horizon at all? Right?
Oh my
I
goodness.
mean,
What the
when
fuck is he talking
when
about?
I
So
go
what?
up when I
Let me
go
ask
up
you.
in a
Let me ask you
plane,
a question.
why don't I
Let
see
me
like
ask you a
to
question.
the
If the
end of
Earth
the
is,
earth?
let me ask you a question. If the Earth is flat, and you believe there wouldn't be a horizon, would it be all sky or all ground?
I'm not saying there wouldn't be a horizon. I'm asking
So you just
why I
fucking
don't see
asked
it.
why is there a
No, 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 no,
horizon if
no,
the
no.
Earth is flat?
Okay, like what you said was that like okay, the Earth would have this if it has this curvature, I shouldn't be able to see this far, right? So I'm giving it to you. Okay, you can't see that far, but how come you
Mm-hmm.
can only see 18 miles? Let's say. Right? I mean,
Shit.
you agree you can't see that far, right? In all the pictures, it's like,
25 miles.
yes, you shouldn't be able to see quite as far as you can, but you can't see like a ton further. You can't see 150 miles. You know
So
what I mean? So, my
if that's
question
the
is just like
argument,
why? Like,
if
what is
that's
the
the
explanation
argument,
for that? It's a good faith question. Like you may
Our
think that
eyes
I'm
can't
not,
render
but
that
I'm
far,
I'm
bro. It's
about I'm
simple.
about to answer. I'm about to
okay.
answer
Cool,
you.
cool.
It's an optical limitation.
Okay.
So it's not a geometric limit. It's not a physical
So I
geometry
can see the
limitation.
sky over like there is a horizon line. I can see the sky over it. So you're saying that like what's
Just
going
think
on?
about
My
a
eyes
flashlight,
can't see
It,
bro.
land. They can
it
only see blue sky at that
it's
range.
an optical limitation. Seeing
Yeah.
is that we already know and prove that it's not a geometric one.
Yeah, just think about a flashlight, bro. You can't see it
What?
at a certain distance.
No, you
You
didn't.
know?
You didn't prove that at all. Yeah, you just showed that the curvature was not what we expected at various points.
Okay, but if you use, oh my God, what do
What?
you think if you see a radius, you know how big the radius would have to be if the horizon
Okay, I
was
want you to take
literally,
a piece of paper.
I was
Do you
literally
have the
answering you. I was
do you have,
literally
oh, go
telling
ahead.
you something.
No, that's fine. Yeah, I didn't realize that. Go ahead.
So do you know how far or how big the radius of the earth would have to be if the
Hold on.
horizon?
Don't tell them. Give them
Okay.
3 options that are vastly different from each other, and see if they can guess.
All right. So check this out. At 1 foot off the
He's
ground,
literally saying to troll me. I
at
am not going to
one,
be trolled, so I'm not going to
all right,
answer this question. I'm just
well,
letting you know up front.
we'll
Yeah,
see. At
yeah.
1
Like
foot
he's
off.
literally just said, "This is a trick question. Don't
Chill
tell
out.
him that."
Chill out.
No,
Well,
I'm
I
gonna
mean,
just, I'm gonna give
like
you
I'm the
options.
interlocutor. Like I don't
I'm gonna
care.
give
Like I'm
you,
just not going to
I'm
answer
gonna
the
give you
question after
options.
somebody says that. No, I'm not going to
I'm
accept
gonna
your
give you
options. I was
options.
literally
All right,
just
he's
advised not
spiraling.
to by my lawyer over here.
Yeah, he's spiraling. Come on, guys. He needs help.
Dude,
He's spiraling. So
Oh,
dude,
it's a
I'm gonna ask
it's a
somebody else.
spiral. Oh, it's a spiral
I'm
object.
gonna ask
Okay,
someone else.
okay. Here's the thing.
Yo,
What I would like to ask you is this,
Mute
Jedi,
right?
this
mute
guy.
Do
him,
you have a
please.
Jesus
Okay.
Christ. Go ahead,
They
Elijah.
get so scared. Why are they so scared? Soldry, why are y'all so scared?
Yeah, so
What?
I'll play the game.
I was just calling. What?
Why are y'all so scared?
Why are
Like,
you scared to tell me where you got 8 inches per mile squared from?
I didn't get it,
What?
bro. I got it from your mama.
Apparently
You
now
don't
I
have a
understand
source?
his.
It's dead wrong. I want to know where you
Oh
got
my
it from.
goodness. Bro.
I actually did
Let's
want to
just
listen
answer
to
the
that.
question on the table.
I wanted to listen to where they were going with that.
Where did we get the 8 inches per mile squared
No,
from?
wait,
That
he's
would
trying to he's trying to answer.
be the
Hold on.
globe.
Let AI.
Okay.
Well, I think
AI.
what Elijah was trying to say is, how big would this radius of the Earth have to be if you had a horizon greater than 10 miles at a 1 foot height? And if I'm
Oh,
not
you went back to
mistaken,
that.
it's either A, 3,959 miles, B, a sandwich, or C, greater than the distance to the alleged moon. Which one? All right, with that, I yield the floor.
What?
Yeah, you jumped into the conversation a bit late, so maybe that doesn't
well,
ring
that
true
wasn't
to you.
an answer
You
to
asked
where you
the
got
question,
8 inches per mile squared from, so...
that's fine, I'll answer it for you. That would be the necessary consequence of a ball of a radius of 3,959 miles. If you go onto your computer, go Google Earth Curve Calculator, that's the model of the Earth. So 8
I
inches
don't
per
think
mile
it
squared
is.
is the model. Well, then go and
Luck-
check it.
What
Luckily,
Don't care
I
what you
Well,
believe
8 inches
unless you
per
can
mile
provide.
squared, that means it's a parabola, not a sphere.
Well
yeah,
done.
a parabola that's good enough for at least 1,000
No.
miles. It would be
No,
at
it's only
least
good for about
1,000.
100 miles. It's only good
Well,
for about 100 miles,
good
then it
thing I'm not
substantially
making
drops off.
observations larger than 100, but it's 1,000 though. You're wrong. It might be 2,000, but I think it's 100. I mean 1,000.
Okay. I sent it
Look,
in the chat there.
you know what?
That's
You know what?
what it would look like.
Check this out though. Check this out. I go with San Diego State. I go with Andrew Thomas Young for all of my formulas. So what are you talking about?
Andrew Thomas Young?
Yeah.
She's talking about other type of 8 inches.
No, well, I mean, we got that, but that's not what I'm talking about. I don't know why you're asking us about 8 inches per mile squared because I don't use that anyways.
Well, I heard it. I thought it was you that said it, sorry.
But what's wrong with it?
It's wrong. That's what's wrong with it.
Okay, what's correct then?
How is it wrong? How is it wrong? Explain.
It's a parabola, and that is the equation for a parabola, and the Earth is not a
So which one is the correct one?
Can you make an equation with the circumference in the with the circumference of the Earth and tell us? Yeah. Go ahead and make an equation that would
Yeah, what's the
express
correct one? Yeah.
how much curvature there would be in 30 miles.
In 30 miles?
Please, yes,
Well, I
please
have the
do it.
equation here, if you want
Please
me to
do it.
tell you.
Please do it. How much
So
curvature
the,
should there be in 30 miles?
so the equation, which is
Not
the
the
correct
equation.
one.
Not the
30
equation.
miles is such
How
a
much
minuscule.
would 30 miles? How much curvature would you have as a singular observer from one point to 30 miles away? How much curvature would there be?
I don't have that right now. What I do have is the equation. Which, I don't know why you don't want me to tell you.
Well, it doesn't really matter. I just want the answer. I mean, Jesus fuck. Take 5 minutes, I guess. I'm still gonna want the answer.
Alright.
Well, to be fair, you did ask her for a formula, and she said, I have an equation. So the original context was not how much curvature, but rather what formula would you use rather than 8 inches per mile squared.
Right.
Fair enough.
If we're wrong, what's the correct formula to use?
Well, just use the formula, please. Just use the formula.
Whatever it is, yeah.
The formula, whatever it is h equals radius times open parentheses 1 minus cosine of, I don't know if
Yeah,
that's a
that's
sine
exactly
or
the
zero.
fucking one that I use from Andrew
That's the
Thomas
one.
Young. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
That is not 8 inches per mile squared, though.
Like I said, I don't use it. But anyway, go on ahead.
So I'm talking to the person that said it. Like,
all right, can you just give us the answer
there is at
already?
least one
Jesus
person defending
Christ.
it.
Just give us the
Okay,
answer.
okay. Yeah, I'll give you it. Okay, we got to focus on this for a second before we get too chaotic here. Chart out your formula and then chart out 8 inches per mile squared. Put them alongside and tell me at the range where the invariability becomes greater than 1 inch differential.
That's more specific, but I like it. Are you willing to do that?
Let's be more liberal since the one other formula is observer height in feet. Do it out until you get 1 foot differential. Okay?
Can you do that?
I'm grabbing it in Desmos, so let me.
Cool.
I love your voice.
You.
Oh, Chip. Oh, jeez, something caught in my throat. Oh boy.
We're still gonna end up with a rate of no matter what
I mean, you can.
formula that we
I'll be fair, but you can. Oh, you're horrible right now, brother.
Yeah, get the 8 inches out of your mouth.
We
Oh shit.
don't measure any
Jedi,
curvature anyway.
no. Can't hear you, bro.
There's the problem. The reason why flat earthers exist.
Jedi, no. Can't hear you, bro.
I can understand him. Funny enough.
So if I'm roboting or I sound shit, I won't interrupt.
Yeah, it's a bad robot. It's bad.
It's not even like roboting. It's just like just taking out part of your sentence. It's weird.
Damn CIA.
It's the technology that we use from scientists that we deny believing in flat Earth.
No, nobody do this. That's a completely non sequitur. There's the conclusion doesn't follow the premise. Technology doesn't have to do
Yeah,
just because
enjoy your very nice headphone and your internet.
Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? Why are you being
I
a
just
bigot?
had to talk
again?
shit for
Why are
1
you
second.
being
I'm
a
sorry.
bigot again?
I
But you're
just
a
had to talk
bigot.
shit for
Why
1
do you
second.
want to be a bigot?
He's a little punk.
Like you don't even look. As a matter of fact, how could you be so confident knowing we're daring this girl to do what she's doing? Like, don't you think you might be missing something?
Nah, he's playing League of Legends or whatever the fuck he's doing.
Oh, right. He has no fucking idea what we're doing. That's right. Why would we be wanting this girl if flat earthers came out with 8 inches per mile squared for some fucking reason, and it was us, it really was us, right? Why would we be asking her to make whatever fucking formula she wants to compare it to the 8 inches per mile squared if she knew better than we did?
Yeah, I mean, if we're doing something wrong, right? Like, by all means, teach us, right? I'm willing to learn something. Let's see. If it's wrong,
I,
it's wrong. You know, I'm
I
willing to
I
change.
highly doubt she'll come back. You know why? Because the Christina Antichrist girl, she told me the same thing, and I said, so go ahead and make a formula and tell me where the horizon would be for an observer of whatever height. And she just started calling me she said that I was she felt bad for me, and she literally muted me. And I was like, yeah, I didn't think you were gonna read those results. But that's what gets me
I
about these
think
globe earthers. They think they know shit, which is fine for me because I'm like, yay, new globe earthers that have never actually really came across real flat earthers who debate and do this for real, and they end up fucking putting their foot in their mouth. That's why I'm still begging for someone to do what they did earlier, still waiting on that, for them to say, yeah, boats go beyond the curve, because that's what it looks like. I cannot wait for that to happen so I can trap card.
So to the 8 inches
Wait,
per
Elijah,
mile squared.
You just
Hello?
said that you got muted on this other server because they couldn't answer what you were saying. It's crazy. I was
No,
trying to talk to you, but I
it was
got
the
muted.
same server.
Oh,
It
I
was
got
this
muted
server.
too, dude. So I'm like you too, just on the
You
other
weren't
side.
you wasn't presenting anything though.
I didn't have a chance to.
No, you were just saying how skeptical I was, and you wasn't using the definition of skeptical correctly.
Okay.
Hello.
Well,
So that
I'm
8
curious
inches
for
per
her
mile
answer.
squared.
No, no. She's
Um,
lighting up. She's lighting up, boys. Be quiet. What's up?
The Desmos formula that I got here doesn't really account for the squishiness of the obliteness of it.
Oh, okay. We just want
So
figures.
it's not gonna be
We
like
just want
totally right.
we just want figures, love.
You just want what?
We just want figures, love. That's all.
A what?
Why are you whispering?
We just want the fucking numbers.
Oh, there's a
Oh,
lot of numbers
what
here.
he's trying to say is he's single and he wants your measurements.
We just want the
There's
correct
quite a few.
How much
Grouchy right
curvature is
now.
in 30
Give me the
miles?
numbers.
Go on how much
So what
curvature is
often
in 30 miles, or or at what point is the differential more than 1 foot? Go on.
Let me learn how to use this Desmos thing then.
What
Because
often
it gives
happens
me a
with
lot
the 8
of.
inches per mile squared is engineers will use that, and that's just kind of a easy measurement, and it's only accurate within about the first 100 miles. Past that, then you have to use the actual Earth's
1,000
curvature.
miles.
So
I,
not
you know
1,000.
what? I'll even say 500 miles.
Hold on. Plot me out the circle formula for the radius of the Earth, and then plot the parabola 8 inches per mile squared against it, and tell me when the invariability becomes greater than 1 foot.
I'll have to wait when I get back home. I'm just walking the dogs right now, but I was playing in AutoCAD to make that comparison, and it was about 100 miles where it would start to show that there was a big difference. So
All right. We want to know when it reaches 1 foot, and then we want to know the percentage at that range.
okay,
In miles, right?
wait until I'm done walking the dogs. So
Fair.
You want it all in miles, right?
I'll tell you why. I vaguely remember Chris Van Metre doing this in the past, and he got 1,400 miles before the invariability was greater than 1% or something like that.
And I'll tell you what I do remember clearly. No one has ever actually, because a lot of people have made this challenge. Literally coming into our Discord server 24/7, flatearthdiscord.gg. And they would say 8 inches per mile squared, did you should flat earth, and we're like, okay, well, you go ahead and you create a formula and you apply that and tell us how, tell us what's what. And every time they go, yeah, I'm gonna do it, I'm gonna show you, and then we never get the result. They never come back. So I'm salivating at the mouth for this will be my first time someone actually does this and they don't run away. I don't think you will, right?
give me a
Can
chance.
learn
But
basic math here.
here's
It's
a
been a
quick
while since I've
question
done
for you
high
though.
school.
And breathe.
Yeah, right. What's wrong? 1% of 3,904 miles. Because you asked for a foot and then said 1%. Isn't that substantially different?
What?
What the
You
fuck
talking
is
about
this
the
guy talking
radius?
Oh God.
Dude, that was
Well, you
painful,
asked for.
brother. Before I answer that, I just want to say,
Yeah.
the 8 inches per mile squared came from globe sources, right?
Yeah. It's
In the
engineers,
past.
so they'll often use it as an easy rule of thumb for like short distances.
So let's
Yeah,
start
not
with
for
that.
large
Let's, let's
distances.
let's start with that and pause this little math excursion. But please, let's get to the end though, because I swear to
Oh
God,
yeah, but
this will be the first. But you hear what this guy just said?
yeah, I
Sodri,
heard it. It's painful. It hurt me in the soul.
Sodri, what do you think about what the guy just said? Seems to me like he said that
I
globe
can't
earthers
breathe.
used it as a something for simplicity. You hear that?
For
Yeah,
short
that makes
distances.
sense. I mean, you're
For
using
short distances.
you're using like much simpler math than like big trigonometry thingy.
So it makes sense now. All of a sudden. So it makes sense now. All of a sudden, it makes sense.
For short
What?
distances. Try to
Yeah.
remember that.
How short is 30 miles short?
No. But what this
Compared
all
to the Earth,
means,
yeah.
it's fine. But what this all means is that saying that 8 inches per mile squared isn't a circle formula. I mean, what does that prove? 8 inches per mile squared is used for what it's used for. When people are doing advanced observation scrutiny, they don't use 8 inches per mile squared. They use the more advanced formula. So I don't know what the contention is here.
Which is
Quite
what I said.
often, what I've seen online is there are people who are flat earthers who will use the 8 inches per mile squared and try to use that as justification for the drop that they see when it's not the right formula for longer distances.
Here though, like for instance, when you look at
That's
Canigoo, when you look at
anecdotal. That's
Canigoo,
anecdotal. So.
when you look at Canigoo and the freaking horizon is supposed to be 116 miles, that is not an 8 inches per mile squared formula. Jesus
I
Christ.
don't know what formula they used. I'm just saying that there have been
1.2.
some people who do that, and that's what it's in reference to.
Right, that's
Why
why I
does that
wanted to
even
ask.
matter? Let me go to a church and just start talking about how there's some Roman Catholics that were out there burning people at the stake and shit. They're like, how fair is that? Let me walk into a Catholic school and hey, which one of you guys are out here diddling boys? How fair would that be? Like, okay, yes, we're flat earthers. We don't have to be
I'm not
charged
painting
with
you all with the
everything
same
somebody
brush.
on the internet says. You guys got
I'm
to
not
get that
painting you
through
all
your
with the same brush.
minds.
No, it's fair. That's fair. You all shouldn't be painted with the same brush.
We're more
Thank
I
you.
was
interested
just
in.
talking. I was just talking to the specific point of the 8 inches per mile squared. That's all I'm talking to.
Okay,
Right.
that's like
So
so 2017, bro. Like,
Not
get
exactly the
with the
same brush, but
time.
a very, very similar brush. You know,
it
Someone
doesn't matter
explain
though
what's wrong with it
because
though.
hold on. No, we got to talk about this.
you've got
So
daddy issues and shit, the same as all the
yeah,
others.
dude, just chill. Bro. For goodness sakes.
You tell him to chill, you fucking faggot.
No, I'm telling you to chill, bro. Oh, what did
You
you?
tell him.
Who is speaking, dude?
Oh, the hand guy. He has a hand. He has a hand.
Tansy? Oh yeah, you're banned. There you go,
Unhand that
brother. How
man.
about that? No, he's banned.
D2A.
Yeah,
D2A.
banned.
D2A. Ban that man.
One, you're being a dick, and two, you violated the server rules, so you're banned. Thanks.
Fortunate for you, eh?
Man.
Now somebody else has to take over my point because I got to be busy in the back chats banning this sucker.
I have
Thanks,
some questions.
What
thanks,
was you
dickhead, for making me waste my time banning you.
I forget his point. Who remembers?
My question was, what is wrong with either or what's the contention between using
Nothing
8 inch
really.
rods?
Nothing really. That's what we're trying to find out right now. That's why we're waiting on Sodri.
I think I got it. Hold on. I
Awesome.
think I can do simple math.
Yay. But I thought the point of you using your advanced formula was not for simplicity.
Well, I'm using a different one to be honest. Because I think there's an easier way to do this one.
No. Okay, you know what? Do whatever you want. I don't care at this
Do
point.
it out to 1,000 miles observation, right? And then tell me the variability for the two.
I'm doing the
Let's make
30
it
miles
simpler.
right now, okay? And so I thought about this, right? 360 degrees is 3959 miles. So X is 30 miles. I'm gonna get a way to fucking derive this.
What?
I haven't done math since
I would have. How are you
10th
sitting here
grade.
telling us we're wrong and you haven't even checked?
It don't matter,
'Cause I'm
dude.
using
Just
a different
let her play out without too much stress, because I like where this is going.
Yeah. This will be like. Isn't this a first AI? Like, you know how many people have come in over the years and then just like straight up dipped?
100.
Well, I know that there
You-
is an answer somewhere in here because there's no explanation in the flat earth for why like things disappear in the horizon.
What?
What do you? Wait, whoa! Is she doing it? Wait.
She's doing it, brother.
What'd you
So I'm
say?
gonna find something.
No, stop. What'd you just say?
What did you say?
What, that like things disappear in the horizon from the bottom up, right?
Why is that? Does that mean it's a globe?
I don't see how it would be flat if that happened.
Because it looks that way.
What?
Because it looks that way, right? It looks like it's disappearing bottom up, therefore it's a globe, right? Because it looks like that.
See other ways you could arrive in the conclusion, but
Just say yes. Just affirm.
yeah. I'm just adding new ones.
Fuck
Yeah, I
yeah,
think
yo
so.
guys, I'm sharing my screen. I've been waiting like 2 hours for this. Yo, she just entered the trap card.
Well,
that's
Elijah,
very.
I told you you were going to enjoy it.
Oh, and
This
I
is
waited for the
this is
perfect
totally
moment.
not disingenuous. Let me see this.
What is
What?
not it? What?
Elijah's being totally genuine.
Yo, hold
Am I
on, son.
misinterpreting it then? Because
Oh God.
let's
No,
see
He
it's
this.
just wanted
it's right.
to show a point, but he wanted a person who believes in the globe to say that the bottoms of boats disappearing looks like the Earth is curved.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yep. So hopefully this will be juicy. We've been waiting for 2 hours.
Yeah, let's
So
see this.
this is April 13th, 2018, right? So look,
Mhm.
why do some people believe the
Oh,
globe
stop
is
moaning.
flat?
Yeah, no, I know philosophy too. She's fucking amazing.
Please don't steal my joy. Everyone else just please, like, be quiet.
Oh, sorry, my
Why
bad.
did he
That's the
say me
same
so
guy
horny?
yeah, that's the same guy that was blasting music. I don't know why he's still here.
Oh
No.
yeah, get that fool.
What's his name?
Why what's his name?
I'm gone.
Bad boy, what you gonna do?
Okay,
Okay.
I want to
Why
see this
do
video. I think I've watched this one already because I watch philosophy too. But
amazing. So this will
yeah,
be
let's see.
even more juicy. Look, because that would make you a hypocrite then. Either that or you weren't paying attention.
Oh
So
yeah, I mean, I do forget things. Let's see.
why do some people believe the globe is flat? What is the philosophical position known as direct realism? And how can optical illusions help us learn about what science is? Ooh, that was such a disgusting
Oh wait,
description.
is 2018 before? Play. Is 2018 before
2018 is
Abigail?
before 2019, yes.
No, because the philosophy to transition. I don't know if this is before or after.
All right. So the title of
Come
the
on,
video
Elijah,
is
can you
Flat
stick
Earth.
it in?
The title of the video is Flat Earth or Why Do People Reject Science? So she just said the horizon and boats disappearing bottom up proves it's a globe because it looks that way.
I don't know that
So,
for certain. Okay,
well, but you did say it. It was good enough for
I
me.
did say it. Maybe it could be disproven. I'll see.
It's good. Yeah, but see
You know,
what you
she
said.
definitely knows more than me.
What you said represents literally every globe earther in here. To be
Straw
honest.
man.
No, it's not. We were just having a conversation about this thing. Everybody says, well, if it's not a globe, what could it be?
You're painting
It
us with
looks
one
like a
brush
hill is
then.
getting in the way. There's a hill, there's some cars.
All right.
The car goes over the hill, there's obstruction. That's exactly what the horizon looks like.
All
That's
right.
y'all say that all the time.
Then we're doing this. All flat earthers say the moonlight is cold. Just play the video, dude.
I don't.
All right. Well, to be fair, all globe earthers do believe that there's a geometric horizon. Like, there's no way around that. You can't say all flat earthers in the same respect because we don't have a claim about the geometry of the earth. Well, you could say all flat earthers say the earth is flat. That would be accurate. Anyway, all right, I'm gonna play the video. Y'all ready?
Yep.
Y'all ready for this?
You're
ready.
My bad. I'm tripping. All right. You hear what he just said?
So you're a direct realist?
You hear what he just said?
Yeah.
He's describing you. I've never made this argument, but he's describing you.
Huh?
Yeah, because it appears that the horizon is Earth curved, therefore it is.
But can't you say the same about your position that you're looking at it and it's
No, because
flat?
I've never made that kind of argument before.
But you're looking at
Quote,
it and you see
quote
it's
me.
flat, right?
Quote me. Quote when I've ever said I'm looking at something and it looks flat.
Right, so your whole thing is a calculation, right? Just to be sure.
No. Quote me doing the same thing you just did.
No, that's impossible, you know that.
Well,
I
okay.
don't have shit
Just
recorded.
take it on faith. Let's take it on faith. Tell people, so I know how honest you are. I don't know if you care about that, but I remember every interaction that I've had with almost everyone. Tell me that I told you it's flat because it looks like that.
No, I'm asking you.
No, tell me that that's what I did. Same way you did.
I don't know. I'm like
Oh,
asking you for
thank
you to
you very
clarify.
much, guys. The movie's over.
I asked you,
How
are you a
wonderful.
direct realist? This
How
isn't that like
wonderful.
you're a child, Jesus. I'm just trying to talk to you.
Oh my
God
God.
damn.
You're a loser. Not a loser in life, but like you lost. You lost just now. You lost. Take the L.
I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, just take the L. It's okay. The 8 inches L.
Wait, what's the argument against direct realism?
I don't know. I
know
asked if he was a
actually.
direct realist and this guy's having a meltdown. I'm not
You know
sure.
what? I'm gonna be honest with you. In my flat Earth group, 24/7, flat Earth Discord.gg. Now in there, one of my tags is direct realist. Can I be honest?
Lol.
Can I be honest? If 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 what this guy's describing is direct realism, then I was sorely mistaken.
Mm-hmm.
Because clearly I don't reason the way you just did. That it looks like that. Therefore, what else could it be? Because it looks like that.
Well, that's not like a
I never
philosophical
made
thing.
that argument in here. I've never made that argument anywhere.
You know, I was like that before I joined all these other thingies, and my current logic to that conclusion is that I haven't seen any other hypothesis, to be honest.
Well, I mean, yes. So it looks like that. Therefore, it's Earth curve, right?
You can like word it however you want. It can't
No,
work on a flat Earth.
those are your words.
Like there is no other shape of the Earth. Maybe
Those are
it's like
your
a
words.
somewhat curved flat Earth or something.
Yo, you got that
All right,
math?
hold on. Dude, compose yourself. All right, listen. You're assuming that the consequence that you're looking at is necessarily caused by shape by saying I don't know another shape of the Earth that could produce the same result, right? So you are limiting it, not it itself. You're imposing a bias in your very language.
Okay, it still makes me like correct though. Like, is there another shape?
Did you like that AI, by the way? Was that worth the wait?
No, it's more important what she just said, which
Is
I
there
just
another?
told her. She's assuming that these effects are caused by the shape of the Earth. I then said that's not necessarily the case, and to claim it must be is biased. And then she asked me, well, is there another shape?
Well, yeah, if the Earth is flat, shouldn't you see infinitely far?
No. Why would you ever assume that?
I'm asking you. I don't know.
Why would you? Okay, wait. Well, hold on. Okay. Do all optics have angular resolution limits?
I'm not sure what that means.
Shit, man.
All
How
right,
old are you?
I'm 19.
Oh, listen,
Oh,
I'll
okay.
explain it
All
to
right.
you.
Okay, my bad. I will definitely fall way the fuck back. My bad. First of all, whoa. Back it on up. Back it on up. Back it on up. My bad. I'm gonna put some more respect on your name, young lady. My fault. Okay,
We get
for
it, bro.
everything
We
I
get it,
said.
bro.
But
What is this reaction?
you're mad young. You're a baby, so let's
I'm
just chill.
uncomfortable.
Okay.
He
Yo,
thought he was going to convert you to flat Earth and then ask you out.
nah.
Yeah,
Just
after all
don't
the
even say
flirting,
nothing
what
like
are you,
that.
like
That's disgusting.
53?
Yes, I'm too old. I'm
53.
I'm 53.
You're 2 years old?
Elijah, you've been in this shit for like 3 days straight. I've seen you in here every single day for like 3 days.
Yeah, so
The problem is that you're making arguments from ignorance, and that's why Elijah is backing out, because he may be thinking that you are more knowledgeable in the topic, but you're just arguing from ignorance, and he has to back it up. I mean, he has to step back on the
all
argument.
of that, all of that. Yes, Jim. Everything, almost everyone said. AI and GMT.
So you
Almost.
believe in the flat Earth?
Oh Jesus! There's always
We're
one of
gonna.
those in the middle of every conversation.
I know, right? It's always
Fucking.
yo. So check it out. Okay, fine, fair enough. Yeah, okay. When the hell did you do the math? If you haven't done it in a long time, last year? What the fuck? Ah.
She did it tomorrow. She
I'm
did the
still
math
waiting on it.
tomorrow.
I'm still waiting on the map.
Yo.
Did I miss?
So
Did I miss the part
I
where
found the
she
8
presents better?
inches. I found the 8 inches, and it's 8 inches per mile, not per mile squared.
No, it's 8
What?
inches per mile squared.
It has to be per mile squared, otherwise it'd be a slope.
So
Oh
it's either a slope or a parabola.
Yeah, we already
Holy
established
crap.
it was a parabola, but the question is,
Mhm.
what you're not even dealing with that. You went off to do your own little formula to tell us what the drop would be for a 30-foot observation, or what AI asked you, which is the difference um in 1,000 miles, or whenever you get up to a difference of 1 foot, what the percentage would be.
Yeah, I don't think my math skills are that big. So I was trying to make a new thingy.
Why would you
All right.
question ours?
No, I can't even it's no
Well, I
there's just
looked
no
at
way
how
to
it
go.
looks like, that's it.
I have to take this L, cause I for damn sure I'm not confident that this is gonna end any different than it has the last 3 years. So it's like
Yeah,
Well,
sure.
yeah, no,
But,
that won't. Yeah.
but look, it's very simple. You could just go to Google right now and pull up an image where somebody has already overlaid a parabola on a circle, and you can see that a parabola fits a very large amount of a circle relatively accurately to what would be useful for you to make observations, right? So 8 inches per mile squared or a parabola in place of a proper circle formula, it's efficient for many purposes. So there's no real reason to decry it as being wrong. It's not so much wrong as it is just used for certain things. And then the more precise modes are used for different things.
No, I got a question, AI. Is there? How can we observe 1,000 miles or more, like, optics wise? Is that is that even possible?
I don't think
Yeah,
so.
you can go up to high altitude and use infrared.
Okay. So the
Yeah,
higher
but
the
how?
altitude,
So
the more.
for example, there are videos out there. One is from Taboo Conspiracy, and then I can't remember the other guy, but there's
Jay
many.
Tolan,
Yeah,
Media.
there's also eyewitness accounts from the SR-71 pilots, etc., where
Right.
all of these men either have video or anecdotal evidence that they've seen greater than 1,000 miles.
Yeah.
I've seen pilots that say 500 miles.
Which is almost 1/4 of the circumference. That's damn near 90 degrees. Something is
No.
turned into.
That's not 1/4 of the circumference.
Yeah.
That will be the radius.
No, yeah. What 1/4 would be 6, 12, 18, 24. Jimsy, wake up here. Oh, I'm tripping.
Oh my.
Yeah. Oh, never mind. You're right. I'm wrong. Never mind.
Hey, you wanna
Never
bet? You wanna bet?
mind.
We
You
all
wanna
make
bet
mistakes.
Delete. Ah.
Okay, guys, we all make mistakes.
Hello, woman.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
How old are you? Are you also 19?
Yeah.
All right, never mind. I don't want to talk
Nice
to
and
anybody who's
fresh.
19.
Oh, jeez.
Oh my goodness, dude.
You lucky I can't ban you right now. I'm in dad
Well, you
mode right
can't.
now.
Well, you can't say
Everybody
that.
chill the hell out
What, dude?
and watch
Do you
your
think a
language.
19-year-old's like a child?
Dude, you're the only one. You're the only
adult,
one with
retard.
the naughty mind at the moment. So
I could know because I'm still
Ooh.
guilty about saying the voice thing. Like
You're a
I'm so
naughty boy.
my
Judging
mind
my
is so
voice?
fucked up right now.
You think I sound like a child?
yeah. So the only person, right? The only person who's misbehaving right now, Elijah, is you. So if anybody needs to be banned, you need to look
That's
in the
so
mirror and slap yourself.
disrespectful.
Yeah,
Ban
that's
me.
really disrespectful, bro.
Someone detain me, please.
I'm just
I
here
deserve
to,
it.
you know, listen.
Pervert.
Eli,
If
what
I
about
don't
the
I'm
hold
here to
myself
DMs?
educate
accountable, no
myself.
one will.
All right.
And you're all
all right.
talking shit.
Let's go back.
Hey,
Eli, what about
hey.
the DMs?
All right, let's bring it back to the topic.
Bring it
Go
back.
ahead. Any questions?
We don't know what to.
What was
Who's
your
this?
guys'
Who's this
reasons
new
for the North
19-year-old?
Star?
Who's this new 19? Do you have a question, new
All
19-year-old?
right. Don't worry about
No,
it. So,
listening. And I don't know why Elijah just fucking started.
do you
Anyways, I'm
have a
sorry.
question about the topic of the voice channel? Do you have a question? Yes or no?
Yeah. So, how flat?
What the fuck?
Flatter than a pancake.
What have we established? Is it flat? Or is it
Flatter
like
than a pancake.
Okay, thank you.
They can't answer questions. You guys are coping. You guys don't have like a single factual reason why it's flat. I'm like
Can you be
waiting for one.
specific?
There's all this math that proves the Earth is spherical. All right, let's go with what was your reason for the North Star not being seen in certain locations?
Nah, Grog. Before I even finish, how old are you? I don't trust none of y'all now.
I'm 19.
I didn't ask you again, man. Go away.
Have a question.
You asked Grug, and you asked her earlier, and you
Something
asking
so
her
rude
again,
to the
bro.
woman just because she's a woman. Something so rude.
No, because how old you guys are depends on like my
I
level.
unmuted you so you could do the exact same thing.
No,
I don't know
but
why it takes me seriously because I'm okay. Anyways, I have a question.
Why?
Oh my god, hold on.
What is
I
the government
just want to
hiding?
know what level of argumentation I should apply. That's why I'm asking Grog or whoever. I mean, cause damn, man, I feel like my last whole thing was wasted. Like I got to do it again when the night.
All right, let's concentrate on the question, Elijah.
Yeah.
What is the government hiding
We don't
from
know.
us?
I trust the government.
Can
so
we try and find
can't
out?
leave that.
Because I just want to know. I don't know. It's like bugging me. I'm scared.
I trust the government because government comes from God anyway. So
that's true.
Let's go to that guy who just said there's not one factual evidence that the Earth is flat. Who said that? Alpha God?
Yeah,
Alpha God is
buddy
was
here,
it, right?
Elijah, said he had a formula, and he's not a skeptic. He can't produce any of it on either
No,
side.
Elijah's been
So I'm
hugging the
very
mic for the past 3 hours.
so what, Jimsy? Jesus Christ!
Where is this North Star
Do you have a
located on the
question?
flat Earth map?
My fans are asking questions. Stop suppressing my voice. No, go
All
ahead.
right,
Go ahead, Jimsy. No, I don't. Go ahead, Jimsy. I'm just kidding. I'm about to play Call of Duty.
You need a Call of Duty break, but come back in 30 minutes after you lose in Call of Duty.
Wow.
So you can get a win here again, because you got a win earlier. So now you can get a loss in Call of Duty and then a win here.
I gotta stay well rounded, like the
Alpha
not
God, do you
globe.
got a question? Or you just you got a question? Like an actual question?
Do you think that when when videos have like when video games have like a global Earth, do you think that's like? Do you think there's something behind that?
propaganda.
Yeah.
Well, it's propaganda, of course. It's like media, you know, like anything that has a global Earth.
Sí, es propaganda, sí.
Whether they mean to or not, they spread misinformation.
All right, no one else has a question. Can I ask my
The
question
only
again?
thing that is
No, go on,
that is apparent is that we can't leave the Earth. We're trapped here. We can't escape the Van Halen radiation belts. Flat Earth is most likely misdirection from the truth that we're trapped on this hell planet in a
Do you think there's
simulation.
something better
Why would it
outside?
be misdirection from that? Because what we always say is that the Earth is contained. So we're basically saying the same thing that you are. You're trapped, so to speak. So why would the surface being flat be a misdirection from the same thing that we're actually saying?
Yeah.
Because there's more empirical evidence that suggests that it's spherical. So you need to be at least open minded that it's spherical or
Go
that
ahead.
it's flat.
Go ahead. Go ahead. Start.
There-
Present it.
There's lots of math. They're talking about these stars debunking you guys. We can go. I don't believe the
Present one
horizon.
piece of empirical evidence, please. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right.
You got the floor.
Well, I'm on like a bunch of Adderall right now. There was this math formula. What was the math formula?
You guys ever heard of chromosome
proved it.
banking?
Oh yeah, I've heard that. Yeah.
If you
Yeah,
look at every
pretty
single
lit.
math. Okay, what was it? There was one. I think I was looking at. They can take pictures of the sun and the moon and stuff, and they can see its rotation. They can look
Oh.
at certain star
Well,
constellations.
you're already talking about the wrong thing. I was asking about the Earth. Can they take pictures of the Earth being a globe?
Well, that's why I say we can't actually do that. We can't go out past the Van Halen radiation belts and take a picture of the Earth, and we haven't really ever
So
been to the moon.
where's this empirical evidence then for this globe that you just told me you can't look at?
What I'm saying is that you guys are being disingenuous when you're
No,
not
you
taking into
are.
consideration many different variabilities.
You barely know anybody
Yeah.
in here. What are you saying, you guys? Talk about the topic at hand and the evidence or the lack of evidence. Don't start saying
Yeah.
you guys this and you guys that.
Don't interrupt me.
You know
I'm
what is
saying
actually
most
disingenuous though
of you.
is to judge a room full of people out of hand that you literally just met as disingenuous.
Alright,
And
but
then also
this
to
is
say
like
that there's empirical
emotional
evidence for
argument.
something that a minute later you tell me you don't actually have the ability
There
to
are
see.
they use mathematical formulas to predict where things are in space, like in the Earth's space.
Okay, show them and then
And
show me how that ties into the conclusion of Earth being a
literally.
globe.
Okay, well, they use formulas that relate
You
to
just-
the Earth's like radius, etc.
Yeah, so do we.
Like
Show that it doesn't have one.
But I don't see any of this, and none of you can reiterate it. Like the guy was saying something about 2.5 times the person's body in some kind of math formula, but then later he claimed that he didn't have this math formula, like it wasn't his, and
Okay,
I'm
sounds
just
like-
confused.
yeah.
I'm really confused here because when I go into like science or like really boring stuff like physics and how things are created, I don't really care about it because it's already been discovered.
You go to science? What do you mean you go to science? What science?
Yeah, can you please elaborate?
Listen, man,
like
you're
if
kind
you look at
of just
modern marvels,
you're kind of
if you
just
look at
waffling though. Like you don't actually think that anything you said here is globe proof, do you?
No way.
Well, I think
well, you don't think it is either. I am open. You are not open. You are being disingenuous.
Bro,
What do you mean?
You just said you had hella empirical
Stop being
evidence.
disingenuous.
You're actually the one who's not open.
and
Listen, you're the one who's not open because you just keep summarily like shutting down what I'm saying
There's
to
no
you when I'm actually
counter-argument.
asking you for the evidence that you for the thing
It's
that you
all
claim the
over.
Earth is.
It's all over there.
I'm open
It's
to
all
it.
over.
I'm open to it.
It's
That's
all
why
over.
I'm asking you for it, but you're not
Yeah,
providing
I'm open
it.
to it too. We're
some
show
people
us
here
the
are trying to
titties.
prevent us
But
from
you
talking
should have
about
looked
real
at
things.
least. You don't even look. Like you should know both sides of the argument, and then you're not making an actual argument either, which is like
Please
really
educate
confusing.
us. Please educate us. I'm willing to learn.
So,
Go ahead, bro.
I have
Please
to
enlighten me,
basically I have to
please.
study this now so I can like debunk it, which I will do over the course of like the
Maybe you
next
should
month.
do that
or two.
before you say anything. Then how about
But
that?
you guys claim that you can debunk everything. So like, if someone came with
Bro,
like,
bro,
let's say,
no one said that.
You're being
You're out of line.
Yeah, listen, hold on, Beast. You're being
Sorry.
disingenuous again because I never said that. I never said I can debunk anything. The only thing I've done so far is ask you for the globe evidence, and you've been really evasive, which is pretty disingenuous.
so my point is though, you can't debunk the spherical Earth. So we
Yeah, we
need to be
can.
open to both spherical and
No.
flat.
We can debunk the spherical Earth that's been given to us.
How?
The 3,959-mile radius claim of the globe Earth is easy to debunk. You just go out to a body of water and see if it's curving the way that it would be if the Earth was that. It's not.
Is this radius curve a perfect circle curve? Is it a pear curve?
Well, now
Is
it's
it
slightly
accounting for,
pear-shaped,
like,
but
landmass?
overall, it's slightly pear-shaped, we're told. But we can see way further than that radius would ever allow us to if it were true.
So that proves it's flat though.
Bro,
because
what happened if like the Earth is not flat, but it's like a big trombone?
that's what I'm saying. Like, why does that prove it's flat? Maybe it disproves a spherical Earth, but it doesn't prove that it's flat.
It disproves the globe Earth claim that's on the table, the one that we're all taught about.
No, maybe it just disproves that one formula of the curvature. There could be a more correct formula of curvature. There's more
No.
empirical evidence that supports the spherical.
Okay, then why
There's
don't you
very
go
little
ahead and
flat Earth.
why don't okay, you seem to know a lot about this after just hearing about it for the first time. So why don't you go ahead, give the formula we use, tell us why it's wrong, and then tell us the one we should use
I would
instead.
like you to tell me the formula.
Okay, well, there's a few we can use. I like to do a geometric horizon test. The formula for the horizon on the globe is 1.225 miles times the square root of the observer height in feet. That's where it must be geometrically if the Earth is the thing that you keep showing for it to be. If we see much further than that, we're not detecting any convexity of the surface of that body of water, which means that the oceans aren't wrapped around a sphere, and the Earth therefore can't be a sphere.
I want you to like
Real
link
simple.
me if you have where your sources are and like this information because I am very interested and I'm gonna like look at it. So we have the geometric horizon formula, and it seems to coincide with the flat Earth. What else do we have?
No measured convexity of any body of water at rest.
Wasn't there a convex in the one circular fucking tube or flask or whatever? You're talking about like large bodies.
Yes, like you mean like a graduated cylinder, a meniscus?
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty deep. Like, could it be graduated?
Well, I mean, that would be the wrong direction for the curve to be. That would be concave, right? It should be convex if it's a ball, or if we're on the outside of a ball.
If water balls up on the floor, it makes a curve, right?
You mean like a water droplet?
Yeah.
Okay, a water droplet does do that, but like a bigger body of water obviously has a horizontal flat surface, right?
Well, okay, so then we have to think like, why is one curving?
Hold on.
Why
That's not true. That's not true. I have a counterexample I'd like to offer for entertainment.
All right.
By the panel. So when I overflow my toilet, right, it's very convenient for me because the water that all overflows just is in a big ball, and I can just pick up that one ball and chuck it outside rather than getting a mop to mop up the spill.
That's the best way to do it. Everyone knows that.
Well, so if we have a large body of water and it's not making this like easy ball formula, it would almost be like more like pear shaped almost, but like squeezed a little more. Or is it
pears are
like
curved
flat?
too, though.
That's like a rectangle-y. Maybe it's like rectangle. I just now. Okay, so I have like fun questions. You guys believe that there's like an ice wall, correct? Or maybe there's like infinite land that we're not allowed to go to, or it's up for debate.
No. No, that's not what we're here to say. We're just talking about the nature of water at rest and how the Earth can't be a sphere if water is the way that it is. That's all.
Flat water, flat.
Plus, when you say ice wall, that's the surveys of the Antarctic area that label it an ice wall. That wasn't anybody in here. The surveyors that explore these areas, they set up certain distances and all that kind of stuff, and they say, hey, there is an ice wall here. I mean, that's what they label it. So what do you want me to do?
I think this water argument, I think of like the physics of water, and it's in the ocean, and it's following this flatness, I guess. It's like very flat. Look out, it's flat. But then you don't see things under the water. Like there's some kind of blockage there.
What about compasses? North, south, east, west?
Yeah, compasses they figure work. Like that works. But supposedly stars don't actually work. Like a compass would work. All right, water can curve though. Water can curve in big bodies of water. What number of waters does it take to like get flat? Like this doesn't make much sense.
Well, if you're at the North Pole with a compass, you could walk around the North Pole and you just prove the Earth is round.
What? What did you just say?
Wait, you do a circle that is round, therefore it's a sphere. I mean, you could do a circle
like if you go
east
around
to
the
west.
Earth at the equator,
You can
or if
do
go around the Earth at
you
the
can do a
45th
circle.
parallel, or if you go
You
around
can
the Earth
go
at the
east
poles,
to
you just proved
west.
it's round.
You can go east to west around north, right? You do a circle, even though nobody does that. I mean, you could do it on an airplane, but not practically. You don't do that. But you can do a circle.
Because
That doesn't mean
you'd end
sphere,
up at the
bro.
same place you started out at. Like if you went around the equator,
Okay,
you'd go through the same
go
place.
to your table.
Go to your table. Go to your table.
Go to your table and do a circle, and then you end up in the same area you started, right? Circle.
That's literally what I just said. I said we're going round in
That's not an
circles.
argument for the freaking globe.
With a compass.
But
yeah, if you run around a track, have you run around a ball?
Yeah, there's
All
no
right,
way
but
to
then they
determine
say
if it's a ball,
if you're-
or if it's a globe, or if it's a disc.
If you're
That
looking
doesn't
south,
do anything.
if you're
Hold
looking
on, I
south, you
wanna
can't
answer
see
this
this
question.
one star.
Dude, you didn't answer his question, so you don't get to speak. I'm going to answer the question. Okay? He said, if you run around a track, did you run around a globe? Well, that depends. Were you holding a compass in your pocket? Because if you have a compass, then you're going around a globe, right? But if not, you're just going in a circle, right?
No, if you went around the equator, you think you would fall off the edge.
What?
And the Globestars say people in here are retarded, and listen to this guy.
I'm a baller.
The compass works for both models, right? The compass works for both models.
Yeah, using the compass argument, right? It points in the direction of like the North Pole or some bullshit, right?
Yeah, and the South Pole too.
Well, there is multiple locations that people label the poles, and in the north they talk about geographical north, that is the position in the map, and then magnetic north, which changes positions, right? So when you're talking about the compass pointing to a position, you don't even know what that is until you get there.
It's the magnetic north, yeah.
So you don't even know where that is until you get there, and then you have to figure that out.
And talking of which, until you get there, have you been to space to see if the Earth is flat?
We're in space.
Yeah, there is space between you and I. I'm very glad for that. There is space.
No, you haven't answered my question. I proposed you a question,
the galactic center.
and now you're avoiding
See
it.
the Milky Way outside. You see all.
This happens every time.
What's your question?
Can I?
Yeah, they keep
No,
scalloping. Instead of us staying on one topic at a time, you guys want to come here with 20 different questions, one after the other one, and you want to answer for all of them immediately.
Yeah, fair.
Trolls.
Yeah.
Because you can't answer a question. You just like, oh, it's a troll.
Okay, I'll just answer it really quick, and then we can finish up his point. No, none of us have been to space for the same reason you have. None of us have been for the same reason you haven't. It doesn't exist.
We're in space. The Milky Way is in space.
No.
You're not in the universe?
Space is fake.
No.
Deal with it. No.
Actually, space is fake and gay.
That's right. So they should accept that a lot around here.
Hey now, I am not crazy.
Okay, is the last conversation over?
I hope not. By the sounds of this so far.
Nope. Water is still flat and level.
Now, 72% of the Earth's surface is covered in flat level water.
Oh, look at that sanity, guys! Guys, bring the conversation back to reality instead of the Globetrotters taking the conversation to places they never been to, they never will be, and La La Land, amazing.
Well,
can I just stop the circle jerking real quick? I have a question.
I have one point. If you go way high in the sky, look down.
Reality in your imagination, if you do things to the realist level, I mean, what is gonna happen? You can't do that in reality. So what are you trying to get?
Buildings,
things
like that nature, right? It's
Well,
just
going
going to be like
reality 80 degrees.
If you turn reality into whatever imaginary thing you have in your mind, that doesn't work in reality, right?
No, it's not about imagination. It's reality, like you were just saying.
Did you just ask what happens if you turn around?
Yeah, just turn flat Earth 180 degrees, and you're gonna get like floods.
Okay.
You try it and let.
Yeah, let us know when you find someone who can turn the Earth around.
Did you just ask what happens when you turn around?
That's what I heard at first. Need a clarification.
You might need to
trying to get in.
inject your ears or something. I don't know. Sort of syringe your ears.
Yeah, I think you're kind of robot.
AI, you're cutting out and coming in kind of, I don't know, weird, but nobody can hear you correctly, so go ahead.
Someone tried to call me.
This guy debunks your 8 inches per mile BBC. He says that on a far enough graph, you do see this curve after 100 miles.
Okay, here's the Earthrise.
Okay.
There's a picture of the Earth from the moon right there.
I'm not.
Yeah, well, Earthrise is a combination of color and black and white photography.
Bro, you're not saying that picture is real. Look at the Earth in that picture, bro.
Yeah, it's new.
He's a cartoon earther. Are you a cartoon earther?
Is this really the evidence?
I guess so.
Are you arguing for cartoon Earth? Go ahead.
I mean, you don't
Where's
think
the source of his compass?
I mean, here's the source.
Oh, hey, Bigfoot.
It's from NBC.
Let's just say that picture is real, right?
Right there, I just showed it.
Isn't the moon face locked, right? So wouldn't the Earth
Yeah,
have
that's
to be
cool,
above
isn't it?
your
Cool,
head?
'cause we stole the
Hold
core.
on. Wouldn't the moon have to be, or wouldn't the Earth have to be directly above your head if you were on the moon, because it's face locked?
We stole its core. It was
How is it
planet
at the
Theia.
horizon?
Giant
Doesn't make any
impact
sense.
theory.
Doesn't make
It's
any
a giant
sense.
impact theory. We stole the core. That's the going thing now. The Earth
What the
has two
fuck is
cores.
this
That's
guy
why we
talking
wobble.
about? Is this guy retarded?
We wobble. It's giant impact theory.
I mean, he's a Bigfoot believer, so make that whatever
No,
it is. So
I grew
Bigfoot,
up where
since you're
Bigfoot sightings on
LARPing
it.
and trolling at the moment, you're gonna be muted until you get serious, okay?
Yeah, I already did that. He's boring.
Yeah.
Can I ask my
They're not even
question
funny.
now?
Yeah, go ahead. You actually had a question like 10 minutes ago.
Right. So, how does light know? Let me phrase this differently. Actually,
Take your time.
so there is a limit to the horizon in which we see, right?
Mm-hmm. There's a limit to
No,
our eyes.
yeah.
It's just not tied
Us,
to what they claim the globe is, which is the problem.
Right. The
well, us
limit's
globe
not
earthers
because of
say
the.
there's a curve, right? But what's the explanation for things not being there in the flat Earth?
No, you globe earthers. See, look. You globe earthers that follow religiously but don't know anything about the globe. That's what you guys say. What people who know about the globe have expectations of what the curve is, i.e., you know where the distance to the horizon is, or at least you have an assumption of it. And we're saying that doesn't exist. Everyone knows what a horizon is. Everyone knows that you can't see forever. But the reason that is the case is not because of the claims of the actual geometry of the globe that they claim out there. It has nothing to do with that. You can test it, you can double check it, you can go figure that out for yourself. That's why most of us are here.
So is your question
What does it have
basically
to do
what?
with that?
So your question basically is probably why do we have a limit then? If that's not the limit, right? If it's
Yeah.
not because of the shape, so why? Well, just think about video games for an analogy, real quick, right? You can't load the whole map. I mean, when you're looking in a certain direction, all the shit behind you is not being rendered. It's just the limit of our eyes. It's like you can't render. Our eyes can't take that much data. It's just we're not able to render that far. I mean, it's just
Okay.
I don't know the word for it, but
Well, I make games and it's I get that, but also we see the sun and moon though.
Young lady, why do we need binoculars or telescopes or high-powered zoom cameras? Why?
Sorry, can you speak English?
Why do we need binoculars or telescopes or high-powered zoom cameras? Why do we need those?
To be fair,
My goodness,
his English was before America's.
Exactly.
You was gonna say that.
But it's a good question. Why do we need those optical? Why do we have to look through lenses to enhance or magnify our vision? Like, why? It's because there's a limit to it.
We understand that, right? It's pretty simple that we have a
yeah.
limitation to our view, so therefore we have optical equipment to help us see further. Right?
Yeah, but the thing is that certain things are visible at greater distances than other things.
Like what? Give me an example. We're talking
Like
about
a
a very, very tall mountain.
cityscape can be
or a
seen from
bumblebee.
very, very far away, but a
That's
boat might
because
disappear around like less than that.
it's bigger. That's because it's bigger, probably. So we see everything in angles, and it's probably occupying a very large angle. We understand that things with distance disappear to our eye. For example, we can't see birds fly away forever now, can we? But we might be able to see that mountain 30, 40, 50 miles away because it's bigger.
Right.
Yeah, but I mean, we can see more with higher elevation, right?
Of course, that's because we've increased our angular view across the surface. Again, that's angular. It's like climbing a tree or being in an apartment building and being on the first floor and then going upstairs onto the third or the fifth floor. Doesn't mean that the road that you are looking down is curved, right? It just means that you've increased your angular view across that surface.
I mean, but then
Yeah, you go
is
to
it
a
a
taller building, you
distance
can
thing?
see.
So it's an angle thing then.
Yeah, we see a lot of things in angles. We have an angle that we also cannot resolve, which is 0.2, I believe.
Something like
And I
that.
think
Yeah.
with
So
distance gets smaller.
So it doesn't have much to do with distance?
Well, things with distance get smaller, don't they? These
Yeah, but
toy cows that I have in my hand are small, but those far away in the distant field are huge, but they look about the same size, right?
yeah,
Yeah,
but
just
you
a
can.
car on a highway. Just think about a car on a highway. You know,
Hey,
long stretch of highway, right?
good
You know
afternoon.
how big that car is. You've seen a car close up. You know it's bigger than what you're seeing, but because it's so far away and it's at the limit of your view, it's gonna look small. And that's you know, if it was a mountain, it would look way bigger. But you know, up close, a mountain is fucking huge. I mean, I don't understand what's there not to get.
Well, like if we're comparing a ship to a mountain, the end of a boat, which is like where it like completely goes away, that
Yeah.
can come before the beginning of like the shoreline of a mountain that's way farther
Yeah.
away that we can see.
Depending on
Like,
how high, depending on how high you are above the surface you are looking across.
like a tsunami?
Huh?
Is it like a tsunami?
What?
Well, like a tsunami.
Oh, you're
Is
saying
how
how it looks small when it's
no,
farther away, or
you know what's a tsunami, right? Like a tidal wave, like that.
I don't know. I don't know what you're saying.
Oh, I'm so sorry. She's talking about mountains. She's talking about oceans.
Yeah,
I assume it was a
sorry, guys.
tsunami.
Sorry, guys. Let me interrupt very quickly. Young lady, I do apologise. I don't know your name. Would you mind conducting a thought experiment with me? Just very simply.
Yes, go ahead.
Young lady, that's not
Yep.
you. I'm talking
It's
to a
not
young
you.
lady.
Oh,
My bad. Sorry.
I didn't hear young lady. Sorry.
That's fine, not a problem. We're just going to do a very quick thought experiment. For example, you and I are on the Bolivian salt flats, and I've got a brick. Now, I take this brick away from you on the surface until you can't see the brick anymore. Would you agree that there's an area of distance where you will not be able to resolve that brick? I put the brick on the floor, you can't see it, right?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome. What would happen if I was to build a wall, a tower of bricks, maybe a house or a building or a cathedral? Would you agree that even though you can't see that bottom brick because it was in an area too small for you to see, you would actually see the tower of bricks? You might be able to see the top of the cathedral, for instance.
Mm-hmm.
See, this is how things disappear from the bottom up on a flat surface. People like to say that I can't see the bottom of that boat at sea. Usually they're standing on the shore, so maybe 5-6 foot above that surface. And of course, if I was to move a brick away at a distance, you would not be able to resolve that brick. But if I was to make an angle bigger, build a wall or a cathedral, you could probably see that wall or cathedral, but still not be able to resolve that bottom brick.
Right, but that doesn't really explain it.
What? That you can't see the
Me not
bottom
being able to
anymore?
resolve it because of I think you're talking about Gestaltlaus. That doesn't really translate to what we're
Why?
seeing, which is them like going down vertically.
Well, this again is perspective. You've been on the street at night, right? You'll notice the street lights above your head appear to descend down towards the horizon. Now, the road that you're on isn't curved. They haven't changed that altitude above the surface. Let's call them 15 foot above the surface. But due to perspective, they appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. In the same way, the floor seems to ramp up to the horizon, the midpoint of your view, which is a huge problem for a curved surface that is always curving down and away from you. But ultimately, this is just perspective. You've been in a corridor before, right?
I do like that this lamp example, because that's exactly what I'm talking about. I don't know about you, but I see scale. I don't see them like going down in position. I see them getting smaller.
They appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. They're getting smaller, aren't they, with distance?
Yeah, they're getting smaller, but they're not moving down.
In
which is what you
reality,
see with
they're the
most.
same size, though. Yeah.
Yeah, they appear to get
Global warming.
smaller.
Yeah, but boats aren't just getting smaller; they're also moving down vertically. So
Yeah. So is the road curved, or is that just
Well-
perspective that we're talking about?
see, this is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's just perspective then. So these things appear to go downwards, even though they haven't changed their height above the surface. They're still 15 foot above the surface where that light is. But where you are, in the distance, those lights appear to descend downwards towards the horizon. It's perspective.
No, they only appear to descend if the road descends. They just that's what I'm talking about. Street
The road
lamps,
isn't
they just
descending.
get smaller. You don't stop
Yeah.
seeing their base. But with boats, you do stop seeing their base.
Boats? Oh.
Or ships, I guess, yeah. Because boats are tiny.
We've just
Okay,
lost the
please explain more.
resolvability of the prototype, my friend. We just did a thought experiment where I pushed a brick along the floor and you couldn't see it anymore, but I made the angle bigger and you could see the bricks above it, but you couldn't resolve that bottom brick.
Are you talking in the horizon then, still?
Yeah, why not? We're just pointing out
Like-
that we see things in angles, and with distance, you're not able to resolve certain things, especially across a surface, depending on how low to the surface that you are. Now, I've done this experiment myself. I've been to an ice rink. I've put my head sideways on the floor, and I wasn't be able to resolve the blades on the skates at the distant end of the ice rink. The ice rink's level. I've got a narrow angle of view. My eye can't resolve that very narrow angle of view, which begins at the surface. But I can see the skater's shoes. I just can't resolve the blades.
True.
Well, you're not being able to resolve the blades. That's. I don't know if you're not understanding this.
I don't know.
Please explain then. Please explain.
I'm doing my best here, because.
We know.
Well, I'll submit to you, my friend, that you actually already conceded the necessary elements. You just haven't put them together yet. You already admitted that an object lower in your field of view approximating the center would disappear at range. You then agreed that if the object was bigger, you'd see the whole object, but you still wouldn't see the bottom portion. So you already conceded, just
In
by
the
optical
horizon.
effect alone, that the bottom would disappear. Just as he explained to you with the people at the ice rink, he lowered himself down to the ground to look towards their skates, and when he did so, the skates occupied a low angle in his field of view that fell below his resolution limit, and he couldn't see the blades of the skater's shoes. He could only see the upper portion.
Yes, but
In her
you don't
defense,
see
she
them
had
with
no,
street lamps.
she had no idea what she was agreeing to. She had a different perspective from what was talked about. So, ma'am, please explain your perspective.
Like, the only problem here. Yeah, things get smaller in distance, obviously. Like, by your perception. But you only see ships go down vertically in the horizon, right? If they're really far away, you see like the ships go down, right?
Nope.
But
In the
So I
horizon.
go to a lake. I go to my
yeah,
lake.
that kind of makes sense. That does kind of make sense. They disappear into the horizon. That's what you meant.
Yeah, or under
Listen,
it. Yeah,
at my
those
lake,
words, right?
at my lake, the boats disappear from the side in, and they disappear from the top down, depending on the day.
Yeah, so you're looking them from behind. You're behind the ship, and it's in front of you towards the horizon.
I'm looking at them.
That's what she's
on the
talking
side.
about.
Like, they still go down from the bottom up, which I don't see anywhere else. Because like the distance that I'm looking at, like the last street lamp I can look at, that's still a very small distance compared to what I'm looking at if we're talking chips. Because those do just go down. After a while, they just go down. But lamps, they just kind of scale to non-existence. But boats go down.
So you know, water consistently moves, even though you don't paddle. It consistently moves where there's current.
Mhm.
Yeah. So how would you tell, like, if you're on a ship, right? For example, you're on a ship. How would you tell you're moving? Just looking at the land. right? You would pick like a landmark or something, and then you'd picture behind it. All right, that's a tree behind it. And then 5 minutes later, oh, the tree's no longer behind it. That's how you know it's moving. The current is constantly going. Know what I mean?
I really don't.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry, my bad. I thought we were talking about currents.
No.
So has anyone got any?
I mean, they're kind of still kind of perplexed here. Why street lamps don't get down, but boats do?
What do you mean they don't get down? What does that mean?
Yeah, they don't like move down into
Alright,
the
your
floor.
confusion about street lamps aside, does anyone have any globe evidence?
Are you talking about a flat Earth?
That's what the channel's about.
Oh, what the? Okay. What the? I'm sorry.
I have a
My
question.
bad.
New
Wow,
epiphany.
serious like that must be it. It's gotta be it. All right, let's go.
What?
Sorry,
Do you
my
guys
bad.
think?
Let's continue.
Do you guys think the moon and other planets, like, do they exist, and are they spherical or flat?
I think Wolfgang just asked if any Globey has any actual globe evidence.
When you look through a
evidence, I heard questions.
telescope, you can see a spherical Saturn
He
and a
might be
spherical moon.
retarded because if he heard a question like, "Yeah, any globe proof," and then he looks in the sky, he obviously doesn't understand the question.
No, you're
First,
wrong.
we need to
You're
start
wrong.
there.
You're wrong. You're wrong,
Do you
brother.
at least believe in the
If you ask,
spherical planets
hold
and
on,
moon?
friend. I'm just trying to, give the Globers props for consistency. If you ask for globe proof, it almost always is talking about the sky.
Yep.
Because we can't leave the Earth.
So how does looking at the sky help us determine the shape of what the ground that we're
Well, we could assume two variables, that the moon is a ball and Saturn is a ball and the Earth is flat. Or we
Hey, I
can
see a
assume
bird in the
that
sky. We must be birds. Yep.
they're all balls, right? You can't deny telescopic information. I mean,
You can't render 3D in a
is it a
telescope. You need
hologram?
2 eyes, bro. You're being
At least,
disingenuous.
even if it's a
hold on,
hologram,
Beast.
like just
No
like
one, no one
answer.
asked you to. No one asked you to assume the Earth is a globe. They asked if you could prove it.
I'm asking you what you guys believe because you have beliefs, much like we have beliefs, and this is a battle of religions at this point.
great.
Do you, do you believe?
The thing in the sky is the thing under your feet. You're adding those beliefs into other people. Okay, the thing under my feet is the thing above my
Those
head.
things
Those are your
exist.
beliefs.
It exists in this reality. So you're disregarding factors of reality that you can
No,
see
the
through a
thing is that
telescope.
you're looking into cartoons and you are trying to grab
Oh,
those
not this shit
cartoons and say
again.
these cartoons that you see in the cartoon world is the actual thing that you're experiencing.
So you don't think that they added
Alpha.
No,
planets
reality
into the
is not
simulation yet?
cartoons. You got that right. Reality is not the cartoons that you have in your head. So no.
There are some physical
Let me
constants.
just seriously ask you, Alpha, because this is bothering me because I hear this shit all the fucking time. Okay, how does looking at the sky and the objects in the sky help you determine the ground? Like anything about the ground? That makes no fucking sense.
That goes
We
to
can
what I
come
was trying to
to
tell you
multiple
because he's
conclusions.
been looking to cartoons and he's been told that those cartoons are actually the things under his feet and the things above his head, and he's saying, "Look, I've seen the cartoons, therefore this is the reality that I'm in the cartoon." That's the
Okay, can
problem.
you let the other person
Hey,
answer?
sorry,
Because all
brother,
they
but
say is
please prove
cartoons.
your point. Like you can talk
If
about
you
cartoon,
look
but
at
you
an
have to prove your
object,
point so we can understand.
if you
What about the
he's
cartoons?
just
Like,
Hold
what's
on,
the
he's putting
reference?
his head in the sand like an
Let's actually
ostrich.
listen to your reasoning, Alpha, because I am so confused how people keep pointing at the sky and saying this is what, because the sun looks like the sun, we're on the sun.
Cartoon.
I'm just trying to narrow it down. I
You
want to
keep
know
talking
like
about
what you
cartoons. You
guys.
sound delusional.
Please, let me
I'll
talk
just,
to this guy.
guys, just
I
give it to him.
I want to
Sorry,
know.
my friend,
There's
he has
either
to.
like three
I'll help you.
options. It's a
I'll
cartoon.
help you.
It's either we're all balls, or there's balls and it's flat. Because if you
I'll
look at
tell
a
you what. I'll
telescope, it
help you.
shows that they're
I'll help you.
balls.
Okay,
I'll
so
help
hey,
you.
no disrespect to you
My
guys, but I
friend,
believe the world is round. I believe it's
my
an
friend,
actual
I'll help
globe.
him. I'll help you. Even if the things in the sky are spheres, how do you confirm that the thing we're standing on is also a sphere? Because
Right.
ultimately, you're just pointing up into the sky and making a declaration. The things in
I
the
already
sky,
said.
dude.
I'm
Because
trying to.
Please.
you've ridden a plane
I'm just
before,
trying
right?
to narrow it down. I'm trying to narrow it
Awesome.
down.
Awesome. And you get
What
to narrow
What do
it
you
down by
guys think it is?
confirming the surface of the
Well,
Earth is like those
you
things
guys
up
are
in
When
the
you go
sky.
to
afraid
a
to
certain
answer.
altitude on the
Afraid
airplane,
to
you can look
answer.
outside
Afraid
and
to
No,
you
we're
can
answer.
not,
see that the
dude.
world is actually a sphere.
You plead the fifth. I understand.
Guys,
Order.
you're asking him to answer you, and then as soon as Jedi starts answering you, you're talking all over him. So we're gonna have it one at a time.
My apologies.
Jedi is gonna go, and don't interrupt. Wait your turn, and we'll get to you.
We'll give you that we make observations and those things up in the sky look like spheres. But how do we confirm that the thing that we're standing on is also a sphere? We're not just going to blindly declare that everything is a sphere without confirmation, right? Verification that the thing we're standing on is also a sphere. Otherwise, I can go to the woods, see a squirrel in a tree eating nuts, and therefore what? I'm a squirrel in a tree eating nuts. I can look at myself, I can measure myself, and prove that is not the case. So yeah, the things in the sky might be spheres, but we want confirmation of the claim, not just a blind assertion.
Right.
Okay, Scott, go ahead.
Yeah, that's
Go
all I
ahead.
wanted to know. That's all I wanted to know. That's fair, actually.
All right, so my question is, so if the question is, how do we know it's a sphere? Well,
Yeah, how do you know?
how do we know it's flat as well? You know, like, is there proof that it's flat?
You can't
It's not an
answer.
argument. That's not an argument. Come on.
That's not an argument. This is
I mean,
wild.
I'm sorry, man, but there is no proof as well. So it's a legit question.
So you don't know it's a globe then?
Right.
Because there, you know, if there's a negative, there is a positive. There's black, there is white. So if there is flat, there should be an argument. There is round, right? So if there's proof that it is
But you said you
round,
believe it's
where's the
round,
proof that it is flat?
right? No, you said
Okay.
you believe it's round. Why?
I mean, that's just what it is. That's what
It's
it
not
is.
an
So
argument. That's not an
don't you go
argument.
around like
That doesn't.
that's what
It's
it is
not telling me
nowadays.
why.
Yeah,
Nobody's
that's what
going
people
around and
say.
like,
That's what people say, but
all right, let's okay,
that's not proof for that. Right.
throw it up in the globe, right? They'll show you
To turn
Google
around
Maps.
and say,
Show
sorry,
you
my
Google
friend,
Map and they won't show you a
dude,
flat Earth. They show a round Earth.
So you're appealing to authority. Okay.
No, I'm from Asia, but I live in America now. But when I go to Asia, I have two routes I can take, right? So I can take from the West Coast or I can go from the East Coast. And if I was gonna go from the West Coast, it would be faster to go home. But if I was gonna go from New York to go back home, it would take much longer because I have so many other stops. From the West Coast, I can go just to Hawaii and go home. But if I was on the East Coast, I have to stop a whole lot of other countries before I can go home.
awesome. Have you
So
ever
that's
been
just what it
around?
is. Like it sounds
Dude,
like a globe, you know.
dude,
I've never
have you got
been
a
in a
table?
satellite, so I cannot
Let
see the
me
globe
help
for
you.
myself. But
Let me help you, my friend. You're just going around in a circle. Would you agree if I've got a table, I can walk around the table?
yeah, like which one is shorter,
Awesome.
which one's
So
faster?
you're just going around in a circle. One way around the circle shorter than the other way around the circle. You know what
Are
a
they the
compass
same
is, right?
distance?
Hold on. Why? You know what a compass is, right? Points north, you go east to west around that central point. You know what a pole is? You can use that pole as a magnetic point, for example. Let's make it iron. You can point your
Right.
compass to it and you can walk around it in a circle. Now, the floor that you're on doesn't necessarily have to be a sphere for you to walk around in a circle.
All right. And there's absolutely no proof yet. So it sounds ridiculous, to be honest.
Really? Do you know what a triangle is?
Yeah, it's
Awesome.
four
Hold
sides.
tight.
Four
Good.
sides.
Three.
Right.
3 sides.
Or is it
Free
actually like a
vertical.
circle?
What if it's both somehow?
Hold tight.
Like
We're
God
talking about
created it.
navigation. Hold tight. We're going to be talking about navigation. Have you ever heard of navigating by the stars?
Yep. I'm
Awesome.
from the
You
islands, dude.
understand?
I told you. We navigate from the stars. That's
Awesome
that's
stuff.
how my
Hold
ancestors
on, my friend.
pretty much
I just
found
need
our
yes
home.
and no. Dude, we
Navigating.
just need yes and no, so I know that you understand, so I can continue with explaining things to you.
Oh
So
yes,
you
please
have heard.
continue. My apologies. Continue, please.
No problem. No problem. You have heard of celestial navigation, then? Brilliant. You do understand that that's using elevation angles to stars on the premise of a right angle triangle, right?
Never heard of that.
So you've never heard of an elevation angle. There's Polaris, it's 45 degrees above the horizon. For example, celestial navigation, navigating by the stars. You said you knew what it was, mate.
No, it was natural. Like
Well, there's a reason why
they
Polaris is
navigate by
important.
stars, meaning like there is one star. The Earth is positioned in one place, right? It rotates, but also the stars that are in the globe's vicinity rotates. So the stars, you can navigate using the stars.
Yeah, you
So you can
can.
say like,
Do you know
oh,
what a
the
sextant? Sorry, my friend. Do you know what a sextant is?
a what?
Sextant. It's the angle measuring device you use when doing celestial navigation.
How do you use that tool?
Yeah. Can you
How do
measure
you
an angle, my friend? Very simple question. Can you measure an angle within your triangle if one of those lines is curved?
measure an angle in a triangle if the lines are curved?
Yeah.
That's not possible. I mean,
I
Right.
know.
please, no, please explain
Exactly.
then.
All right, my friends. Thank you. That's the
I'm curious,
problem.
like, how the fuck does that work?
Yeah,
Exactly, bro.
exactly. So, being as we use angle measuring devices known as sextants to navigate with the stars based on a right angle triangle,
When you
if the
say
surface. Hold
measurement
on, my friend,
devices,
please.
can you please
If
explain
the surface.
what is
Dude,
that so we know?
He's
shush.
trying.
Being
What
as you've
is it?
just pointed out, my friend, please hush. Being as you've just pointed out,
My
it's like
apologies.
impossible to measure angles in triangles if one of those lines is curved. Yeah, that's going to be my fucking point. Because being as the surface of the Earth is said to be curved, then we wouldn't be able to use angle measuring devices to measure elevation angles up to stars, rendering the sextant fucking useless. So, celestial navigation is based on the premise of a flat horizontal plane for you to measure an elevation angle up to a star at a known time of year, so you know
Right.
your location.
So if the Earth is flat, that means it is endless.
No,
No.
it doesn't at all. But do you understand the point that I just made before you start scuttling off to something else that is fucking irrelevant?
How is it not endless if the world is flat?
He's just going to scuttle off to something that's fucking
No,
irrelevant.
stick to
Do you
the
understand my
angles.
point
Stick
about
to
a
the
triangle?
angles.
No, like, because if it was round, you would come back around, right? But if it was flat, you would somehow reach the edge, right?
Wolfgang,
We
please,
have
you can't be
boats,
having
right?
me.
We're in a technological age, right?
Blessed. We were just on a point. You've just jumped to another one. Let's just stick to this one for now.
It's make believe.
Well, you were
No,
asking
but
how the triangles work on a curved surface, weren't you?
I mean, no, I'm asking legit questions for a flat Earth.
And it's more for you. How does it
You were
work
on
on a
the
curved
table, right?
surface?
For example, okay, I will put an example. We have a table, and this table is a flat table, right? It's a little bit wide, but it's long, all right? But it does have an edge, all right? They have an edge on one side, they have an edge on another side. So you can be spawned on one edge, and when you go all the way towards the other side, you kind of reach the end, and then you reach the ocean. So
Right,
when you
well, we're
go
not
past
talking
that
about
ocean,
that.
where do you go?
We're not talking about that. We're just talking about the surface generally
We're in
being
total
not
denial.
curved.
That's what it is.
How could that
Yeah,
be?
I'm
Oh
looking
my
at
god,
play
dude.
flat.
All right, man. I'm gonna
Yeah,
bounce
you
you down.
stay blessed, bro.
Yeah. I mean, man.
Look at the
No, hey,
flight
nothing. No
paths.
offense, bro. This was very. This is very curious. Very interesting topic, and I don't know much about it, but
Take your time, bro. You're
Yeah.
good.
Well, keep asking
No
questions
offense,
and we can
brothers,
discuss it.
but please, if you keep doing your thing, because I'll stop by again, and I want to hear more. All right.
Yeah, just listen
Beautiful.
in.
So,
Yeah.
Peace.
right on, brother. I'm gonna bounce. I'll see you guys later.
Have a good one.
All right.
Take care,
Right
bro.
on, brother. See you.
Flight
Peace.
paths don't work on a flat Earth model when going from Chile to
Peace.
Australia. It says
There is no flat Earth model.
of flight paths.
Theory, maybe we're going to be talking about angles of declination, magnetic declination corrections. Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about.
They like timed it out, and then it's like a 0.97 accuracy of like a spherical model with the directions and stuff like that. Okay, it says over Alaska, then continue all the way until we get to Sydney. This is Chile to
These people are
Australia.
grasping straws. You know what I mean? They don't
Do
even know what the fuck
airlines fly
straws they
between the
are.
two
Like,
cities?
Yeah, I mean, if that was true, you'd just show us a measurement.
They do the whole thing over the
Let's be
Pacific
real.
Ocean.
Well,
Takes
where do they
12 hours.
measure it? Where do they measure it, though?
It goes from Santiago to Sydney.
No, I mean the curve that you're assuming.
They have it coincides with the model, whereas the flat
So
Earth
then it
model
should be
straight up
measurable.
yeah, if it coincides with
It is
the
measured.
model,
It
what do you
says
mean?
Okay, so who did that?
12.5 hours. Like
Who
bunch of
measured it then?
airplane pilots.
No,
Airplane
no, no. I'm talking
pilots,
about measuring the surface, not
airplane
flying
people.
over it.
Oh, so you're saying they're like messing up the map, but they've made
No,
like
I'm saying
a
I'm saying no
model
one's measured any of the curve that you would be assuming in this argument.
for the flat Earth. Like
No.
they've
We don't claim
measured.
curve. That would be on the globe side.
Well, if you're the curve is like a stupid argument because things
What
curve
do you
like
mean?
planes can.
No, it's not an argument. It's your base assumption.
It's saying that if you were in a flat Earth model, you would go
Yeah, I don't
right
care about what it's
across.
saying. What you are
But they don't
implying
do
is that
that.
the surface must be curved. So we're saying, okay, who measured that? That's what we're saying.
I don't care if it's curved.
Oh,
Like I think in a
right.
flat
There
Earth
you go.
model, you could argue
Well,
that
we
it could
care
be
because
curved as
that's the
well, right?
argument. That's what they're being
Don't you
taught at
think it's curved?
school. That's what you were taught in
Why are
school,
you
wasn't it?
changing? Why are you changing you're changing the argument here?
No, that is your
No, he's
argument.
not.
And it says here that you would not have any. You would not have any argument. It said here the
That
priests of the flat Earth.
assumes the curve,
No,
though,
that's
doesn't it?
not. What the flight path or
Your argument that it
like
only
what
works on a
reality?
curve.
The time it takes.
No, your argument that this could only work on a curved surface.
I'm looking at the flat Earth diagram,
What are
and
you
it's
talking about? We are
country to
not claiming a
country.
diagram. We're not claiming any diagram.
You don't believe in any flat Earth diagram?
We're talking about the actual Earth surface not having curvature. That's what we're talking about.
I'm talking
Do
about
you
the
know what?
flat Earth picture
Sorry.
on
Do you know what a
circle with the
reification is?
flat.
Do you know what a reification is? If not, go and Google it. You'll find out that the map isn't the terrain. So please stop straw manning us with models, which is also not the terrain, and a reification fallacy. No one's making a claim to a model. We're talking about the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, this is where the confusion seems to be coming in. I mean, we're not talking about a cartoon on the internet. We're talking about the surface outside. Could you guys get on the same page?
Yeah, these are people that are flying planes over in the real world to destinations.
So
And they
what?
like see everything. And there's time. Are you guys all just trolling for like attention, or is this you guys haven't like I don't know?
Airplanes flying,
Maybe it's
dummy.
just
Talking
narcissistic.
about, dude.
There's all the
You're
flight paths.
grasping straws,
It's
bro.
over.
Literally trying to
It's
find
over.
some
It's
type of
over.
straw man argument to put on us. Like, do you have anything, any empirical evidence to prove that we're on a globe spinning 1,000 miles per hour in the vacuum of space? That's the claim. That's what we're taught in school. That's what we're trying to figure out in terms of why the fuck is that the claim? There's no proof of that claim. But what can we do? Oh, okay, we can go outside and, you know, measure calculate the distance to the horizon. You know, we can do things ourselves to, you know, to find out for ours. Like, no one's trying to convince you otherwise. Like, it's not a battle of religions. I don't know why people get that confused. It's like the globe's fucking belief is a belief. It's like we all got out of that belief system. We're not trying to inculcate you with another belief system. Like, that's not the point of this.
The point is to suggest we can't leave the Earth.
What?
Or something. Because that's the only thing we can like actually deem from this. They did a GoPro rocket launch,
bro.
and it's like videotaping the sphere. Now I don't know if they used a fisheye
GoPro
lens.
camera.
They
Dude,
did a hot air balloon also.
what's the problem with a
Students did
GoPro
that.
camera? What's the problem with a GoPro camera?
I don't know.
Do you see
Fisheye
the yeah. So you notice that you see the curvature of the Earth when the camera's at ground level, kind of distorts the image, right? And you want that camera that distorts images high up in the atmosphere and declared that that curvature that's a distorted image is curvature of the Earth. Please, mate, think about what you're saying.
What are you talking about?
I don't think he knows what he's saying, to be honest, Jedi.
You guys don't speak in like direct language usually.
That's pretty clear.
There's videos of the Earth being spherical when they shoot rockets and balloons.
Oh my God!
Jesus
all you do
Christ!
is look up in the sky, isn't it?
Do you think they're like a part of the conspiracy, or they're using fisheye lenses too?
The GoPro camera's a fisheye lens. You said they sent a GoPro camera up. My goodness me, my friend. Why are you not following your own train of thought?
So are you really new to this? Are you really new to this? Like you've not heard any of the arguments? Is that the case?
Lenses.
I don't
It
think
could
he has.
be. It could be, but we need to like. Have you guys asked the students of this balloon or this rocket?
No, because we don't need to, because we just look up what the globe says the distance to the horizon should be, what the curvature should be on the ground, and we check to see if that matches what we're observing. I was asking, are you new to this topic? Are you like really new to it?
I'm getting into it more. For that example, this guy spent $20,000 on a laser, and his experiment failed miserably. It proved that the Earth was spherical. He shot
Okay,
the
well,
laser
actually, let me show you this. Because I just saw this today, right? And this is something that I think is worth going over for everyone. So this is a USA Today article from, I think it was last year, talking about, it's one of these fact check articles, right? You seen these? When now they do the fact check. We're doing the fact check. So they're saying, no, this is not a fact. We have checked the fact and it is not a fact. So this fact check is saying, fact check. Laser beam tests done over water are skewed by refraction. Don't prove Earth is flat. Now, I've posted this in the chat, and if you go on to read it, they don't say that the laser tests are actually showing a curve. What they say is, yes, people are doing laser tests where the lasers seem to be shooting further than the curvature would allow, but this is only due to refraction. And then the guy says, theoretically, if the conditions were right, you could shoot a laser one side and it would come and hit you in the back of the head. It would go all around the globe. Right, so the globe claim isn't that the laser tests are proving a globe. Even in the USA Today, they are saying, listen to this quote, refraction can bend the laser along the Earth's surface to make it appear that the globe's radius is much larger than it actually is, or even that the Earth is flat, according to Krylos, who is this science guy that they're quoting, right? So he's saying that it's actually a valid interpretation of the results of the laser tests that the Earth is flat. But what he's saying is, if the weather conditions are just right, refraction is so strong in a very thin layer of air above a water surface that a laser beam could, in theory, travel all the way around the globe, Krylos said. So this whole article, I mean, just refutes what you said right there, that the laser tests are showing a globe. They're
Also,
absolutely
another
not.
thing that refutes what he said is that the guy that he's talking about didn't spend the money on the laser. He didn't spend that money. It was another group. It wasn't him that spent the money. So your premise is wrong from the beginning.
And that's totally immaterial who bought the laser. The point is the lasers that are being shot across these bodies of water to try and prove curvature are proving the opposite. And even in the mainstream, they're saying, now, you could think that this means the Earth is flat because the lasers are shooting way beyond where the curvature should be. But
I think
trust
this
us,
argument comes
this is
from
just distraction.
Netflix University or TikTok University, and he's using that as a proof of the globe. Can you believe that?
I believe it.
Which is a huge problem for
I
line of
used
sight.
the flight paths, but no one could disprove
Sorry.
flight paths. So
Just
you get
I
one,
think
I
AI
get
is
one.
wanting to get in. 2 seconds. AI, are you wanting to jump in?
That was Jedi. But I just wanted to
sorry,
point
Jedi.
out lasers being shot across distances of water. That's military technology, primarily laser sight targeting. You observe the object from a vessel at sea with an infrared camera, and then you use 3 different coloured lasers at different ends of the spectrum to account for refraction, and then up to a distance of, I've been quoted, 93 miles, you can hit your target with a laser. Now, if lasers weren't good for targeting things, then the military wouldn't be using laser sight targeting, for instance. So they work on the premise that the surface of the Earth must be level for them to observe the object at a distance of 93 miles with an infrared camera and a radar, and then target it with 3 different coloured lasers. So we can build straw men about flat Earth is using lasers. Yeah, this is military technology. It's applicable every single day when the military like blowing shit up.
So I could just ask the guy. So given that the results of the laser test, even by the mainstream estimation, are giving us results that could be interpreted as a flat Earth because they're exceeding the curvature geometry, do you understand, Alpha, why there are people saying that the Earth is not a globe?
In regards to this laser test?
Well, in general, yeah, because we're saying that the lasers are shooting targets that should be hidden beneath the Earth curve, and in that article, it confirms that yeah, we're shooting targets too far. I mean, it's then coming up with an excuse saying, "Oh, it's actually
where's the
just
laser
light
pointing
bending."
from? It's not
Well,
pointing.
you can
You're saying
get
it
into
on a level
all that.
ground. On a level ground, they're
You're
pointing a
missing
laser
his
like.
general question. The general question is it so ridiculous, quote unquote, for this to be in like a conversation about the shape of the Earth? Like, is it so ridiculous?
Given
No.
that the guy
It's absolutely
in the
ridiculous.
USA
This is
Today is
ridiculous.
saying that you could interpret the results as meaning that the Earth is flat, or that the radius is much bigger. That was another one of his options.
Well,
So
if it's
they're
not a
saying
perfect
that,
circle, then the radius thing and the pair thing, I don't know. I'm not like a physicist or fucking
yeah, no, but
mathematician.
all I'm asking is, can you understand why people like us are here saying, "Hey guys, there's a
No,
problem here."
I was promoting flat Earth 3 weeks ago or 4 weeks ago. I was telling people the Earth is flat. There's no pictures of the Earth in outer space. It's
Alright.
all composite. And then
Yeah.
someone mentioned the satellite picture, and I think that comes from that one that they have in low Earth orbit with the fisheye, and they generate in real time compilation of that, like circling
So
into that other satellite
when you were arguing about
picture.
flat Earth, the evidence that you were given to the contrary was an image. Is that it?
Of the flat Earth, yeah,
No, of
that guy gave
the
me.
globe Earth, of the globe Earth.
Yeah, he gave me an image because I said
Okay.
there was none, and then he gave me one. What was a
Yeah, okay.
composite? Yeah,
So
look Photoshop like
how did
something
he
fishy's
verify
here.
that that was a real photo?
No, he didn't. It
Or you
was
saying he
there.
didn't?
I agree with you on these things. This is why
Okay.
I think we can't leave the Earth. I think
Okay.
they fibbed on that.
Fair
But
All
enough.
right.
is the Earth flat? Like I think that's an interesting topic to be
Okay, we
discovered.
agree. Interesting topic. That's okay then. I thought you were arguing for the globe, but it doesn't sound like you are. So okay. I mean, well, you
I'm
can either
leaning
ask some
towards it because
questions.
you guys arguments are kind of like I don't know if if they're that solid, I feel like there's more empirical stuff for the sphere stuff and more inner workings like flight
Like
paths
what?
and etc.
That's
The
the question.
flight path one
there's
is good one. There's like a lot of shit. There's a lot of stuff here.
but all of that requires the assumption of a globe, though, doesn't it?
Yeah, but it's like if it
There you
works, it
go.
works. It works,
Hey,
it works. It's like
why
I
does
identify
U.S.
as a woman,
military
but
use? Why does the U.S. military's flight paths work out just fine, and it's not on a globe?
Yep.
I wasn't aware of that one. They got the secret.
Oh, let
Flat
me
Earth.
post it for you then. Here, let me
Please.
post it for you so you're aware of it from World War II, just for you. So it has all the flights, distances in miles, in straight lines, so they don't run out of fuel. There you go.
It's the thing. It's like military is all about logistics. You know what I mean? They're gonna go the more efficient
Yes, and,
route.
and the military always assume that the Earth is flat and motionless as a surface when they're flying over it or doing any kind of practical application or technology that requires using the surface of Earth or interacting with the surface of Earth.
Yep.
All their papers say they assume it's flat and motionless. So yeah, the military treat it as flat and motionless.
Even in NASA documents. Yep.
And you know, knowledge is power. They want to know the terrain of the place that they're fighting on. So they know, well, they at least treat it as we know it to be, which is a flat topographical plane. So, but yeah, it's interesting. Maybe you could answer the question I asked some of the globe believers earlier. So, do you understand on the globe side, they tell us that the sun is moving because the ground is spinning?
I was looking at the map. Do I believe that the ground is spinning, the Earth is spinning?
No. Do you believe that the sun moving? You know, we see the sun moving in the sky every day.
Yeah.
Right. So, why do you think it's moving, or why do you think you observe it to be moving? Is it the sun? Is the sun moving? Do you think the sun is moving?
One
I
of
know
us
it's a
is
loaded
moving, right?
question.
One of us.
Right.
One of
So
us
their
is
story. So it's either that the sun is moving, like we observe, or they say the ground is actually the thing moving, and that's what's making it look like the sun is moving. Yeah.
Yeah, because it's spinning, but not actually moving.
Yeah. Okay. So if you were to take like a drone and hover above the ground, so that you're not actually attached to the ground, will the sun be moving?
If I'm, I don't think it matters, right?
Well, no, because it's supposed. If it's the ground that's moving that's causing us to see the sun moving, then when you're not on the ground but floating above it, shouldn't you not see the sun moving?
The pressure keeps us like aligned.
The pressure keeps us
Yeah.
blind. I don't understand what that
aligned.
means. Oh,
Like
aligned.
aligned. Like we're like a cohesive unit.
Oh wait, so
This
you're
would be
saying
interesting if
so
we were not moving, but the other stuff is.
well, that's what we
Be very
observe. That's what we observe. You don't move. The things seem to move. But the story that we're told is, oh, it's not actually the things moving like you see. It's you moving like you don't see. So I'm just saying, if you're not on that moving surface, shouldn't you not see the sun moving?
Well, we would see the sun move. We could both be moving and observe the sun moving.
No, but that will be a nonsensical claim because your vestibular system, the liquid in your inner canal, and all that stuff is pointing out to you, based on your senses, that the ground is not moving. Because if it started moving, you will feel it. Your senses will point out to you that you will be moving if you are in motion. And claiming the opposite of what you're experiencing and sensing is by definition nonsense. So whoever is claiming that the ground under your feet is spinning and moving in motion, multiple vectors and multiple speeds at the same time, and you don't feel it, that's nonsense by definition.
What about density? I think it has to do with pressure and density. It's kind of like the Dragon
okay,
Ball
you can
Z.
pass on this one.
the Super Saiyans, they could withstand higher and higher gravity as they got stronger.
I don't really understand what you mean. I mean, I'm just talking about, they say that the sun moves in the sky east to west because the ground is spinning, right? But I'm saying then, okay, so if we're not on the ground and we're like in a drone hovering, why would it be moving east to west? If the ground isn't causing us to spin in a way that makes it move east to west.
They got it mapped out where the Earth's spinning and the sun's spinning, and they have all the stars in the sun mapped out. Like,
right, but that's if you're on the that's if you're on the Earth spinning, right?
Yeah.
So what if you're not on the Earth spinning? You're hovering in the air.
So if we're hovering in the air and everything's rotating around us, what would be the difference?
Why would it
Like,
be? Why would it be moving? Why would it be moving though if we're hovering? Because isn't it the ground moving that's supposed to be making the things move?
We're not hovering.
No, I'm saying
We're
if you
on the
are, if you
ground.
get like a drone and fly up into the sky, so you're not attached to the ground that's supposed to be moving, making the sun
Technically,
move.
you are somehow. We're still like you're still in the
Somehow.
atmosphere. You know what I
Wait.
mean? You're still in the atmosphere.
All right. So you think that the air is like moving along at exactly the same speed as the ground?
Correct. It's a whole unit, and that's why we don't feel it.
So there's no Coriolis effect on Earth then?
For what?
You know, they say, well, snipers have to adjust for the spin of the Earth and all this kind of stuff.
I never heard that.
Okay, well, this is what some of them say. But you've got a bit of a contradiction there, right? Because sometimes you'll claim that it's not moving together, and sometimes they'll claim it is moving together, depending on what their story requires.
I think it's like multiple angles. Like there's a part that is and the part that isn't. That's what forms like gravity and the pressure and the masses
some of
and
it's
stuff.
moving. How does it decide which part is moving with the Earth and which part isn't? How does that work?
So,
and
like,
what's the mechanism? What's the mechanism between the ground moving and the air that's keeping it like locked together? How does that work?
I think it has to do with density. That's a good
Density of
question.
what?
Because we're supposed to be going like at this thousands of miles of okay, so like let's say for example, theoretically, we're going thousands of miles per hour or hundreds of thousands of miles spinning in a circle. That's like really fast.
Very fast.
But
Sounds crazy.
the space is so massive, and I guess the pressure in I would say it's like the space pressure onto the Earth.
Space pressure onto the Earth? What do you mean? What do you mean by
Yeah.
space pressure? I don't know what that means.
So they say it's like it's as you get out, it gets like lower density and lower density.
So I say
So
there's less pressure as you go up, no?
yeah, lower density, less pressure. Let's say. Well, think about it this way: the air, the water, right? It's heavier, has more mass. It's on the floor, and the air is out above the water, and it's containing essentially the water and the land. It's like up there, and that's what space is doing to us.
But then when it
Now,
comes to the Earth or the air spinning with the Earth, I was asking what's like the link between the ground that's moving and the air that's keeping it lockstep together. What is that? How does that work?
well, there's the mathematical formula of forces that interact. Gravity essentially is just the interaction of mass and force, the force of the interaction that's
So
going on.
the air is getting pulled downwards towards the Earth, you think?
It tries. I read it is being pulled down, but then the other low dense molecules like lift it up.
So it's going up and down.
Correct. There's like multiple forces.
So how does something go up and down? That's confusing.
Okay, so think about a ball pit, and you like jump in it. Some are gonna go up, some are gonna go down. There's like
no, but everything's coming down to the ground in a ball pit. Like nothing's floating up.
Once you jump in it, you're pushing some of them up.
Yeah, but then they're just gonna be. Sorry, Jedi.
No, it's all right. It's interesting. I do apologise for interrupting. I just want to ask a simple question. Do all things, when we let them go down?
No, they don't. And well, let me think about that like philosophically. There's all that matter is it's in a space. We're in a space, a confined space, and everything's trying to take up space. Now, it exists. I walk through the land or the ground, and I'm pushing away air. Is that air going down? It's going everywhere, I guess. Like
It's going
wherever
in
it's
all
being pushed.
directions,
All
correct, right?
directions. Yeah.
Omnidirectional. So the
Right.
argument that the air is being pulled down doesn't hold because it's going in all directions.
Because
I
you
agree.
remember that
And
you
that would
remember
mean, wouldn't that mean that it's a circle then? Because it's
no,
all directions. Like, if you think
no,
about it, there's a force in the Earth, and then there's an outer
no,
force, the outer
no.
space.
Just
One's
going to keep
pushing
saying no.
down, one's pushing up in all angles, 360 degrees.
No.
Let Jedi go.
I'm just going to point out to you that within this gravitational idea, things falling at a rate of 8 point whatever it is per second. Not all things go down. For example, I've got a football and I let it go and it falls to the floor, right? But if I was to again hold the ball and pierce it with a knife, the gas inside disperses in all directions. So not everything is pulled down by gravity.
Yeah. So
But
it's going in all directions. So think about this.
gravity doesn't mean just pull down.
Well, yeah, gravity is claimed to be the direction of down towards the ground, isn't it? Let's be real.
Gravity,
Yeah.
vector downwards.
All right. It claims to be the force that attracts things towards the center of the Earth.
Which would be down wherever you are.
But that doesn't mean there's like, what's the issue here? That doesn't mean that some objects.
Let me
can't
point
go
out an issue
other
to you. Let me point out an issue to you, if you will be so kind. So let's imagine I've got a container, like a barrel drum, sealed, full of air. Now the air is bouncing around in there in all directions, yeah, bouncing off the walls of the drum, yeah.
Yeah, I like this. This is
Yeah. So it's just going in all directions and it's bouncing and just staying in there because it's contained. Now, if we were to pierce a hole in that, all of it would escape into the lower pressure space, which would be the rest of the atmo. So how is it then that we have this would be called gas pressure, yeah, because the gas particles are pressing off the walls of the container. But then if it's going up, why is the gas that we breathe, the air on Earth, which is pressurized, what's that bouncing off of?
So what's displacing that?
Like, why is it not just leaving Earth and going off into the lower available space of space, as the globe says?
It has lower density, so it's like going up
So-
versus like the higher.
So it goes
density.
up. So it goes up and it gets to like, I don't know how far. Why doesn't it just keep going up and out into space?
Well, I believe like we don't know what the space is made out of. I believe
No, it doesn't matter. It's just going up. So what's
Yeah,
stopping
I mean,
it?
why
Because
does it leak out?
because in the drum example, it would knock off the roof of the container, and that's what's keeping it there. But if we took the roof off of it, it would just escape and disperse. So why is that not happening with the air that's rising on the Earth?
I'm a trucker, so it's either like the air is being replenished by the engine of Earth enough to replenish like just like the massive loss. But isn't there like a layer that holds in the gases and
But you know, when you
barrier?
equalize like a container, that happens almost instantly, right? The rush of the gas into the lower pressure space is almost instantaneous, right? It's very quick. So if we're saying that this would happen on Earth, there's no way that the Earth is generating enough to replace that rushing of all the air out into the lower pressure space, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either. I would say there's like an atmosphere and there's a barrier of sorts that's
A
keeping
barrier of sorts.
What's the
Okay, now
barrier
we're
made
getting
of?
somewhere.
What is that barrier? Please don't say ozone layer because
The
that's
firmament.
just more gas, which is
it's Jesus.
all
The
Earth.
guy,
So
the guy in the live stream just told me the barrier is air that holds air in.
You
I think
can't
it's
have
the
gas containing gas.
I think it's
Yeah, so
space is like
no,
holding
that's
us.
the lower pressure space. That doesn't hold things. That's the lower pressure space that the air would be trying to get into. Like if we opened up the drum with air, the space that it would go
They
out
said it's
into
plasma,
in the
some plasma
equivalent.
layer. I don't know what that is though. Like I
Yeah,
don't.
this is the thing. So this is what you need to think about, right? Because you're new to this topic, and I'm not expecting you to have all these answers. But we're pointing out that gas pressure requires containment, right? And as we discussed, the air is moving up. Gravity is not pulling it down. If it's not pulling it down at the surface, where the gravity is said to be strongest, it's certainly not pulling it down when it gets hundreds of thousands of feet up in the air, right? Where it's said to be even weaker. So we're pointing out that there's this problem because as far as we can demonstrate in reality, you can't have gas pressure existing without a container, like a sealed container. So you've said quite rightly, using your intuition, well, what must be stopping it is some kind of container. Now, our contention would be that, yeah, there has to be some kind of physical containment, or at least something that the gas is treating as physical so that it can bounce off of it and stay. Whereas the other story, the one that we're told as children, is that we're just suspended in the middle of a giant vacuum, when in a vacuum, gas, like on the ground, is expanding in all directions. So that's a problem, right? You understand that problem?
Wow. Yeah, they say it's a vacuum, like a low density vacuum. That's why they can like float around.
I think like
So I
the
could
two basic.
see that being like a lie.
You can see it being a lie. Good for you.
The two basic
But
things I think people.
but wouldn't the flat Earth need some kind of, or at least, I mean, it would need some kind of container, then or it would need some kind of crazy narrative.
Yes.
But we're
Yes,
just
we would need.
asking.
We're just saying we're not making a big claim about anything really. We're just saying gas pressure needs a container. We have gas pressure, therefore it's logical to assume we have some form of container. Now, what the nature of that container is, we're not necessarily saying we're making a claim to, but it would have to be physical in some regard, right?
It says plasma is found in the upper layers of the Earth's atmosphere. It's also found in the Earth's magnetosphere. Magnetic field surrounds the Earth. It's full of plasma in different temperatures and densities.
So they're
Ionized gas.
so they're essentially trying to say that there basically is a container of sorts, but they're telling you it's made out of plasma or whatever, which is funny because
Maybe it's magnetic.
Goodness me. We're just
Well,
gonna have to
no,
have
there are
these things
two
done.
factors. One is gravity that is pulling the molecules down to the core, and the other is
well, we've
magnetic
already
field
covered
preventing
Sorry,
the sun, the solar winds to blast our atmosphere.
That's
That's the
brilliant.
theory, I
So
think.
we've just
solar
had a
winds.
conversation. We've just had a conversation for the last 10 minutes where we pointed out that we'll give you gravity in this instance, you can have it. It's observably not affecting gas, being as gravity is just a vector downwards and gas is moving freely and randomly in all directions. Now, you've also got a problem with the inverse square law of gravity, where gravity is stronger down here and weaker up there. So where the gas is produced down here in biological and chemical cycles, its first instance is to go up away from the mass that is said to be attracting it to it. But with distance where the gravity is weaker, then it starts to come back. Interesting. Can you
Well, different
demonstrate this
types
in
of
a
matter
laboratory
behave
setting?
differently, but they're all matter, which means that it's all being pulled by a massive object, in this case, the planet.
Okay, so can you show me gas being pulled by a big mass, please? In a laboratory setting, not just your assertion
I
that
don't
it's
think
the
we can do this in
atmosphere
a
where the
laboratory
gas is
setting. I
moving
just have to
freely.
take you to like high
Okay,
Earth
well,
orbit.
this is the problem. This is the problem. You just have to do something that you can never do and haven't done to
I mean,
prove
it's
your claim.
costly, but I can probably do it.
Well, let us know when you can do it. Let us know when you can do it
Yeah, but
then.
that's
Because
not
for now,
rejecting the
we're
argument. That's
just
just,
talking about what can be proven, which is the containers.
I
Very
mean,
demonstrable.
I don't see any containers. Do you?
Okay, but I also can't see liquid, for example, because it's transparent. Also can't see some crystals or glass, for example, because they're transparent. Things can be physical and
I
be
never made any
transparent.
claims
Right?
about
Wasn't,
glass or crystals missing.
Yeah, it's like
but at the end of the day, hold on. I'm just pointing out that physical things can be transparent. You said I can't see it. Well, maybe it's transparent. The
I
thing
don't know.
is that to
Maybe
have gas
until we prove
pressure,
it.
it's
Yeah.
in the word pressure, PRESS. It needs to press. Well, this is the kind of thing that we can demonstrate to be true. That
I mean, using
we
our
have
tools,
the
sophisticated
consequent
enough,
of
can
gas
demonstrate
pressure.
truth
It
too.
has to have something to press upon in a fixed volume. You know, like a balloon. I mean, it's really simple, my friend. We can demonstrate this to be true always. To have
No, I
gas
agree with you with the
pressure, you
physics
need a
of
fixed
specific
volume,
gases
a
on the.
physical boundary to contain the gas. The consequent of containing the. But your claim is what?
What do you
Gravity, a
think gas
decrease in
is? Is gas
entropy.
not matter?
Yeah, is it mass? Does gas
Yes, of
have
course it
mass?
has mass.
Yeah.
Awesome. So awesome. And does mass attract mass?
Yeah, in general.
Awesome. So can you show me mass? Can you show me mass attracting gas then, please?
Yeah, you can conduct the Cavendish experiment with containers of gas,
No, that's not mass.
not just
Containers
metal
of
balls.
gas.
That's not gas. I've asked you. Sorry, my friend. I've asked you specifically for mass attracting gas.
Yeah.
We can talk about
Gas
the Cavendish
is
experiment when
mass.
we've done this, but ultimately, I want you to demonstrate. I want you to demonstrate a big ball of mass attracting gas. Can you do that?
A big ball of mass contracting
It's
other
already
attracting
it's
other mass.
already
Yeah,
on the
sure.
planet though.
We have
It's already
this, the
on the
Cavendish
planet.
experiment.
No, he said gas, attracting gas, and you
Gas
said
is also matter. It has
we have
atomic weight.
containers of gas. Could you show us the Cavendish experiment using gas?
I can probably do it on my own, sure.
Okay, well, let us know when you've done that.
Okay.
By the way, you're gonna need some containers for that gas.
Yeah, we can account
just so
for
you
their
know.
weight too. That's okay.
But you're claiming you don't need containers for gas.
Well, here right now, I need to condense
In reality,
gas
we do need
so I
containers
can
for
create
gas.
enough weight to create attraction, right?
No, well, you also
But
need the
not enough
container just so
mass,
that you
not
can
weight.
have the gas. Because if you don't have the container, where's the gas going to go?
Well, obviously we can exclude the weight of the container and only include the weight of the gas
Yeah, but you're
itself.
saying you don't need a container.
Well, I mean, it will be impossible to create a point in space which is the weight of the the Earth, right?
Or centrifugal force one.
What vector is
Hold
weight?
on.
Which vector is weight?
I
Which
don't understand the
direction?
question.
I've got a scale. Which direction is weight? I've got a scale and I put something on it.
I don't
The
understand.
pressure
Weight is
vector
not
is
a. It's an
downward.
attribute, not a direction. I don't understand the
Okay,
question.
so
It's a
when I
malformed
put things on
question.
a scale, dude, listen, I'm trying to clarify what I'm saying. When I've got a scale and I put something on that scale, it presses downwards weight, right?
Mm-hmm.
You said awesome. So being as gas moves in all directions, has a pressure vector in all directions, as in within the container, it's pressing upwards and outwards too. What the fuck are you talking about, mate? You're going to need a
Mm-hmm.
container to weigh the gas, and the gas
There
is
are other
moving in all
forces
directions.
influencing matter. Never said that there aren't, or other attributes to matter.
Yeah,
But the
but to
fact
have
of
gas,
the fact
you
of
need a
the
container.
matter,
That's the
quote unquote,
point. To have the
is that
gas, you need the container. That's the point.
well, in some cases, yeah.
In all cases.
In all cases.
Until you can show
Really?
us otherwise. Until you can show us otherwise.
What do you think
please
about
go for it.
Jupiter then?
Not that's the very thing that's in contention. Being as if I've got
Jupiter
a
is in
football,
contention?
I realise that the football. Listen. I understand if I've got a football, a spherical object of leather on the outside and gas in the middle, I understand that the leather ball is the thing that's keeping the gas inside. If I was to remove the leather ball, then the gas would fuck off. Now let's look at Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas within a vacuum. Uncontained, there's no leather ball around the outside. So according to laws of nature, the gas would disperse into the lower sky. We're going to be talking about things that we can do here on Earth in laboratory settings.
No, because Jupiter has incredibly high gravity.
Oh wow.
Okay.
Gravitational
So before we
pull.
start going,
Cool
dude,
story, bro.
before we start talking about Cavendish, which is 108
it's
years out of
true.
date and was replaced by Einstein,
Hmm?
let's go for the hypothesis of Cavendish. Can you give me the dependent and independent variables, please? What's the
I'm sorry, I
observed
don't understand the
phenomena?
question.
We're going to be doing science. You brought up Cavendish, so I want the hypothesis. I want the variables, please. First of all, the observed phenomena, something happening. So can you point out the dependent variable for the Cavendish experiment, please?
The dependent variable? I don't understand.
Yeah, the
I
phenomena,
truly
the thing
don't know what you
happening.
mean.
He doesn't understand what the scientific
no.
method is. He doesn't understand science. I don't know. This guy. I don't know
I
if he's
mean,
worth
you
it.
can
I
make
thought that
snappy
you were going
comments.
to...
I'm just asking
No,
for
I'm not trying
clarification.
to
Well,
be rude. I'm not
obviously,
trying to be rude. You
I
just don't
mean,
know
you
what you're
are
talking
being
about.
rude. Let's be honest.
2
I
seconds.
guess that's like
You were about to give
Scottish
us...
rudeness, right?
Dude, listen. You were about to give us the Cavendish experiment. Okay, that's fine. You said experiment. That's science. That would mean a hypothesis test. That would require a dependent and independent variable. So please understand what a hypothesis is. Don't say that you don't understand. If you're going to be making a claim to science, so within the Cavendish experiment,
Oh,
what's the hypothesis? First of all, dependent variable, otherwise known as the effect or phenomena, the thing happening.
I think
Dude,
specifically
calm
the
down.
hypothesis, or I guess the conclusion to the Cavendish experiment, is to measure the mass of the planet
Okay,
using this
so
experiment.
you don't know what a hypothesis. You don't know what a hypothesis is, do you?
Hypothesis, I don't know it by heart for
Yeah.
sure.
Okay.
In specific, I know what a hypothesis is. I don't know for the Cavendish experiment.
Well, then don't make a claim to science when you don't have a standard to
I
hold
didn't
it
make
to.
a claim to science.
You said experiment. The Cavendish
Yes.
experiment. You proven gravity with an experiment. An experiment is a hypothesis test. Science.
The hypothesis was that the Earth has a specific mass. The experiment was made to actually calculate the mass of the planet.
Okay. A hypothesis, my friend, is an if this, cause, then that effect statement.
Sure.
Where you have an independent variable that the researcher will vary and manipulate to see if it causes the phenomena. So the first step of the scientific method is to observe a natural phenomena. What's the natural phenomena in Cavendish?
Well, given that the Cavendish experiment was designed to get the mass of the Earth, like I would assume the planet itself was the observable phenomenon.
So I'll point this out to you. If you're going to be observing a planet, a concrete noun, your next question is what caused planet? Please, mate, follow along. I'm trying to help you and also suggest
But
you
the
don't
one
know what you're
underneath your
talking
feet,
about.
I think.
Okay, is that a phenomena, something happening?
Oh, I mean, the planet is happening.
And what's the
it
cause
continues
of
to
that
happen.
happening?
There's a
What's the
continuity.
cause? What's the cause?
What is the cause for the existence
Yeah.
of the planet?
Yeah, exactly. See, this is how your hypothesis
Solar
is going to start
formulation,
falling apart
leftovers from the
Your
solar
hypothesis
disk,
is falling apart, my friend.
coalescing into like
This is
Don't
why
lumps of
understand
matter.
he can't talk about Cavendish. Come on.
Well, I mean,
You just need to
what
stop
exactly
it.
do we need to talk about?
Well, I don't know, but you're not there on the science bit. I don't know.
The
You're
fact that you've said
No, he might not.
I'm
He might not
sure
be,
you
but I
might
am.
think that, but
awesome. Let's go for you then. What's the
All right.
hypothesis?
Are we going to calm down? Are we going to
the
simmer down?
hypothesis
And
of the Cavendish
is your
experiment
Scottish
is
friend going
that
to
the Earth
back
had a
out?
specific mass, and the way to calculate it is to use the Cavendish setup to do so.
Yeah, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. Yeah, new guy.
That was
What's the hypothesis? Dependent variable. What is it?
I don't understand
Okay.
what you mean by independent variable.
Okay, bro. We're moving on.
God.
Okay. Who's the other guy?
Einstein debunked.
Well, you
your
just muted
claim.
me for fuck all, mate.
I didn't
You
mute
already
anyone.
said
What's going on?
Einstein debunked it. It's the force between
No,
space and
that's
time,
irrelevant.
not why.
We're not going to get this hypothesis for Cavendish then.
I mean, I said
180 years
it.
out of date. We're not.
The hypothesis was that the weight or the mass, English is a fourth language. The mass of the planet is this, and then they used the Cavendish experiment. Cavendish used his own experiment, he devised it, to calculate and see if it's true.
That's not a hypothesis, though, my friend. I've tried to help you by telling you that a hypothesis is an if this cause, then that effect statement. So the observed
fine.
phenomena is the dependent variable. The effect we're trying to figure out the cause of.
Okay. Well, I mean, I told you what the hypothesis was.
Then
There
you
was a
can't bring it
speculated
here as
mass
science.
of the planet.
Oh,
The
for you.
planet
So we're
itself
going to be
being the
working on
object of
putting the
this research.
fallacy that the Earth's a fucking planet. So the Earth's a planet. I give you that within the calculations of Cavendish, there's an R for radius of the Earth. My next question
Yeah,
is, how was
I
that
agree.
measured to be true?
The
Yeah. So how was
radius
that
of the
measured to
Earth?
be true?
I don't know. I don't know at the top of my head.
Before we. Awesome. So this is called begging the question. If the Earth is a ball, blah blah blah, we're going to be asking for direct empirical measurements of that ball, the radius, for example, or drop over distance, for example. So before we beg the question, can you give me the direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth, please?
Direct measure of the curvature of the Earth. Why are we talking about this?
Yeah. How was that done? Because
That's what
it's
we're
flat
talking
Earth.
about. That's what we're interested in.
Oh, okay. Well, go on then.
Yeah. Come back when you have that. That'd be good.
Sure.
Right. Who's the other new guy? He sounded like he had some energy.
Einstein said it doesn't matter about the Earth pulling it down. It's about all the forces of the entire universe, curvature in space and time. And that makes more sense in my head.
Awesome. Is that science or is that maths?
Both of it.
Is Einstein science or is it math?
Oh, does Einstein believe in 9.8 meters is like the force? I don't know.
Dude, I'm asking you a very simple question. Has Einstein given us science or is he talking about math? Which one?
Isn't math used in science?
We can abstract math from science, but they're not the same thing. Being
Nobody
the science
says they're the same.
varies and manipulates physically presumed causes. Hold on. And not the same thing.
Never said
Are
they
they?
are.
You can abstract math from science, that's fine. But science is well, good. So my question is Einstein science or math? Which one?
It was math. It was
Awesome
math.
stuff. And can you tell me if space, height, width, and length is physical? Is time physical? Or did Einstein just reify not actual physical things, put them together for a space-time fabric, and then assert math to them based on the begging the question that the Earth is a ball sitting in the vacuum of space? There's no science here, my friend. And it's also a reification, not actual things. Can you bend time? Can you
I'm sure they
bend
use
space? You know,
I'm sure they use
absence
gravity
of
though.
anything.
What's in science?
No, we're
for
talking
like
about
calculations.
gravity. We're talking about gravity, and specifically Einstein saying that the bending and warping of not actual things is gravity in his mathematical equations based on the presupposition that the Earth is a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. So there's no science here, and it's also a reification of not actual things. Space, you know, the absence of anything. Can you bend nothing?
There are
Simple
plenty of
question
things
is
in
no.
space.
That's stupid. No, space, the absence of anything. So no thing. Can you bend no thing?
Well,
God, let's go
space
for the
isn't
simpler
nothing,
one. Is time
is it?
physical? Is time physical?
I don't know what you mean by this.
Is
Physical,
time
like you can
physical?
touch time?
Can you Yeah, exactly. So can you give me time so I can put it in a jar and I could add energy to it, or even paint it red, for example? Can you physically give me time?
Well,
You
No.
mean? Oh wait, you're talking about
difficult.
space time,
Can
right?
you physically give
Different
me no?
creatures, different creatures experience time differently. So like maybe you could somehow do that.
Yeah, that's the
No, because
issue. It's
time is a
just
constant.
So space-time is a
It's
concept,
above
right?
us.
It's just a concept, a mathematical concept, and the point is that imagining bending a concept isn't doing anything in the real physical world.
no, it is doing things in the real world. That's how you're able to use your internet that you're using right now to spout that bullshit.
Oh, brilliant! I've got a fucking toaster there for the Earth is spinning in the vacuum of space. Come on, sunshine, hurry up!
So we need to
Why do you guys always have
reify.
to be rude and condescending? I don't
I'm not being
understand this.
condescending. This guy's saying that we have to reify the concepts of space and time into Einstein's space-time concept, and then imagine it bending in order for the internet to work. I don't see
Right.
how it follows.
Yeah. So if somebody says something dumb because they don't know anything, and you saying that's wrong, it's ridiculous. It's not condescending. It's just saying time to go back to school. Or the books.
Yeah, listen, we're not here to babysit. We're here to have an adult conversation about reality.
Thank Christ. I hate babysitting the other chats with like 5 people in a voice. Yelling.
Yeah, this is it. We're trying to have actual, productive, rational conversations. So if you can do that, you're welcome to stay, and we'd appreciate your input and your thoughts.
So that's not necessary. So we were talking about space time, and we're talking about Einstein's relativity. The way that we have satellites is also built upon this concept. Like we are able to use the internet because we know where to project our satellites. We know how the upper atmosphere works, et cetera, et cetera. This is a globe model.
Well, I don't think anyone's. I don't know what internet are you with. You think it's coming from like
What
a
internet are
floating
you
metal
with? It
box?
doesn't matter. It's still there's this.
You think it's coming from satellites?
Yes, the internet. You do need satellites in order to have internet connection. In some
Not
sense, yes, you do.
necessarily.
Not
No, you
necessarily,
don't.
sure, but fiber
There
changed
is
that, sure. But hold on,
under ocean cables. There's a whole network
that's what
web.
fiber is. Yes, I understand.
Yes,
And
we don't
every
need
time
to.
one of these cables enters a country, it goes through a node, and there are
I
several
think it's called
nodes
gateway.
Yeah. So
around
over
the
97% of Earth's communications are done by undersea cables, ground towers,
Yep.
things like that. So terrestrial
Yep.
technology. So there's no need to assume that they would be doing this outrageously expensive and difficult method of providing communications technology to all of us,
and it's
streaming
and it's
Netflix, rather than just using cables like everyone
and it's
knows they do.
purely on the expense side. It's a lot cheaper to do it by the cable and leave the satellites for
If
the
that was
companies that
true,
are going
then
to
we
pay
wouldn't.
for it.
If that was true, then we wouldn't be using ISPs in the way that we do. Yet we still do use these satellites, which are above us,
Don't
that are
get me wrong,
circling around.
satellites fill the gaps.
Yeah, exactly. But these
No
things
one's
exist in the
denying.
globe Earth model. That's the
In the
only way that they
globe
can.
Earth model,
That's the
we're
only way.
talking. We're not assuming the globe Earth model is correct, though. Here, that's not what we're doing.
No, the
No, it's
globe Earth
obvious. The
model
room's
is
name
correct.
is.
The globe Earth model is correct, is what I'm.
Well, we don't assume that. We're asking for the proof of that.
Oh, you're stepping on it.
And
There's
we're
many
not.
proofs. Yeah, there's like I don't know
We're
what to
also
say.
not going to be denying. Sorry, to help you along, my friend. We're also not going to be denying technology in the sky. All right. We obviously understand that there are things in the sky.
There are things in the sky.
Yeah, like high altitude balloons, drones, and airplanes, for example. Repeaters in the sky. We're not going to be denying those. The thing that is in contention, as soon as you say satellite, is the vacuum of space.
The reason that the Earth looks flat in your
Are they
perspective is
stationary?
because it's so goddamn large
Wait,
that
hold
with you
on. Let me build
standing
on
on
that.
it, the
Let me build on
analogy
that.
of a bug
Can
walking
we
on a
build on that?
balloon doesn't even come close. The size scale that you're unable to envision is the problem here. Plus look, I'm
Well, yeah,
not the
we're just
best at
going with
mathematics.
observation and measurement.
I'm not the best at complex mathematics, like working out the circumference of a circle when it comes to an object such as the Earth. and how large it
I
is.
promise you, the fact that you know that, you would be able to do it. You just need the equation in front of you, and then
Exactly,
just put in numbers.
exactly.
Put
But
in
this is
numbers, and you will
what
know
I'm
that it's
saying.
a
Hold
globe
on, hear
Earth.
me out, hear me out, hear me out. This is complex mathematics, right? The one thing I will take my hat off to the flat earthers, right, is that they are in tune enough to know that there's something wrong with the things that are around them that they're seeing, right? That they are spot on about, right? The fact that they've fallen into this crevice of the flat earth sort of model, right, is
No, there's no
shouldn't be
model, and it's not a
shouldn't
crevice
be
of a model.
just
Elijah
hear
would
me out,
say,
hear me out.
okay,
Shouldn't
sorry,
be
let me go.
something to criticize these people over, right? They're smart enough to understand that the world around us, we are being lied to. We can all agree on that. What we're being lied to is another thing altogether. That's where we're sort of in disagreement and,
Well,
you
the
know,
globe,
bickering
the
and
water
so on and so
ball.
forth.
But I also
Well,
think community is important, so a lot of people get together because of
but then
community.
Well, listen,
earlier Elijah was
not
saying that
about
you guys are not skeptics. You would be
listen,
inherently
listen,
skeptical.
listen.
I'm skeptic of capitalism.
We're to the person who was just speaking there. Yes, thank you, appreciate you. We are asking questions of the story that we were told, and you're talking about complex mathematics. It's not really that complex, although yeah, you do have to do a bit of reading about it. But we are actually expert in the claims of the geometry of the globe model. That's why we are here, because just like you saying there, you've recognized a lack of a lack of education on the specific numbers of the globe model, right?
Hmm.
So you're coming at that from a position of, oh, well, I don't know this yet because I've not really researched it. We have researched it. That's exactly what we are researching and testing. The claimed numbers for the globe model, the physical surface curvature, the amount that it's supposed to drop over a distance, the amount of obstruction that's supposed to be caused over a distance. We are the only ones that are really paying attention because we are testing these claims and they do not match the model, right? That's what we're saying. They don't match the model. That doesn't mean, as in the globe model, that doesn't mean that we're presenting a new model or a new imaginary image of the Earth from a position that none of us can go to. We're just talking about what we can observe, what we can measure, what we can verify, what we can experience on Earth, gas pressure, how everything seems to work. And we're not just giving away our agency to a third party to tell us what our entire worldview and cosmology and origin story should be. We're trying to figure this out zetetically, right?
So
Which means to proceed by inquiry.
two things. You're not an expert. I'll correct you on that. You are not an expert. But under your definition of what an expert needs to be, is I understand. But then what you'll find is that later on, you and every other flat earther will always be in disagreement if you come in. If this is how you're going to go forward, you guys will never come to any conclusion.
We're not about
You,
consensus thought,
you will
right?
never have any
We do not
model, though,
care
is what I'm
for
saying.
we do not
So you're
need to rely on
skeptics. Why?
consensus.
I understand. So you're skeptics. So why was the other guy earlier
I'm
arguing
not
that you guys
speaking
were
for
not
I'm not
skeptics?
speaking for anyone else. I'm not speaking for what anyone else
Okay.
said. I'm just talking about what I'm doing here and what all these other guys here are doing here, regardless. I mean, over hours and hours of conversation, of course, there's going to be a few things which may be taken out of context.
I
But
understand.
the point is, we're just doing an empirical, real life on the our
Empirical how?
perception, like
Empirical
what we can
how?
observe, what we can
You yourself,
measure on
right?
the
You
ground.
yourself.
Yes, all of us.
Yes. And what happens though, not all of you, because what happens is that let's say, and this already has been happening within your community. One person comes up with some idea to start forming some sort of model. What ends up happening is that some other person empirically, because it's true to them as well, doesn't believe your model. So you guys can never come to some full conclusion
Well,
of
listen, let me
like, you
expand
don't
on that.
have a model.
Let me expand on that. So,
Okay.
what's generally agreed between people in the flat Earth quote unquote community is that there's no surface curvature, none that can be detected. There's no surface motion in terms of an axial tilt or a vector of the Earth that can be detected or measured. Gas pressure requires a container, right? So that's those 3 points are generally agreed. So what we have evidence for seems to be a topographical motionless plane that has to be contained in some manner. Now, where we don't all agree is on aspects of the Earth that cannot be directly measured, observed, either due to the nature of them, the distance of them, the scale of them, like massive mechanisms that are occurring across the entirety of the Earth, right? We can't pinpoint, measure, determine all of those causalities. So yes, there's disagreement within the community as to what certain mechanisms are, how they work, what the luminaries are, how far away they are, what medium they're in, all this stuff.
I respect that, and there's
And
also
we're not claiming
disagreement.
to have answers to that.
Yeah, there's disagreement also in science. What I think I understand. So I understand, but the issue though is that, for example, why isn't it that you flat earthers? I'm not saying this like as an insult or anything. I mean flat Earth people that believe in flat Earth. Why not come to some conclusion totally, right? And then
Because that would
create.
be a fallacy. We can't jump ahead. We can only confirm what we can confirm, right? There's practical
But that
limitations to our
confirmation
knowledge
is
and testing.
individualistic.
Here, can I try
Well,
something,
yeah.
Cyclone?
Yeah, go for it, Chris.
Okay, so I think the concept of model in scientific modeling we're too far apart in that. Because
What do you mean too far apart?
Okay, because a model would just be. Are you just talking about like a diagram or
Yeah,
some
like
sort of?
for example, me as a globe earther, I believe that the sun is 93, 94 million miles away, right? What do you think? How far do you think the sun is? For example, how far do you think the sun is?
Yeah, I wouldn't make a claim to the sun if I'm talking about the Earth. That would be two separate models or two separate
No, but
things.
okay, this flat. Okay, I understand. Okay, so
Well,
let's
I would
assume the Earth
say-
is flat. Where is the sun? How far is the distance to the sun?
In the sky.
In your model.
The sun is in the
Where
sky.
is the sun?
Yeah, see, I mean,
Here,
again,
I
this
got
is
an
one of those
idea.
speculative...
Let me see if
Sorry,
I
go
can
on,
post
Chris.
a model, okay, that you would agree with. And see if you would say, yeah, this is a model, and the model would have a hypothesis, and I could
I
test
gave
that
you a
hypothesis.
number. What's your number for the sun or the moon?
I could just pull a
Even
random
if it
number
is
out
a
of my
floating
ass.
ball in a dome, where is how far is it?
Let me interject this. If we don't present you with a number, does that mean that your number is correct?
I do not believe that that's true. No, I'm
Okay,
just
cool.
asking for
Because I don't believe that
something.
either. I wouldn't present a number. What I would say is, I don't believe it is a 93 million mile plasma gas ball in a vacuum casting parallel light rays on us. I would say it seems to be closer and smaller. Does that mean I know what it's made of or how it's doing what it's doing? No, that's just my take on it.
Why do you think it's smaller, and why do you think it's closer? Is my next question to that. I'm trying to engage.
Yeah, why not from there you'd go to the sun?
Why do you
and
think
look
it's smaller and closer?
Make your own
That's what I'm
observation.
asking.
Right. Well,
How
for
do you
starters,
get
I
to the
would say...
conclusions that you came to? And
No,
what if they
yeah.
change?
No.
See, your
I
model,
think it's 40.
Epsilon,
I think it's
relax, dude. I'm posting the model for you in a second. I just want to make sure how much buy-in I got on you. So if somebody told you a story, they told you the sun is a giant ball of gas in the vacuum of space, and it's 93 million miles away. If somebody just randomly told you, well, guess what? New evidence or new data or a new story come up, and it's not that. It's something other than that. What you have to suddenly change and adopt your whole worldview to match some other guy's story.
I appreciate this skepticism.
This is a religion you have. Okay, I'm not
No,
challenging
I understand.
Okay, hold
No,
on.
No, this
Pump the
guy's
brakes.
being pretty chill. This guy's being pretty
Epsilon,
chill.
pump the brakes. I'm not trying to challenge your religion. Okay, so
Yeah,
if
but
you
he's also
ask me
playing
to,
a video game
I
while
am not
talking to you
religious.
guys.
What do you mean by
yeah, are you
religion?
playing
Do
a
you
video
mean
game?
He is.
No,
Okay,
I'm not.
dude.
Dude,
There's a
please.
lot of times we see globalists do this. They're not really paying attention because they're playing a video game. They're
I've
doing
been
some.
engaging with you this whole time, man.
Okay,
Yeah,
here
he
we go.
was-
Well,
he
I'm
was
gonna post
responding
something for
at
you to look
least.
at. How can I post stuff for you to look at if you're playing a video game? You're not looking at it.
Okay, well, just
you haven't sent
confirm...
anything because I'm looking at the side chat.
Okay, here it is.
Yeah.
What's your take on that?
Dude, come on.
Oh, just give me.
Seriously?
What's your take on it? What do you see?
I see it's that game that you it's the game that it floats around and then you have to hit it one side on the other. This is like a joke. You're
Does
trolling.
it work as a model or not?
It's not a model. When I'm not talking about I'm talking about in the scientific sense.
Yeah, cause and
You're
effect.
making this conversation like lower than where it needs to be.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to start at the lowest possible denominator. So this would
Okay,
not.
let's start as low
this
as
would
you want
not
to
work
go.
as a
Then.
model
Okay,
for
let's
you.
start here. Okay, here I'm not gonna play anymore. You won't hear my keyboard typing. I'll be here this whole time. So you're saying this? Okay, what does this ball show you?
You're talking about the movement of the sun over the sky and the ground being
Okay,
flat.
but why do you think the ball, when I hit it, and you're playing tetherball, right? When you hit that ball, why do you think it's moving in the way that it is? Why doesn't it like float up, or is it because it's a flat plane? I'm even helping you here. Do you think it's a flat plane that has no force?
Information. Now you're talking about a different model. I'm just talking about what do you observe the sun to do? It moves across the sky, and the surface of Earth is flat.
No, we move.
Can you model that? Yes or no?
No, we move,
How,
and
okay,
sure,
can
the
you show
sun does
me
have
that?
movement. But
How do you know that you move?
I understand, and this is an ultimate level of skepticism. But
It's not. This is what you're asking for.
No,
Wait.
but the thing is, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Look, and the way that I understand how you're saying, what you're saying is, let me word it for you. You're saying, how can I prove myself that that the sun is, we're moving around the sun completely? Why is it that the sun is not moving around us in the stationary plane? How do I prove that model? Etc., etc., etc. I'm being told that we are, as being on Earth, the ones moving around the sun because of this thing that we call gravity. And then we have gases, and then we have atmosphere that is being held by gravity, which is a container, etc., etc., etc. Am I on the right page?
Yeah, see, each one of those things is another thing you'd have to add to a model, and it gets more and more
No, but the
complex.
thing is, I have a model, you don't.
Relationships. How do you know this stuff? Where does this information for that model come from? It's just a story. You're just painting.
It's not a story.
Hold on, let's let Jedi get in here.
I apologise. When we're talking about scientific models, that is something that is able to be tested. Is that correct?
Yes.
Awesome. So when you make the claim that gravity's holding gases, is that a claim that I can go into a laboratory and confirm?
Yes, we do this through mathematics. Yes.
So for example, I could go into a laboratory and I could have a big mass, and that big mass would attract the gas. Now, would it?
Not in the way that you're asking for it, but yes.
He just said you do this through math.
No, that's the only way. That's
said
the only
modeling.
way that we
I thought
understand.
you're supposed to say modeling.
Right.
You've already
Wait. So
deflected.
now we're
I
getting somewhere.
understand. Yes,
So
exactly.
now we're getting
I
somewhere.
understand.
We're getting somewhere now.
Yes.
So the only way that you can do this is through conceptual math.
But this is okay. But okay, the only way that you're able to utter things out of your mouth because you're using the English language is through prediction. No, it's the same thing. Guys, we found Neptune because of these mathematics. This is a fact.
Chill, bro.
I am chill. Okay, go ahead.
Yo, hello. The Earth's not flat, man.
Thank you.
No, not thank you. I fuck your mom. Look.
So you fuck corpses. Well done. Right. So ultimately, I asked you if a scientific model that was something that could be tested, and then you gave me math.
It is tested. Yeah, because mathematics is true.
Hold on. I asked for a scientific model. You understand that science and math are different things, and science is a physical manipulation.
No, mathematics is within the scope of science.
Yeah, you can abstract math from science, but a scientific model, that's cause and effect relationships, right? Something that I can take into a laboratory and physically test to be true.
Well, no, mathematics is discovered, whereas science, in the way that you're trying to gauge it or what you're trying to say, is discovered and put out to the general public. That's science.
Was mathematics discovered in a cave or something?
No, the only reason, okay, for example, we have how many fingers? We have 10 fingers, right? We have 10 fingers, we use base 10. So when you use...
I have to start at the beginning, aren't I?
Okay, maybe I'm not understanding. I apologize. Let's say again.
That's fine. I asked you for a scientific model. You understand what science is,
E equals MC squared. That's a scientific model. X plus X.
My friend, would you... Okay, let's put it like this. Would you understand that pseudoscience is something that is claimed to be science but doesn't follow the scientific method?
Yes.
Pseudoscience, right? Awesome. You're giving me math. I'm asking for science. You said a testable model, so a scientific model, something that I can physically test, not abstract math
I
problem.
understand. I understand what you're
So
saying.
you can't scientifically prove your claim then?
So in the way that you're framing it, and I'm being as good faith possible as I can. In the way that you're framing it, you are correct.
Thank you.
But the issue though is that we wouldn't have the knowledge in order to be able to do anything that we have access to do today if we did not have prediction, which is everything that we do.
Like Velcro?
When you wake up in the morning and you're alive, you're saying, well, I am this age and I drink enough water, I work out, and I do these things in order to live this life. You're making a prediction which is
You're a
a math.
model?
This is a model,
You're a
but you
model.
have no model.
You're not
You have no
you.
model.
You're a
Flat
model
Earth is
instead.
not. But no, I'm sympathizing with you, and I understand where you're coming from. But the thing is, you're doing the same thing every single day. The way you being able to communicate and use the English language.
Listen to the words that are coming out of my mouth. That's post-diction, not pre-diction.
But think about what you're saying. The words that are coming out of your mouth, you have no proof. Do you know Latin in order to derive the Germanic language that we call English now?
This is going to absurd levels of sophistry
It's
here.
not- it's
All
not-
we're
it's
telling
not
you is that
absurd.
water rests flat, so that rules out the possibility of Earth being sphere.
No,
That's
I
literally
wasn't
it.
the
Why
one
is
that
that
took it to
so
this
hard for you to
point.
understand? Why do you have to talk through me when I'm saying that to you? You're telling me, no, that's not what you're saying? No, I'll tell you what we're saying.
Water
We're
rests
saying
at
that
8
water
inches
rests
per mile.
flat, therefore the Earth cannot be a sphere. That's literally
water
it.
does
If you
not
stop
rest.
talking
It-
through
the
us,
water
if you stop talking through us when we're telling you what we're actually saying, you might finally
I'm
figure out what
correcting
we're
you.
saying.
I'm just correcting you because you're wrong.
What was I wrong about?
We're all really heated up. Can I make one comment?
Well, I can't tell what I'm wrong about when all of you talk at once.
You just go one at a
I'm watching
time. Come on,
ships
big
go out to
boys.
sea right now.
Okay, and
they drop at 8 inches per mile.
Why are we on to
No,
the
they
next
don't.
issue? Hold on, I want to respond to
That's-
Epsilon.
Yeah.
That's not even the right rate of
This is
curvature.
a
drop.
deflection.
8 inches per mile is a slope. This guy is demented. So go ahead and respond to Epsilon, whoever that was.
Okay, so Epsilon, he was bringing up science, right? That was him that brought that up.
I
That we
just
were kind
got
of half listening.
unmuted, so I don't
Okay.
know.
Were you talking about science and post-diction and prediction?
I wasn't the one that brought this up. It was someone else, and I just was going down there like.
But you agreed with that. Okay, so when we do those kind of things and we talk about, the future and stuff like that, you need to be able to make a prediction, test it in the real world, and get the results your prediction is telling you, or whatever model you're using is broken. But if you can make observations but cannot figure out what model that they fit into, but they don't fit into a model that you already have, you can still have those observations and keep them there as something because you've observed them without having a model. You don't have to have a model to keep those ideas and remember them, right? You're asking us to have a model so that we can talk about the ideas that we've already tested.
No, I respect this, and this is what I'm saying. You guys are skeptical. I understand. This. I really respect that. I think that that's great. I think you should be skeptical. The issue, though.
Good. Okay, we're skeptical now.
Brilliant.
We're just waiting for the globe proof. Or are you skeptical too?
No, we're not skeptical. Why?
We'll just let them have that
Why
word.
do you
if
guys
need to.
keep letting them misuse the word skeptical?
Can you post your definition of skeptical?
Well, of their claim of a globe Earth, I am.
Yeah, because if you look at their model is
there's
96% dark matter, dark energy. It's unobservable. If somebody has a model that is composed of 96% sky magic,
Well,
I'm
it
gonna
would need to be a
very
globe,
skeptical
right?
of that.
It would need to be a globe in order for that to really.
Do you know why
exist.
dark matter exists?
Excuse me. It would have to be a globe in order for that to exist. Are you guys still wondering about whether things measure to be a globe?
No, it's definitely not a
So
globe.
technically, you can't be skeptical of something can exist, because what precedes that is there being a sphere. What precedes the sphere? The Big Bang and the vacuum of space and all this other shit. You can't be skeptical of something is not the case.
But you could be skeptical of the claim as a claim. That's what I was saying.
Yeah. A story.
Sorry, it's just the Christian chat. I'm lost.
That is again,
No,
whatever.
that's what it seems like, but I'm just waiting for them to.
We're not speaking about religion
but
at all.
I don't want to get muted. So
we're speaking about the nature of the physical nature of things like water and gas and the earth.
Rome,
It has nothing to do with
Roman Catholic Christians created the heliocentric religion. So
you could say I'm
you
skeptical of that.
Globers are Christians because you follow the Christian model of the universe.
that would be wrong because
you are the
that would be
Christians.
wrong because Galileo was going to get hung because he thought that we were not the center.
You need
of
to
the
open the
universe.
history book.
No, that's
there.
literally wrong.
That was at
that's
the height.
literally wrong.
Epsilon, you're not listening. You're not really looking at history. That was the height of the Inquisition. People were getting burned at the stake for having a lazy eye.
Hold on.
He got house arrest.
So then, don't say that Christianity. Don't say that
You're not
scientists
listening
were
to the
all with
story.
Christianity.
Open the history book. You don't know the story of Galileo.
Crit, 2 seconds.
I just told you that what I said was
This is
true.
what happened with Galileo. Galileo was told not to release this information because it's batshit crazy. It will weaken the power of the church. The Pope told him not to do something, and he did it anyway. And for defying the Pope, for basically at that time defying God, he was given house arrest. This was at the height of the Inquisition when people were being burned for almost anything at the stake.
And just to add to that, I'm pretty sure that
Thank you for bringing that up.
he recanted on his deathbed, did he not? Or towards the end, he recanted. Sorry, I think Jedi was trying to get.
Yeah, that's true too. That he took it all back. He said, "I should have never disrespected the Pope. I should have followed exactly what you said."
I just wanted
You
to
are a
point
bit
out.
quiet, Jedi.
I do apologise. I just wanted to point out that it was a Roman Catholic priest, Monsignor Lamette, who came up with the Big Bang Theory. That's a priest who came up with that idea. That was in 1927 or 1929, I do believe.
Yep, almost 100 years ago.
So that again come out of the Roman Catholic Church.
See, you could say, and someone at the start of their flat Earth journey could start off being like they are skeptical of claims made by heliocentric religious authorities. It would be their first step. But at some point, they're going to go through and adjudicate all these different models. And there's been about 3,000 different heliocentric models presented since Copernicus. Copernicus himself presented 16 different models. So you could say that, hey, you and me, right, are only one model apart. You've rejected 3,000. I've rejected 3,001. We're not that different.
And at the end of all of these claims, you're going to need the Earth to be a ball, which is the main point of contention.
That's the same thing. So let go of the model because the model's never going to be perfect. The model's never. You can blast holes in any model. That's so right. And that's why
Epsilon wants a model to dictate his worldview. So,
by the way, when I linked the scientific model, it's only meant to represent a single aspect, not the whole thing. The whole thing represents the whole thing. Reification fallacy down to a very small aspect, and then be like, "Hey, look at this," and then all of a sudden that proves all the aspects.
Yeah, it's
this
crazy.
is why Michio Mukaku had said this is the biggest crisis in cosmology right now. The model is off by a factor of 1 with 120 zeros behind it. He said if you're off by a factor of 1, it's a huge deal.
The thing is that, and this is kind of the main point that I'm saying, and I agree with everything that you're saying. I'm not in disagreement as much as you think that I may be. It's just that the way that you philosophize, the way that these things come to be, is different. And I understand where you're coming from. The issue is that there's no way to, in your philosophy, move forward. And
Listen, we're not trying to claim how things came to be. We're not here to tell a story.
I'm not shaming. I'm trying to be as respectful as possible.
We're just talking about how things are, how things observe, how things measure in the here and now. We're not telling you how things came before or after, or things that we can't measure or observe. We're just talking about what we can measure and observe.
We stop in history for a moment there. I'm going to make another comment. 100 years ago, a good number of scientists that were respected still believed in theories that aren't compatible with ideas like evolution. They didn't believe in genes so much. We knew heredity, but we didn't know how it works. And the people that had ideas but couldn't quite prove them yet, right? They were just called crazy. A lot of them were, just ignored and blackballed. They weren't allowed to join conferences or even get paid in universities. But in the last century, we've made so much progress in genetics. We have a whole bunch of models now. We still don't know a lot. But so if you go back 100 years and you tell them about genes, they're going to be like, dude, we know that the stuff your father did, you're going to be good at. Like, we know how it works. Just go away. That's what you're doing right now.
Oh, this is the conspiracy chat.
So you've got a model that you know is wrong. Okay, this is your framework, right? You know that your model is wrong, and you want me to replace it with a different model that is also wrong. It's not going to work, dude. That's an unworkable situation.
And what's funny is that we're talking amongst each other. I do not believe you were just talking to someone who believes in your worldview, and then you said that you can conversate, but then you're both still going to be wrong. This is the issue.
The model. A model will always be wrong. It will only represent. I've linked to the scientific definition of the model. It says so right in there.
At this point, you want us to be cavemen.
No. See, the issue is you seem to be, you have your mindset on this wrong. You seem to be saying that even though we may agree.
Wait, who are you speaking to? I apologize.
To you, because you're saying we may agree with these fundamental tenets of the Earth being a topographical plane, but you're saying because we might have some disagreements in the other areas, that's a problem. We don't see challenging our own ideas as a problem. We see those as the way to get closer to the truth, which is
then you would be a scientist as well.
Which is what we're talking about. This is what we are doing.
And I agree.
But you're framing it like that's a problem. You're saying because you don't have consensus, that's a problem. In your mindset, consensus is the gold star, the gold standard, right? That's fallacious, and it's the opposite of the truth, right? Consensus is not how you breed progress.
Consensus is pretty
it's
good.
Disagreement. No, you're saying it's a problem that we don't have consensus. We don't need consensus. We only need.
Because it would go against what you believe in. It would go against what you believe in to have consensus, right?
The reason you need consensus is because you don't have direct evidence.
Well, but then how do you have generational? For example, if I'm sure some of you guys have children, right? And your children need, a lot of the time when you're raising a child, let's just say, this child.
This is deflection.
I'm not reaching, because when you raise a child, what happens is that you teach them the things that you know about the world. And this is consensus. You have consensus in your families. Otherwise,
this is non sequitur. We're talking about the Earth. You're talking about genetics.
I'm giving you an example of how what you're saying is ridiculous.
Giving us an example. No, relate your discussion to the curvature and the motion of the Earth that you believe in. Then you'll be more on point.
I do apologise to interrupt as well, guys. If we're talking about scientific consensus, then there better be an experiment for everybody to agree upon. And then we would require the experiment.
Yeah,
statistics. That's called statistics.
That's
literally called statistics.
I'm trying to say something to you. If that consensus is not based on science, then it's worthless. You might as well throw it out. You don't actually have any science.
Guys, and this guy laughed at me when I said statistics, but think about what I'm trying to say. Not everybody's going to agree on all things. Let's say you hate scientists. There's scientists that study the same exact thing but have two different views. Now you have a statistical. You have a statistic.
Why do you keep talking about people and what people think? We're just
because you guys don't understand
evidence. Why do you keep talking in the middle of people's sentences? We're just asking.
He's making a good point.
Evidence. We're not looking into what people think, what people say, what people agree on. It's not a social question. It's a geometric one. Just provide us the direct evidence for it. If you can't do it,
people are being
talk about what people think. You obviously don't have the evidence. You should just wait for someone else who does to step up, because it's getting ridiculous.
Hey guys, I know we're passionate about LGBT, but come on, let's calm down.
That's brilliant.
Wait, am I in the wrong BC again?
Making a good point. Some people are being made fun of for being dumb.
Sorry, guys, to interrupt.
And
the gentleman who brought up
Open, and now you are as well.
the
I want to
gentleman
be
that brought up
careful, so I'm going to wait till
Be quiet,
you.
Jedi's trying to get in.
the gentleman who brought up scientific consensus and statistics. Remember when we spoke about 10 minutes ago and we got to the agreement that pseudoscience would be something that is purported to be science but does not follow the scientific method? There's no statistics in the scientific method, my friend. If they're going to be agreeing on something scientifically, that better be an experiment that we can all repeat and validate.
The
Step
only
forward.
reason I brought up statistics was to tell you it was a different point. Because it was a whole different point.
Non
Just be
sequitur,
careful.
then.
Just be careful when you say scientific consensus, because that better come down to an experiment that you, me, and everybody can verify to be true or not.
And we're trying to follow these points through to conclusion, right? So just to segue off into another point in the middle of it, it's just kind of derailing.
It's hard for me to go down like a line of logic, and then I try to use an example, and then it becomes that I'm saying something that's like derailing.
Well, you just said yourself it was a totally different topic or example
Because
or whatever.
you guys are the ones you can ask just a straight question, and then I can do. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Do you have a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth?
Yes, we use this. How do you prove a spherical radius?
With direct measurement. Sorry, with
direct. Okay, what does direct mean to you?
Well, basically, let me just get to the crescendo of my point before we go down this road. Now, you
I know.
say yes.
See, that's why. Answer my question. I answered yours. What does direct mean to you? And then you will go back and go ahead. What does direct
on the
mean?
surface of the Earth, directly measuring it to be true. So, for example, I can measure a table directly, yes?
Exactly.
So I should be able to measure a surface directly,
I
yes?
agree. Yes.
Awesome stuff. So back to my question, which was malformed, just to see if you understood what I was saying. So is there a scientific experiment that proves the shape
Based
of an
on the way that you're saying, based on the way that you're framing this, yes, I would agree with you that my view is malformed because I cannot measure a table the same way that I can measure the earth.
Dude, my question was
Or
malformed.
vice versa, should I say?
Dude, my question was malformed to see if you were following. So
No, it was
science
perfectly formed.
No, listen. A scientific experiment deals primarily with cause and effect. Therefore, there couldn't be a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object.
But we're talking about the direct influence of how we get that information, correct?
He's not listening, is he? He's clearly not listening to me.
He's not. It's really difficult to talk to somebody who's playing a video game. It's
I'm
like
not playing any games. I'm not. I can tap my keyboard right now. I'm tapping.
So I think that the problem
I'm not
for you,
playing any games.
Yeah, you're having some comprehension issues, and that's why this
No,
conversation is.
he said that you need a direct influence, like when you measure a table. And then I'm asking him, okay, I understand how you can measure a table. You have that direct knowledge in order to be able to measure a table. And then what I'm asking is, I know where you're going to go with this, because how do you directly, in the same sense that I can measure a table, how do I measure that the earth exactly is what it is? But the only thing that I would have, hold on, the only thing that I would have is an equation, right? Which was told to me by some scientists.
Based on what measurement?
But this is where he was going, correct? Was I wrong? Was I?
Yeah, based on what measurement is that equation?
Yeah, please don't think that you know what I'm going to talk about. So my question was, is there a scientific experiment that proves shape? If you knew what science was, you should have turned around and said, bloody hell, Jedi. Of course there's not. Science only deals with cause and effect within the physical and natural world. To figure out the shape of an object, you have to directly measure it. So we've been told for a very long time that science proves the shape of the Earth. But if we know what science is, we will understand that science isn't the tool for that particular piece of inquiry. Direct measurement would be the particular source, right? We would directly measure something to be true if it was a shape. You get it
And
now,
you're
do
saying,
you?
and you're saying, I'm trying to understand. And you're saying that this, if we have this direct influence for measurement, it would be apparent, right? But within science, what happens is that we change from, let's say, a round Earth to now what's called an elliptis, right? So it's not that, because that changes at the equator, right?
Let me ask you more simply then. Do we use science to figure out the shape of objects?
Do you need science to think about the shape of objects? Well, you need
Let me say,
multiple things. You need language. You need many things.
do we use
Sensory.
science? Hold on, my friend. Very simply, do we
Yes.
use science, a hypothesis into cause and effect relationships,
Yes.
to figure out the shape of objects?
Yes.
You don't need
No.
science to think or language.
No, we do. We do.
No,
That's
man.
why you know that a square is
Listen,
different
well,
from a circle.
Well,
my
let him
friend.
tell us how. Let him tell us
Okay.
You
how.
don't need
This should
language
be
to
good.
think about.
I
Yeah,
see
because
this
we're
as a
using, the thing is, you're
disqualification.
using like these language things. So, okay, is a square the same thing as a, okay, so science
Listen,
is
stop
never
right
complete.
there. Hold on, reset. You just said, yes, we can use the scientific method, a hypothesis test for cause and effect, to determine a shape. Now tell us how we do that.
So when you do that, what you're saying is that we're going to use this thing called a square, and we're going to use linguistics to make this thing a square. We're going to say that this is called a square. And then that's scientific. But then that can change.
What?
Because
You're
now we
talking
have,
about talking
hold
with
on,
other
now
people.
we have a rectangle, and that's
No.
kind of a square,
No.
but it's not quite a square.
No,
But
your
then that's
original
different from a
statement
circle,
was.
and that's different from an ellipse, and then that's
Is this
different
guy
from a
trolling?
sphere.
Your
No, I'm not
original
trolling.
statement was, can we think about shapes without science? And then later you said you need language. No, if you are just thinking by yourself, alone,
I'm
about
talking about the
shapes.
way we define science.
Okay, if you're talking to somebody else, that's different. But if you're just thinking, if you're just sitting around thinking about shapes, you don't need a single word or letter, right?
That's because it's been proven for you already, and you're just taking on those belief systems.
If you look at a shape, if you see
Okay.
a perfect square in front of you, and you see
Okay.
a perfect circle beside it, you don't
Okay.
need words to see that those are different.
Yeah, true.
Let me do
I
this
agree
more
with
simple.
you, and that's what that was like the previous conversation, and that's why I was saying I used the example of the table that
My
he was
friend,
using versus the
dude,
globe.
let me do this more simply. You remember when you were at
It's
school?
not simple.
Did you
I
learn
think
about?
you can't. Go ahead.
Listen, please. Did we learn about shapes in math and geometry, or did we learn about shapes in science class? Which one?
We learned about shapes in, I guess, general study. I'm not really sure. It's scientific, but it's general,
Geometry. So, for
which is
example, a triangle.
linguistic. And
Dude,
go ahead.
come on. Stop spiraling for me. We
What language
understand
do
that
you speak?
I'm talking English. I'm hoping you fucking
No, but
understand,
what
mate.
language?
I really
Okay,
don't.
okay, but you know that
So, my
square means
question is
something different in French, right?
before you start rattling off, did we figure out shapes in math class or science class? Which
It was
one?
general. It was general education. You should have done this in like
It was in math.
you were probably kinder.
Dude, what's a triangle? Did we learn how to measure the interior angles of a triangle in
But
science
that's a
class or in math
linguistic
class?
principle. That's a linguistic principle, and you're trying to conflate the two.
I'm
That's
trying to
the
point
issue
out,
that I have
my
with you.
friend,
And you're
listen.
saying that I'm
Trying to point
simplifying
out
it
to
when
you.
you're the one simplifying it.
Dude, I'm trying to simplify it for you.
No, I don't think you
Science,
understand.
dude, my God, why have you got to keep fucking talking? Science is not the tool we use to figure out the shape of objects. To figure out the shape of objects, we use direct observation and measurement. Being as science deals primarily and only with cause and effect relationships, it's quite obvious to me and everybody else, but apparently not you, that
Using that
science.
same logic, why would you use this thing called a triangle?
Stop interrupting him. I don't want to hear you do that again. Let him finish the end of his statement before you go, or else you're just going on mute.
The only reason I'm bringing this up, mate, is to elucidate the issue of science is not the tool we use to figure out the shape of objects. Math, observation, direct measurement is the tool that we use to figure out the shape of objects. So when they tell us that science proves the shape of the Earth, we must understand that that cannot be true because science would not be the tool that you would use for that particular piece of inquiry.
Check or hold.
Valid.
Okay, so there we go. Now we got it. We got to a conclusion that everyone can agree with. Science adjudicates how and why, not what and is.
If he's muted, we can unmute him.
He put himself in self-mute.
You somehow managed to mute himself.
I think this guy, my main take is that he's just too distracted playing video games. It's very
I'm literally
difficult.
not playing video games. I just don't want to get. I'm just waiting until it all stops.
Okay, so do you understand what I said? Being as you didn't interrupt and everybody else was quiet, did you understand what I said?
Yes.
Good. So do we have a concession that you
No.
agree that science is not the tool to figure out the shape of objects and it's math observation and measurement that is the tool that you would use?
So the thing is that science, you can have a social science as well, and there is not mathematical explanations in social sciences. For example, anthropology is still a science, but it doesn't need to use mathematics in order to progress forward. Science, the concept of science, is having some idea that's generally agreed upon, and then what you guys would say would be, well, I disagree about this general agreement because it's something that you're being told, and I understand that.
Do you remember about now 15 minutes ago where we came to the agreement that pseudoscience is a claim that is said to be science but does not follow the scientific method? Do you know what the scientific method is?
The Earth is
Sure,
flat.
you have like the steps, yeah.
Awesome. What's the first step?
Create like some sort of question.
And the question is about what, my friend? Come on, let's be really simple. We're going to be doing natural science. Yeah. So in natural science, what is the first question about?
In natural science, are you talking about, like, let's say rocks? Are you saying, like, what's natural science to you?
Natural science, you know, the study of the physical and natural world. In
Okay,
the
so
study
you're
of
saying like geology and these things, like
No,
natural sciences.
geology. No, I'm just trying to point out the
What does
scientific
natural
method.
science mean to you? And then I can answer your question better.
My God, do you know what a hypothesis is?
Dude, what does natural science mean to you? And then I will answer the question.
The study of cause and effect relationships within the physical and natural world. So what's step one of that then?
Your observations.
Of what?
Of phenomenon.
Yeah, well done. So something
Okay.
happening. So the next
Yes.
step two, being as we've got our dependent variable, something happening, what's the next step?
So once you have this, you test this.
Hold on. Dial it back a little bit. We've got a phenomena. What's the question we're asking?
Is this phenomena consistent?
No. What
That is what
causes?
happens.
Hold on. What causes that to happen?
We've already passed that, because we already know that this phenomena is existing between two entities, or there's a difference. We have to question whether this goes forward.
No.
We haven't.
No.
We
You're not
haven't.
responding to his question. Try again.
So we got to the observed phenomena, something happening. Step two is to make a prediction as to what causes that. Yeah.
I literally just I just said that. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
You're supposed to prove that this becomes something. Yes.
Awesome. So we've made a hypothesis, okay? An
Do you want me to
independent
use
variable.
do you want me to use the language of the scientific method? Is that what you're saying? I thought you were asking me just personal questions and try to frame it in the way that so we can have a
Trying to
conversation.
figure out if you understand anything about what you say
What
you
does
are talking about.
a hypothesis means that I just don't understand. We already passed this.
No, we haven't. That's why we're still here. I'm trying to point out to you that maybe you don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, continue to educate me.
No, that's fine. So a hypothesis is an if this then that statement. If presumed cause, then phenomena will happen. That's a hypothesis, right?
Say that again, sorry.
A hypothesis is a supposition into a cause and effect relationship. If this presumed cause, then that phenomena will happen, correct?
Yeah, that's what you're assuming, yes.
Oh, no, it's not what I'm. Well,
No,
prediction,
that's
yeah, but
the
that's,
only way you have to assume in order to create the hypothesis. But yes,
that's
yes,
fine,
you're
no
correct.
problem. What's the next step? After
I'm
I've
from
created
Namibia,
the
by the way.
hypothesis, that's fine.
But go ahead.
Now we've created the hypothesis. What do we do next?
You test this.
Brilliant. In an experiment, right?
Yes.
Awesome. Something physical where you, the researcher, or myself will physically manipulate the presumed cause to see if that happens again, right?
Yes.
Awesome. What's step 4?
You come to the conclusion.
We've reached the conclusion in the experiment. Step 4 is repeat and verify. So you do the experiment and then you give it to me and then I
Yes.
do it, right?
But the thing
Awesome.
is that your conclusion is going to be, in your flat earth world, your conclusion is going to be different from another
Hold
flat
on.
earther's.
We've just gone around this circle. Science isn't the tool we figure out the shape of objects with. It's cause and effect based. This is why I'm having this conversation, to hopefully help educate you. Don't straw man with
I
me.
went to Berkeley. I mean, I'm pretty good, dude, on my education. My girl's a master anthropologist. She has a master's in
Hey,
anthropology.
stop talking about yourself. You do that
No,
too
I'm
much.
just
You
saying,
can't
don't
hear
say that I'm
Jedi when he's trying to
uneducated.
educate you on things you still
You
haven't
don't
learned
have
after being
education.
told like 6 times in a
There
row.
we
So
go.
be quiet so you can listen to the explanation.
Okay.
Apparently I don't have education, though I've taken my time and patience to help you understand what a hypothesis is, where 15 minutes ago I fucking doubted you knew what you were talking about. So please don't tell me that I'm uneducated or flat earthers are going to use science to blah blah blah, because that's fucking ridiculous. I'm just trying to get you to the understanding that, being as we now know what a hypothesis is and an experiment, you know, science, anything that is claimed to be science must follow that method that me and you have reached an agreement upon. Yes?
Yes.
Brilliant. Don't bring up statistics again then. We can move on.
Okay, so what do you have to say about that? Using what you just said, we know the Earth is round. So what do you have to say?
No, dude. Wow.
That's literally
Wow.
what we've done.
No.
Okay, I think I got something for this.
I mean, I just don't know what to say.
Okay, with education comes articulation. Are you able to articulate this globetard that you're talking about?
I think you're talking to him because I'm the globetard, right?
You. No,
No,
the
I'm a
globetard.
globetard.
No, you're just you, but you're talking about the globetard. I'm just curious that you also said that your claim is that you have this high level of education. Education and articulation are intertwined. The more education you got, the more articulation you have. So I'm wanted to test this claim of yours. Can you articulate this globetard you're talking about? Like, if I gave you the floor, you have unlimited time. As long as you're talking globetard, I'm listening. How much articulation do you have?
Globetard.
Or however you would frame it. Space ball, lava ball, water covered
Okay.
in the vacuum of space. I framed it as globetard because that's kind of what I'm hearing right now.
Okay, so what specifically are you looking for? And
Anything you can articulate. To pick one topic inside globetard, and if you've got any level of education at all, you'll be able to articulate it. I predict, using a flat Earth model, you won't be able to articulate anything at all. Nothing new under the sun.
Articulation and flat Earth model are two different things, but that's why I'm asking you, because I want clarification. Okay, hold on.
I'm using the flat Earth model right now to predict nothing new under the sun. Okay, this is my cause and effect
I'll keep it very simple. I'll keep it very simple. The reason that things, when you look up in the sky and things are circular, is because of gravity.
Brilliant.
What about that?
Brilliant.
That's your level of articulation.
That's my level of articulation. Let's talk about it.
Excellent. Do you have a scientific experiment that proves gravity, please?
Yeah,
just look at his claim. He looked at balls in the sky, and he said he's a ball in the sky.
So no, I am not a ball in the sky. I never said that. Why are you putting words in my mouth?
You're on the ball in the sky.
Well, he made a cause and effect claim.
I am on a ball in the sky. Yes, or not our sky, but I'm in a ball in space. We have a sky. No. We have a sky, but there is no sky in space. This is a scope problem. This is a scope
He
issue.
did make a cause and effect claim, though. Balls in the sky form due to gravity. So can we start with an experiment for gravity, please?
Bings, you know what a hypothesis is now, my friend. Can you give that for gravity?
Wait, are you talking to me or them? Who's
Yeah,
saying?
you said balls in the sky because of gravity. Our question to you is: do you have a scientific experiment that proves that? Then, please, being as I've
E
taken.
equals mc squared. So energy equals mass. What is it? Yeah, you just. I mean, people have done
Do
this.
you
You can go through.
understand
You can go through. You
the
can go
words
through.
that
When
are
we
coming out
drop
of
an
my mouth?
apple, right? When you drop an apple,
Not
it's not
you.
because
So
we're
people,
flat.
not you. You didn't do it.
Oh,
So
okay.
you were looking
Awesome.
for a cause and effect relationship. Your cause is gravity. Your
Yeah.
effect are
Now
balls
we're
in the
going
sky.
backwards. Now we're going backwards.
No, it's
I'm
still the
trying to go
same spot.
forwards. I'm going with you forward.
No, right here. Your articulation, your level of education is being tested right now.
Dude, I'm a computer scientist.
Okay. So
And
you
that
said
has
gravity.
it's not. I'm not gonna say that I'm a fucking like physicist, but I did physics.
Fine.
Like I can understand and I can give you
Brilliant.
equations
I don't.
that
Who
we
cares?
tested
We
this.
don't care
No,
about
I'm
you.
just
We just
saying
want
it
your
doesn't
experiment.
matter. No, I'm telling you, this
My
dude. Okay,
friend,
so
please.
what do you guys think? Einstein was just he just didn't say like
Shut up
Newton.
and give the experiment.
Okay, what did Newton do for you guys? Do you guys not believe that Einstein and Newton like meant anything?
Hold on.
That's
It
not an
doesn't.
experiment. Try again.
Just
No, I'm just
give
saying. I'm
the
asking you a question.
hypothesis. Yes. Just give the hypothesis for either Newton or Einstein, please. Just give the science,
Okay,
mate.
so
You make an claim.
when Newton what was the
Give the
apple, right?
hypothesis.
Hold on.
Give the hypothesis.
The hypothesis was why do things like fall to the ground, right? Why do
That's
these
not a
things like
hypothesis.
no, hold on. This is where it started. Let's go back to the fucking
Hey, there. Okay, now flesh it out. Give the hypothesis. Tell us how the experiment was done. Give us the IV and DV. Be concise, please. Don't start rambling about yourself.
Use education that you claim to have.
I'm giving
Articulate.
you it. The reason that we have the gravity that we have is because other people who were not me, which I know you guys disagree with.
I don't care
they
about
weren't-
people. I want the experiment.
The experiment is within the mathematics. And I know you guys
Hold
disagree
on.
with that.
Hold on. So we had this conversation for 20 minutes now. Maths you can abstract from science. We're
Yes.
asking for the science
I
where
understand.
something was good. So something was manipulated to see if the phenomena happened. You know, the hypothesis that I took 20 minutes to explain to you. So whether it's Newton, whether it's Cavendish, whether it's Einstein, can you give the hypothesis, please, in a very simple if this, then that statement?
So the best way that I can make this make sense is that in the 1700s we used
You're already off.
hold
You're
on
already off on a
no
tangent.
the
You're
way that
already
we
off
were
on a
able to
tangent.
find hold on
Just
the
ask
way
for the
that we were able
hypothesis in a simple if-then statement. Try again.
if the math works, then we are able to find a new planet. This
Fucking hell.
planet that we found was called Neptune, and we did this
Fuck.
from mathematics.
Fuck. So you started with if
I just
mathematics.
used your logic because you didn't want me
No,
to go through this.
Listen. You said if mathematics. So that means that mathematics is your presumed cause? Dumbass.
Mathematics is a force of nature. It's not my presumed cause or anything. We can talk
So
about
why the fuck?
magnetism. We can talk about electrical
Why
magnetism. We
the
can talk
fuck?
about anything.
Dude, why the very fuck when me and Heretic asked you for an if this then that statement,
And
you
I
said
gave him. That's how we found the planet Neptune. I gave
excellent. So
him.
you said
If the
math.
mathematics works,
If math. You
then
said
we
if
found
math.
something called this planet Neptune.
If
That's
math.
like I don't know what to say to you.
Exactly, because you're not listening. Heretic and I asked you for a very simple if this
I
presumed
did the
cause.
if
Why are you
this
interrupting?
then. I did
Why
that.
are you interrupting? Why? We asked you for a very simple supposition into a cause and effect relationship. You know, the hypothesis. So we asked you for the if this, then that statement. You
If this
started by saying,
mathematics works, then we were able to find this planet called
dummy,
Neptune, which we have.
listen. You said if math. So
Yes.
if independent variable math, if I vary and manipulate math,
Yes.
why have you not followed this?
We do follow
Why are you
maths.
not understanding?
We do follow mathematics.
Well, then give me the presumed cause, and my God, don't say if math. If this, presumed cause, then that phenomena. So
I'm not really
give
sure
me.
what you want me to say because the way that we were able to find this planet was through mathematics. So
Yeah, but we've asked you.
Maybe that's where I'm stumped, and I want you to
We've asked you
explain
for
to me what I
science.
don't
We've
know.
asked you for science. We've asked you for science. We've asked you for the hypothesis, not math.
Ask me for
So
the
what's the
hypothesis.
hypothesis for gravity then?
The hypothesis is that if our maths about gravity works, what ends up happening is because we didn't know what was happening within the gravitational pull there. We didn't know. So if our maths works, then something will be discovered. And what ended up happening was that we discovered a new planet. So I'm not sure how else to say that.
Oh my God, you still don't know after 25 minutes
What do
of
you
me
mean I don't
explaining.
know? What am I not saying to you that you don't understand? I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say.
It's because you keep
Correlation
interrupting.
isn't always causation, but
It's
sometimes it
because
does.
it's because I took 25 minutes to explain to you what a hypothesis was, and you still can't formulate one.
It's a lack of
That's the
education.
problem here.
Yes, it is. It's an if-then statement about a cause and effect relationship in the natural world. They've told you
And I
so many
respect this.
times.
I respect that you guys are skeptical about these things. I think that you
Oh my!
should be this way.
Talk about
I
us
think we should
again.
be
It's
skeptical.
getting old
I
too.
know. No, I'm with you. I'm with you. The issue though is that where do you wouldn't have a
I'm
home
skeptical.
or a
You know
computer
you're
to be able to be on the internet and have this conversation if you didn't trust in something or anything in the same skepticism that you're
We're
trying
just
to.
asking for the experiment.
Dude, what experiment?
all.
I can show you the moths, but if it didn't come from me, because I didn't create it, someone else did. I can't test it.
Okay,
I can test
articulate.
it because the math works, but I'm assuming that it's from some
Why
other.
for math? We're not asking you for maths, my friend. We're asking you for science, where the researcher varies and manipulates what he presumes the cause is to see if it has the effect. 30 minutes I took to explain that to you. Why can't you give it to me pertaining to gravity?
Guess I
Newton,
don't know,
Cavendish, Einstein.
Yeah,
you
I guess I
don't.
don't
But
know.
you believe it to be. Well, you can't. How can you know if you haven't been able to tell me?
Yeah, I guess I don't know. Seriously, I
That's an
really
acceptable
guess I
answer.
don't know. Yeah, yeah.
I'll go with that. You don't know. Brilliant. Thank you.
Articulate a lack of articulation. You don't know. You don't have the ability to articulate your answer. So why? I don't know why you thought you could come in here swinging the big dick like somehow you're educated and everyone else is not. When you don't know this content, you've never been able to articulate it.
That said, I will tell him I do honestly respect the I don't know answer because that's as valid an
Yeah,
answer
me
as
too.
it gets.
I respect it too because it's a wake up call that he was able to get there himself. Because he's like, "Yo, trust me, bro, I'm educated."
No, I didn't say trust me. I said I do know, but this moth is on the backs of other people that I trust to have given us enough technology and where we
Okay.
are today.
So now you've taken back the best thing you've said the whole
I'm
time.
saying I don't know how to respond to what you guys are looking for. That's the truth. And I do stand by I don't know, but it's not that I don't believe in science. I just don't know how to have a conversation.
That's the
with
most anti-science thing you can say. Science is built on a lack of belief. You don't believe it. You verify it. You don't trust it. Trusting science is completely antithetical to what science is.
I can show you how. No, everything
as soon
that
as
we
you start
do
trusting
makes
the
me trust
science, you don't
science.
have science anymore.
I can build something right now. I can build a keyboard, which is trusting science. I can show you an AMA. I can show you an MAA. I can show you MAA radio waves that bounce from the moon back. I can show you science. I can show you an engine and how it works. I can show you science. So I
You
don't
can't
really
show the
understand what you
hypothesis,
mean.
dude.
I don't know what you mean.
You haven't been able to show you the hypothesis. How are you going to show me
We're gonna be
science? Oh, go ahead, Jedi.
We're just going to be sorry, Kurt, I do apologise, mate. We're just going to be going around pseudoscience again, that definition that we reached 45 minutes ago, where something is claimed to be science but does not follow the scientific method. You remember
You're
that
right.
scientific method?
You're
Yeah.
right. You're right. Yeah.
So
All right.
the things that you
I concede.
just uttered over the last minute aren't science.
This goes back to the problem with modeling too, where you don't have a scientific model, but you think you do. And then you haven't been able to adjudicate this model because inside your model, which is supposedly you thought was science, it had a cause and effect relationship in it that built the model.
Do you want me to build? Do you want me to build a light for you on camera? I can build like I can show you how, because I have to do an electrical engineering degree too. I can show you how a light bulb works. This is science.
Brilliant.
So what you're saying is false.
No, that's based upon known cause and effect relationships, and then we build technology off of those things that are known to be true. No,
And the cause and effect of the moon existing is our waves that you see in the ocean.
Okay, so you have to
Say
change.
that.
Write that out as a hypothesis. This will be a wake up call right here. You said the moon causes waves in the ocean. Okay, write that out as a hypothesis.
We think you meant tides, but no worries.
Yeah, waves, tides, it's whatever. Just see if you can write that the moon causes X. Okay, write it out. Let's see what it looks like.
Are you going to go to like a gravity argument? Sorry. There's a different.
I'm to see where you can.
Is this
Will
gravity?
you form a hypothesis for once in your life? For
Is
one
this
time.
gravity that you're going to go to?
No, once in your life. You said
It's
the
not
moon
if moon,
causes
then
something.
waves.
Okay, the moon does something. What does the moon do?
The moon causes a gravitational pull, which collides. That gravitational pull collides with Earth and the sun, and then we have these things that we call waves.
That
Or tides. Sorry, tides.
Sorry, which gravity are you talking about? Was that mass attracting mass or bending?
Yeah, mass attracting mass, yes.
So the one that was superseded, dude, listen, the one that was superseded over 108 years ago by Einstein and his general relativity, as in the bending and warping of space-time, you're going to go back to the old one that was removed. The one that is taught to people in primary and secondary schools, but when you get to higher education, they say, no, it's not mass attracting the mass. It's Einstein, bending and warping of space-time. You're going to go back to mass attracting
Nobody
mass,
said it's not bending and warping of space-time. That's false. You just, that's not genuous. You know what you just said.
No one said that?
Nobody. That's what he just said.
No, you
That's
said
what
that
he
no
just
one's
said.
ever said that bending and warping of space-time is
I didn't bring up space-time. What the fuck
you brought
are you talking about?
You brought up gravity. You said the moon is gravity.
The moon does,
grabbing
yes,
water.
the moon does have a gravitational pull, yes.
Okay, show that. How? How does it have that?
Oh my gosh. It's Einstein's theory, it's relativity.
Which is based upon what?
Okay, what point do you have?
Well, my point will be this.
How do you explain tides?
It's not my claim, my friend. That's your claim. I'm not going to be explaining something
Well,
that
I want to know, because maybe, okay, let's say I am wrong. I believe in science. You tell me what is your explanation for waves then? I would love to know, because you're making it seem that I'm completely wrong about my worldview. So how do waves form for you?
That would be wind.
Holy shit.
Okay.
So,
and he could do it. You could show you an experiment. You can change, manipulate wind and create waves over water. You can do this yourself. You don't have to trust him. He can show you the scientific method, the process, the experimental setup, and you would be able to do exactly the same thing and get exactly the same results. Now you have to demonstrate your idea.
The thing is, let me give you an example of why this is a little bit strange to just say wind.
It's not strange.
So
you
what
can prove it
happens
yourself.
is, okay, look. When in certain places there still is winds moving in different directions that waves are not interacting with. This is a fact. So what you can here? How what's the best way I can say this? It's hard because if I put the way that you would want to see it is if I put like a bowl of water, the only thing, and then I put if I put a bowl of water, the only thing that would influence it is wind. The issue is that the scale that you guys are talking about these things are just not. They're not.
Okay.
They're not good.
Very good.
I have a question.
I do apologize. That's fine. Can you hold on to your question?
Yeah.
When you said waves, I was kind of hoping you meant tides, right?
Tides, waves, whatever. Yes, yes.
Okay, so let's just go with tides, mate, because we can make waves with varying means. But your question, I think, was about the moon affects the waters of the earth. You know, raise and lower. Those are tides, right?
I say waves because the way that you're speaking about tides is different than what I would say, and I'm not trying to get caught up in this like linguistic dispute. Waves, right? The way that I think about what we're talking about when it comes to gravitational pull is things that I would call waves. I'm sure that you can have like tides that are caused by winds or any of these things. I understand that some things do. I see where you're coming from, but you won't understand where I'm coming from. I respect.
Right, okay. Can we hold on just a second, guys? Just a second. I think we should move it on to someone else now. You've had quite a while on the mic.
Fair enough. Yeah, you guys.
So we appreciate your contribution and definitely listen in, ask questions when relevant, but let's just give a chance to some of the other new people and see if they want to ask anything.
Yeah, he's playing video games. He's too distracted.
I literally wasn't. I've been sitting here paying attention to you this whole time.
Well, I was gonna say that he actually dropped the video game, and I was trying to have the conversation. So well done, dude. You actually went up the stair a few stairs. So well done, bro. Well done.
I just jabbed you. I was it was a light tease. Okay, I didn't. Yeah, don't take it that
all
serious.
good. Thank you for
Okay.
participating.
I did just want to touch point on the tides and the winds. How does wind possibly affect tides? I just want to know. I really don't. I'm just jumping in here. I just want to know what your explanation is. How does winds affect tides, raising and lowering throughout the day?
He was talking about waves. He was confused.
Well, let Jedi answer because this was Jedi's point.
Well, like, I just wanted to know his explanation of why tides happen. Then
That's fine. So basically, I thought the gentleman was misspeaking when he was talking about a correlation between the moon and tides. I thought he said waves when he meant tides. He asked me how tides were formed. Shit, you can have loads of different reasons. One of them's wind. So if you want to go on to tides, that's fine. Somebody else can answer that question.
yeah, I just want to know a flat earther's explanation on what tides or how they're formed, or like morning and evening, things like that.
All together now, we don't know.
Turtles.
Wouldn't a decent explanation be the moon and its gravitational pull?
It would be if you could provide a scientific experiment that proves whichever gravity that you're talking about.
That's true. I don't know.
Oh, wait,
on online somewhere.
How many high tides and low tides does the moon pull a day?
2.
Yeah, 2. Let me see what the tide difference is.
Well, it doesn't.
When you do that quick Google search, sorry,
Yeah,
I do apologise. When you do that quick Google search, can you tell me how many tides are observed around the British Isles in one 24-hour period, please? Because it ain't fucking 2.
They even have tide watches.
Some places on the earth can have 3 tides, 4 tides, 5 tides, 6 tides a day. If we're going to be talking about the moon's
Some
doing
places
that,
can have
then
The sun, different parts of the world. Around the UK, there are mostly 2 high tides and 2 low tides each day. This is called a semi-diurnal regime.
I was trying to get you to attach that to.
So for
something National Tide and Sea Level Facility.org is saying that short-term periodic rise and fall of world's oceans, they result in the gravitational interaction between the Earth, the Moon, and to a lesser extent the Sun.
So how many tides were around the British Isles? 2 up, 2 down. Add them all together, that's 4, right?
Yeah, 4 changes.
Awesome. How many times does the moon go across the sky in one 24-hour period?
The moon, I don't know. I'd have to see like.
It pulls from in front of us and it pulls from behind us.
Right, and the sun is allegedly has some extent to it as well.
And if you want to check on it, It's the one where the moon is in front of us that's the higher tide, and the one where it's behind the Earth
Well,
it's the lower tide. Debunked. Checkmate.
awesome. So what,
Okay, it's the center of the.
no, that's fine. What's the cause of that then?
Hold on here. What causes tides to do? I
Yeah,
can only
B,
read
what's
so
the cause
fast,
of
you
that,
know.
B?
Which one?
Somebody said the word about 3 or 4 times. Begins with G, ends in Avity.
Gravitational attraction between the Earth and Moon exactly balances the forces required to maintain the Moon's orbit. Elsewhere, the two forces are not in
Awesome.
balance and give rise to the so-called tide generating force. Excuse me.
Awesome. So
Yeah.
no one's going to deny that it seems to be no one's going to deny that it appears to be some kind of correlation between when the moon's about and when the sea's doing something. No one's going to deny that. The claim on the table, though, is gravity. So we require a scientific experiment, a hypothesis, a valid one, a hypothesis test that proves this to be true. That we can have a correlation, that's fine, but there seems to be a claim on the table that gravity is doing that. The question is which type, and have you got a scientific experiment for it?
I don't know. I'd have to see what pulls the moon into our orbit. Let's see here.
Well, you would have to also prove that orbits are even possible, right? I mean,
I sent it in.
Well, clearly, I mean,
I sent it inside chat. This is exactly what we were talking about before, but I'll let him finish it.
well, clearly, if there's tides directly correlating from the moon, then there has to be some type of, or like from what they say, it's directly correlating from the moon. There has to be some type of orbit for that to be possible. So that's just kind of like a part of the theory, I guess.
So it's twice a day that.
If the Earth, go on.
No, yeah. When I asked you earlier, my phone died. When I asked you earlier how many times a day, I wasn't asking so you could tell me how many. I was trying to get you to tie that to the moon. The claim that the moon is causing that.
Said moon and the sun.
Twice a day. And so we've added the sun now.
No. I originally stated that. If you would have listened, you would have heard that. So that's on you.
Okay, so where's the evidence of that? Or just because you said so?
No, I was stating from some type of national sea level tide indication site. I don't know. They're an organization, I guess.
No. I'm just, dude.
I'm just reading from scientists that are smarter than me.
Okay. Well, you can go to the beach. All you have to do is go to the beach over a 24-hour period. You'll see high, low, high, low. So how many times is the moon causing that? I'm trying to get you to realize that it's just. Is
That's
it just
what I'm
because
figuring
you?
out now.
Yeah. Is it just because you say so?
Gabriel, I've
or
muted all of them so I can hear you. Okay.
Is there any rhyme or reason to the actual moon doing this?
It's testable and predictable.
You can say it could be something else, but I don't know. You can say that.
I can't say until I've read something about it. So hold on one second. Someone can interject while I'm doing this, I guess.
Look up tide tables.
Look up tidal nodes. Apparently, there are points that defy this moon's and sun's gravitational pull on the seas.
That is false.
Tidal nodes, amphidromic points, clack away. I know a lot of you guys are new to this, but you come in here telling the story and just think
Well, the only reason I'm just being
respectful
respectful for a different conversation.
Well,
For someone
okay,
else
yeah.
to interject, yeah.
Well, I got my phone died. I tried to jump back in. I'll be silent now, but just because there's a story for it doesn't mean it's gospel.
What about solar eclipses?
The solar eclipse, that's just the moon getting in front of the sun. Doesn't matter if the Earth's flat or not, that's the moon getting in front of the sun.
It'd pull in a different way. That's what
Yeah,
he's
but how does
probably.
that happen? You can't just say that, like, oh, the moon gets in front of the sun, but then it's like orbiting up in this dome, according to you guys, right?
Eric Dubay explains it on a flat Earth. You could look that up. It's pretty much foolproof. His explanation. It's all scientifically reproducible.
I suppose the bigger question is what causes a lunar
I
eclipse.
would love to see
That's
this.
got
Eric Dubay.
Yeah, Eric Dubay on
Do you
YouTube.
have like the video that I can see? Sorry, maybe I won't be able to spell his name.
Yeah, I could send you it.
All right, thank you. I'll watch that while you guys chat.
supposed to.
Well, Eric Dubay is not any authority to how the luminaries work. Sorry.
One of the things they observed is, whenever the sun and the moon are on the same line with Earth, their gravities act in the same direction, which is like solar eclipse, like things like that. Creating the biggest high tides, spring tides. Spring tides occurs during a new moon or full moon. On the other hand, during the first or last quarter of the moon, the Earth-Moon line is vertical to the Sun-Earth line. Thus, the lunar high tide is pushed down by the low solar tide, creating the weak tides called neap tides. There's also another factor affecting the tides. The ocean itself, blah, 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 blah. Moonquakes due to Earth's gravity. There's a whole bunch of shit, I guess. I mean, it's going to take forever for me to fucking...
Endless stories.
Yeah, endless observations, I guess.
Stories.
Endless correlation.
Attached to the...
Endless correlation. Sorry, very quick
You
question.
know, do you
Is
also know that there is huge lakes? There are also huge lakes around the world that
So why
don't
do you
have
believe
any
his
tides.
stories versus scientist stories?
Yeah, do the Great Lakes have any tides? Let me look that up.
No, they don't.
Well, I believe Eric Dubay over scientists because Eric Dubay is a real scientist. He actually goes out and experiments himself.
Have you?
Yeah, they do. True tides, changes in water level caused by
You
same
think
thing
people that
on
study
the Great
things
Lakes.
like they don't experiment things?
They do, but they don't experiment correctly. They might be experimenting, but they might be experimenting irrationally and illogically.
There's no experiment what causes a lunar eclipse or a solar eclipse anyway. It's all kind of moot.
There is an illogical way to go about using the scientific or a false scientific method. I mean, definitely that's been proven. You could definitely utilize a false scientific method and think that it's a real scientific method and go about thinking that it's a logical principle of phenomena of nature, but
just for clarity,
causality. But
just for clarity, what is the scientific method? Just for clarity.
hypothesis.
Just so you. Yeah.
Form a hypothesis, a causality.
And which are the two constituent parts of that hypothesis, mate?
Causality and forgot the other one. Forgot what it's called, but
Something to cause something to happen. The happening phenomena.
oh, the cause and the happening. Yeah, exactly. Yep. The cause and the phenomena.
So that's awesome. So observe a natural phenomena, predict a cause, and then test it in an experiment.
Yep.
Awesome. So that's the scientific method, right?
I'm pretty sure there's more. There might be more. I think, honestly, to be honest.
There's one other step.
Yeah,
which
I think
is
there's one
after you've
more.
done the experiment, that would be falsifiability. Verify. You do the experiment, and then you give it to me. I'll do it, and then I'll give it to my mate, and then he can. Right?
Yeah, it has to work for everybody, like the same way. It has to. You have to get the same results, and have you have to. It has to be the same variables, same experiment, same everything.
Cool. I'll ask you the same question that I asked a gentleman about 45 minutes ago. Is there a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh no, there's not a scientific experiment that proves the shape of the Earth. Well, or not at least the shape of the Earth, but there's not a scientific experiment that proves like. Yeah, I guess you could say the shape of the Earth or like the cosmology of the Earth. I guess you could say. There's not
Yeah,
a
so
scientific
there wouldn't be a scientific experiment that proves the shape of an object. Right?
Yeah.
Cool. Does everybody agree, all globe earthers on the panel, apart from this young gentleman who I'm kind of liking? Does everybody agree that that's what the scientific method is, and science
what he's
doesn't
saying
prove
is
the shape of
false.
What are you saying is false? We do
Is it?
know how spheres work. We do this. That's why when you study geometry, you can conceptualize what a sphere is. This is
Is
what
that
we.
science?
And then we're not just
Is
a
that
sphere.
science?
The Earth is what's called, and we're an elliptis. So it's a
Is
little bit
that
different.
science or
It is
geometry?
science. It is science. Yes.
Hold
No,
on.
that's just
Being as we
math
It
and
is science.
sorry,
geometry.
my friend. Being as my
Maths
friend
is
and I
part of
just
science.
formulated off.
What is STEM?
Being as
Science. What is it?
ugh, dearie me, this poor guy.
I
Does
mean,
science
to
deal with
say
cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world? Yes or no?
Sorry, you're talking to the other guy or me?
Yes.
Talking to you.
Wait. So how is science not the same thing as mathematics? I'm sorry.
Because science is where you presume a cause of something happening, then you, the researcher, I'll call you a scientist in this instance, physically varies and manipulates what he into the cause in a laboratory setting. You know, an
But
experiment.
you're saying if we use mathematics, you're not indulging in science, correct?
You can abstract math from science, but math you figure out in math class and science you do in science class. They're two slightly different things.
Yes, but
mathematics is
Now,
used, like a
maths
language.
derives from science, which you
Mathematics is
admitted
used
to.
like a language to make your observations workable, to put it down onto paper what it is that you are seeing, so that you can work with
Yes,
it, so that you can make predictions. But that in itself is not science. Science is the scientific method. Math is directly correlated,
yes,
like used to translate essentially uh, like science into English or into language, so that it can be verbalized or even worked with on paper mathematically
correct.
to
So how do we
formula.
do this under what you guys are saying? Like, how are you guys scientifically proving something? Because then you'd be in the same boat as other scientists, or quote unquote mathematicians or scientists. So what you're saying is just as false
No,
if
I
you're going
keep
to
on
use this.
listen. I've been listening for a while today, and um, every time the flat earthers are pointing out uh, how
All
whether
right,
you know
Lou, you've
whether or
been
not
hogging the mic.
the
Step
globe
aside.
on a
Step
flat earth
aside.
is not a
I'm just
scientific
kidding.
is
Sorry,
not
Lou.
a
I'm just kidding.
scientific question. Um, you just reverse it and be like, well, then show me what you got. We're more or less just telling you the globe side has presented the model. They've got the so-called science that they pretend they've got the science. Well, if you've got the science, then show it to us, because we're here to debunk or at least scrutinize your so-called science or your claim.
But the thing is that it's hard to be able to do that if they don't understand how mathematics is science in its own sense.
No, we understand that. We don't have to give you a replacement in order to scrutinize or to debunk your claim.
So, okay, what would be so? But the thing is about that is that it becomes. I don't want to take away from the other guy. I'm going to start talking again. So maybe you guys want to engage with the other dude.
Oh no, I totally agree. Yeah, science is exactly basically what they nailed it right on the pin, basically, with the whole definition of the scientific method and such, and the characteristics and attributes of the scientific method or the processes. And yeah, I mean, there's no way you could really like prove something unless it's reproducible that everybody could prove themselves. You know what I mean? That's the only way that you could actually like empirically prove something.
Yeah, we
Really, like.
can. We can. I can show you a satellite that it's called an AMA satellite. It uses waves that go to the moon and they bounce back from the moon, and we're using scientific or we're using mathematics in order to see this and calculate this distance. But to you guys, what you're saying is that that's still not science because I'm using
Listen,
mathematics.
listen. What math? You can prove just about anything in mathematics. You can play with numbers in order to get whatever result you want. It doesn't mean that it's absolutely true or real. For example, like you can have imaginary numbers, negative numbers. You can't have negative of something. You can't have I can't have less than 0 or less than 1 You know, if I have less than one, then I have none. If I have less than that, well, there's no such thing as that.
No, the
Like,
reason that we're able
so
when we use negative numbers, you're when we use negative numbers,
I don't need to go into a tangent about that. I'm making a point. Like with math, you can express a lot of things that just cannot be true in reality. You can express anything you like. You can try to mathematically prove something.
negative numbers are true in reality.
It doesn't make it real in
Okay,
reality.
Lou,
Yeah, like
when
a point.
if you
Can you
have a
point out a
dollar,
point?
Lou, if you have a dollar and you go and you give this dollar away, now you have what's called zero, right? You have zero. This is also
You don't have
zero is
zeros. Zero is not a thing.
hold
You
on.
just don't have any dollars. Doesn't that
Hold
mean
on.
zero?
Yes, hold on. But now we created a concept called debt. When you have debt, which I'm sure a lot of you guys are probably in debt, you are negative. This
No,
exists
you
in life.
cannot. No,
If you hold
you have.
dollars,
Guys,
There is
if you
no
hold
such.
dollars,
It
you're
is
guys,
like you
actually
said. You
holding
used
debt.
the correct
guys, this
word.
is math. Are you serious?
It is near. It is.
You guys go one at a time.
Claim bankruptcy then.
You
Like,
cannot actually have no money, like less than no money. You either have
Okay,
no money or you have some money.
yes,
Less
but
than no money is just owing money you don't have,
the
which is
problem.
zero.
Okay, so this would now we can get into philosophy. You can talk about what do they call it? Altruism. Can you have some sense of altruism? This is philosophical at this point. What I'm saying is economically, in the way that we define economics, you can have
Right, it's not
negatives.
science. I agree. It's philosophical. Can you point out a point in reality, or is that just like a mathematical concept?
The concept is what you live by. Hence why
No, you
you're
don't
in
live
debt.
by
I'm pretty sure,
concepts. You live by
Larry, you don't
reality.
owe any money anywhere. You don't owe any money?
Right, but it's a
Okay,
concept.
you're in debt, my friend. It's reality,
Yeah, it's a concept.
which is
Can I do
reality.
the
math
bank
about
does
how
not think
much it
it's a
would take for
concept.
Superman? Can I do math to describe Superman leaping over a building with a single bound?
Yes, yes, actually.
Does that have anything to do with reality?
Not quite, but that has
No.
something to do with calculus, which is,
Right.
if
It has
if
nothing
it
to do
could
with
exist.
reality. That's why science deals with cause and effect relationships only in reality.
The only way that you're able to conceptualize this thing that you call Superman is because it can exist if it was under certain circumstances,
Okay,
which
well,
it
just
was
read
able
what
to
I
exist.
posted. I'm sure Feynman knows better than you what science is. Thanks.
Guys, I'm pretty sure I'm making sense, but okay.
I'm sure you know science better than Richard Feynman. Thanks.
You're actually arguing for pseudoscience, making nonsensical arguments. So well done, dude.
Within any of those maths put into a globe Earth argument, there's going to be a little letter called R with regards to the radius of the Earth. I guess our question would be, how is that verified to be true? Not beg the question and put into the mathematical equations as if it was already proven to be true. The reason why flat earthers are here is there doesn't appear to be a direct measurement of the curvature of the Earth to get an R value from in the first place. So I don't care what you're talking about. If there's an R in it, we want proof of R.
Yeah, show us the radius. Show us the R. Show us the R.
I think the Earth used to be flat, but it's round now.
Thank you, Sunshine. We appreciate your thoughts.
You know, one time I woke up from a dream and I thought that
You
I
know
was
that
seeing the
round
curve,
and
but I
flat are
wasn't
not
seeing the
mutually
curve.
exclusive. All
They
right,
made
whatever, dude.
They made it a
Round and
globe,
flat,
so
round and
emitted
flat
from
are not
certain
mutually
planets.
exclusive.
You know, one day
Round and
I woke up
are
from a
not
nightmare
mutually
one day.
exclusive.
Yeah,
Who
I,
told you
Gemsy,
so?
that's like one of the most pointless points I've ever heard flat earthers make, and you do it constantly.
you guys, I
Like,
He's
woke up from a
saying
nightmare
it
one day.
was flat, but now it's round. Can you make
Right.
a
Since they measured
circle?
One time
with
I had a
spacecraft.
nightmare that there was a curve, but then I fell off the edge of the curve and then I landed on a flat earth. And I
Yeah,
woke up in my
Lou likes
dream.
that point
I woke up
better.
in my dream and I was actually on a flat earth.
Has anyone
You like
ever
that point better? See, Lou, the guy that's arguing for the not flat but round makes a better point for you than the one I was making, Lou. What do you think?
That's a
Not
question.
flat,
Has
but
anyone
round.
ever like okay, so going on the ocean, put a boat out there to where you can't see it on the horizon. All right, maybe it's too far away. You climb up in a mile-high tower, and then you can see it. Is that a thing?
Exactly.
Does anyone ever do that ever? Or
Yes, I
is
have done that. I have done
A
that.
mile-high tower.
let's just
In
say, for
Jetwood.
instance, the hypothetical mile-high tower exists around the ocean,
Well,
Not,
right
not
on
in
the
mile
your
high,
ocean.
but like maybe I'd say
imagination,
like
in your
300,
imagination, you can
300 feet
see things
high.
that you cannot find in reality. In your imagination, you cannot make stuff that is not in reality. Well done, dude.
No, I was just asking,
It's not
has there
flat
ever
no
been
more.
experiment like that? Has there ever been an experiment like that where
An
someone was
experiment in
flying?
your mind. An experiment in your
I'm
imagination.
just
Yeah, well
wondering,
done.
dude. I'm asking, has anyone ever seen an experiment like that? That is a question that I'm just seeing if
I
anyone
can't
ever
even
has ever
follow
seen
Yes,
that.
I have.
what is your
Yeah.
so-called experiment again? Because I couldn't get it.
Okay, how about this? This is a little more feasible. You fly in a plane a mile high, right along the ocean line, right along the beach. All right, and on the ground they put a boat out so far that you can't see it. Okay, but in the sky you can see it. Would that explain curvature?
No.
No, that just means you're
Like with
enough
binoculars and
away.
everything, you have
You've
binoculars,
increased
a
your
telescope, you can't see it.
good.
Dude,
Has anyone
We
ever did that?
understand that
how
if you
would
were
you
to
be
get
able to see the
higher,
curvature?
my friend, dude,
What?
we understand that if you were to get elevation above the surface, you can see more across that surface. You know, like climb a tree or go up to level 5 of your apartment building, climb a mountain or get into an aeroplane. You've got further away from the object so you can see more of it.
Like the boat is disappeared on the horizon through a telescope. You could see, like, if the boat was on the horizon, you could see the guy waving at you. You can tell the airplane with the naked
No,
eye, and you can see the boat. Has there been an
this can be
experiment
done
like
without
that?
an airplane. An airplane actually sucks because it's moving through the air. You want something stationary. So
Exactly.
you don't need to go a mile up. Take an elevated position, or better yet,
Like a helicopter or something, I guess.
have a tower, like a lighthouse. A lighthouse would be perfect. It's along the beach. You could make this observation standing on the ground, then climb the lighthouse and try to do it again, right? Now, so if you want to go so far as to like where on the ground you cannot see the ship anymore, but you go climb the tower and you can. Like, yes, this has been done, and this is perfectly explainable on a flat Earth. It has to do with your angle of angular resolution, like the angle of attack, like what you're able to see, what's resolvable to the human eye. And all optics have this, and whether you're using binoculars or using a telescope or anything like that, they all have their own angular resolution. Like you'll be able to see farther, but the limits of your eye will still, like what's resolvable, the angle will still come into play. If you go to an elevated position, you'll be making that angle greater and therefore able to resolve it better. But there's like kind of a point at it's a very acute angle of like, I think it's like what 0.022 or something like that degrees. It's very acute, where all of a sudden things are just no longer resolvable. This can be demonstrated on like smaller scale, like closer objects and stuff too. Like it's been done with just a coin and sliding it across a table at level height where yeah, like it just disappears when clearly there's no curvature involved. Or there's an RC boat video that we have where just on a very small glassy like pond or river, this thing in a matter of a couple hundred yards completely vanishes from the site. But it has to do with the angle that you're able to view it at and what's resolvable. It has nothing to do with. I mean, Globers love to claim that the only possible reason why something disappearing bottom up is because they're going over, or it's falling over the curve of the earth, but that's just simply demonstrably not true. We can do this in smaller scale not experiments but tests to see like where clearly the curve of the earth, the supposed curve of the earth, the claimed curve of the earth just couldn't explain it away.
would they have to? They would have to account somehow. I don't know how they would work, but they would have to account somehow the angle of directly up. I guess like a perfect 90 on each side, and account for that too. I mean, that's the only way it would show.
I mean, we spent since like 2015, 2016 talking about this stuff with Globers, like making these kind of observations and them making the same and going back and forth debating with them about them. This has like been a long time going that we like this is nothing new. There's all kinds of earth curve calculators that you can type in your elevation and the distance to what you're looking at and what would the expected drop would be or how much hidden and all of this stuff. It's very precise. It's gone nowhere since 2016, honestly.
I don't know. I don't know how it works. Someone smarter than me would know.
I liked Eric Dubé's 100 proofs that Earth is not a spinning ball. Or 500 proofs or 1,000 proofs.
Jemsy, by the way, I didn't interrupt you. I waited till you were long done to tell you that your point sucked.
Your points suck, and I don't point it out. But you suck.
Yeah,
And you are fucking drunk, and I don't point it out. I thought my point was good.
You want to talking about how round doesn't mean flat, like nonstop.
Oh, you just shut the fuck up when I'm speaking and don't talk about me and shut up. How about that?
Flat like a pizza, flat like a coin, or round like a pizza, round like a coin. Yeah, one of the best flat earth freaking arguments we've ever used.
Yeah, that's silly. Why are you talking about pizza? You think Earth is a pizza? That's stupid. Are you hungry after the beers? Are you like hungry now?
Dude, first off, I ain't drunk. I ain't been drinking.
Mentally, you are damaged by the drunkenness that you do almost every week. So that has an adverse reaction to your responses.
So because I drink sometimes, I am just my points are no good.
Yeah, your points are not good. Shut the fuck up.
Would any flat earther be like? Would they consider going up to the space station, International Space Station? Would you guys ever like, if you had the chance, do that for free?
Typically, the answer is no. Like, I mean, I would, yeah, I'd probably take up the offer to like see how it got fudged. You know, either that or, you know, the other risk is like, you know, people with a more paranoid mind think that would be their way of getting rid of you or something. But
true.
Imagine a flat earther saying he wants to go to space. How stupid is that?
No, I'm not saying I want to go. I know that
That
it
is
can't
one of the
happen.
most
I would like
stupid
it.
arguments
You're
I
not
ever heard a
fucking
flat earther
listening, dipshit.
saying. It's just stupid, dude.
You're not fucking listening. No, to try to, if it was offered, yeah, I'd probably try to call their bluff.
It would be. I mean, see, like, let's say they would take a flat earther and they documented the entire thing. I feel like there would just be so much skepticism involved with it. It wouldn't matter anyway. It would just have to be everyone's personal experience to see it, and then.
What will we see if we go to the ISS or whatever is up there?
Like, let's say you did a spacewalk at the International Space Station. You would probably see a globe, most likely, from my opinion.
How do you know that? Why do you expect that to be the case? Have you done it?
No, I have not. I just can infer from the pictures taken from that.
Well, how would you go about verifying those? You haven't gone up there.
So,
See, right,
like,
exactly. That's what you yourself would have to go up and experience it yourself. Then you would believe if it was
no,
flat or globe.
no,
Yep.
I would just measure the ground down here to see if it matches what they're claiming it to be, and using those pictures to support that claim. That's all.
No, I think you would have to see it yourself.
Secondly,
I
I don't know
think.
if you're aware. I don't know if you're aware. Like, even there's not just one. Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said it. There's other like very respected physicists and mathematicians and shit like that who has stated, like, given the height of the so-called ISS, what they claim it to be at, and the size of the Earth, that you still wouldn't see curvature from that height. So all of the pictures that you have in your head, that you've seen on TV, that you've seen on computer wallpapers and PlayStations and iPhones, like, that's all bullshit. That's all CGI. That's all computer graphics, man. That's freaking mathematically, it's impossible to see what you think you would see.
Well, sometimes you will see concave Earth from those images. So is it shape shifting? Because you sometimes see the curve, other times it's horizontal, and other times it's concave. So which one is it?
Yeah. Sounds like they brought more imaginary evidence for us to look at. Well, thanks. But yeah, I would just measure the ground from the ground, and if it doesn't match the claim, then it doesn't matter how many movies or cartoons they present. Obviously, they're not reality. Simple. Check, check. Okay, I hear somebody. Good to know. Sometimes VC just goes dead on my end.
Yeah, drop the mic and we can check if it works or not. Then we can tell it's gravity working and your mic working at the same time.
It's weird how they always want us to do things that they didn't do in order to come to the knowledge that they claim to have that the Earth is a ball. How does that work?
I would go up I would go up with you. I'd like to.
Oh yeah,
You will never do it.
Anybody else at this point? Like, I think the reason why it's quiet is because you're like, oh shit, is that true? You're probably looking it up. Like, you wouldn't see curve from that. The fact that you think that you have should be a little kick in the ass for you. Like, wait a minute, what was I looking at?
Isn't that like an appeal? Isn't that like an appeal to the future fallacy? In the future, one day we'll do something, and therefore true.
But wait, I thought they already had thousands of years of globe proof. Now it's future proof?
No, it's what's it called? I mean, I'm just believing in the theory that it is round. So, I would
Like
I would
round like a pizza, like a coin, like a frisbee,
round as in like a billiards ball,
like
like an 8-ball.
table, dinner table, flat
No,
and
round
round.
is like a billiards ball, but more oblong shape, allegedly.
Well, you said it yourself, believing.
Yeah, you believe that the Earth is flat by certain scientific tests. I believe that the Earth is curved by certain scientific tests. So, I mean, yeah, we're just butting heads at this point.
It's just the way I observe it and experience it.
Right. That's the way I observed it and experienced it.
It's not a mere belief in my head, right? It's just what I observe and experience.
Yeah,
Whereas like Santa Claus, that would be a mere belief in my head. The globe, that would be a mere belief in my head. Flat water at rest, that's just observable. That's reality.
Yeah, I mean, it's the same. I agree
Here's
with.
the difference between you and us, though. Like, we both experience the Earth as flat and stationary. We both have that experience. You have the belief that it's something more. We have done tests to see if it is indeed your claim, something more, if it's curving away from us in all directions. And it measures flat every time. So, yeah, we have a lot more leg to stand on. We have a stronger leg to stand on, I suppose. In having our belief or faith that we are right, but it's more it's knowledge if it's true, right? And we're pretty sure it's true. Like all testing has shown us to be true. The only thing that you guys have is all like in this realm of
like
theory
hearsay or something.
Yeah, it's all theory and philosophy, and it's specifically designed to be unfalsifiable. It's kind of weird that way.
It's not a scientific theory. It's not a theory.
Yeah, no, like Trinity. Yeah, that's the rhetoric that typically is among the flat earthers. We know. You got to say we know for a fact. Like, I'm one of the few who would be more like Jaren. Actually, I'll take the freaking criticism later and say like I can't know 100%. I will take the. I'm 99.999% sure on this one. You know, like all the evidence I have suggests that it's flat. But there could be something I'm missing. There always could be something I'm missing. A lot of flat earthers don't
Obviously,
like that
you're
standpoint.
missing a bunch of stuff because the flatness that you're describing is under your feet, but that's not the only thing of this realm. You are in a medium. Above you, there's the sky, the heavens above. Flat earthers don't take that into account. They just want to talk about what's below their
Well,
feet, right? Where we walking and crossing. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff missing for sure.
No, but well, I mean, I don't.